Chapter 1. The Civilization of Blue Star. In the year 10126 of the celestial calendar, June. Blue Star, Jiangnan Province. Hangzhou First High School. Classroom of Class 6, Senior Year. Survival is the foremost necessity of civilization. Civilization continually grows and expands, yet the total amount of matter in the universe remains constant. What we can do is to take the initiative. At the podium, the history teacher spoke with fervor. As the saying goes, practice yields true knowledge. The aforementioned 3 points are conclusions drawn by our human race after millennia of baptism through blood and fire in the interstellar age. I understand, just like the dark forest theory proposed by the Research Institute, the universe is akin to a dark jungle, where each civilization is a hunter armed with a gun. A voice echoed from the classroom, belonging to a young student. His words resonated with a clarity that brought a smile of satisfaction to the history teacher. This student is absolutely correct. The clash between civilizations is indeed brutal, adhering to the most primitive of laws. The strong thrive, while the weak perish. As Yang Chen gazed at the history teacher, Sima Yin, and his resolute deskmate beside him, he felt a mix of familiarity and strangeness. Even though he had been reborn for over 6 months, he still struggled to fully adapt. Yang Chen rubbed his temples. He recalled how he had overindulged at a promotion banquet he organized for himself, only to be escorted home by a hotel robot. Upon awakening, he found himself, as his 18-year-old self, in a classroom that felt both familiar and foreign. He had initially thought that with the memories of his past life, he could seize opportunities to ascend to the Federation, perhaps even acquire a planet and attain godlike status, akin to those wealthy immortals through technology. However, the narrative of his rebirth seemed to diverge from his previous life. As he opened his textbook, the history that lay before him was both recognizable and alien. The age of human antiquity, the ancient era, the age of agriculture, the scientific era, the era of spiritual revival, the interstellar age. And now, it was a millennium after the interstellar age. Each character was comprehensible to Yang Chen, however. When strung together, their meaning eluded him. What was the era of spiritual revival? Our numerous sages, based on our home planet, rapidly took control of the Milky Way galaxy after entering the interstellar age, overcoming countless adversaries. This period is known as the era of expansion, a significant chapter in modern history. The history teacher, Sima Yin, spoke with pride, his gaze sweeping across the classroom. Opportunities often coexist with crises. After gaining control of the Milky Way, our human race welcomed a glorious moment, yet simultaneously faced unprecedented challenges and enemies. Strange civilizations, abyssal civilizations, divine civilizations, elemental civilizations, cultivation civilizations. These cosmic hegemonic civilizations will all serve as formidable opponents to our blue star civilization. Listening to the teacher's lecture, Yang Chen silently sighed. Even history had undergone changes after his rebirth. Divinities had apparently emerged. Yang Chen himself was a staunch advocate of the artificial god theory, believing that deities were merely a creation of human need, thus human beings created them advanced. Intelligent life designed to serve humanity. Yet in this life, with the Federation government absent, he wondered if he had been reborn into a parallel world. Ding ding ding. As the bell rang, the history lesson came to a close. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. Students, please work hard, especially those preparing to apply to military academies. Be sure to act within your capacity. Additionally, the Bloodline Awakening ceremony has commenced. Students can make appointments online through the campus network. Was the Bloodline Awakening about to begin? The sages of Blue Star Civilization had, a millennium ago, acquired the method to forge the heavenly Tao blessing disc from the battlefield beyond the stars. They had created a unique awakening ceremony exclusive to Blue Star Civilization, allowing every citizen to undergo a bloodline awakening at adulthood. Each individual's awakening would yield distinct talents. Some might awaken the talent of the glutton, enhancing their cultivation through voracious consumption, while others awaken the light talent, becoming the nemesis of supernatural evils. In addition, there were those who awakened talents of photographic memory and extraordinary cognitive abilities in the scientific field. He wondered what kind of talent he might awaken. Noticing Yang Chen lost in thought, his deskmate Zhang Ming curiously inquired, "Yang Chen, registration begins tomorrow. Are you planning to apply to the Civilization Academy or the Military Academy? I haven't undergone my awakening yet, so I'm uncertain about my talent. However, I lean towards the Civilization Academy. What about you? Me? I'm definitely going for the Military Academy. I aim to earn military honors on the battlefield beyond the stars and become a celestial soldier or even a general. As he spoke, Zhang Ming's eyes gleamed with determination like a warrior. The Celestial Court is the supreme governing body of Blue Star civilization, and Zhang Ming's aspirations felt far more fantastical than any high school student's ambitions in his previous life to join the United Nations. Yang Chen merely smiled awkwardly, not voicing his opinion. The college entrance examination was imminent, but unlike his past life, the examination system here was divided into cultural and martial tests. The cultural test comprised traditional knowledge points, yet many subjects had undergone significant changes compared to his previous life. Moreover, to gain admission to advanced civilization institutions, one must not only be proficient in the universal language, but also master at least one foreign language. Otherwise, passing scores in other subjects would be in vain. As for the martial test, cultural scores accounted for only 10%. Practical combat was paramount, and some key military academies faced notable mortality rates during their assessments each year. Seeing Yang Chen's attitude, Zhang Ming expressed his displeasure. Yang Chen, do you think I'm boasting? I don't mind telling you that I recently awakened a Kraid talent, brute force. My family even bought me a vial of gene essence for this. I've already broken through to the 7th level of body refinement. The 7th level of body refinement? Kraid talent? You're impressive. Yang Chen gazed at Zhang Ming in astonishment, realizing that this guy was indeed a prodigy. Talent levels are categorized from top to bottom as S, A, B, C, D, and E. With a population of 10 billion on Blue Star, those capable of awakening Kraid talents were still a rarity, while Kraid talents were even scarcer, found only among 1 in a 100,000. Clearly, he possessed the potential of a celestial soldier. How about that? Surprised, aren't you? When I first awakened, my strength was equivalent to 10 times that of an average adult male. Now, combined with my 7th level of body refinement, I'm confident I can pass the assessments of the Hangzhou Military Academy. Zhang Ming grinned with pride, having successfully applied for a Kraid combat technique based on his achievements. The path of cultivation begins with sensing one's qi, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish and refine the bodhi's vital organs, known as body refinement. Only upon reaching the 9th level of body refinement does one have a chance to unlock the gene lock or the primordial spirit lock in life or death scenarios. Once unlocked, one would possess strength and longevity far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Mastering both is referred to as the path of immortality, granting immense combat power with virtually no weaknesses. All this information is readily available online, transparent, and accessible. Thus, every day after school, Yang Chen's first task was to dive into the internet, voraciously absorbing all kinds of knowledge. Understanding Zhang Ming's mention of gene essence. Even the most basic vial costs 100,000 Blue Star coins, equivalent to several years of expenses for an average household. That it was evident that Zhang Ming's family had invested heavily to ensure his success in the martial examination. Good luck, Yang Chen said, patting Zhang Ming on the shoulder. Currently, his body had only reached the 3rd level of body refinement. It was unlikely he would awaken any formidable combat talent, making the challenge of the military academy daunting. Conversely, he had made remarkable progress in learning foreign languages, including the universal language, and had already mastered several languages, making it likely he would awaken a learning-related talent. Thus, the Civilization Academy seemed more fitting for him. With effort, he might even secure a spot at Jiangnan Civilization Academy. I'm not really adept at fighting or killing. Yang Chen chuckle. One merely needs to follow the prescribed steps to gain admission to the Civilization Academy. Upon graduation, the individual will primarily occupy a position in the rear, engaging in research endeavors. Should one aspire to become a researcher and make substantial contributions to the Blue Star civilization, the heavenly realm would expend great resources to assist in unlocking the 6th order soul lock. Thus, a fragment of true spirit can be entrusted to the divine list, granting eternal life. Does this not seem more appealing than charging in a battle? Zhang Ming observed Yang Chen, who appeared lost in thought, and perhaps guessing his desk mate's musings, broke into a grin. Yang Chen, we must strive together. In the future, I shall lead the charge on the front lines while you conduct research in the rear all for the sake of Blue Star Civilization. Chapter 2. The Lotus Lantern having registered for the campus network, Yang Chen had already made an appointment for the awakening ceremony the day before. Upon opening the application now, he noted that there were still 50 individuals ahead in the queue, with an estimated wait of half an hour before proceeding to Laboratory No. 2 for Awakening. Zhang Ming, am heading to Laboratory Number 2 for the Awakening ceremony. If the teacher inquires during the next class, please cover for me. Yang Chen informed Zhang Ming before rising to leave the classroom. The estimated time was merely a rough guideline, one typically needed to arrive early at the designated location to avoid missing the appointment and having to reschedule. The academic building housing their classroom was a 10-minute walk from Laboratory Number 2, so Yang Chen quickened his pace. Hey, Yang Chen, are you also attending the awakening ceremony? A hurried voice called from behind. Yang Chen turned to see a girl in school uniform jogging toward him. Perhaps due to her swift pace, her breaths were slightly labored, and a faint blush graced her otherwise fair complexion. Noticing the girl before him, Yang Chen teased, Su Xiaoyu, why are you running so fast? Is there a tiger chasing you? I spotted you. A few days ago, I lost my meal card in the cafeteria, and you treated me to a meal. I haven't had the chance to thank you properly, the girl replied with a shy smile, her doe-like eyes shimmering with bashfulness. Oh, it's nothing. I've already forgotten about that little matter. Your meal card has been replaced, hasn't it? Yang Chen scratched his head. The girl standing before him had been his classmate in the first year, but they had seen little of each other after the division of classes in the second year. However, unlike his memories, she seemed to have blossomed into a much more attractive young woman. He nearly failed to recognize her when they met in the cafeteria a couple of days prior. Yes, it's been replaced. When you're free, we'll treat you in return. No need for our classmates. Such small matters are hardly worth mentioning. Yang Chen waved his hand dismissively. I'm about to attend the awakening ceremony in Laboratory Number 2. What about you? If his memory served him correctly, Su Xiaoyu had always excelled academically, so it was highly likely that she would awaken an intellectual talent. I am in Laboratory Number 1, just next to you. What a coincidence. The school had numerous laboratories, most of which were currently in use for the awakening ceremonies. Let's hurry, or we'll have to reschedule, she urged. By the way, Yang Chen, which academy do you intend to apply for? As they walked toward the laboratory, Su Xiaoyu's curiosity piqued. What? Do I seem unsuitable for a military academy? Though Yang Chen had intended to apply to the Civilization Academy, he couldn't help but respond playfully to Su Xiaoyu's question. Ah, not at all. I merely think you don't strike me as the type inclined toward conflict. Su Xiaoyu blinked, observing that Yang Chen had a scholarly demeanor. You have a keen eye. I plan to apply to Jiangnan Civilization Academy. Jiangnan Civilization Academy? That's a prestigious institution. You seem quite confident. Of course. You know my proficiency in foreign languages, Yang Chen replied with assurance. Hearing his confident words, Su Xiaoyu instinctively nodded. Yang Chen indeed possessed a remarkable talent for languages. When applying to a prestigious civilization academy, mastering additional foreign languages significantly enhances one's application, given that many disciplines are designed to study other civilizations. If one cannot even grasp the language of the civilization in question, how could they conduct meaningful research? As they conversed, they soon arrived at Laboratory Number 2. He'll queue up next door. Wishing you in grade talent awakening. Good luck, Yang Chen. Thank you, and may you awaken in grade talent as well. Yang Chen smiled. The girl's bold words amused him, not to mention other planets. Across the entire blue star with its billions of inhabitants, the number of individuals awakening grade talents each year was likely fewer than 100 at AS. He watched her head toward Laboratory Number 1. Yang Chen turned to enter Laboratory Number 2. Upon entering, he saw many classmates waiting in line. The laboratory hall was spacious and did not feel crowded, with service robots occasionally passing by to assist with inquiries. In the center of the hall floated a translucent light blue square display screen, showcasing the latest awakening information on all sides. One side displayed the ranking of awakened talents among this year's high school graduates in Jiangnan Province. Yang Chen looked up. Jiangnan Province, Hangqing No. 1 High School, Su Nuo. Awakened talent, grade. Jiangnan Province, Ningtang Number 2 High School, Zhanghan. Awakened talent, indestructible body a grade. Jiangnan Province, Ningtang number 1 High School, Fong Outyin. Awakened talent, Dragon Soul a grade. Jiangnan Province, Hangqing number 3 High School, Han Bing. Awakened talent, Ice Soul Light a grade. Jiangnan Province, Liangzhou number 1 High School, Shun Jixing. Awakened talent, Spatial Folding a grade. Among the top 5, there was 1 grade and 4 grades, with the remaining talents predominantly grade. Su Nuoyang, Chen murmured softly, surprised that only 1 student among this year's high school graduates in Jiangnan Province had awakened in grade talent. Ding dong. Student 686, Yang Chun, please proceed to room 16 for the awakening ceremony. An announcement disrupted Yang Chen's thoughts. A service robot approached, guiding him to room 16. Upon entering the room, Yang Chun found it as spacious as the outer hall, containing only a table and 2 chairs. The table was adorned with numerous intricate instruments. A middle-aged man clad in a silver robe sat behind the table, greeting Yang Chun with a warm smile and gesturing toward the empty chair opposite him. Please take a seat, student. There's no need to feel nervous or pressured, just maintain a calm demeanor. The man's smile and voice possessed a certain charm that instinctively relaxed Yang Chun. Hello, teacher. Thank you for your efforts, Yang Chun offered politely as he settled into the chair. The man nodded with a smile. Simply place your hand inside here, he instructed, pointing to a circular glass vessel that could comfortably accommodate an adult hand. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chun slowly placed his palm inside. Instantly, the instruments on the table whirred to life, emitting a faint blue glow from the display lights. In the next moment, an agonizing pain surged through his palm, prompting Yang Chun to instinctively withdraw his hand. However, it was swiftly grasped by a firm hand. This opportunity comes but once. Meeting the serious gaze of the middle-aged man before him, Yang Chun nodded resolutely as the man gradually released his grip on his wrist. The excruciating pain arrived suddenly, yet ebbed just as quickly, though it was intermittent. It felt as if a drill were burrowing into his palm, striking relentlessly. Gradually, his back became damp with cold sweat. Only when the pain ceased did Yang Chun tremulously withdraw his hand, lowering his gaze, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he gasped heavily. Teacher, is it over? After a long pause, no one replied. The stillness enveloped the room, akin to ink diffusing into clear water, gradually permeating the space. At this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. Yang instinctively lifted his gaze, only to find that the middle-aged man and the instruments on the table had completely vanished. Before him, on the table, stood a solitary lamp at the center. This lamp, approximately 9 inches tall, radiated a verdant hue and bore the shape of a lotus flower, yet its wick was absent. As the lamp materialized, the surroundings gradually succumbed to an inky darkness. Only the lamp emitted a faint green glow, but due to the absence of its wick, the heart of the lotus remained shrouded in obscurity. Chapter 3, Conceptual Level, Dao. What is this? Yang Chun furrowed his brows, his gaze fixated on the lamp as he observed it closely. Before he could discern anything significant, an excruciating pain struck him as though a multitude of steel needles had pierced his eyes simultaneously. His head felt as though it had been ruthlessly struck by a heavy hammer, and in an instant, his consciousness plunged into darkness. When Yang Chun finally stirred and reopened his eyes, the world before him appeared astonishingly vivid. His vision seemed to have enhanced manifold. A D-grade talent, not bad at all. My dear student, a middle-aged man chuckled, congratulating him. A D-grade talent is indeed rare. D-grade talent? Although Yang Chun had not harbored high hopes for advanced talent from the outset, hearing that he possessed only a D-grade talent now left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Oh, thank you, teacher. Noticing Yang Chen's downcast expression, the middle-aged man shook his head. My dear student, I, too, had lofty ambitions at your age, believing that the blue star revolved around me. Yet, how many true prodigies exist in this world? Moreover, a D-grade spiritual eye is commendable. You have surpassed many. Spiritual eye? The comforting words of the middle-aged man caused Yang Chun, who had originally turned to leave, to pause momentarily, turning back with a hint of confusion. The mental system, talent, spiritual eye, can significantly enhance vision, and as the genetic lock is unlocked, it can gradually evolve, enabling one to see distant places. My spiritual eye is my talent? Indeed, the middle-aged man replied with a note of exasperation. Today's youth, despite possessing such a rare talent, often seem to be disheartened. Truly, they are ambitious beyond reason. But I clearly saw a lamp. A lamp? The middle-aged man looked at Yang Chen in surprise. Everyone's situation is unique. If you're concerned, I suggest you undergo an external examination at your own expense. Perhaps you have not fully awakened yet. You may observe for a while longer. Thank you, teacher. Yang Chen nodded. Upon exiting the laboratory, he encountered Su Xiaoyu, who had just completed her awakening, emerging from Laboratory 1. Upon seeing Yang Chen, her eyes lit up with excitement as she approached him. Yang Chen, guess what talent I awakened? Awakened beauty? What nonsense! I awakened the D-grade talent of Dan Fire. I can pursue a career in medicine now. Su Xiaoyu replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke softly. A medical student? Yang Chen chuckled, glancing at her hair. I didn't expect you to have such aspirations. Isn't that wonderful? To save lives and heal the sick. Su Xiaoyu beamed with a sweet smile, clearly satisfied with her talent. And what about you? What talent did you awaken, Yang Chen? D-grade talent, spiritual eye? Wow, that's quite impressive. Perhaps in the future, you won't even need a microscope for your experiments. Yang Chen's lips twitched slightly at her words as he turned to her and pointed at his face. Do you think I look pleased? As they walked towards the teaching building, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Yang Chen, I'm not very good with words. I hope you don't mind. Su Xiaoyu cast a sidelong glance at him. It's nothing. Yang Chen waved his hand dismissively. I have a rather laid-back attitude towards such matters. I'm a bit disappointed, but not overly so. Seeing Yang Chen's expression was genuine, Su Xiaoyu finally revealed a sweet smile, just as she was about to say something more. Dong, dong, dong. 3 resounding chimes reverberated throughout the campus. The same occurrence was happening in various universities across the human realm. In the center of the playground, a massive electronic display screen illuminated the latest human news. The 3 chimes signified a monumental event for humanity. Yang Chen, let's go take a look. All right. Such grand events do not occur frequently, and Yang Chen was equally curious. Upon reaching the playground, they found it teeming with people, akin to 2 grains of sand on the shore, forced to observe from afar in the stands. Yang Chen, what does it say up there? The distance made it difficult for Su Xiaoyu to discern clearly. At that moment, Yang Chen's visual advantage became apparent. He could read the text on the screen with clarity. He softly read aloud. The Celestial Court will dispatch the Southern Heavenly Gate Guard Army, totaling 100,000 heavenly soldiers, led by Heavenly King Li Jing and Grand Deity Li Jia, to confront the Demon Clan and capture the newly emerged Great Sage of the Demon Race. What? Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are humans going to war with the Demon Clan? Her complexion turned pale, and she momentarily stood frozen. Yang Chen, however, was lost in thought, mesmerized by the familiar yet strange names displayed on the screen. In his past life, he had been an avid fan of war broadcasts, closely following the battles of the Celestial Court. Regrettably, he had yet to witness any war broadcast of such magnitude. If only he could see it with his own eyes. As this thought emerged, he felt as though he had entered a wondrous realm, his gaze fixated on the screen. Gradually, vivid scenes began to materialize before him, akin to a scroll unfurling. The vast army of the Celestial Court, resembling a celestial canopy, the resplendent golden towers, the billowing crimson silks, and the blazing infernos turned the paradisiacal landscapes into ashes, with figures locked in fierce combat, blood flowing like rivers. A deafening bellow of a bull suddenly erupted in Yang Chen's ears. He beheld a massive, pitch-black bull rampaging through the ranks of the Celestial Court. Heavenly soldiers plummeting from the sky as if blood rain were falling. Following that, a colossal pillar shot up from the earth, seemingly aiming to pierce the heavens. In the next moment, the giant column came crashing down towards the celestial bronze mirror, only to be intercepted by a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. Detected observation of divine battle, gathering martial arts techniques. You witnessed the Samadhi true fire, gathering failed. You witnessed the 8-9 profound art, gathering failed. You witnessed the earthly fiend's 72 transformations, gathering failed. Gathering failed. You witnessed the cold star spear technique. Gathering succeeded. His gaze swept across the figures, ultimately landing on a heavenly soldier clad in silver-white armor, wielding a long spear. The soldier was engaged in a fierce battle with a monkey demon, the spear glimmering with a cold radiance. As the scene before him faded, it was replaced by a faint blue light screen. Chen, Cultivation, Body Refinement Level 3, Breath of Hundredfold, D-Grade Proficiency, Beginner 29, Cold Star Spear Technique, C-Grade Proficiency, Uninitiated 5. Am I seeing things? Chen murmured softly, as the images before him grew increasingly blurred, and he faintly sensed the scent of blood. Talent, Dao, Level, Conceptual Evaluation. You can see everything. Chapter 4. The desirable merit value of the Lotus Lantern. A pungent scent of disinfectant assailed his senses as Chen gradually awoke, feeling a searing pain in his eyes that rendered them nearly impossible to open. Doctor! Doctor! Hurry! Chen is awake. A frantic female voice, unmistakably that of Su Xiaoyu, echoed nearby. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Please do not move, came a calm, yet urgent instruction. Was he in the school infirmary? Before Chen could ponder further, a refreshing sensation began at the vein in his right hand, gradually spreading throughout his body. The intense burning in his eyes began to dissipate under the soothing embrace of this coolness. Moments later, he was assisted upright, and a doctor gently wrapped gauze around his eyes. Rest for a while, and in half an hour, I will return to remove the bandages. Thank you, Chen replied, feeling an overwhelming sense of weakness, as if his very essence had been drained. You finally awakened. I thought I would perish from worry. Su Xiaoyu's voice broke through his thoughts, and he turned towards her. What happened to me? Before losing consciousness, he had glimpsed a faint blue light. You were so entranced by the large screen on the playground that it was as if you were under a spell. No matter how I called you, you didn't respond. Then blood began to flow from your eyes, ears, and nose. It was everywhere. Su Xiaoyu's voice trembled, clearly shaken by the experience. Her words triggered a memory of the luminous lamp he had seen upon awakening. Before he could discern its significance, a piercing pain had struck his eyes, causing him to faint. This time, witnessing the earth-shattering battles displayed on the playground screen had resulted in a similar bloody aftermath. His eyes were undoubtedly far more extraordinary than a mere D-grade spiritual pupil. Chen pursed his lips. Xiaoyu, how long was I unconscious? Su Xiaoyu glanced at her phone. You've been asleep for 5 hours. But rest assured, I have already informed the homeroom teacher of your absence. And you? Aren't you going to attend class? He inquired. Me? She hesitated. You collapsed beside me, so of course I must stay until you awaken. Thank you. Chen was unexpectedly touched by her thoughtfulness, feeling warmth in his heart. Please rest for now. Once the bandages are removed and your eyes are well, I will escort you home. All right, I appreciate it. Given his current condition, it was indeed inconvenient for him to return home alone. With Su Xiaoyu's assistance, he reclined back onto the bed, contemplating the events of the day. One thing was certain. His eyes held a profound secret. After a moment of reflection, he concentrated, attempting to perceive that luminous screen again. Indeed, in the next instant, the lamp he had seen during his awakening reappeared, and before the cerulean Lotus Lantern, a faint blue screen slowly materialized. Chen, Level, Body Refining Stage 3, Breath of 100 Natures, D-Grade, Proficiency, Entry 29, Cold Star Spear Technique, C-Grade Proficiency, Not Yet Initiated 5, Merit Value, 0, Talent, Dao Pupil, Level, Conceptual Evaluation, you can see everything. Conceptual level? Chen was taken aback. He had never encountered such information online. However, the evaluation indicated that it undoubtedly surpassed S-grade. Merely witnessing the celestial soldiers wielding their long spears on the battlefield had granted him a 5 proficiency in a C-grade combat skill. The value of a C-grade combat skill could reach millions in the outside world, and if produced by the heavenly realm, its worth would be even more extraordinary. Yet, this merit value, as this thought arose, the cerulean Lotus Lantern before him suddenly emitted a blinding green light, conveying an urgent desire for something. Chapter 5. perceiving cause and effect, a preliminary trial of the Dao. Half an hour later, as the physician removed the bandages, Chen began to attempt to open his eyes. Although he still felt a slight sting, it was, on the whole, manageable. However, as he glanced at the bill in his hand, he felt his heart bleed. The recent treatment had utilized a vial of genetic essence, which amounted to a staggering 100,000 yuan. His modest savings had suffered a severe blow. Nevertheless, it was not entirely fruitless. He had acquired a C-level combat technique with a 5 proficiency. He consoled himself, considering it a worthy investment in expert tutelage. At present, the most pressing concern was to return home and explain the situation to his uncle, a retired celestial soldier with a wealth of experience. Su Xiaoyu looked at Chen with worry. How about we get checked at a larger hospital? The college entrance examination is just around the corner. It's nothing. Chen waved dismissively. I just searched on the Nuwa Life Science Institute website, and my condition is merely a minor issue. Nuwa Life Science Institute? They seem to consider even losing one's head as a trivial matter, Su Xiaoyu muttered under her breath. Chen lived in the upper district of Fengshen, a mere 20-minute bus ride from school, while Su Xiaoyu, a boarding student, had to return to her home in another city later. The current hour marked the peak of the evening commute. The bus before them was already packed, with passengers on the platform still attempting to squeeze in. A vehicle designed for 100 was being filled with 200 to 300 people. Chen, should we also try to cram in? There might be even more people on the next bus, Su Xiaoyu remarked, her frustration evident as she noted the difficulty in hailing a taxi at this hour. Chen surveyed the bus and then the distant flow of traffic, feeling a slight heat in his eyes. Suddenly, a message appeared before him. The next bus will arrive in 17 minutes and 56 seconds, with 106 passengers inside. Could he truly see such things? Chen was taken aback. It seemed to corroborate the evaluations he had read. He could perceive everything. Could it be that his eyes possessed a talent of the causal system? Chen, what are you looking at? Su Xiaoyu's puzzled voice interrupted his thoughts. Oh, nothing. Let us wait for the next bus. It will surely have fewer passengers, he replied. How can you be so certain? Su Xiaoyu asked, her expression a mix of surprise and innocence. You must believe that a man's intuition is often quite accurate. With a hint of understanding, Su Xiaoyu nodded, seemingly endowed with an inexplicable trust in Chen. The bus soon arrived. The number of passengers matched Chen's earlier observation, although there were no seats available. The interior felt spacious. The remaining individuals on the platform were few, and once everyone boarded, it was not overly crowded. Your intuition is quite remarkable. This bus indeed has far fewer passengers, Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if discovering new territory. Chen smiled at her, though his mind was occupied with contemplation. Moments later, to verify whether his eyes truly possessed the legendary causal system talent, he slowly lifted his gaze towards the driver ahead. Zhonglin, human. Cultivation. Body refinement level 2. 37 years old, chapter 6. The Lotus Lantern's impulse indeed. Anything one desires to perceive can be perceived. Suppressing his inner excitement, he shifted his gaze to a young woman. Shun Meng, human, 20 years old, Jiangnan Conservatory of Music student. Body tempering first stage. Perhaps because the passengers before him were ordinary people, Chen's eyes showed no signs of fatigue or pain. His gaze continued to scan the interior of the vehicle. Suddenly, a subtle stinging sensation assailed him, and Chen instinctively averted his eyes. This sensation was fleeting, very subtle. He wondered if it was his imagination, but the verdant Lotus Lantern within his sea of consciousness seemed to have trembled slightly. Curiously, he continued to observe his previous target, a sultry, stocking-clad mature woman. Many people in the vehicle were covertly admiring her. Chen focused his gaze on her, eager to discern anything unusual. Lina, 23 years old, model, status, possessed by a Wraith Cultivation second stage, Lurker, Wraith Clan Spy Wraith. Wraith Clan? Chen was taken aback. Blue Star was within human territory, so how could there be a Wraith Clan presence? How did this spy infiltrate? As the question arose, Chen perceived the answer he sought. Wraith Clan lurkers are not adept at combat, but excel at concealment, infiltrating Blue Star through internal human traitors. Internal traitors? Who were the internal traitors? A sudden, intense pain assailed his eyes. Yang Chen groaned and instinctively closed his eyes. Yang Chen, what's wrong? Beside him, Su Xiaoyu's voice was flustered as she hurriedly pulled out a tissue from her pocket and carefully wiped Yang Chen's face. Are your eyes bothering you again? No, it's nothing. Just got something in my eye. Yang Chen waved his hand, took the tissue from Su Xiaoyu, and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He was almost certain that his eyes possessed an causal talent. Although the specific functions were not yet fully understood, he realized that the price for perceiving certain things would be high. His eyes had suffered successive injuries. In attempting to discern the human traitors at this moment might result in blindness. However, he had vaguely perceived one of the names, Fengshen, it seemed. But since this individual could secretly allow wraiths to enter, they must hold a high position. Without evidence, no one would believe him. The commotion did not attract the attention of others. Even Lina merely glanced over casually before shifting her gaze. However, at the instant her eyes swept over him, Yang Chen's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Fortunately, she did not detect anything amiss. The phrase not adept at combat was merely relative. With her second stage, Cultivation, she could effortlessly annihilate everyone in the vehicle. The bus continued its journey. Yang Chen had never felt this way before. The road home seemed interminably long. His palms were slightly sweaty, a result of his tension. Once something is perceived, it becomes difficult to maintain composure. It was like sitting on a bus and suddenly discovering that someone was carrying a bomb, capable of obliterating everyone in an instant. Ding! People's road station has arrived. Passengers alighting, please disembark in an orderly manner, allowing those exiting to proceed first. Phew! Finally arrived. As the announcement echoed through the bus, Yang Chen's anxiety eased slightly. But at that precise moment, the sultry mature woman, Lina, also stood up. She was also disembarking at this stop. Yang Chen did not deliberately look at her, but as he brushed past her, he clearly felt the verdant Lotus Lantern within his sea of consciousness tremble slightly. A faint impulse arose from the depths of his heart. Follow her. Eliminate her. What the hell? Yang Chen shook his head, wondering why such a thought had suddenly sprung to mind. After everyone had disembarked, he pulled Su Xiaoyu off the vehicle and headed in the opposite direction. Yang Chen, look over there. Just as Yang Chen thought the crisis had passed, Su Xiaoyu's anxious voice rang in his ears. His heart skipped a beat. He turned his head in the direction she was pointing. In the distance, he saw two young men with dyed hair following behind the mature woman. These two had also been on the bus earlier. Li Meng, 23 years old, human, unemployed, no cultivation. Zhang Chang, 24 years old, human, unemployed, no cultivation late at night. Two unemployed men suspiciously trailing behind a beautiful woman. It didn't take a genius to know they were up to no good. But Yang Chen knew that the woman before him was no longer human. He had heard his teacher say in class that when someone was possessed by a wraith, their soul would be devoured, turning them into a mere puppet. Those who could maintain their own consciousness were called symbiotes, individuals who had signed a contract with the wraith. Lina, possessed by a wraith. Yang Chen took another look, hoping the two young men wouldn't be courting death. Otherwise, they would deserve to be torn apart. He pulled out his phone and reported the incident. That was all he could do. Yang Chen, do you think that lady is in danger? She'll be fine. I've already reported it to the Security Bureau, but it'll take a while for the Security Bureau to arrive. Su Xiaoyu looked at the disappearing figure in the distance. Her voice filled with concern. Don't worry, my sixth sense as a man won't fail me. He chose not to directly tell Su Xiaoyu that the woman was a wraith. He wanted to keep the matter of his eyes a secret for now. After all, in the rankings, Su Nua's talent only displayed an S without revealing specific information, indicating that S-level talents needed to be kept confidential. Although he didn't know why, through today's encounters, Yang Chen could vaguely guess the reason. Blue Star might not be as peaceful as it appeared. He shook his head at Su Xiaoyu and pulled her arm, intending to leave. Yang Chen, if you stand idly by today, when misfortune befalls you in the future, no one will rally to your cause. After Su Xiaoyu spoke, she turned and ran in the direction of Lina. Yang Chen smiled wryly. He knew this would happen. An 18-year-old high school student, in the prime of youth and vigor, would hardly be able to turn a blind eye. Those who preached respecting others' fates would hope that someone would step forward to save them when they were in danger, rather than saying, "Respect my fate, don't save me. Let me die." Yang Chen watched her departing figure. If he turned and left in this situation, he feared he would never be able to hold his head high again. But if he followed, the outcome was uncertain. Yang Chen hesitated for a moment. Just as he gritted his teeth, a faint impulse surfaced in his mind. Follow. Follow her. This impulse was subtle, yet it strengthened Yang Chen's resolve. Damn it, that lantern in my sea of consciousness is definitely extraordinary. I have a cheat. Why should I be a coward? However, to be on the safe side, Yang Chen redialed the Hangzhou Security Bureau. Hello, sir. I've already dispatched personnel. Please. Her status seems to be that of someone possessed by a wraith, not an ordinary person. What? Are you sure? Yang Chen directly stated the key point, startling the operator on the other end of the line. Of course. I'm a student from Hangzhou First High School. Our teacher mentioned it in class. As soon as I got close to her, I noticed, after some low-level wraiths possess humans, there would indeed be some subtle changes. But this did not include lurkers. Therefore, none of the changes that Yang Chen mentioned were present on Na. But so what? His identity was that of a student. According to Blue Star's laws, even if he lied to them, at most he would receive criticism and education. Moreover, that person was indeed a wraith. Please proceed to a nearby safe location and wait. Our personnel will arrive as quickly as possible. Upon hearing the unsettling possibility of being possessed, the tone of the other party shifted dramatically. Time was of the essence. I must hasten to rescue my classmate. Please come quickly to my aid. If I perish, kindly inform my uncle. Young Chen, I am no coward. With that, Yang Chen abruptly ended the call and sprinted forward. As he passed by a nearby weapons shop, he swiftly seized a long firearm, leaving behind 200 yuan for the owner. Although it was merely a low-grade weapon, it offered Yang Chen a semblance of security. Just for 2 hours, all right, boss? Hey, young man, I'm about to close up. My wife is waiting for me to return home for dinner, the shopkeeper, a burly man in his 30s, remarked, watching Yang Chen dart away like a rabbit. He glanced at the 200 yuan in his hand and shook his head in resignation. In a secluded alley, Lina wore a radiant smile as she gazed at the two blonde youths before her, her agile tongue lightly caressing her delicate red lips. This enticing scene rendered the two young men entranced, their eyes wide with desire, accompanied by the sound of swallowed saliva. We just wanted to befriend you, little sister. It was inconvenient on the bus, but now that we've disembarked, we'd like to invite you to join us for some fun, Li Meng said. A lascivious grin plastered across his face as he leered at Lina, his gaze shamelessly appraising her long, alluring legs. Beside him, another young man, Zhang Chong, was equally captivated by her figure, nearly drooling in anticipation. Previously, they had only engaged in petty misdeeds, but today, upon seeing this woman on the bus, an insatiable heat surged within them, compelling them to follow her into this quiet alley. This woman had seemingly offered herself to them. They could hardly be blamed for their desires. Wiping away the drool, Zhang Chong exchanged a knowing glance with Li Meng. Come on, sister, join us for some fun. We'll treat you to something delicious. Li Meng approached with a salacious grin. Dressed so provocatively at night, you must be eager for some excitement. Let us find a place to talk. Hearing their lewd remarks, Lina swallowed hard. No need. Here is just fine. Her breathing became increasingly rapid, her eyes beginning to glimmer with a faint crimson light. The act of swallowing was more pronounced than that of the two young men before her. As a droplet of glistening saliva slipped from her lips, it has been far too long since I indulged. It is worth the effort to attract such delectable prey. Li Meng's gaze mirrored the crimson glow that now enveloped him, trembling as he approached Lina. In an instant, with remarkable agility, a tongue pierced through Li Meng's throat. Blood gushed forth, splattering Zhang Chong's face. Li Meng's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he could utter not a sound, his throat rendered utterly incapacitated. Chapter 7. Su Xiaoyu's Dan Fire and the Trembling Lotus Lantern, A Human's Blood, a long-missed delicacy. Thud. The blonde Li Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed, lifeless. His face became gaunt, his hair turned white, and his body shriveled as his blood drained away. In a mere instant, he was reduced to a desiccated husk. A putrid stench filled the air. Behind him, Zhang Chang's face was contorted with terror as he sat heavily on the ground, his lower body soaked. Why you? What exactly are you? He stammered, his voice trembling and incoherent. He wanted to flee, but his legs were paralyzed with fear. The alluring Lina sauntered towards him. Her gaze filled with disdain as she surveyed the pathetic, urine-soaked figure before her. Such a waste of perfectly good sustenance, she lamented. With a swift motion, she seized his hair with one hand and, with the other, brought her palm down like a blade. In a heartbeat, Li Ming's head was severed cleanly from his body. The gruesome spectacle sent a jolt through Su Xiaoyu, who had just arrived at the entrance of the alley. So it was a fiend, she mused, and a well-concealed one at that. Damn it, what are you waiting for? Run. Yang Chen's voice echoed from behind, suppressing a wave of nausea. He grabbed the dazed Su Xiaoyu and turned to flee. The sight caused Su Xiaoyu to smile faintly, and the demonic power sealed within her receded once more. Even after 2 lifetimes, Yang Chen had never witnessed such a macabre scene. He sprinted towards the bustling marketplace, his only hope for safety. The labyrinthine alleyways offered no sanctuary. Only by escaping into the crowded streets could they find respite. Even the most savage fiends would hesitate to attack in plain sight, lest they incur the wrath of humanity's formidable guardians. Cold sweat drenched Yang Chen's back. The glimmer of light in the distance was his only beacon of hope. Faster, faster. Little friend, where are you trying to take me? A playful voice whispered in his ear. The words sent shivers down Yang Chen's spine. Was he not holding Su Xiaoyu's hand? As the realization dawned upon him, his legs felt as heavy as lead, and he ground to a halt, petrified. Instinct screamed at him to keep running, to not turn around, but his feet were rooted to the spot, as if they had taken root in the earth. Such an adorable little friend. The voice chuckled, causing an invisible wave of dread to coalesce in the air, raising goosebumps on his skin. Yang Chen, run! Su Xiaoyu's voice pierced the air, jolting Yang Chen into action. He swung his spear towards the sound, thrusting it with all his might. The spearhead pierced the wall, drawing a bead of crimson blood. Yang Chen gasped for breath, his right arm trembling violently as he gripped the spear. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. When Yang Chen regained his senses, Su Xiaoyu was still by his side, and the wall he had struck had transformed back into Li Meng's corpse. Behind them stood Li Na, her face radiating a bewitching charm as she dangled a severed head in her hand, slowly approaching them. Oh, how delightful! 2 intriguing little friends, she purred, her voice echoing through the alley. Her ravenous gaze swept over them, and the alley seemed to become isolated from the outside world. Yang Chen could still see the occasional passerby, but they seemed as distant as if separated by mountains and rivers. Yang Chen, this is a ghost wall and an illusion. Su Xiaoyu explained urgently. That fiend is at least a second-order ghoul. She stepped forward with a sigh. With Yang Chen present, she couldn't fully transform into her demonic form. Although her identity was unique, the current era of the immortal demon war meant that exposure might not be as simple as repatriation. Her fair right hand became enveloped in a milky white flame. The blazing fire caused no harm to Su Xiaoyu, but the intense heat it emitted dispelled much of the alley's oppressive chill. Yang Chen, you must flee. Although the Dan fire in my possession is not suited for combat, it is naturally effective against low-level ghouls and should buy you some time. As the Dan fire ignited, the Lotus Lantern within Yang Chen's mind seemed to tremble slightly. Yang Chen shook his head. Don't be absurd. I have no intention of hiding behind a woman and fleeing. Su Xiaoyu turned back in surprise. In her time on Blue Star, she had encountered countless people who were indifferent, self-serving, and quick to condemn heroes and martyrs. This was the first time she had met someone like Yang Chen. She gazed at him with a strange expression, wondering if he knew something she didn't and was merely performing, or if his sense of justice was genuinely that strong. On the Demon Star, she had seen many demons performing acts of heroism to win her favor, but she had always treated them as a source of amusement. However, this was Blue Star, and the seal cast by her mother was so powerful that even a demon-revealing mirror could not penetrate it. Yang Chen took a deep breath. Since I'm already here, and my cheat has brought me here, there must be an opportunity. Although I don't know what that opportunity is, I certainly won't die. His gaze locked onto the ghoul before him, and he clenched the spear in his hands. At this moment, fear had vanished, as a sharp pain surged through his eyes. Yang Chun perceived the ghoul's flaw. "Can you use the Dan fire to imbue my spear?" Su Xiaoyu stared at Yang Chun in astonishment. Was he actually planning to fight this ghoul? Fine, she thought. I'll see if you're truly willing to risk your life to save me, or if you're just an actor. If Yang Chun was a disguised scion of a powerful family who was performing, Su Xiaoyu wouldn't mind feeding him some Wu-Man-Child river water to teach him a lesson. She pushed the Dan fire to its current limit. The milky white flames blazed intensely in her palm, drawing closer to the tip of Yang Chen's spear, gradually enveloping it. Li Na watched the scene unfold with amusement. A young girl at the 5th level of body tempering could actually see through her illusion, and a young boy at the 3rd level of body tempering actually had the courage to face her. Humans are truly a race of extremes, she mused. The brave are exceedingly brave, and the cowardly are truly spineless. Little friend, Li Na said, I must admit you have piqued my appetite. I have decided to savor you slowly, crushing you bit by bit. A morbid flush spread across her face as she crushed the head in her hand, licking her fingers with a gluttonous expression, as if savoring a delectable delicacy. Su Xiaoyu's expression remained unchanged as she channeled the Dan fire with all her might. It was not an illusion. As the Dan fire grew stronger, Yang Chen clearly felt the emerald Lotus Lantern within his mind tremble. It was as if the Dan fire was a potent tonic for it. But at this moment, Yang Chen had no time to dwell on it. His gaze was fixed on the ghoul's flaw, and he entered a peculiar state of mind. Single-minded, he saw only the flaw. In the next instant, before Li Na could react, Yang Chen struck first. He stomped his left foot on the ground, propelling himself forward with agility. His spear thrust forward. Its tip enveloped in Dan fire. The spear pierced the air, creating a wave of heat in the cold alley, like a white dragon of fire hurtling towards Li Na. Li Na did not dodge or evade, but simply smiled. Just as the spear was about to strike its target, the flames suddenly extinguished. Yang Chen froze, as if stopped by an invisible force. The spear tip hovered half an inch from Li Na's forehead, unable to advance even a fraction of an inch further. Damn it! Yang Chen Kuruset. The flaw he had seen had vanished, or rather, it had shifted during his attack. Too slow, he realized. I'm just too slow. Chapter 8. The eerie encounter of death and the ecstasy of the Lotus Lantern in the face of the second-tier anomaly. The 3rd stage of body tempering felt as fragile as an infant. No matter how Yang Chen struggled, he could not stir even a ripple. Confronted with such an overwhelming display of power, any attempt at resistance seemed futile and absurd. With a resigned sigh, Yang Chen pondered, "What are you waiting for, brother?" He pushed his arms forward, but it felt as if he were mired in quicksand. Li Na smiled, watching Yang Chun's futile attempts to escape, delicately licking her crimson lips with her agile tongue. In the next moment, her tongue elongated slowly, probing toward Yang Chen's throat, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Just then, a milky white flame erupted, causing Li Na to instinctively dodge to the right. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiaoyu yanked Yang Chen back from behind, narrowly avoiding the probing tongue. A loud thud echoed as a long gun fell to the ground. The two quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Li Na. Once steady, Su Xiaoyu regarded Yang Chen with a complex expression. He seemed not to be an actor. Yang Chen, run. Don't worry about me. Su Xiaoyu urged. Something was amiss. Any ordinary girl would have been paralyzed with fear in such a situation. Yet here was someone urging him to escape. Was she bold or simply unafraid of the anomaly before them? Was her earlier pull just a coincidence? At that moment, Yang Chen could afford no further contemplation, for Li Na approached with a smile. A chilling wind swept through the air, sending shivers down their spines. In my past life, I did not strive in my youth, and now I lament in old age. In this life, if I do not toil in my cultivation, I shall become a mere pawn in the hands of the emperor of the underworld. To be devoured by an anomaly would mean losing not just his life, but perhaps even his very soul. Seeing Yang Chen remain unfazed, appearing ready to face death together, Su Xiaoyu's gaze toward him transformed entirely at that moment. Just as she prepared to act, a car suddenly descended from the sky, crashing directly onto Li Na. The thunderous sound of the impact reverberated, sending smoke and dust swirling, causing Yang Chen and Su Xiaoyu to stagger back in shock. As the dust settled, a wrecked car lay on the ground, surrounded by scattered debris. Lina had been forcefully crushed into the car, her long legs, once encased in black stockings, now displayed unnatural contortions. Such injuries would have claimed the life of an ordinary person. Outside the alley, a tall girl with long hair, donning a black baseball cap, strolled leisurely toward them. Clad in a black and white baseball jacket and blue jeans, she exuded an air of confidence. A lollipop dangled from her lips, and she wore a Bluetooth headset on her left ear, occasionally humming a tune, seemingly lost in music. A second-tier anomaly, adept at illusions. What a feat. A single car had been enough to incapacitate Lina. She must be a stealthy one. Yang Chun and Su Xiaoyu stood momentarily stunned. It seemed that the car that had plummeted from the sky was her doing. Cough, cough, cough. Lina tore through the car's metal frame, forcing her nearly lifeless body to stand. Glass shards had embedded themselves in her trachea, causing her discomfort. Just a girl who had unlocked a first-tier gene lock. Yet she exhibited such formidable power. The blood of a higher-tier talent must be even more delectable. Removing the glass shards from her neck, Lina coldly gazed at the girl before her. But unfortunately, you shall never taste it. The girl chuckled softly, retrieving a pitch-black sphere from her bosom. With a flick of her finger, the sphere shot forth, producing an ear-piercing sonic boom. In the next instant, an earth-shattering explosion resonated through the alley. Lina's head burst apart, showering the surroundings in a gruesome display of blood and brain matter. Yet, astonishingly, this headless body continued to move. The girl wasted no time, launching herself forward, seizing the body and using it as a bludgeon, slamming into the ground. The concrete erupted, creating a deep pit where Lina had once stood, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Ugh, how disgusting. The girl, seemingly of similar age to Yang Chun, fought with an intensity that was anything but feminine, truly hardcore. You two, step back. The girl rushed to stand before them, her demeanor suddenly grave. From the disfigured form of Lina, a dark silhouette began to emerge, its blood-red eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. You have successfully enraged me, little girl. The chilling voice erupted, the shadow's malevolent gaze threatening to consume all in its path. In the next moment, it exhaled a gust of sinister wind toward the trio. The girl swiftly grasped Yang Chun and Su Xiaoyu, evading the oncoming gale as if they were but cotton balls. The spot where they had stood moments before was now riddled with countless holes, the walls and ground pockmarked. At that moment, Yang Chun realized how fortunate he had been. Provoking a tiger was a gamble on the tigress mood, when the disparity in power was so vast. Being toyed with by the opponent was not entirely a misfortune. Perhaps salvation was at hand. The girl released Yang Chun and Su Xiaoyu, her eyes glimmering with blue light. Luminous needles, crackling with blue arcs, manifested around her, swirling in midair. The shadow appeared wary of these needles, avoiding direct contact. A first-tier primordial spirit lock, delicious prey indeed. The icy voice resonated as distant sirens began to wail. The shadow understood that time was not on its side. In the next moment, it darted upward with ghostly swiftness, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. The surrounding air was disturbed by this mysterious force, stirring a chilling wind that carried an eerie aura. The gust surged like a mighty wave, crashing relentlessly against everything in its path. Yang Chun felt a bone-deep chill, his body trembling in response. Focus on the northeast direction. 45 degrees, quickly. The girl's sudden command startled Yang Chun, yet the needles, crackling with blue arcs, immediately soared toward the indicated direction. With a scream, the shadow plummeted from the night sky, followed by a barrage of blue arc-laden needles piercing through it. Each strike left a blue thread in its wake, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds and anguished cries. You seek death. The frenzied voice emanated from the fading shadow, a black beam suddenly shooting forth, aimed directly at Yang Chun. Evidently, the shadow's loathing for Yang Chun had eclipsed its animosity toward the girl. An ant once toyed with had now transformed into a lethal threat. The anomaly could not accept this reality, and should know their place, Die. The black beam raced forward with astonishing speed, catching the girl off guard. Be careful, Yang Chen. In a flash, the beam struck Yang Chen's forehead. Within his consciousness, The emerald green Lotus Lantern flickered with excitement. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and the surroundings faded into obscurity. The once familiar emerald green Lotus Lantern reappeared, but now a tiny white light flickered above the wick. So minuscule was the dot that Chen might have overlooked it had the world not been shrouded in darkness. Having learned from his previous encounter, Chen dared not gaze intently at the lantern. Focus your gaze upon this small white point of light. Eliminate a second-tier specter. Reward 100 merit points. Eliminate a second-tier specter? That dark flash. Could it be that the opponent sought to possess me, only to be subdued by the light within my consciousness? Chen chuckled softly. If that were the case, the adversary truly brought about their own demise. They would never have imagined that a soft target concealed a deadly needle, leading to their own destruction. Yet, what purpose do these merit points serve? Surely, a life was not lost in vain, delivering merit without any utility. I direct my attention to the light point, attempting to discern the function of the merit points. A familiar pale blue interface appears. Chen, Cultivation level, Body Refinement Stage 3, Binaural Breathing Technique, D-Level Proficiency. Novice 29. Cold Star Spear Technique, C-Level Proficiency. Uninitiated 5. Merit points, 100. Merit points could be infused into entries to enhance their progress. A cultivation cheat? The term instinctively surfaces in Chen's mind. Following this incident, he becomes even more resolute in his desire to elevate his strength. With these eyes alone, he believes his future life will be anything but tranquil. One must possess the ability for self-preservation. Following the prompt, he infuses the merit points into the binaural breathing technique. Only a fool would neglect such an opportunity. Merit points infused. You begin cultivating the binaural breathing technique. The journey of human cultivation begins with the perception of qi, absorbing the spiritual essence of the universe to nourish and refine the physical body, including organs and tissues. If aided by medicinal substances, progress would naturally accelerate, but alas, you lack such resources. You commence your methodical cultivation. However, due to the low level of the technique, your progress is sluggish. Choosing to persevere, you train day and night, gradually. With extraordinary diligence, you finally attain Body Refinement Stage 4, Stage 5, and Stage 6. Yet, upon reaching this point, you discover your cultivation progress has slowed to a crawl. Perseverance is your only option. 10 years pass, and you finally break through to Body Refinement Stage 7. 20 years go by, you successfully advance to Body Refinement Stage 8, and 40 years later, you achieve Body Refinement Stage 9, with the binaural breathing technique reaching completion 100. Having perfected the technique, you initially intend to continue your arduous training. But breaking the first-tier genetic lock requires a brush with death. Now, you face two choices. 1. Continue refining the binaural breathing technique. 2. Attempt to unlock the genetic lock between life and death. Damn, no wonder Zhang Ming sought to purchase genetic elixirs. Without wealth, one is unworthy of cultivation. He recalls the information he encountered online. If one possesses riches, even the genetic locks or primordial spirit locks that can only be breached through peril can be unlocked with financial investment. For instance, one could spend $1 billion to enlist a 5th-tier expert in unlocking primordial spirit locks who would guide you after your body refinement reaches completion. Or one could hire a strong individual for protection during the unlocking of the genetic lock. Although the costs are exorbitant, the benefits are substantial, significantly enhancing the likelihood of success and survival. While this may seem unjust, the greatest equity in this world lies in its inherent unfairness. At least compared to the ancient civilizations engaged in battle with otherworldly beasts, followed by the monopolistic sects and dynasties, the contemporary Blue Star civilization, where all may cultivate, can be deemed a golden age. All beings now receive law, protection, no longer living in constant trepidation as in ancient times, their lives as fragile as grass. Cultivation techniques and martial arts have continuously evolved, far surpassing the ancient era's obsession with secrecy and restrictions on sharing methods. The industrialized weapons of today, both in quantity and quality, far exceed those of a millennium ago. Spirit herbs and beasts have undergone systematic cultivation, adopting sustainable practices, and most are no longer as perilous to obtain as in ancient times. The number of strong individuals has surged, ultimately breaking free from Blue Star to venture into the cosmos, expanding territories and seeking resources for the human race of Blue Star. The tide of time propels progress. Civilization evolves, and future generations surpass their predecessors. Grateful to be part of such a thriving era, Chen wonders what more could one wish for. He opts for the second choice presented in the text. The narrative continues. You attempt to unlock the genetic lock between life and death, thus utilizing your innate talent. You discover a hidden specter in the streets, whose strength is third tier. You perish. This cultivation session consumed 63 merit points, returning 37 merit points. What the hell? Is this truly possible? Chen shakes his head in resignation. While he is uncertain of what results would arise from continuing to refine the Bina breathing technique, it is evident that he cannot breach the first-tier genetic lock. After some contemplation, he decides to infuse the remaining 37 merit points into the Cold Star Spear technique. Merit points infused. You begin cultivating the Cold Star Spear technique. Lacking a master's guidance and any experience to draw upon, you are left to explore alone with your spear. Fortunately, the 5 proficiency provides a foundation to prevent total ignorance. Seasons change, and as days turn to years, you dance with your spear by day and gaze at the stars by night, pondering when you might unleash the brilliance of your spear. Gradually, you seem to grasp something profound. After a decade, your Cold Star Spear technique reaches minor completion, 40, and the insights you gain continue to accumulate, awaiting that moment of enlightenment. One day, after 20 years, having concluded a day of training, you look up at the night sky and experience a flash of inspiration. In that moment, a tempest arises, dragons soar, the night is dark with scattered stars, and your spear moves with the swiftness of a dragon. You begin to relinquish your fixation on merely piercing the stars, aspiring instead to one day pierce through the entire galaxy. The Cold Star Spear technique achieves great success, 60. In the subsequent 7 years, you continue to wield your spear, and the Cold Star Spear technique becomes increasingly refined. Occasionally, you experience moments of inspiration, yet you feel something is still lacking. Until 7 years later, your Cold Star Spear technique has not seen significant breakthroughs. Training concludes. Cold Star Spear technique reaches great success, 71. Chen, cultivation level, body refinement stage 9, Bina breathing technique, D-level proficiency, completion 100, Cold Star Spear technique, C-level proficiency, great success 71. Merit points, 0. Chen exhales deeply. Merit points seem to represent time, manifesting the arduous journey of training in written form, allowing him to witness the extent of his diligence. Although only a few minutes have elapsed in reality, he has endured a century of grueling cultivation. This is what true cultivation entails. This is the essence of solid foundation, in contrast to others who rely on rare materials and the guidance of eminent figures for shortcuts. His step-by-step cultivation is the bedrock of genuine strength. Moreover, he has even faced death in the course of his training. This is an experience beyond what sheltered flowers could ever comprehend. Pray tell, have you ever faced death? However, the account of his demise in the text feels somewhat peculiar. Yet Chen cannot quite articulate what feels odd. After a moment's hesitation, he fixes his gaze on the void, attempting to discern the answers he seeks. You died during cultivation, deducting 5 years from your lifespan. Current lifespan, 55. Chapter 10. The promise. Chen stared blankly at the words before him, utterly stunned. Had that last blow truly cost him 5 years of his lifespan? He silently clenched his teeth. With 55 years remaining, he could afford to die 11 more times in his pursuit of cultivation. Surely, one of those opportunities would allow him to unlock the genetic lock. Perhaps, once he broke through the first-tier genetic lock, he would instantly gain an additional 50 years of life. Should he take the gamble? As Chen hesitated, a wave of refreshing sensation washed over him, and his consciousness began to blur. In the outside world, Chen lay on the ground, appearing utterly oblivious. Beside him, Su Xiaoyu squatted anxiously, her eyes red-rimmed, desperately searching for something. Scattered around were vials, qi-nourishing pills, guan spirit liquid, and gathering qi powder carelessly strewn about like refuse, causing the young girl next to them to flinch. On her delicate hand, a silver space ring glimmered, and another vial of spirit medicine appeared. Found it! This is it! Su Xiaoyu quickly uncapped the vial, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Hiss! A break evil pill? The girl beside her, with a finely sculpted nose, inhaled sharply, gazing incredulously at Su Xiaoyu. Under the astonished gaze of her companion, Su Xiaoyu placed the pill into Yang Chen's mouth, where it melted instantly. With a face full of guilt, she looked at the unconscious Yang Chen and silently prayed for the pill's efficacy. At that moment, the alley outside was sealed off by security personnel. Two men clad in black cloaks, their faces obscured, entered. The intruder's consciousness had been invaded by a sinister being, but the young girl had already administered the break evil pill. There should be no issues. A calm voice broke the silence. Upon hearing that Yang Chen's consciousness was compromised, one of the men instinctively gripped the long knife at his waist. Yet, the girl's next words caused him to relax his grip slightly and glance at the other man beside him. Hello, Exorcist Luo Tian. May I ask who you are? The other man replied in a hoarse voice, having kept his gaze fixed on the girl since entering. The invisible recorder on his eye displayed a threat level of extremely high. The girl revealed a red, circular ring on her wrist. The man unconsciously exhaled and redirected his attention to Yang Chen. We must wait until he awakens. As you wish. The man nodded and turned his gaze to Su Xiaoyu. Your friend is in a delicate situation and needs our intervention. In that quiet alley, all four pairs of eyes were focused intently on Yang Chen. Su Xiaoyu bit her lip, clearly aware of the exorcist's reputation. Blue Star is the ancestral planet of the human race, governed by strict laws, and the exorcists are the most formidable enforcement agency within. The edict, no unwarranted killings within the ancestral star results in death, has established a certain level of equality among its inhabitants. Foreign beings are strictly prohibited entry. If caught, allies of humanity might be returned, but malevolent entities are typically executed on the spot. If Yang Chen were to awaken and no longer be himself, these cloaked men would personally execute the malevolent entity possessing him. Anxiously praying that the effects of the break evil pill would take effect in time, Su Xiaoyu stepped aside, her gaze fixed on Yang Chen, her palms clammy with tension. Master, do you think he will? The two men positioned themselves on either side of Yang Chen. Upon hearing his apprentice's hesitant words, Luo Tian replied calmly, Lin San, in our line of work, if you have yet to learn to see beyond life and death, I suggest you consider a different profession. Realizing he may have misspoken, the man named Lin San instinctively lowered his head. Life and death. Beneath the wide cloak, Lin San gazed at Yang Chen with a complex expression. After all, he was technically Yang Chen's senior, having worn the same school uniform from Hang City No. 1 high school. His grip on the knife tightened. Those damned malevolent beings. The refreshing sensation in his mind was immensely soothing, gradually washing over Yang Chen's consciousness before finally receding. When Yang Chen slowly regained consciousness and opened his somewhat dazed eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the two men in black cloaks, with a gleaming long knife poised at his neck, exuding a chilling aura. This weapon seemed 100 times sharper than a scalpel. A mere flick could result in severed heads. Yang Chen instinctively swallowed it. What is happening? Young man, please cooperate with us, Luo Tian said gravely as he produced an antiquated bronze mirror from his pocket, gripping the knife handle tightly. Should Yang Chen make any sudden moves, he would not hesitate to strike. Young man, look into this mirror. Yang Chen turned his gaze toward the ancient bronze mirror held in the man's left hand. It appeared somewhat familiar. However, the reflection of himself looked rather handsome. He flashed a peace sign at the mirror. Is this acceptable? Yang Chen offered an awkward smile to Luo Tian. The tension in the alley dissipated instantly, the atmosphere lightening. The group finally relaxed, and Lin Sin sheathed his long knife, a faint smile gracing his lips. Even Luo Tian's tone grew lighter. All right, young man, you may leave now. Yang Chen, Su Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, rushing toward him. You scared me. I thought you might be devoured by the malevolent being. Yang Chun felt embarrassed, as if he were the one who had consumed the malevolent being, and reassured her, It's all right. It's all right. The girl who had been watching the scene unfold finally sighed in relief, stepping forward to hand Yang Chun a lollipop. Classmate, my name is Su Nuo. Congratulations on escaping death. Guno. Yang Chun looked at her in surprise, realizing she was the Su Nuo he had seen on the Awakening talent leaderboard, the only one in Jiangnan province to awaken an S-grade talent. Guno Srugit. By the way, we're schoolmates. May I ask how you discovered the location of that malevolent being? As Luo Tian and Lin San exited the alley, Luo Tian instinctively glanced back at Yang Chun and the others as they approached their vehicle. Master, are you still worried? Lin San inquired, puzzled, as they had already checked everything. I merely find it unsettling that a mere body-refining realm kid could survive the possession of a second-tier malevolent being. Sigh. That destined girl's little sister mentioned that her friend had administered the break-evil pill. Such a rare item, of which I have yet to even catch a whiff. It wouldn't be surprising if it had such effects. Lin Sin clearly thought his master was being overly cautious. Moreover, master, you used a replica of the demon-revealing mirror on him. Our station's version is 2.0, which leaves no room for second-tier malevolent entities to escape detection. If this malevolent being had truly been second-tier, anyone able to strike a peace sign in front of a 2.0 version of the demon-revealing mirror would warrant a public execution by the Research Institute. Ha ha, you make a valid point. Luo Tian chuckled, patting Lin San on the shoulder. Hey, let's go, master. We have another task ahead. Luo Tian nodded, signaling for Lin San to enter the vehicle first. He then turned back to glance at Yang Chun, pondering for a moment before shaking his head slightly. As long as he is certainly human, the rest is not for me to worry about. However, the current youth is quite affluent. I have yet to experience the scent of a break-evil pill, which is said to be capable of eliminating even fifth-tier malevolent beings. I wonder if that's true. Chapter 11. The Destined Ones, I awaken my spiritual eyes, granting me exceptional vision. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Su Nuo appeared momentarily taken aback. How could a D-grade spiritual eye possess such formidable power, capable of piercing the concealment of a second-tier anomaly? Could there be a mutation, or was Yang Chun concealing something? However, considering that everyone harbors their own secrets, Su Nuo wisely refrained from pressing further. May I add you as a friend on the Skynet? We fought side by side today, and there may be future opportunities. Su Nuo smiled. Skynet is an interstellar communication platform established by the Huanyu Research Institute, leveraging the Ling Shao Big Data Center and the Reincarnation Supercomputing Platform. It exclusively serves the inhabitants of the ancestral star, functioning as an internal network within the solar system, rendering it nearly impervious to breaches. After departing from Blue Star, one can still connect to the Ling Shao Big Data Center to access the Galactic Skynet for intergalactic communications. Certainly, Yang Chun retrieved his phone and opened the Skynet app, adding Su Nuo as a friend. The name displayed was intriguing, specializing in subduing monsters. Recalling the car that had descended from the sky and the opponent's finger snap that wielded the power of a heavy sniper, it seemed more fitting to use such strength against monsters. Curiosity drew Yang Chen's gaze to Su Nuo. Su Nuo, human race, 18 years old, S-grade talent, divine strength, divine strength. The name conjured memories of his classmate Zhang Ming's C-grade talent, brute force. He remembered Zhang Ming mentioning that upon awakening, his strength was equivalent to that of an ordinary adult multiplied tenfold. No wonder Su Nuo could toss a car as if it were a mere toy. The disparity between S-grade and C-grade was akin to a chasm. Imagining a tall, beautiful girl wielding a monster, slamming it repeatedly against the ground, painted a striking image. The friend request was completed. Su Nuo nodded and said, If you encounter a situation like today in the future, feel free to contact me. Of course, you could also reach out to the demon exterminators, but if you choose to contact me, I can offer a rebate. What do you mean? Yang Chen looked at Su Nuo in astonishment. Weren't you just passing by today? Dunok Shutkred. Such coincidences are rare. I received a mission on short notice. She then revealed a red, circular ring on her wrist. Only two types of beings can infiltrate Blue Star. Either spies, who generally possess low cultivation, or second-generation members of allied human races or non-hostile civilizations who have smuggled themselves here. However, these individuals are invariably adept at hiding, as there exist many sealed areas within Blue Star that require protection, and the manpower of the demon exterminators is woefully insufficient. Thus, Blue Star is also home to another organization known as the Destined Ones, whose duty is to safeguard Blue Star and watch over humanity, operating in cooperation with the Celestial Court. You may also refer to us as temporary workers of the Celestial Court. Temporary workers of the Celestial Court? Yang Chen corked his lips. Do you receive benefits? Benefits? We have a cooperative relationship. There are many such arrangements, but my abilities are limited. I can only assist in capturing spies or the smuggled alien races. Then that second-tier anomaly must be quite valuable. Su Nuo raised a finger. 10 million. Normally, it wouldn't amount to that much, but since the individual is a stealth operative, the price is higher. 10 million? Yang Chen felt his face flush, his breathing quickening. However, such situations were rare. Spies engaged in perilous trades, making them difficult to detect. Capturing them was less profitable than apprehending those second-generation individuals. Although each possessed hidden treasures, their natures made them prone to revealing their secrets. Su Nuo appeared experienced. Yet Yang Chen need not concern himself with such matters. What could his eyes not perceive? If he ventured out daily to capture individuals, the money would come rolling in like tide. Encountering a spy, he could swiftly eradicate them, akin to slicing through vegetables, thus earning merit and using the bounty to purchase spiritual liquid for cultivation. Yang Chen envisioned a radiant path before him, shimmering with promise. However, given his current strength, he undoubtedly lacked the means to undertake such endeavors independently. He turned his gaze to Su Nuo, contemplating potential collaboration in the future. All right, I must head home now. Be careful on your way. Su Nuo waved her hand and turned with an air of nonchalance. Having accomplished my task, I shall depart, concealing my merits and reputation. Watching her walk away with her hands in her pockets, Yang Chen suddenly felt that being a researcher in the rear wasn't quite as appealing. Stop staring. Notiting Yang Chen es gazelingering on Su Nuo. Su xiao yu potev. Although today, this incident was initiated by me, I could have protected you even without her. At this, Su Xiaoyu seemed to feel a tinge of remorse. She gathered the scattered vials and, from her ring, produced a vial of high-grade genetic spiritual liquid, offering it to Yang Chen. I'm sorry about today, Yang Chen. Next time we encounter a similar situation, I'll immediately alert the authorities instead of letting you chase after them foolishly. Consider this my apology gift. Yang Chen stared in a daze at the vial of high-grade genetic spiritual liquid, adorned with the logo of Daoist Biological Pharmaceuticals. Good heavens! This was a product of Daoist Biological Pharmaceuticals, worth a staggering 10 million per vial, with no market availability. In the black market, it even fetched a price of 20 million, said to significantly enhance the probability of breakthrough for those with gene locks below the 5th tier. Su Xiaoyu's family must be extraordinarily wealthy. This vial of spiritual liquid was worth more than the life of that second-tier anomaly. No wonder Su Xiaoyu confidently claimed she could stop him. Her spatial ring likely housed treasures beyond imagination. Since the commencement of inter-civilization trade with the cultivation world, spatial rings, while no longer exclusive to the privileged few, remain rare for the average person. This gift is too extravagant. I cannot accept it, given that the situation had been fortuitous. Accepting such a precious gift now would be discourteous. Yang Chen, aren't we friends? Su Xiaoyu's large, watery eyes began to glisten, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Of course we are, but very well, I will accept it. Seeing her on the verge of an emotional outburst, Yang Chen could only smile wryly as he accepted the gift, realizing he had never noticed this aspect of her character before. Upon his acceptance, Su Xiaoyu's demeanor brightened instantly, her face alight with a radiant smile. The subtle charm that graced her features momentarily captivated Yang Chen, plunging him into a daze. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Yang Chen snapped back to reality, glancing at the screen to find a message from Su Nuo. While you were unconscious, your friend administered a break spell pill. You may attempt to practice meditation over the next few days. Do not waste the effects of the medicine. A break spell pill? Yang Chen froze. Incredulity washing over him as he looked at Su Xiaoyu. You gave me a break spell pill while I was unconscious? Yes, what of it? Su Xiaoyu replied. Her expression puzzled. Its usage is quite straightforward. I searched for it for ages, panicking all the while, but fortunately I found it in time. Yang Chen instinctively swallowed hard. The price of that medicine could easily afford someone to grant him enlightenment. Su Xiaoyu was indeed a bona fide heiress. Although the anomaly had been vanquished within his sea of consciousness, the medicine could still nourish his spirit's sea as a common spiritual liquid. While it was somewhat regrettable, Yang Chen nonetheless reaped significant benefits. It seems that regardless of how the world transforms, the allure of wealth remains ever potent. He cast a curious glance at Su Xiaoyu. After a moment's hesitation, his gaze began to gradually focus. Chapter 12. The Wansui Group. Yang Chen. What on earth is happening to you? Su Xiaoyu exclaimed anxiously, hastily pulling out a tissue from her pocket. Her voice trembled with palpable tension. Your eyes. Why are they bleeding again? Vivid crimson blood trickled slowly from the corner of Yang Chen's eye, leaving a shocking streak. Yang Chen tightly shut his eyes, his complexion as pale as parchment. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Damn it, at this rate, it's only a matter of time before I go blind, he silently lamented. The second tear glazois merely caused a slight prickling sensation in his eyes, but Su Xiaoyu, at the body refinement stage, made his eyes bleed profusely. Address: Jile Mountain, Mayun Cave. Identity: Princess of the Wansui Group. Purpose: seeking knowledge. Indeed, the identity of the other party was far from ordinary. The Wansui Group is an interstellar conglomerate, ranked among the top 5,000 known civilizations in the universe, a genuine heiress of wealth and privilege. After a moment, Yang Chen gradually opened his eyes. The world before him began to blur, a clear sign of ocular strain. Yang Chen, perhaps you should take a leave and visit a hospital, Su Xiaoyu suggested with concern. Yang Chen's face remained somewhat ashen as he glanced at her. I shook his head. Let's go home first. The educational system of the Blue Star Civilization ranks among the top 3 known dominant civilizations, with Blue Star and Wenxiu Star being the foremost. While Blue Star is number 1, it is not openly accessible to foreign entities. Thus, the effort it took for her to come here to study must have been considerable. Throughout the journey, Yang Chen appeared somewhat distracted. Su Xiaoyu assumed it was due to the overwhelming events of the day and did not press further, offering intermittent words of comfort instead. They arrived at the entrance of the Happiness Garden community. I'll be on my way then, Yang Chen. Make sure to rest early. If your eyes are bothering you, don't stay up late, she said, her gaze filled with concern. Yang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Text me when you get home. With the ongoing conflict between the two races and the encounter with the Guizhou spy today, it's clear that the outside world is not safe. Under Yang Chen's gaze, Su Xiaoyu suddenly felt as though her secrets were laid bare before him. I know, but Blue Star is our ancestral home. You need not worry too much, Yang Chen. She flicked her hair behind her ear, looking up with a charming smile. I'm preparing to head to the Bema Star system in the next few days to participate in the medical examination hosted by Huadawa Star. I hope we can both achieve our aspirations. The medical Holy Land Huadawa Star? I recall that tickets to that place are exceedingly expensive. You truly are a princess of privilege, Yang Chen teased, feigning surprise, though inwardly he was not astonished. After all, the Wansui Group is a company of the supernatural, and now that war has broken out between the two races, she could no longer remain on Blue Star. However, aside from her home planet, she could still venture to other planets within Blue Star Civilization. You're so annoying. Su Xiaoyu plafelitortid, feeling somewhat helpless. If possible, she would have preferred to pass the college entrance examination on Blue Star, as that would carry greater prestige, but alas. Yang Chen watched as Su Xiaoyu entered the subway station before he let out a long sigh. What a remarkable day it had been. Rubbing his eyes, he shook his head in resignation and turned to walk back into the community. Upon entering his home, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of cooking. Woof, woof. In the living room, a large black dog bounded toward Yang Chen, joyfully welcoming its young master home. Big Black, Please take my clothes to the washing machine. Thank you. He handed the soiled school uniform to the dog, which promptly picked it up and trotted toward the washing machine. Yang Chen approached the dining table, casually picking up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and placing it in his mouth. Delicious. Uncle's culinary skills are truly unmatched. As he chewed, he glanced at the busy figure in the kitchen, calling out, "Uncle, let us have something vegetarian tomorrow. Eating meat every day is getting a bit monotonous. Just having something to eat is good enough." "You're being too picky," came the voice of Yang Gu from the kitchen. "You're 18 this year. When will you learn to take care of yourself? Your uncle has been both father and mother to you for so many years. It's time I find some relief." Still chewing the braised pork, Yang Chen chuckled. "Uncle, your cooking could rival that of a five-star hotel chef. You've spoiled my palate over the years. Even the dogs wouldn't eat my cooking, right, Big Black?" "Woof, woof." The dog eagerly agreed, and Yang Chen placed several pieces of braised pork into its bowl, thoughtfully adding some vegetables as well. "Ha!" Yang Gu chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. It was true. His nephew lacked any talent in the kitchen. Before long, Yang Gu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large pot of fish soup. With a towering stature of nearly 2 meters and a robust physique complemented by a mature, handsome face, he could undoubtedly be described as a heartthrob for wealthy women. "Uncle, given your attributes, it's a shame you haven't found a wealthy aunt for me yet." "Woof, woof." His uncle, now in his 40s, remained a golden bachelor, leaving Yang Chen to wonder if his standards were simply too high. This was not the first time he had voiced such thoughts, and Yang Gu merely laughed and scolded. "You little rascal, if I were to find you an aunt, who would cook for you? Do you really think anyone will want to take on a burden like me?" Setting the fish soup on the table, he served a bowl each for Yang Chen and Big Black. The rich and fragrant aroma of the fish soup made Yang Chen's mouth water in anticipation. "Thank you, Uncle. I'm truly grateful. Once I start earning money, I'll make sure to treat you well." He took a sip of the fish soup, relishing its consistent deliciousness, wondering where his uncle sourced such fish, as it had no bones whatsoever. "How long do you plan to keep drawing this pancake?" Yang Gu quipped, unfazed, as he filled his own bowl of soup and began to devour it with gusto, consuming it at an astonishing speed. Yang Chen was already accustomed to his uncle's insatiable appetite, and as he stuffed another piece of braised pork in his mouth, he mumbled, Soon. I attended the awakening ceremony today, and the teacher said I awakened a D-grade talent, but I feel that's something isn't right." "Oh, look at you, daring to question the results of the awakening ceremony. Very good, very good. Blind obedience is the mark of mediocrity. Questioning is a sign of progress," Yang Gu said, pausing in his eating to glance at Yang Chen with a smile. "Now tell me what feels off." Swallowing the food in his mouth, Yang Chen took a sip of fish soup. "During my awakening, I saw a lamp." He extended his hand, mimicking the shape of a lamp before him, describing, "It was a lotus lamp about 9 inches tall, entirely in a vibrant green hue." Yang Chen spoke it to himself, oblivious to the eerie silence that enveloped the living room. Yang Gu listened quietly, having long ceased his eating. On the large screen in the playground, I witnessed a divine battle unfold, a scene of cataclysm, with torrents of blood raining down from above. As Yang Chen grew increasingly animated, he gestured dramatically, recounting how a colossal pillar, taller than the Zhenghe building where you work, hurtled towards an ancient bronze mirror that resembled the sky. Suddenly, a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, catching the pillar with ease. Unable to bear the sight for long, my gaze settled on a heavenly soldier. At this juncture, Yang Chen seemed to recall something. "Uncle, didn't you mention that you once retired from the heavenly army? Did you not partake in such a grand spectacle? Did I underestimate my uncle? Such divine wars were commonplace during my tenure in the celestial court." Yang Gu maintained a stoic expression, responding to Yang Chen with a tone laced with disdain. "Do not act as though you've never seen the world. It would do you well to watch live streams of battles online." "I have watched battle streams," Yang Chen muttered, "but they pale in comparison to what I witnessed." Yang Gu, now lacking the appetite for food, stood before Yang Chen, his towering frame imposing. A flicker of complexity crossed his eyes. "Let me see your eyes." "Oh, all right," Yang Chen replied, lifting his gaze to meet his uncle's wide-eyed. His uncle, A retired heavenly soldier must possess at least a third-tier genetic lock. And having seen much in the celestial court, perhaps he could provide some insight into his own ocular issues. Yang Ji's gaze slowly focused on Yang Chen's eyes, and an overwhelming sense of dizziness washed over Yang Chen, as if he were on the verge of slumber. In his hazy consciousness, he thought he glimpsed a faint silver light flickering at the center of his uncle's forehead. After a considerable pause, as Yang Chen's awareness gradually returned, he shook his head, feeling a slight headache, and looked around the room. Yang Ge had silently returned to his seat. "What is wrong, uncle?" Yang Chen, having lost both parents and raised by his uncle, understood him well. He sensed that something was amiss with his uncle's demeanor. Yang Ji's expression was tinged with concern. "Your eyes have sustained severe injury. If things proceed as expected, you will lose your sight in half a month." "What?" Yang Chen gasped in shock. "Is it really that serious? The nurse in the infirmary already treated me and said there was no issue. This is a wound of the Dao, and not a singular occurrence. Consider yourself fortunate that you are not blind already," Yang Ge replied tersely, rubbing his temples with an expression of weariness. "Am I to become blind?" Yang Chen's face fell, realizing that just when he could finally perceive everything, he was destined to lose his sight, jeopardizing his ambitions for wealth and strength. Overwhelmed by despair, he wore a countenance devoid of hope. "During my time in the celestial court, I acquired numerous healing elixirs. I can attempt to salvage your condition. However, to prevent further injury from reckless gazing, certain precautions must be taken." Yang Ji's tone carried a hint of resignation, relieved that the issue was detected in time. Otherwise, it could have been far more dire. His nephew's insatiable curiosity was truly remarkable. Had he never heard the adage that curiosity killed the cat? Upon hearing that there was still hope, Yang Chen's spirits lifted. "Uncle, could you refrain from sounding so breathless? You nearly frightened me to death." He patted his chest, visibly shaken. "The times are tumultuous. The human race is at war with the demon clan. The celestial court has recently begun summoning retired soldiers, and as a former heavenly soldier, I am naturally included in this call-up." Yang Ge intended to delay informing Yang Chen for a few days, but given the urgency of the situation, the celestial court had already issued 3 gold tokens, commanding retired heavenly soldiers to return swiftly. Before Yang Ge could finish his sentence, Yang Chen's expression shifted drastically. "Uncle, regardless of how many gold tokens they issue, you have already retired. It is entirely within the laws to decline this summons. This matter does not concern you." The issuance of 3 gold tokens signified that the war was approaching a critical phase. Though Uncle possessed third-tier genetic lock strength, Yang Chen had witnessed the divine battle firsthand. Not to mention third-tier heavenly soldiers, even fifth-tier celestial generals would merely be fodder in such conflict. Gazing at his nephew, whom he had raised for 18 years, Yang Ge felt a mix of pride and joy. "At least you possess some sense of loyalty. My care for you has not been in vain. But it is precisely for this reason that I must go. In the glow of 1,000 lights, prosperity abounds. Yet behind that splendor, there are always burdens to bear. Our ancestors paved the way for us. How could we remain complacent? To be buried far from home is of little consequence. Life is filled with endless mountains." Yang Ge rose and patted Yang Chen on the shoulder. "Do not adopt a helpless demeanor. If you truly care, then one day come to the battlefield beyond the heavens to seek me. The men of the Yang family die not in beds of illness. If we are to perish, let be on the battlefield." Yang Chen's face darkened, a pallor creeping in as he realized his uncle was resolute in his decision. As he looked at his uncle, he was playfully covered by Yang Ji's hands. "I told you not to look around. Do you think you are a fortune teller, peering into whether I will meet my end?" Yang Ji's playful reprimand echoed in his ears as he flicked Yang Chen's forehead. Yang Chen, feeling a bit defeated, recognized that his uncle had seen through his thoughts. So he shifted the conversation. "But uncle, you have been retired for so many years and have not experienced battle in quite some time. Moreover, given your age, your effectiveness on the battlefield may be limited." "Huh? You, a 9th-tier body refinement high school student, dare to look down upon me, a proper heavenly soldier?" Yang Ge chuckled, unperturbed by Yang Chen's words. "You may speak of such things once you reach 3rd-tier status. For now, focus on taking care of your eyes. Otherwise, If you lose your sight, it will become quite troublesome. With that, he produced a small golden gourd adorned with peculiar patterns. This elixir was a reward from the celestial court for my great accomplishments. I have kept it close all these years. Consider yourself fortunate. Yang Chen watched in curiosity as his uncle retrieved a golden pill from the gourd. Taking this will likely restore much of your vision. Then, I will use my spiritual energy to appropriately restrict your sight for proper recovery, and you should be just fine. Spiritual energy? Yang Chen looked at his uncle in astonishment. Uncle, have you unlocked your spiritual lock as well? Your uncle, have cultivated the path of immortality, Yang Gu replied with a proud grin, placing the pill in Yang Chen's mouth. The path of immortality? Third tier, immortality. Are heavenly soldiers in the celestial court this powerful? This was quite different from what he had seen online. Nevertheless, his uncle's increasing strength was undoubtedly beneficial, as it would greatly enhance his survival odds on the battlefield. It seemed that his collaboration with Su Nuo should be expedited. Accumulating sufficient merit was essential for enduring arduous cultivation and fighting alongside his uncle. Chapter 14. Blue Star War Military Academy within the Ocean of Consciousness. A golden sea continuously surged towards the eye. The warm and comforting sensation enveloped Yang Chen, lulling him into a state of blissful reverie. A silvery moon slowly ascended from the golden waters, casting a luminous glow. As the moon hung high, its light flowed like silk. Gradually, Yang Chen's awareness began to fade, and in a daze, he seemed to perceive a dark golden vertical pupil emerging within the silver moon. The following morning, Yang Chen stirred awake from his slumber. Uncle, what is for breakfast today? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he yawned and made his way to the living room. The familiar aroma wafted from the dining table. It was steamed buns and soy milk. Uncle? No response came. Yang Chen's gaze fell upon a note pressed beneath a plate on the table. Dear nephew, breakfast is ready. If you don't want to wash the dishes, consider purchasing a housekeeping robot. I've transferred a sum into your little treasury. You can choose to live like a wealthy man or become a researcher. Although I've always believed that the noblest romance for a man is to die in battle as a general, this is my path, not yours. You've grown up. You must carve your own way. Regardless of your choice, I will support you. The road beyond Blue Star is fraught with challenges, and if possible, I hope you can find happiness here. Really now, even after leaving, he still pulls this sentimental routine, Yang Chen muttered. Turning towards the bathroom, as he had yet to wash up, rubbing his eyes, he thought to himself that his uncle's medical skills seemed lacking. He was already tearing up so early in the morning. After quite some time, Yang Chen emerged from the bathroom, refreshed, though his eyes bore a slight redness, likely a remnant of his previous injury. Today was the day of high school entrance registration, and he needed to head to school early. After breakfast, he took the bus to the school. The campus was bustling, with large screens displaying promotional material from various universities. Many students gathered in small clusters, discussing their dream schools and future plans. For the majority of Blue Star citizens, the college entrance examination was a pivotal turning point that would determine their future destinies. Yang Chen glanced at the screen, which was currently showcasing the recruitment advertisement for the Jiangnan Civilization Academy. His gaze sharpened as he sought to discern the minimum admission score for this year. However, unlike before, a line of unusual text appeared before him. Current action may cause damage. Would you like to continue viewing? A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Chen's eyes. This must be what his uncle referred to as a precautionary measure. While it was feasible to probe further, the advance warning of the costs served as a protective mechanism. After yesterday's experiences, Yang Chen's internal compass had quietly tilted towards the War Military Academy, and his current inquiry was merely a casual glance. With that in mind, he deemed it unnecessary to continue probing. Retracting his gaze, he took out his phone to check his little treasury. His uncle had mentioned transferring a sum into it, and he was quite curious about the amount. Cultivating was indeed a costly endeavor, and given his uncle's status as a third-tier celestial practitioner, it was unclear how many resources had been expended. Even with a salary from the heavenly court, it likely wouldn't suffice. However, since his uncle had offered him the option of living like a wealthy man, Yang Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. He clicked to check the balance. 500,006. 789 blue star coins. Counting in disbelief. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. 500 million blue star coins. Could it be that his uncle had embezzled funds? The sight before him left Chen astounded. No wonder when he had previously teased his uncle about courting a wealthy woman, his uncle had scoffed. It turned out he was a wealthy man himself. Uncle, you've kept this from me quite well. Now that he was affluent and well-connected, which academy should he choose? Chen, what are you dawdling for? If you wait any longer, the Civilization Academy will start the queue. Zhang Ming's voice called out from behind him. As he jogged over to Chen's side, the registration period has begun. What are you pondering? I'm contemplating whether to apply to the Blue Star War Military Academy or the Magic Capital War Military Academy. Chen replied thoughtfully, clearly struggling with his decision. What? Zhang Ming was taken aback, reaching to feel Chen's forehead. You're not running a fever, are you? This isn't something to joke about. Chen. The Blue Star War Military Academy and the Magic Capital War Military Academy were renowned as the two most formidable military institutions on Blue Star, colloquially known as the Blue Star military bases. Enrolling in either was akin to enlisting in the military. After the first year, students would gradually venture to the outer battlefield for training, where the mortality rate was notably high. Yet, both academies also nurtured a plethora of powerful individuals. Many illustrious commanders famous in the outer battlefield hailed from these institutions, including the legendary Li Jia from the Magic Capital War Military Academy, known for his S-class talent in the Three Flames of Truth. I'm not joking, Chen replied earnestly, leaving Zhang Ming exasperated. Fine, if you refuse to heed advice, then go ahead. But just know that these two military academies are not places where you can simply enroll. You need to be at the 9th level of body refinement to even begin. Shaking his head, Zhang Ming was baffled by Chen's unusual behavior today and helplessly walked towards the registration point for the Fengshen War Military Academy. Watching Zhang Ming's retreating figure, Chen stroked his chin, reflecting that he indeed met the requirement of being at the 9th level of body refinement. However, choosing between these two prestigious military academies posed a dilemma. The Magic Capital War Military Academy was divided into 12 departments, following an elite pathway. It was said to place great emphasis on lineage, adhering to strict regulations regarding the transmission of knowledge. The admissions process was notably rigorous, capable of tracing your ancestry back 18 generations. Those with inferior talents, common backgrounds, unclear origins, or affiliations with foreign races were all excluded from enrollment, including all alien races, even those allied with humanity. While this may seem arrogant, they indeed possess the credentials to back it up. It was rumored that the founding principal once participated in the crafting of the divine list and later presided over the divine ceremony alongside the prodigy Shan, who hailed from the original system. Conversely, the Blue Star War Military Academy was comparatively lenient, assessing only the individual. They adhered to the principle of inclusivity, allowing anyone who passed the examination and subsequent review to enroll and cultivate. Of course, inclusivity only applied to those who could actually pass the entrance exam. It was said that there were also exchange students from foreign races and departments dedicated to them, but their activities were generally confined to the vicinity of the academy. Both military academies, while distinct in style, were equally formidable, standing as sacred grounds for countless cultivators on Blue Star. Chen realized he had forgotten to inquire about which academy his uncle had graduated from. The Magic Capital War Military Academy followed an elite route, heavily emphasizing lineage, and those who graduated from it were all renowned powerhouses, clearly excluding his uncle from that category. Thus, the only option left was the Blue Star War Military Academy. This academy, named after Blue Star, alongside the Blue Star Civilization Academy, constituted the dual pillars of Blue Star Civilization. Given his current capabilities, Chen knew he had no chance at the Blue Star Civilization Academy, but he could certainly give the War Military Academy a try. With clarity in his objective, Chen strode directly towards the registration point for the Blue Star War Military Academy. Chapter 15. Surely my cultivation talent cannot be lacking? In stark contrast to the throngs at the registration point of the Civilization Academy, the War Military School, while equally bustling, witnessed fewer applicants as one ascended the ranks of military institutions. It is said that the impoverished pursue literary achievements while the affluent seek martial prowess. Those in the body refinement realm require substantial nourishment daily to better hone their sinews and cultivate their vital energy. However, the sustenance here is no ordinary fare. It must be imbued with spiritual essence, rendering it costly and beyond the means of a typical household for prolonged periods. Since my rebirth, it seems that each meal I have partaken has contained, to some extent, a hint of spiritual energy. Perhaps my life before rebirth was similarly blessed. Yet, for reasons unknown, I reached only the third level of body refinement by my senior year. Reflecting on my time within the sea of consciousness, I labored for an exhaustive 63 years to attain the ninth level of body refinement. A terrifying thought suddenly gripped Chen's mind. Could it be that my cultivation talent is rather poor? However, Chen quickly shook his head. Surely, I am a case of accumulated potential waiting for the right moment to flourish. It cannot be a lack of talent. After a century of arduous cultivation, I have returned as a king of the ninth level of body refinement. Who dares to claim that I, am lacking in talent? My formidable spear shall not allow such slander. At this moment, Chen arrived at the registration point of the Blue Star War Military School, retrieving a long spear from the adjacent armory. Chen, a senior in Class 6, 18 years of age, possesses a cultivation level of the ninth stage of body refinement and has mastered C-class martial technique to perfection. The teacher at the registration desk gazed at Chen in astonishment. This seemingly delicate youth has actually perfected a C-class spear technique. Impressive indeed. Classmate, would you be so kind as to demonstrate? Not convenient. My spear is meant for battle, not for show. Now, at the ninth level of body refinement, I am no longer the frail Karami of the third level. I must begin to cultivate the demeanor of a true warrior from this moment forth. Oh, the teacher at the registration desk took interest. You seem to be cut out for military service. I wonder if your skills can match your confidence. Pointing to a young warrior in martial attire behind Chen, he continued, "Let me see your credentials." Upon hearing the teacher's words, the young man looked somewhat surprised, but obediently handed over his completed registration form. Wei Ping, senior from Class 1, ninth level of body refinement. D-class martial technique, whirlwind blade perfected. That looks acceptable. You two spar. Oh no, engage in battle. Let me observe your combat capabilities. As the prospect of excitement drew nearer, those queuing behind also became intrigued, parting ways with amused expressions. Mind you, don't laugh too much, you lot. When you register, you must adhere to the rules. If I discover anyone attempting to deceive, your registration will be revoked permanently. The teacher's words did not intimidate those surrounding. Rather, they appeared eager to find a worthy opponent. Witnessing this scene, the teacher nodded in satisfaction. Now this is more like it. Begin. Unleash your full potential. Do not fear bloodshed. With me here, no one shall perish. The military school will cover any broken bones. At this moment, Chen truly grasped the distinction between the War Military School and the Civilization Academy. No wonder Zhang Ming appeared so anxious. The War Military School is genuinely hardcore, requiring bloodshed even at registration. The young warrior prepared his weapon and stepped forward, cupping his fists in greeting. Wei Ping, I seek to learn. Before he could finish, a flash of cold light surged forward. Chen's entire body erupted with strength. Lightly tapping his left foot, he lunged forward, spear in hand. Left hand aiding the shaft, the spear tip striking forth like a meteor piercing the clouds, aimed directly at his opponent's upper region. In a state of panic, Wei Ping could only raise his blade in defense, resulting in a cacophony of metal clashing, sparks flying with each collision. Chen pressed his offensive relentlessly, offering no respite, his spear tip tracing countless starlit arcs in a continuous assault. Seizing the moment, 36 points of cold light converged into one, shattering the long blade. As Chen swept his spear, Wei Ping was sent sailing backward. Boom! He crashed to the ground several meters away, a cloud of dust erupting around him. As the dust settled, Wei Ping scrambled to his feet, coughing. You cough, 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 you lack martial ethics. Before Chen could respond, the teacher at the registration desk chuckled heartily. Young man, I suppose you haven't encountered such an experience in a martial hall before. Consider this a lesson. Remember today before you engage in battles hereafter. On the battlefield, no one will heed your self-introduction. As the teacher's words echoed, the onlookers erupted in laughter, finding nothing amiss in Chen's conduct. The battlefield is a realm of life and death, where one must employ every means to eliminate the enemy before them. If one lacks even this awareness, what merit is there in aspiring to join the war military school? With a grim expression, Wei Ping gritted his teeth, ultimately bowing slightly to Chen, acknowledging his defeat. Young man, you have passed. The martial examination of the Blue Star War Military School will be held on the 1st of next month. As for the written exam, it will align with the unified test. Your homeroom teacher will contact you. The teacher at the registration desk seemed to hold Chen in high regard, handing him the proof of registration while also offering a reminder. There's a proof of registration? Chen inquired, somewhat surprised. Other schools may not have it, but we at the Blue Star War Military School do. Even if you meet all the registration requirements, it does not guarantee acceptance. Upon hearing this, several students instinctively straightened their postures. Regardless of whether they pass the exam, merely obtaining proof of registration carries more weight than the qualifications from ordinary military schools. And this is the Blue Star War Military School. The proof of registration is a card of gold and crimson, intricately engraved with patterns that intertwine, forming 4 sword-shaped totems around its edges. This card serves as the examination permit, bearing Chen's personal information, which he will present for the martial examination. At that moment, Chen's phone vibrated. Checking it, he found a message from Su Nuo. Which school did you register for? Chen snapped a photo of the card with his phone and sent it back. Image, Blue Star War Military School. After approximately 2 minutes, Su Nuo's reply arrived. Are you interested in joining the Destiny People? The term Destiny People took Chen aback as he pondered Su Nuo's message. Recalling Su Nuo's words from yesterday, it seems to be an organization in cooperation with the Celestial Court. After a moment's reflection, Chen typed a response. If I join the Destiny People, can I still join the Celestial Court? This question appeared challenging to answer, as Su Nuo's side remained silent for an extended period. Just when Chen thought there would be no response, his phone vibrated once more. Upon checking, he read, in principle it is not opposed, but circumstances must be evaluated individually. Chen's gaze lingered on these words, realizing the implications. The Destiny People do not oppose it, but the Celestial Court may not agree. Chapter 16. The Eye of Illusions indeed. The intricacies of urban life are profound, and the art of language is wielded with remarkable finesse. Yet, joining the Destiny People undeniably offers benefits for one's personal advancement. Merely the ability to autonomously undertake tasks allows one to accrue merit while also earning rewards. The lotus lamp within my consciousness is resolutely determined to make me a savior of the other races. And possessing a legitimate identity to exercise the right of redemption is nothing short of splendid. I typed a message to Su Nuo. What other benefits are there to joining the Destiny People besides taking on tasks? The response arrived swiftly. Are you familiar with the Red Dust Immortal? Red Dust Immortal? What is that? Meet me on the rooftop after school. We need to have a thorough discussion. Contemplating Su Nuo's message for a moment, Yang decided it was indeed necessary to converse with Su Nuo, given his own circumstances. He replied, all right. After sending the message, he turned off his phone, preparing to return to the classroom. With the college entrance examination approaching, the cultural students remained in classrooms diligently studying, while the martial arts students were largely in seclusion, honing their skills for the impending martial examination. The content of the martial examination at the military academy is generally consistent each year, with a few prestigious schools being exceptions. The Blue Star Military Academy is evidently among these, with its examination content varying annually. According to online resources, last year, the martial examination involved the ancient 4 secret realm, where participants were randomly assigned teammates, forming teams of 5 to hunt 5 exotic beasts to pass the test. There are numerous secret realms on Blue Star, some existing in the external world and others within inner realms. The ancient forest is a vast inner realm established by a powerful entity, where the exotic beasts are primarily captured from outer battlefields, exhibiting extreme ferocity. Approximately 10,000 candidates participated last year, yet only 1,000 succeeded. Among the 9,000 who failed, over 5,000 sustained serious injuries, while more than 3,000 suffered fatal wounds, with the remainder tragically perishing. Modern medical technology on Blue Star is highly advanced. Even fatal injuries, such as decapitation, have a considerable chance of survival if treated immediately. Nevertheless, fatalities still occur annually during the martial examination at the Blue Star Military Academy, underscoring the grim reality of the situation. Upon returning to the classroom, Yang had scarcely settled into his seat when the exuberant Zhang Ming burst in. "Yang Chen, I heard you defeated Wei Ping. Is it true?" Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed to Yang's side. "I've heard many say our class has produced a genius. You sent that talented swordsman Wei Ping fleeing in mere punches. You've hidden your prowess too well." "Who told you that?" "It's quite an exaggeration," Yang replied, his lips twitching in a bemused expression. "Why not say, I blew him away with a sneeze?" "Ah, that is not important. Quickly, tell me about it." "There's not much to tell. I merely demonstrated some combat techniques while playing around with a gun." Yang waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was insignificant. "You've successfully registered for the Blue Star Military Academy now, and among the martial examination candidates at our school, you've gained considerable fame." Zhang Ming expressed with envy. But soon his tone shifted, concern etched across his face. "The casualty rate at the Blue Star Military Academy is the highest among all military schools. Yang Chen, I suggest you enroll in a class during this time and diligently train in seclusion." "Yes, don't worry," Yang replied, flipping through a foreign language book and finding the dialect of the demon race quite simple. Seeing Yang's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang grew anxious. "What time is it?" "The college entrance exam is approaching, and you're still reading this? Does this useless thing really help? At a critical moment, it's this that will save your life." Zhang clenched his fists, emphasizing his point. "A month from now, you must return alive. I'll throw a celebration feast for you." Sometimes martial artists are far more straightforward than scholars. Strength garners respect, and Zhang, being a pure martial artist, felt no envy but rather admiration for Yang's sudden display of prowess. As they were desk mates, his pride in Yang's achievements was palpable. Yet he couldn't help but worry for Yang's upcoming martial examination. "Rest assured, starting tomorrow, I will enroll in a class and retreat to train. And I won't be return to school much. We'll keep in touch by phone for any matters," Yang assured, patting Zhang's shoulder to indicate he was preparing earnestly. "All right, then I wish you success in unlocking your first-tier gene lock before the martial examination." In the month leading up to the martial examination, students typically spend most of their time away from school, a consensus among all high schools, thus granting Yang ample opportunity to diligently refine his skills during this critical month. On the rooftop after school, Su Nuo maintained her carefree demeanor, hands in pockets, a lollipop dangling from her mouth, though this time donning a black and white striped school uniform, the emblem of the elite class. "Yang Chen, your talent cannot possibly be D-grade, can it?" Su Nuo scrutinized Yang from head to toe. "Last time I had my suspicions, and now you've displayed the prowess of a 9th-level body refiner. Could it be a delayed awakening?" Su Nuo seemed uncertain, yet such occurrences were not unheard of. During the awakening ceremony, only a fraction of one's innate abilities might be restored, with further abilities surfacing later. Typically, in such cases, the talent is substantial, often S-grade. "Did you summon me just to inquire about this?" Yang Chen shrugged, unimpressed by the conversation's lack of substance. "If that's all, I shall take my leave." Hey, don't go," Su Nuo hurriedly called out, preventing Yang from departing. "We've fought side by side. Isn't it reasonable to learn about each other as talents? Besides, I had my suspicions after your demonstration that day." "Suspicions?" Yang looked at Su Nuo, surprised. Noticing Yang's reaction, Su Nuo felt more confident in her assumptions and smiled smugly. "Your talent is S-grade, the Eye of Illusions. Isn't it? It not only pierces through all disguises, but also reveals your opponent's flaws in battle." Yang gazed at Su Nuo in astonishment. "You are quite astute, yet regrettably, you are mistaken. You have merely identified 2 of my eye's functions." Nevertheless, Su Nuo's words imbued Yang with a newfound understanding of his abilities. Even two of its capabilities were enough to reach S grade. A pair of eyes capable of perceiving all must be kept hidden deep within his heart. Su Nua's current conjecture might present an excellent solution. Cough, cough. You've seen through me. Yang chuckled awkwardly, adopting an expression of being exposed. Seeing his reaction, Su Nua's lips curled upward. So, would you like to know what my talent is? Not particularly. Huh. Su Nua's expression faltered. Wait, are you really not the least bit curious? Chapter 17. Forbidden Zone. Su Nua glanced at Yang Chen, somewhat at a loss for words. Do you know the methods to join the Heavenly Court? Yang Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to how the Heavenly Court entered the conversation. Yet he replied, submission, external recruitment, or special appointment. Indeed, Su Nua affirmed. But all three methods require one to make a solemn vow before the divine, ranking, or to entrust a fragment of their true spirit to it, subjecting themselves to its constraints. Of course, organizations like the Destined Ones do not fall under this category. Strictly speaking, even the demon-slaying guards, aside from their true upper echelon, are not qualified to access the divine ranking. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen's expression shifted. This was information he was previously unaware of. The aforementioned methods apply only to those below the 6th tier. Beyond that, there is the option of ascension. At this point, Su Nua's demeanor grew serious. The 6th tier of the immortal path is referred to as immortal, and ascension is exclusive to the powerful among them. Those who join the Heavenly Court will not only be free from any constraints, but will also enjoy considerable privileges. Should one feel unable to break through further, they may opt to voluntarily entrust their true spirit to the divine ranking in exchange for immortality, albeit at the cost of any hope for future advancement. Ascension, Yang Chen muttered to himself. He had no desire to be constrained. Even if he were joined the Heavenly Court, he wished to live as a carefree immortal. Do you remember the red dust immortal I mentioned this morning? Su Nua continued. Not all immortal beings aspire to join the Heavenly Court. Those who refuse are referred to as red dust immortals. They have established the organization of the Destined Ones to suppress the Forbidden Zones. Joining this organization allows you to complete tasks and receive rewards, enabling you to acquire precious techniques and elixirs from outside at minimal costs, as well as rare treasures from the Forbidden Zones or even artifact from other civilizations. The Forbidden Zones? Yang Chen inquired with curiosity. What are these places? I do not know, Su Nua replied, shaking her head. Some say they are ancient battlefields from conflicts between ancient beings and outside civilizations. Others claim they are cages from foreign realms. Regardless of their true nature, given the current state of Blue Star civilization, it is exceedingly difficult to eradicate the Forbidden Zones entirely, especially with countless external enemies lurking. Yang Tian nodet, comprehending the depth of the matter. What if someone within the organization reaches the level of ascension and chooses to ascend? The Destined Ones must be numerous. Surely not everyone desires to be a red dust immortal? Su Nua explained. In such cases, those powerful enough to reach the immortal tier enjoy significant freedom, as long as they do not harm Blue Star civilization. Whether one chooses to be a red dust immortaler is conferred by the Heavenly Court as a formidable figure. Both paths are viable. Yang Chen's gaze became contemplative. In that case, I choose to join. Joining the Destined Ones posed no disadvantages, and he desperately needed a legitimate identity to capture form beings. Su Nua handed him a red circular ring, symbolizing his identity within the Destined Ones and serving as a communication device. It contained 10 cubic units of storage space. Once activated with his consciousness, it would bind to his soul, ceasing to exist upon his demise. Rest assured, if you truly perish, the ring's last recorded location will be sent to the headquarters, and the organization's powerful members will surely ascertain the cause of your death. Thank you, but I doubt I will need such benefits, Yang Chen remarked, rolling his eyes as he slipped the ring, resembling a fitness tracker, onto his wrist. Instantly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The destiny ring has detected the host. Would you like to bind? Quite advanced, he thought. An object capable of binding to one's soul must be exceptionally secure. With a slight mental nudge, he confirmed the binding. Soon, he felt a connection akin to a blood bond, and his consciousness communicated with the Destiny Ring, revealing various interfaces before him. Task Area, Communication Hall, Destined One's Mall. Destiny Points, Friend List. You currently belong to the first tier of the Destined Ones. Once your Destiny Points reach 1 million, you will be promoted to the second tier, unlocking second-tier privileges. How does one acquire Destiny Points? Is it through the Task Area? Chen asked, intrigued as he accessed the Task Area, where a myriad of tasks awaited, reminiscent of a video game. Indeed, Su Nuo confirmed. The Task Area contains assignments released by the Heavenly Court as well as internal organization tasks. Completing these will earn you Destiny Points. These points can be used to purchase items in the mall or exchange for Blue Star currency at a ratio of 1:10,000, while the exchange from Blue Star currency to Destiny Points is at a rate of 20,000:1. Proceed to suppress the Forbidden Zone of Undying Mountain, duration 1 month. Task difficulty, 3.5 stars. Details available for review. Travel to the Forbidden Zone of Corpse Ridge, slay one of the rulers, the Blood-Winged Rock, duration unlimited. Task difficulty, 5 stars. Details available for review. Join the external battlefield to assault the monster race at Flower Fruit Mountain, duration 6 months. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Infiltrate Abyssal Civilization to steal intelligence, duration 2 years. Task difficulty, 2 stars. Task reward, 2,000 Destiny Points, intelligence value to be calculated separately. Capture Blue Star Spies, duration unlimited. Task difficulty, 1 star. Task reward, 1,000 Destiny Points. Pursue Blue Star Smugglers, duration unlimited. Task difficulty, half a star. Task reward, 500 Destiny Points. For more complex tasks, one can publish team recruitment information in the Communication Hall. Negotiate the distribution of spoils in advance, and then form teams. This will enhance both survival and completion rates, Su Nuo casually remarked. Quite interesting, akin to a game. Chen mused. You may indeed perceive it as a game, but remember, you have only one life, Su Nuo quipped, rolling her eyes. Moreover, avoid accepting espionage tasks in other civilizations. They're fraught with peril and offer meager rewards, though the difficulty may appear merely 2 stars. They are notoriously known for their high mortality rate. Once exposed, survival is nearly impossible, with few exceptions. Su Nuo emphasized this final point to Chen. Just like that enigmatic spy from the alien race we encountered, he posed. Su Nuo nodded in agreement. That individual relied on the stealth of their kind, intending to feast on unsuspecting prey, but little did they know they would meet you. Otherwise, they might have escaped. However, even if they had fled, they could not survive leaving Blue Star. Most spies sent to our home planet are effectively dead men. Chapter 18. Taking action, are they truly dead men? Indeed, that would be the epitome of demise. Yang's expression was a tapestry of complexity, but he swiftly shifted the conversation. However, the Celestial Mandate organization must be vast. Why have you specifically invited me? Not everyone is qualified to join the Celestial Mandate. Su Nuo shook her head. The original purpose of those worldly immortals who founded the Celestial Mandate was to cultivate more worldly immortals. They hoped that one day, with the Celestial Mandate alone, they could eradicate all forbidden zones. Your talent and disposition align with the standards of the Celestial Mandate, hence my invitation. A flicker of pride danced in Su Nuo's eyes, yet she acknowledged that talent was merely the threshold for joining the Celestial Mandate. If the Celestial Mandate consisted solely of formidable practitioners of the immortal path, it would indeed be a haven for geniuses. Yang smiled and opened the Celestial Mandate marketplace, briefly perusing its offerings. The array of elixirs, techniques, divine weapons, and combat skills was dazzling, and the conversion of Celestial Mandate points to Blue Star currency revealed prices significantly lower than those in the outside world. There were even rare treasures from exotic races. One could only wonder how this organization acquired such items. Dimensional Submission Tablet. Place this tablet in the target world for 49 days, and the world will successfully undergo dimensional submission. Note, only applicable in worlds where the Heavenly Tao has manifested. The Heavenly Tao will take notice. From Divine Civilization, price 10,000 Celestial Mandate points. Elixir of Eternal Youth. Consuming this will greatly delay the aging of both body and soul. From Divine Civilization, price 50,000 Celestial Mandate Points. S-Class Nano Battle Armor. A product of the Cosmic Research Institute, integrating offense and defense with tremendous power. Blue Star Civilization, price 100,000 Celestial Mandate Points. 100 Demons Night Walk Painting. A high-tier magical artifact crafted by Golden Core True Person, possessing formidable power. From Cultivation Civilization, price 100,000 Celestial Mandate Points. Divine Transformation Herb. A top-tier medicinal material capable of enhancing the primordial spirit and restoring true essence. From the Forbidden Zone, price 200,000 Celestial Mandate Points. As Yang gazed at the marketplace, he felt a surge of excitement within. I need to make some money. Su Nua, I haven't yet inquired which military academy you have applied to. Have you enrolled? Yang forced a friendly smile, his gaze intently fixed on her. The Blue Star War Military Academy? No need for enrollment, I do not require it. Su Nua chuckled lightly, seemingly disdainful of the notion of enrolling. That's splendid. So, you'll have time this month, won't you? Yang's excitement grew. It appeared he could embark on a grand endeavor. What do you plan to do? Su Nua furrowed her brow at Yang, instinctively stepping back. As the belle of Hangchang High School, Su Nua had been besieged by suitors since her first year, which had once nearly compelled her to withdraw from school. This predicament only shifted when she awakened her talents at 16, allowing her to effortlessly handle any challengers, resulting in a significantly quieter world. Should Yang dare entertain any inappropriate thoughts, she would not hesitate to deliver a swift lesson. Checking the time on her phone, Yang's lips curled into a slight smirk as he looked up at Su Nua. May I return home a bit later tonight? Beneath the dimming sky, the lights of the bustling city began to twinkle, casting a vibrant glow that mirrored a world steeped in indulgence. A low roar of the engine echoed as a luxurious vehicle sped down the wide road, swerving to avoid other cars, while pedestrians eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the opulence of life. Inside the car, Li Xian exhaled a puff of smoke, his right hand caressing the black silk of the passenger's seat, wearing a contented smile. Where are we headed, brother? Beside him sat the enchanting flower of the music academy, her dulcet voice prompting Li Xian to press the accelerator further. To the Bulgari Hotel. Is that all right, darling? The restless beauty, filled with excitement, elicited a chorus of delighted gasps from the girl. This is the life. My previous days were nothing short of miserable. Li Xian cursed under his breath. Brother, what are you saying? Nothing, just treating you to something delicious tonight. How annoying. Li Xian teased. I remember you have a friend at Jiangnan Civilization School. Perhaps you could invite her to join us? Brother, how shameless. Eyeing what's in the bowl while glancing at the pot. Not at all. I merely wish to glimpse the world of the scholars. I don't believe that for a second. Just as they exchanged playful banter, a figure unexpectedly appeared in the center of the road. By the time Li Xian registered the situation, it was almost too late. Watch out. With the passenger's scream ringing in his ears, Li Xian instinctively slammed the brakes and jerked the steering wheel to the right. The tires screeched against the pavement, creating a cacophony of sound. Do not run. A calm voice emerged. In the next instant, the million-dollar vehicle, now out of control, was brought to a halt by Su Nua's sheer force. S-Class talent divine power, indeed, lives up to its reputation. Behind her, Yang stared in awe at the long spear in his grasp, a D-Class weapon he had purchased from the previous martial arts shop, uncertain if it could withstand Su Nua's might. The two occupants of the car were thoroughly stunned, and after a long pause, Li Xian finally managed to open the door and step out. Excuse me, my cousin is a teacher at the Hangchang War Military Academy. I wonder if I have inadvertently offended you, and if you might consider letting this slide in light of my cousin's reputation. Perhaps we can discuss this amicably? Li Xian trembled, and had it not been for the girl still inside the car, he might have collapsed to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to maintain composure while scanning the faces before him, running through a mental list of anyone he might have wronged recently. There is something peculiar in your vehicle. We are here to investigate. Kindly step aside and do not impede our work. Peculiar. Li Xian instinctively glanced back at the car. With a shattering sound of glass, A crimson tongue suddenly emerged from within. In a split second, a tremendous force propelled Li Xian backward as Su Nuo swiftly yanked him away, narrowly avoiding a lethal strike. "You seem quite composed. I expected you would argue." As her words fell, Yang thrust his spear toward the interior of the car. With a resounding thud, the car's roof was breached and a girl leaped out, evading the spear's strike. Her slender fingers morphed into 5 sharp blades, and she grinned as her long, crimson tongue flicked out like a serpent, moistening her lips. The elongated, scarlet tongue extended 1/2 meter from her mouth, writhing with agility, while her razor-sharp fingers glinted ominously. Chapter 19. Breaking Limits. Astounded, Li Xian scrambled back, his gaze fixed on the grotesque figure atop the vehicle. Though the face remained familiar, his legs refused to obey. Yang Chen, his expression grave, observed the figure. Its swiftness was remarkable. Despite being a Tier 2 entity like the previous anomaly, its presence was far more oppressive. Hunter, combat specialist, weakness, low mental fortitude. Yang Chen felt a gust of fetid air, and a gleaming blade flashed before him. Boom! A massive iron ball, propelled with immense force, struck the shadowy figure, sending it hurtling away. Yang Chen remained composed. That brush with death seemed to have unlocked something within him, a surge of power coursing through his veins. As this energy surged, his muscles began to convulse, his face flushed. Fortunately, his century of rigorous training had fortified his foundation. Had he not achieved the 9th level of body tempering, the opening of the genetic lock would have resulted in his demise. His exceptionally solid foundation allowed him to adapt to the overwhelming power in a remarkably short time. His chi and blood surged, his eyes ablaze. Genetic lock Tier 1. Indeed, cooperation with Su Nuo was the right choice, akin to having a protector, allowing him to genuinely experience the precipice of life and death. Su Nuo, noticing Yang Chen's state, rolled her eyes, darted towards the hunter, and with a flicker of her celestial ring, conjured another iron ball. "You're my opponent." Another iron ball hurtled through the air. The hunter, despite its formidable physique, was no match for Su Nuo's divine strength. It was sent flying once more, the sound of cracking bones echoing as blood splattered. "So weak," Su Nuo muttered. Her words seemed to ignite the hunter's fury. Half its face was obliterated, exposing the ghastly bone beneath. Its eyes burned crimson. With a roar, sharp bone spurs erupted from its body, transforming it into a grotesque hedgehog. It lunged at Su Nuo, its claws like razor-sharp blades, aimed to tear through her throat. In that instant, Su Nuo sidestepped, her movements blurring, narrowly avoiding the attack. A-grade footwork, phantom steps. She retaliated with a punch. A thunderous blow that sent the hunter crashing into the road, creating a crater upon impact. Needles of crackling blue electricity materialized, piercing the hunter's body with blinding speed. A pained shriek echoed. The arcane combat technique inflicted far greater damage than any physical assault, leaving it defenseless. Its eyes soon glazed over. A silver spear arrived with incredible velocity, impaling the hunter against a nearby lamppost. Tier 2 demon slain, merit 100. You've truly turned combat into a game. Still trying to steal the kill at a time like this. Su Nuo shrugged, indifferent to Yang Chen's actions. The aftermath would soon be handled. If Yang Chen recovered swiftly, they could venture out again that very night. The all-seeing eye was indeed extraordinary. Even before Yang Chen broke through to Tier 1, he could discern the disguises of Tier 2 demons. Now that he had attained Tier 1, it was the icing on the cake. As his strength grew, they might even attempt to hunt Tier 3 demons together. Yang Chen nodded, his gaze fixed on the text before him. Yang Chen, Cultivation, Genetic Lock Tier 1, Early Stage 20, 100 Rivers Breathing Technique, D-Grade Mastery, Perfect 100, Cold Star Spear Technique, C-Grade Proficiency, Advanced 71, Merit 100, Remaining Lifespan 105. His strength was still lacking, both in realm and in techniques. A person's overall strength was not solely determined by realm, but also by techniques, skills, talents, equipment, and more. It was best to pursue a path of cultivation without weaknesses. Su Nuo, with her Tier 1 strength, had utterly crushed the Tier 2 demon hunter. relying on her comprehensive strength and lack of glaring weaknesses. Both the hunter and the lurker possessed significant flaws. The former, mental weakness. The latter, physical frailty. He would max out the cold star spear technique, then acquire a meditation technique to cultivate his spirit, along with a high-grade breathing technique and footwork skills. He needed to enhance his strength as quickly as possible. With a thought, he committed all his merit to the cold star spear technique. Ding! Commencing cultivation of cold star spear technique with 100 merit. 50 merit consumed. Cold star spear technique has reached perfect mastery 100. Continue cultivating? Perfect mastery, and it can still be cultivated? Yang Chen, intrigued, decided to continue. Day in and day out, year after year. Your cold star spear technique is already perfect, but you still train tirelessly, hoping to see new horizons one day. 10 years pass, 20 years pass. One night, you are moved by a falling star and dance with your spear all night long. At the break of dawn, you seem to have gained some enlightenment. 1 year later, you hurl your spear into the night sky, a cold star twinkling in the darkness. You smile. Ding! Your cold star spear technique has surpassed its creator, broken the limit, and reached the transcendent realm, 101. Spear intent gained. Cultivation speed and spear techniques increased by 1,000. 29 merit returned. Cold star spear technique, C-grade proficiency, Transcendent 101, Chapter 20. The sleepless stars having completed his cultivation, Yang Chen opened his eyes, a spear in hand, and his demeanor transformed instantaneously. After more than half a century of arduous training, his foundation was robust, his resilience unwavering, and his perseverance relentless. One must ponder, how many in this world can achieve such feats? Yang Chen, you seem to have recovered quite swiftly. Can you really stand up after merely 2 minutes? Market. Uploading the photos she'd taken to the Destiny ring, quickly earning herself 1,000 points of Destiny value, her spirits soaring. When I broke my gene lock, I was incapacitated on the ground for over an hour before I could rise. She gazed at Yang Chen in astonishment. It appeared they were now ready to prepare for capturing their next target. Yang Chen stretched his body, his muscles and joints cracking like popcorn popping in a pot. Are you planning to stay awake all night? He inquired, instinctively touching his still slightly bruised eye sockets. In the bustling city, where vibrant neon lights concealed an array of peculiarities, it was perhaps wiser to continue watching the crowded commercial districts, increasing their chances of a successful catch. I agree. Sunuhanded Yangchen a lollipop. I'm a bit hungry. How about we grab a late-night snack at Hadaleo? In the upper city, the Jintai City commercial area boasted a 24-hour Hadaleo, a boon for night owls like Yang Chen and Sunua. They specifically chose a window seat, allowing them to observe the throngs of people outside. It was 10 o'clock at night, yet the Jintai City area remained vibrant and bustling. Since the Blue Star Civilization had taken control of the Tianlan star domain, acquiring household registration on the ancestral star had become exceedingly difficult, ranking first among the thousands of life planets under Blue Star Civilization. Those living on the ancestral star no longer faced housing worries, as Yang Chen remembered, upon reaching adulthood. They were allocated affordable housing by the Blue Star Real Estate Bureau. With a work schedule from 10 to 5, a 3-on-4-off system, and comprehensive health care, elder care, and education managed by the Blue Star Fund Management Committee, the paid parental leave extended for an astonishing 19 years. It was deemed the happiest planet in the cosmos. In fact, on certain planets, Blue Star household registrations had fetched astronomical prices, humorously dubbed by others as every person born on the ancestral star being a natural billionaire. The achievements of Blue Star were indeed hard-won. Sunua gazed at the dazzling street, where countless lights never ceased to shine, aptly named the sleepless star. Yang Chen, do you know how vast a star domain can be? Sunua pondered aloud. Geography books mention it could be approximately 1,000 billion light-years in diameter. Yang Chen took a sip of water. However, among those, the number of life planets is scarce. Natural life planets like Blue Star are sometimes absent even in a galaxy. Although they can be artificially created, the costs are exorbitant enough to instigate wars between civilizations. Indeed, when our ancestors ventured from Blue Star to establish bases in the solar system, conquering other civilizations in the Milky Way, It was fundamentally to acquire more life planets for the better development of Blue Star civilization. After millennia, they forged the entire Tianlan star domain, becoming one of the known cosmic hegemonies. At this juncture, Su Nuwa couldn't help but express her awe. In just 10,000 years, we've managed to catch up to the billion-year strides of other hegemonic civilizations. Can this truly be accomplished by mere mortals? Indeed, while it may seem like a mere 10,000 years, it is but the culmination of countless generations of civilization. Yang Chen's gaze turned distant, as if trying to glimpse unknown answers. Current actions may result in death. Would you like to proceed with your inquiry? A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth made him realize just how fortunate he had been. Shaking his head, he reminded himself to refrain from unwarranted curiosity. Yang Chen, have your eyes rested? Can we begin our search now? Su Nuwa, ever diligent, swiftly shifted the conversation from the evolution of civilizations to the pursuit of the uncanny. Almost. Give me a moment. Yang Chen turned his attention to the outside, attempting to spot any anomalies within the crowd. No traces of anomalies detected. He shook his head, refocusing. This time, he sought any unusual presences within a 3-kilometer radius. No traces of anomalies detected. It appeared that anomalies were indeed elusive. Gritting his teeth, he expanded the search to 10 kilometers. He was unwilling to believe that not a single one could be found. Current actions may result in minor injuries. Would you like to proceed with your inquiry? Minor injuries were negligible. He pressed on. 3 anomalies detected 5 kilometers to the southwest. 3? His gaze instinctively shifted to Su Nuwa. What is the matter? Have you found a target? Su Nuwa's fists clenched, her expression brimming with excitement. Then let us head out now. Wait a moment. He caught Su Nuwa, who had already stood up, signaling her to temper her enthusiasm. 3 anomalies, he and Su Nuwa alone, might not suffice. To ensure their safety, Yang Chen decided to gather more details. 1 first-order hunter, 1 second-order stalker, Eerie civilization, 1 first-order bloodsucker, Abyss civilization. With such a lineup, it seemed feasible for both him and Su Nuwa. A single encounter could yield substantial merit. After a brief contemplation, Yang Chen resolved not to hesitate any longer. Let us go. Little car, head 5 kilometers southwest and step on it. As he tossed 200 yuan bills into the smart driving taxi, the vehicle surged with power. It was said that cash activated the vehicle's horsepower far more effectively than digital payments. And indeed, it proved true. A sensation of being thrust back surged through them as they sped toward their destination. In the back seat, Yang Chen monitored their target's location while continuously adjusting the taxi's route in real time. After navigating several back roads, they swiftly arrived at a hotel near their destination. Yang Chen, where's the target? Su Nuwa exited the car, her expression one of confusion as she surveyed her surroundings. The street was adorned with establishments like the charming hotel, Love Funeral Private Cinema, and Peach Blossom Valley Couple's Theme Hotel, all under a cascade of colorful neon lights, casting a vibrant glow over the artsy street. The decor was refreshingly artistic, attracting young couples who strolled past the two. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Yang Chen remarked, "Didn't I mention? The most concealed places are often the safest, and this is clearly a rendezvous spot for alien spies. But there are so many people here. Won't it be inconvenient to act?" Su Nuwa surveyed the area, leaning closer to Yang Chen to express her concerns in hushed tones. At that moment, a group of trendy men and women emerged from the bar, clutching bottles of colorful cocktails. A crimson-haired damsel, supported by 2 gentlemen, slumped onto a chaise lounge, accepting a proffered cigarette and inhaling deeply. "Tonight was delightful. Thank you all for attending my natal celebration," she exclaimed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the revelry. "Wang Lily, I thought you were at the university." The exclamation startled the smoking maiden, causing her to drop her cigarette in disarray. The source of the outburst was a bespectacled youth of approximately 20 years, his face flushed with indignation as he gazed upon the crimson-haired girl. "Zhang Hao, listen to me. It's not what you surmise. These are my acquaintances. See, there are other women present," Wang Lily stammered, gesturing towards several unconscious women draped over other men. "Wang Lily, how many times must I endure this charade? If I hadn't arrived, would I already be wearing the cuckold's crown?" The young man hurled his phone to the ground, shattering the screen of the 26 Pro Max. I'm leaving. No, please don't go, Zhang Hao. I apologize. Please don't depart. Wang Lili cried, rising and embracing the bespectacled youth from behind. I'm sorry, Zhang Hao. I was wrong. I promise to change. Please, grant me another chance. Tears welled in Zhang Hao's eyes as he turned to face Wang Lili. Then promise me we'll obtain our marriage certificate tomorrow. But I'm with child. Would that displease you? Wang Lili asked nervously. Zhang Hao's lips twitched. After a moment of silence, he forced a smile. I don't mind. I love you, not the child. As long as you marry me, I will raise the child as my own. Damn it. Once I acquire legal status on Blue Star, I will devour you. A glint of crimson flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes. Very well. Then we shall. Before Wang Lili could finish, 2 Xian iron beads hurtled towards them, accompanied by a whistling sound. Who dares? Zhang Hao roared, kicking Wang Lili away and narrowly evading the Xian iron beads aimed at his head. Simultaneously, Wang Lili evaded the Xian iron beads, but failed to elude Yang Chen's full-force spear thrust. Boom! The spear pierced her chest, impaling her heart and pinning her to the ground. Immediately after, numerous fine needles emitting blue electric sparks rained down upon Wang Lili's ruined body. A series of dull explosions, mixed with the acrid stench of burnt flesh, rent the night air. Ayua, you seek death. A shadowy figure emerged from the corpse. The surrounding revelers, now fully sobered, scrambled to escape. Zhang Hao stared at Wang Lili's broken form and the spectral figure emerging from her, his face a mask of revulsion. Damn it, what waste of time. She was a wraith all along. His pupils turned crimson as he spat a blood arrow at the spectral figure, instantly scattering its head. Yang Chen, surprised that the vampire had stolen his kill, mocked. Weren't you just simping for her? Why the sudden change of heart? Damn Blue Star humans. You failed to protect your home, causing me to endure such humiliation. You deserve to die, Zhang Hao bellowed, lunging forward to eliminate the wraith. However, Yang Chen struck first, his spear, stained with his own blood, obliterating the wraith. Since consuming Su Xiaoyu's Wraithbane pill, Yang Chen had discovered that his blood could harm low-level wraiths. I will deal with the vampire. You handle the hunter, Su Nuo instructed, having already subdued a blonde youth. He slammed the youth repeatedly into the ground before tossing him into a nearby trash receptacle. Understood, Yang Chen replied, waving his spear at Zhang Hao. The trio had swiftly dispatched the second-order wraith, earning 100 merit points. The hunter, now conscious, emerged from the exploded trash can, glaring at Su Nuo. Ignoring Yang Chen, he charged towards Su Nuo, only to be instantly decapitated by a silver spear. One-hit kill. Yang Chen sighed, retrieving his spear with a look of distaste. The first-order gene lock had amplified his physical attributes tenfold. He massaged his aching arm and turned his gaze towards the vampire. Chapter 22. The innocent child of Blue Star offends me with a thunderous roar. The earth trembled, and Zhang Hao was violently propelled by the divine power of Su Nuo, crashing through several sturdy trees, lining the street, before finally tumbling to the ground. As with splinters flew in all directions, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and, despite his trembling form, slowly rose to his feet, casting a grave look at Su Nuo. Do we really have to fight? Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. Our Abyssal civilization has signed a truce with your Blue Star civilization. I am here merely for a vacation. His gaze shifted to Yang Chen, who approached leisurely with a spear in hand. He was astonished that this first-tier trickster was so utterly useless, defeated swiftly by a mere high school student. Don't make me laugh. With your current state, even Fei Yangyang would call you ancestor, and you claim to be on a vacation? Yang Chen scrutinized him from head to toe, shaking his head. You want to show me your strength with 50,000 Blue Star coins? Those who can afford to sneak into Blue Star for a vacation are usually the privileged offspring of major civilizations, or even royalty, who doesn't have wealth. Tell me, what about you resembles a person of means? What? What's wrong? Can't you produce it? Can I not travel on a budget? Traveling on a budget? You are utterly ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Yang Chen laughed uproariously, unbothered by Zhang Hao's murderous glare. Su Nuo, tell him. Does he look like someone who could afford a budget trip to Blue Star? Not at all. Su Nuo placed her hands on her hips, harmonizing with Yang Chen. which infuriated Zhang Hao to the point of trembling. However, the composure instilled in him by Wang Lily allowed him to swallow his anger and continue attempting to negotiate through civilized means. Esteemed sirs, although my blood clan is not a royal lineage within the Abyssal civilization, we are certainly a force to be reckoned with. If you spare me today, I assure you, I will repay your kindness in the future. Beginning with his background, then painting a grand picture, his words balanced both softness and firmness, as though he had mastered a certain way of navigating Blue Star's social intricacies. Yet, Yang Chen clearly was not swayed by this tactic. If you wish for a substantial reward, you must deliver it now. If you do not, there will be no future for you. His gaze fixed on Zhang Hao. Yang Chen had already discerned his weakness and tightened his grip on the spear, while Su Nuo stepped forward as well. Wait. Zhang Hao hastily retreated, waving his hands. To be honest, I was framed by treacherous individuals in my clan and barely escaped to Blue Star. My finances are rather limited. If you would be so kind as to let me go. Before he could finish, a glint of cold light surged towards him. Damn it, you lack honor. Zhang Hao instantly recoiled, his eyes flashing red, causing Yang Chen to momentarily hesitate. But the next instant, his spear was hurled from his grasp, a chilling star appearing. 3 iron orbs shot toward Zhang Hao's head, abdomen, and heart, exuding a murderous intent that threatened to spill blood on the spot. Zhang Hao was taken aback. He did not expect the opponent to strike without warning, nor to engage in an immediate lethal attack, leaving him no chance to escape. Damn it, I cannot die here. Blood erupted from his body, a thick, iron-scented aura enveloping the street, and suddenly, a pair of enormous, menacing blood wings began to manifest on the ground around him. In a critical moment, the blood light tore through the night sky and shot away into the distance, moving with astonishing speed, rendering the incoming attacks futile. Téléportation technique? Su Nuo's expression changed slightly. This individual had evidently mastered the Blood Clan's escape technique, suggesting he was far from an ordinary clan member. Yang Chen frowned, his gaze searching the void. At this moment, there was no sign of Zhang Hao within a 10-mile radius. This meant that in merely a fleeting instant, the opponent had already fled at least 10 miles away. Indeed, this was a precious secret technique that the teacher had often mentioned in class, far more valuable than mere martial skills at the same level, serving as a vital trump card for preserving life in critical situations. Su Nuo shook her head with a hint of regret. This individual undoubtedly harbored significant secrets, and if they could capture him this time, it would be worth more than the promised reward of 500 destiny points. Rest assured, he won't escape. Yang Chen's gaze was foreboding. The opponent was gravely injured, and he was determined not to let him go. Besides, a grudge had been established, and he needed to eradicate the threat completely. Focusing on the direction of Zhang Hao's escape, he declared, if you are not within 10 miles, then let it be 100, 1,000, or 10,000. Look, Mom, a shooting star. Boom! In the outskirts far from the urban area, a blood-red figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit. Dust swirled around, taking a considerable time to settle before revealing a humanoid blood cocoon within the pit. A faint sound of cracking emerged from within the blood cocoon, and soon, large cracks appeared on its surface. Once the cocoon shattered completely, Zhang Hao emerged, looking disheveled, his complexion as pale as parchment, his entire body aching and weak. Damn it, I have suffered a great loss this time. Zhang Hao retrieved blood bags from his storage pouch, consuming a dozen in one go. The teleportation technique recorded in the Blood Sutra had saved his life twice now, though the aftereffects were indeed quite severe. His voice was weak, but after ingesting the blood, a hint of color returned to his pale face. Those 2 Blue Star individuals were truly devoid of honor, living up to the reputation of being deemed as practitioners of the evil path by the human race of the Cultivation civilization. One moment, they were negotiating, and the next, they sought to take his life, truly wicked. Just as Zhang Hao prepared to check his location on his phone, a blinding light shone from a distance, causing his eyes to sting painfully. What the hell? Which idiot is driving with high beams at this hour? Zhang Hao cursed, but the next moment, he realized something was amiss. This was clearly the outskirts. Aside from an abandoned factory, there was no one around. Who would drive here at night? The car sped swiftly, easily exceeding 300 miles per hour, and as it detected an obstacle ahead, it prepared to brake. I found him. Su Nua's expression turned excited as she looked at Yang Chen. The bright high beams clearly illuminated Zhang Hao's astonished face. The car's tires screeched against the uneven ground, drifting through the factory entrance before coming to a halt not far from Zhang Hao, dust billowing around. In an instant, two figures sprang from the vehicle, cutting through the dispersing dust, their silver-white blades slicing through the air. Shit! Zhang Hao summoned all his strength, rolling and dodging as Yang Chen's spear struck repeatedly. Thankfully, the Blood Clan was a powerful race that practiced both spirit and physical cultivation. Otherwise, he would have already become a pincushion. The innocent child of Blue Star offends me. Chapter 23. The Blood Clan's Secret Technique. S-Class Bloodlight Escape. Do not kill me. I surrender. I surrender. At this moment, Zhang Hao had no time to ponder how his adversaries had tracked him down. He pleaded for mercy with fervent urgency. The cold gleam of the gun's tip shimmered, mere inches from his throat. Yang Chen needed only the slightest movement to extinguish his life. Zhang Hao raised his hands above his head, tears streaming down his face. His desperate cries for mercy resonating with sorrow, evoking empathy in all who heard him. No, please, do not kill me. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a newborn child waiting for my return. Have compassion. Grant me a chance to live. Su Nua stepped forward, gently inhaling the lingering scent of blood that had not yet dissipated, furrowing her brow as her gaze fell upon the blood bags on the ground. Brave sirs, these blood bags are mine. I have harmed no one. I implore you to consider me a mere nuisance. Just let me go. Seeing his adversary's evident cowardice, Yang Chen regarded him with a newfound respect, recognizing the strength of his will to survive. He spoke calmly. If you relinquish the escape technique you just employed, I may consider sparing your life. Escape technique Annihilating. I will give it to you. As long as you spare my life, we can negotiate anything. The gun's tip grazed Zhang Hao's skin, dispelling any lingering hesitation. He promptly retrieved a blood-red tome from his storage pouch and handed it to Yang Chen. This is the Blood Clan's secret technique. It may not be suitable for you Blue Star denizens. Should anything go amiss, it is not my intent to cause harm. Please, brave sirs. Although this escape technique originated from the sacred blood scripture of his clan, which strictly forbade disclosure, Zhang Hao's life was hanging by a thread, rendering the clan's rules insignificant in comparison. He realized that overcoming his immediate peril was paramount. He could seek alternative means to obtain Blue Star citizenship in the future. Once he became a legitimate citizen of Blue Star, he could forsake his bloodline, declaring himself a Blue Star native. As Yang Chen accepted the tome, his gaze slowly fell upon its contents. Blood Scripture, Bloodlight Escape, S-Class Escape Technique. This technique can be cultivated by the Blood Clan, but the side effects are far greater than for the Blood Clan, resulting in severe blood loss or even death. Yang Chen, Cultivation Level, Gene Lock Stage 1, Initial 20, Biana Breathing Method D-Class Proficiency, Perfect 100, Cold Star Gun Technique C-Class Proficiency, Breaking 101, Blood Scripture, Bloodlight Escape, S-Class Escape Technique Proficiency, 5 Unfamiliar, Merit Value, 179, Remaining Lifespan, 105. A refreshing sensation surged through his mind. Indeed, it appeared that any skill or technique he set his sights upon could be immediately acquired at 5 proficiency. Though he was not yet proficient, he could at least grasp the basics, preventing him from being utterly ignorant. He passed the tome to Su Nua. Take a look, it may prove useful. However, the technique seems ill-suited for our Blue Star physiology, and the side effects are considerably more severe than for the Blood Clan. Overuse could even lead to death. Nonetheless, despite its flaws, it could serve as a vital safeguard in dire circumstances. We are at least 30 kilometers from the previous battle site. Had I not invested heavily to unlock the maximum horsepower of our intelligent vehicle, it would have taken much more effort to apprehend him. Su Nua eagerly accepted the escape technique, her excitement palpable. Such a valuable item could be traded within the Destiny organization, worth far more than merely capturing a smuggler. Now that I have given you what you asked for, may I leave? Zhang Hao swallowed hard, nervously eyeing Yang Chen. If the latter were to renege on their agreement, he would have no choice but to fight to the death. He summoned the last vestiges of his vitality, feeling an unsettling restlessness within him. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, Yang Chun and Su Nuo exchanged glances. Su Nuo placed the tome into the destiny ring, patiently awaiting Yang Chen's next move. After the night's bountiful gains, Su Nuo felt increasingly convinced that introducing Yang Chun to the Destiny organization was the wisest decision. He possessed an innate talent reminiscent of a celestial being. Noticing Yang Chen's apparent silence, Zhang Hao's heart surged with hope, sensing the possibility of survival. Please, I vow upon my blood that I shall never harm the interests of Blue Star. My crossing was solely to escape persecution. Otherwise, I would not be so desperate for Blue Star citizenship. With determination, Zhang Hao bit his finger, drawing a mysterious totem in the air, reiterating his previous words to Yang Chun in front of the totem. The blood oath was a taboo for the Blood Clan, akin to the heart demon oath in cultivation civilizations, but far harsher, as it would result in the immediate demise of anyone who broke it. Unbeknownst to him, Su Nuo had unwrapped a lollipop, mumbling through a mouthful of candy. Yang Chun gazed at the unfinished totem in the air, then turned his attention to Zhang Hao. At one more condition, do not act foolishly and embarrass yourself. You speak true. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Were it not for the pursuit of Blue Star citizenship, he would not have made such sacrifices. Yet, here he was entangled with a spy. It was infuriating. With the matter at hand resolved, Yang Chen finally withdrew his deadly gun. At that moment, Zhang Hao's complexion turned crimson, his vital energy surging. Facing imminent death, he seemed poised to break through. Noticing Zhang Hao's condition, Yang Chen felt a mix of exasperation and surprise. Inadvertently, he had assisted Zhang Hao in achieving a breakthrough. Reflecting on Zhang Hao's plight, being pursued and seeking refuge in Blue Star, he appeared to embody the very essence of a protagonist. However, having spared Zhang Hao's life, Yang Chen vowed not to act treacherously. He rubbed his eyes. In this era, who was not a protagonist in their own story? The Blood Clan was a race that cultivated both spirit and flesh, boasting formidable combat prowess. Were it not for certain specialized techniques and items that countered them, they would likely stand among the royal families. Su Nuo spoke earnestly, noting that upon breaking through to the second tier, Zhang Hao could typically rival those at the second tier of the celestial realm. However, should it be daytime, his combat power would be significantly diminished. Yang Chen, curious yet uninformed, inquired, I once read in an online novel that vampires fear silver. Does that mean my silver gun can counter him? Your gun is merely silver-colored. It is not made of silver. Ah, I see. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao, seated cross-legged nearby, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Could you two keep your voices down? Discussing the Blood Clan's weaknesses in front of me is not particularly considerate. What a pair of audacious individuals. Chapter 24. Death is not the end in the carriage. Su Nuo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the teleportation technique before her. Yang Chen, although this technique belongs to the vampire clan, the organization is offering a staggering 10,000 destiny points for its recovery. We are about to strike it rich. 10,000 destiny points. Upon hearing Su Nuo's words, Yang Chen could hardly contain his own enthusiasm. Truly, a horse cannot grow fat on nightgrass. The ancients did not deceive me. At last, I can acquire a high-level meditation technique. After today's battle, Yang Chen profoundly understood the significance of cultivating both spirit and body. Without unlocking the spiritual lock, even a mere collision of mental force left him in a daze. Su Nuo, do you have any suitable meditation techniques to recommend? Rather than blindly groping in the dark, it would be wise to heed Su Nuo's opinion, hoping to receive valuable advice. Meditation techniques? It seems you have recognized the glaring shortcomings of solely focusing on one aspect. Only through the dual cultivation of spirit and body can one truly embark on the path of immortality. Su Nuo was pleased with Yang Chen's awareness and pondered for a moment. S-level meditation techniques are exceedingly rare. Even the cheaper ones in the Destiny Merchant Shop are priced above 100,000 Destiny points. I suggest you purchase an entire set of A-level meditation techniques that come equipped with spiritual combat skills, which only costs 50,000 Destiny points. 50,000 Destiny points translates to 500 million Blue Star coins, a price that is remarkably fair, at least half cheaper than what is available externally. However, the cultivation speed of S-level techniques is unmatched by ill-level ones, and the spiritual combat skills may not serve much purpose for me at the moment. I merely seek a high-level meditation technique to swiftly unlock my spiritual lock. This way, I can avoid the disorienting effects of a mental collision at the same level. Of course, the paramount concern remains the ability to manipulate objects once the spiritual lock is opened. Thus, I need not worry about my weapon being ineffective at critical moments. Noticing Chen's hesitation, Su Nuo inquired, "Is there an issue?" I currently do not intend to cultivate spiritual combat techniques. I only desire an S-level meditation technique to quickly unlock my spiritual lock. Su Nuo nodded, acknowledging Chen's formidable marksmanship, especially the shot that exploded the head of the hunter against an ordinary first-tier spiritual lock cultivator. The opponent might not even have the chance to execute their spiritual combat skills before being incapacitated. In the cultivation of immortality, it is crucial to avoid being scattered and unfocused. The dual cultivation of spirit and body is already quite demanding. If you were to learn numerous combat techniques, your progress would likely be slower than that of a tortoise. By the time your opponent reaches the third or fourth tier of spiritual locks, you would still be at the first tier, easily disoriented by a simple mental collision, rendering all combat skills ineffective. Since you feel this way, I shall respect your decision. I happen to possess an S-level meditation technique right here. You can exchange it directly for your blood teleportation technique. That cannot be. Upon hearing Su Nuo's words, Chen was momentarily taken aback. This teleportation technique was obtained together, and without you, I could not have defeated that vampire. It cannot be considered solely mine. Then let us split it 7-3. Accounting for the destiny points gained from this capture, you still owe me over 20,000 destiny points. Su Nuo then pulled a lollipop from her pocket, unwrapped it, and popped into her mouth. Your talent is extraordinarily perceptive. Only with your strength enhanced will our efficiency in capturing the alien races increase. This is what we call a win-win cooperation. She retrieved a blue jade piece from her destiny ring and handed it to Chen. Do not be coy. With this time, you should quickly unlock your spiritual lock. Expanding your search range is more beneficial than anything else. Since Su Nuo had put it this way, Chen ceased to decline. After all, as she stated, unlocking his spiritual lock sooner would indeed accelerate their pace in capturing alien races. They agreed to meet the next morning at 8 o'clock downstairs. The location of the target was not far from his apartment, and a taxi ride would take less than half an hour. Upon returning home, Chen first took a shower and changed into clean clothes. He then sat cross-legged on his bed, entering the realm of his consciousness. Chen, level, Gene Lock, level 1, initial 20, the level breathing technique. 100 transformations breathing technique, completion 100, S-level meditation technique. Viewing mountains and seas, entry 5, sea-level combat technique. Cold star gun technique, breaking limits 101. S-level teleportation technique, bloodlight teleportation, entry 5, merit points 179, remaining lifespan 105. Upon seeing the S-level meditation technique displayed before him, Chen felt a surge of excitement. Such a level of meditation technique is reserved only for the heavenly generals, even in the heavenly court. He decided to invest all his merit points. Merit points injected, you begin cultivating the meditation technique. Viewing mountains and seas, the cultivation of the spiritual path relies on capturing the innate energy within the body, transforming energy into spirit, strengthening the 3 souls and 7 spirits, expanding the sea of consciousness. Viewing mountains and seas, fortifying the 3 souls and 7 spirits like mountains and deep abysses, expanding the sea of consciousness boundlessly. If this process is aided by blessed lands, precious spiritual herbs, and great beings imparting wisdom, progress can be rapid. However, you possess none of these. Fortunately, the high level of the technique itself serves as a significant advantage. You meditate for 113 years, exerting efforts beyond what an ordinary person can endure and possess a determination unattainable by others, ultimately cultivating the S-level meditation technique. Viewing mountains and seas to completion 100. The deities take notice. You are henceforth known as the King of Perseverance. The speed of spiritual cultivation increases by 50, returning 66 merit points. Your cultivation ends. It seems you have gained some insight and sensed a faint lock within the sea of consciousness, prompting you to attempt to unlock it. Attempt failed. You died. S-level meditation technique. Viewing mountains and seas. Completion 100. Merit points 66. Remaining lifespan 100. Observing the failure notification and the disappearance of 5 years of lifespan. Yang Chun took a deep breath. To hear the Tao in the morning and to die in the evening is acceptable. Retaining 5 years of lifespan. With the remaining 95 years, he possesses 19 more opportunities to inject merit points and continue his cultivation. After experiencing death, you do not concede defeat. Perhaps it is your unyielding spirit that has moved the heavens, allowing you to live a second life. In this life, you continue to attempt unlocking that faint lock within the sea of consciousness. Attempt failed, you died. Yet that lock seems clearer now. Death is not the end, at least not for you. You awaken from darkness, and light appears before you. You have now lived a third life. In your third life, you persist in attempting to unlock the lock in the sea of consciousness, refusing to yield until death. Regrettably, this time ends in failure once more. You die, but before your demise, you glimpse the full form of that lock. Heaven cannot conceal. Earth cannot extinguish. In death, you behold your true self. 10 lives of death have not extinguished your tenacious will. Rather, they have bestowed your spirit with a hint of indestructibility. The lock shatters. Your cultivation ends, returning 56 merit points. Chapter 25. Do not disturb my path. Yang Chen. Level. First stage gene lock. Initial 20. Level. First stage soul lock. Initial 20. 100 nurturing breathing technique. D grade. Perfect 100. S grade meditation technique. Observing mountains and seas. Perfect 100. C grade combat technique. Cold Star Spear technique. Breakthrough 101. S grade escape technique. Bloodlight escape beginner 5. Merit points 56. Remaining lifespan 100. The breakthrough of the soul lock was meant to extend my lifespan by 50 years, which perfectly offset the demise from my previous 10 lives. Including my last death, I have perished 11 times on the path of enlightenment. One must ponder, is there a more devout seeker of truth in this world than myself? My soul must be as robust and solid as my physical form, far surpassing my peers, and certainly not comparable to some who resort to shortcuts. All of this is the fruit of my perseverance and diligence. I took a deep breath, reminding my heart to avoid arrogance and complacency. I must strive even harder. I shall maintain a spirit unafraid of hardship, fatigue, or death. I wager all 56 merit points into the first stage of the gene lock. Merit points injected. You have commenced your cultivation. Detecting that you possess advanced gene essence, do you wish to use it? This essence was a gift from Su Xiaoyu. At last, I can experience the benefits of investing in my growth. Use. You have utilized the advanced gene essence akin to affixing wheels beneath a turtle, allowing swift movement with merely a gentle tap of its claws. Your cultivation speed has increased by 30. Accelerating cultivation. The effects of the advanced gene essence enable you to thrive. Within a mere year, you have reached mid-stage of the first level of the gene lock, 50. As the effects of the essence gradually faded, bereft of its assistance, my progress with merely the D-grade breathing technique felt as sluggish as a snail. I reverted to a life of relentless toil. All merit points expended after 56 years of arduous training. Your cultivation has plateaued at late stage, first level gene lock, 80. Is this truly cultivation, or merely an expenditure of wealth? Without external aid, the slow pace of my diligent practice is disheartening. The heavens reward the industrious. Perhaps the cultivation gained through external means is not as solid as that obtained through steadfast effort. Regardless, my innate talent is undoubtedly sound. The most pressing task now is to acquire a high-level breathing technique. Only then can I truly enhance my strength. I opened the Destiny Merchant Mall and perused the martial arts section. As promised, The cheapest S-grade breathing technique costs a staggering 100,000 destiny points. Unless I stumble upon a windfall, it remains an unattainable dream. Yang Chen instinctively touched his eyes, but quickly shook his head. The last time I observed a C-grade combat technique during the Divine War left my eyes grievously wounded. An S-grade breathing technique would likely blind me. With 500 million blue star coins inherited from my uncle, I could comfortably purchase an A-grade breathing technique without taking such risks. Having recently broken through the first stage of the soul lock, my vision now extends 100 miles before I feel noticeable strain, an essential means of accruing merit points. Yang Chen understood clearly that reliance on oneself is the key to strength. With ample merit points, I could toil for 1,000,000 years and eventually attain immortality. The following morning, after completing my morning routine, Yang Chen descended to purchase breakfast. With my uncle now summoned back to the celestial realm, I had to fend for myself. As my gene lock gradually progressed, my appetite grew. Ordinary food would soon be inadequate, leaving only spirit-infused ingredients. Common options include spirit rice and spirit fruits produced by the Shinong spirit herb base. However, spirit-infused meat is rather pricey. Given the choice, I would prefer to use gene essence. The affluent indulge in heavenly treasures and miraculous elixirs, with the most renowned being the celestial peaches and medicinal pills produced by the Daoist biopharmaceuticals. Though I possess 500 million funds, I must not squander them. Ordinary food has yet to be entirely phased out for me, and I should conserve resources. I devoured over 20 large meat buns and drank 3 bowls of soy milk before feeling satisfied. As per our agreed time, I prepared to head downstairs. Time was punctual indeed. Xu Yue appeared in her jeans and jacket, topped with a black cap, a lollipop in her mouth. Upon seeing Yang Chen, she retrieved a talisman from her pocket. This is a calming talisman I purchased from the Destiny Merchant Mall yesterday. It can stabilize your consciousness and should be quite beneficial for you at this stage. Receiving the talisman from Xu Yue, Yang Chen smiled faintly. Thank you for your kindness. But while this may have been useful for me yesterday, today, it is no longer necessary. The talisman floated back to Xu Yue's hand, a tool usable only after unlocking the soul lock. You've broken through the first stage of the soul lock, Xu Yue inquired, a hint of surprise in her tone, yet not overly astonished. She nodded, faster than I anticipated. Possessing an S-grade meditation technique and a body that has unlocked the gene lock, achieving the first stage of the soul lock in a single night is not impossible. However, Yang Chen furrowed his brow at her response. It did not align with his expectations. Do you find this normal? Of course. With an S-grade meditation technique and the support of an unlocked gene lock body, while it is indeed quick, it is not entirely extraordinary. Hearing Xu Yue's measured tone, Yang Chen shook his head. Do not disturb my path. Let us proceed. Today, we prepare to make significant strides. The merit points acquired yesterday enabled Xu Yue to procure several vials of mid to high-level gene and soul essence, and her strength had surged dramatically, leaving her eager to begin. Yang Chen, too, was eager to move forward, owing her nearly 30,000 merit points. Casting his gaze into the void, he prepared to observe the presence of otherworldly beings within a 100-mile radius. 50 kilometers to the northeast, traces of the elven race detected. Elves. The information caused Yang Chen's expression to shift. Was this an exhilarating start to the day? Nearby lay the elven race, royalty of the elemental civilization. If memory serves, the elemental civilization and blue star civilization are currently in a state of hostility, permitting immediate execution upon discovery. What is the matter, Yang Chen? Have you found a big catch? Xu Yue noticed his reaction and instinctively grew excited. Could it be a genuine second-generation tourist sneaking into Blue Star? No, it's the elven race. Chapter 26. Encounter with Li Xian Yushuan's countenance shifted slightly. The elemental civilization was currently in a state of enmity with the Blue Star civilization, and the arrival of a royal from the opposing faction surely held significant implications. Yushuan's analysis aligned with Yang Chen's thoughts. There must be substantial movements afoot. Fixing his gaze upon the void, he discerned detailed information about the other party. Second-tier Dark Knight Elf, adept in stealth and assassination. Mission objective: locate ancient civilization ruins. Ancient civilization ruins? Yang Chen furrowed his brow. Yuxuan, are you familiar with the ancient civilization ruins? Surpriset, Yusuan regarded Yang Chen. Ancient civilization ruins are typically excavated in collaboration with the Cosmic Science Institute and the Lingxiao Big Data Center. It is said that many artifacts left by ancient predecessors possess significant scientific value, yet unauthorized excavations are illegal. Upon hearing Yuxuan's explanation, Yang Chen grasped the situation. This was tantamount to theft. Ah no, archaeology. The ancient civilization ruins of Blue Star had been largely unearthed, with few new sites emerging. The remaining ones were primarily buried within newly developed inner spaces, making them difficult to detect from the outside unless anomalies occurred. After a moment's contemplation, Yuxuan added, "Are you suggesting that they have come here in search of the ancient ruins? Could it be that they possess knowledge of certain undiscovered ancient sites on Blue Star?" Indeed, Yuxuan's intellect shone through, and Yang Chen nodded appreciatively, reflecting a sense of mentorship. The presence of a second-tier Dark Knight elf, while royal, indicated that beyond seeking ancient civilization ruins, it was difficult to conceive of any other motives. This assertion was sound and immediately earned Yuxuan's agreement. However, the dispatch of a royal suggested they likely possessed clues to a specific ancient site, perhaps affording an opportunity to trace the leads back to their origin. If they could enact a strategy akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, the rewards and divine fate values for uncovering unknown ancient ruins would be substantial. Yang Chen's eyes brightened at Yuxuan's words, yet he soon dismissed the notion of exploring the ancient ruins. Such ventures would come at a considerable cost, and he could not readily justify the reasons behind them. Let's first locate their target and then decide our next course of action based on the circumstances. Onward. The duo swiftly reached a consensus, hailing a smart vehicle from the roadside, proceeding directly toward their destination, Hangzhou City Civilization Academy. By June, Hangzhou had begun to warm, sunlight filtering through the clouds as temperatures steadily rose. During the midday meal hour, numerous students emerged from the campus, clad in various styles of skirts and shorts that showcased their long, fair legs, dazzling onlookers. At the campus entrance, a striking pastel pink brabus slowly entered the field of vision, instantly becoming the focal point of attention. Li Xian alighted from the vehicle, donned in a pink shirt and black trousers, complemented by sunglasses. His handsome visage prompted whispers of shyness among several female students, while bolder ones could hardly resist approaching him for contact information. His gaze fell upon a black Mercedes parked nearby, and Li Xian's anxious heart finally settled. Following the peculiar events of his last encounter, he had hired several bodyguards, insisting on their presence whenever he ventured out. This time, through a friend's introduction, he had arranged a meeting with the campus belle of Hangzhou City Civilization Academy, hoping to enjoy a delightful evening together. What a flashy color for a car. It must have cost a fortune. Curiously observing from an inconspicuous self-driving taxi, Yuxuan, lollipop in mouth, regarded the spectacle with interest. Her long, shapely legs were accentuated by her denim, inadvertently catching Yang Chen's attention. A limited edition model, worth nearly 20 million upon delivery. Yet, the person disembarking seems oddly familiar. Could it be the individual we encountered during the last strange incident? Yang Chen's gaze shifted toward Li Xian. Li Chuan, a member of the human race, possesses a first-tier elemental lock opened by the apocalypse. He poses virtually no threat. Indeed, it does seem like him, the one who fled in terror during our last encounter with that enigmatic entity. Recalling the details, Yang Chen speculated that the individual might be awaiting someone. Could it be that he had unwittingly entered the territory of the elves? Since early morning, he and Yuxuan had been lying in wait, and had it not been for the need to avoid alarming the target, they would have considered infiltrating the area. As they conversed, a girl in a black dress gracefully exited the campus gates, her exquisite features capturing the attention of all nearby. Goodness, it's Senior Lauren. Lauren? One of the 3 campus beauties? She looks even more stunning in person than in the photos online. Li Xian felt a surge of vanity at the murmurs around him, his ego greatly satisfied in this moment. Straightening his collar, he approached with an air of elegant confidence, extending his hand. "It is my honor to spend this delightful time with the goddess of my heart." "Goddess?" Lauren teased, sticking out her tongue. Weren't you just calling me a goddess neurotic online? Why the gentlemanly act now? Ahem, Li Xian stammered, clearing his throat awkwardly. With so many people around, one must maintain an image. With that, he tenderly took Lauren's hand and led her to the bra bus, gallantly opening the car door for her. Shall we go for afternoon tea? Let us go. The pastel pink bra bus glided away, leaving a group of heartbroken onlookers at the campus gate. Meanwhile, the inconspicuous self-driving taxi also began to stir. Yang Chen, are you certain that the other party belongs to the elf race? Yushuan's eyes were fixed intently on the departing bra bus, her voice brimming with excitement. Indeed, they are Dark Knight elves. While their stealth is not as profound as that of the Enigmatic clan, they can evade detection from a 2.0 version of the demon-revealing mirror for short periods. After all, elves appear quite similar to us humans at first glance. The text described elves as strikingly beautiful beings. Aside from their distinctly pointed ears, their appearances bear little difference from humans. The girl in the black dress likely employed a method to conceal her true features, making her indistinguishable from humanity. Chapter 27. Ancient Ruins Classmate Xiaoche, Maximum Power. Be sure to keep up with the vehicle ahead. I'm sorry, but tracking behavior violates the Blue Star driving regulations. This service is not supported. Damn it. Yang Chen Kuruset angrily, frustrated that this device had failed him at a critical moment. Don't worry, watch me. Su Nuo calmly waved at Yang Chen, producing a black USB drive and inserting it into the car's internal interface. Advanced commands detected. All power has been released, and the target vehicle is firmly locked. Yang Chen looked at Su Nuo in astonishment. Where did you get this? You didn't have it last time. I acquired it from the Demon Slayer before coming this morning. I didn't have it before either, Su Nuo replied, shrugging. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. And I had to use quite a few connections to get this. Yang Chen smiled awkwardly and gave Su Nuo a thumbs up. Professional. With the smart car's target locked, they followed closely behind Li Xian's vehicle, arriving at the 7-star Boj Li Hotel in the upper city. They watched as Li Xian and his companion took the elevator upstairs. 2 minutes later, Yang Chen and Su Nuo also arrived at the hotel's 17th floor, entering a tea restaurant. Good day, gentlemen. May I take your order? A smiling waiter approached as the elevator doors opened. The cheapest set meal here cost $29.80, causing Yang Chen's lips to twitch slightly. I'll have the Black Pearl set meal, Su Nuo said, casually gesturing towards the northeast corner, where Li Xian and his companion were seated by the window. They chose a corner table that allowed them to observe the duo clearly. Yang Chen's gaze was fixed on the two. They're second-tier elves. If it comes to a fight, can we handle it? As the royal race of elemental civilization, the elves were far superior to any opponents they had previously encountered. Their combat power at least on par with an average second-tier mortal. What are you afraid of? I meditated all night last night and broke through to the second tier of the immortal path. Even in a one-on-one, I wouldn't fear them. What? You broke through to the second tier of the immortal path? Yang Chen was taken aback, his gaze fixed on Su Nuo. So soon? Is this considered fast? I was just a step away from the second tier, and after purchasing high-level gene elixirs and spirit elixirs from the Destiny Merchant, I opened the second-tier gene lock and then, in one go, broke through the second-tier spirit lock. Su Nuo pulled a lollipop from his pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how long it would take to gather resources for the breakthrough. Hearing Su Nuo's nonchalant words, Yang Chen fell into deep contemplation. The other party relied too much on external forces, their foundation far more profound than his own as a diligent practitioner. There was no need to envy them. His own talent was certainly not inferior. Moreover, after dying so many times, he had even noticed a hint of an indestructible attribute in his soul. Although he was uncertain of its specific utility, it undoubtedly represented an extraordinary opportunity that ordinary people could never possess. Having understood this, Yang Chen felt a surge of clarity. He merely needed to steadfastly pursue his own path moving forward. Good sir, your afternoon tea set. The waiter brought over the tea set and was about to leave when Yang Chen snapped his fingers, causing the waiter, who had already turned halfway, to halt abruptly. He took out a sound transmission talisman purchased from a merchant and handed it to the waiter. It must be said that items purchased from the merchant appeared directly in the destiny ring, making them instantly usable, a true convenience. He implanted a subconscious suggestion in the waiter using his mental energy, then snapped his fingers again, and the waiter returned to his original state the next moment. Initially looking around in confusion, the waiter scratched his head and continued to turn and leave. "What did you do to him with your mental energy?" Su Nua asked, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Sound transmission talisman. Yang Chen pointed towards Li Xian's table. "Don't you want to know what they are saying?" A moment later, the waiter approached Li Xian's table with an exquisite fruit platter. "Excuse me, sir, this is a complimentary fruit platter from our establishment." "Oh, just place it over there," Li Xian said casually, gesturing to a vacant spot on the table. "I truly did not expect that a young lady like you would be studying archaeology. At first, I thought you were from the foreign language department." Li Xian chuckled, impressed by her fluency, especially in Elvish, which surpassed even some experts he had encountered. "Archaeology is quite fascinating. I had to study foreign languages, partly because my family liked it and partly to prepare for exams," Lorraine replied, sticking out her tongue playfully. "It has always been my dream to witness the world of ancient people and appreciate the beauty and culture of antiquity." Her lively gaze sparkled with a hint of mischief, akin to a gentle spring breeze, captivating Li Xian entirely. Aside from himself, it seemed no one would suspect that beneath the goddess-like exterior lay such a quirky personality. Unlike any other girl he had encountered, this unique dynamic caused Li Xian to feel an impulse to settle down. "I've never met someone whose interests align with mine so perfectly. To be honest, I also have extensive research in ancient ruins. I've harbored a dream similar to yours since childhood," Li Xian said, his demeanor earnest as he boasted. Lorraine's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? I thought you found such a dull topic uninteresting. Why would I?" Li Xian noticed her evident curiosity and began reminiscing about the tales his father had shared regarding certain ancient ruins. "I come from a family of archaeologists, and under such influence, I've harbored a strong interest in ancient sites since childhood. You know researcher Li Tai, right?" He lowered his voice intentionally for the last sentence. "He's my father." "What?" Lorraine gasped, quickly covering her mouth. Noticing the surrounding eyes turning their way, she lowered her head, feeling slightly embarrassed, and whispered to Li Xian, "I'm sorry. I got a bit too excited." Her reaction filled Li Xian's vanity with immense satisfaction, though he feigned indifference. "No worries. The glory of my predecessors is not a capital for boasting. My goal is to surpass him in this field." Li Xian's audacious words caused Yang Chen and Su Nua, who had been eavesdropping, to exchange glances, both seeing the incredulity mirrored in each other's eyes. Although they hadn't heard of Li Tai, the title of researcher was not something just anyone could claim. Only those recognized by the Cosmic Research Institute, the CRME de la CRME of academia, were worthy of the title, each a treasure of Blue Star Civilization. Chapter 28. Chang'e, ascending to the moon. Lorraine gazed at Li Xian with admiration, astonished to discover that he was indeed a distinguished student of the Jiangnan Civilization Academy. Clearing his throat, Li Xian felt a tinge of embarrassment. His admission to the esteemed academy was facilitated by the unlocking of his primordial spirit lock through the awakening of the apocalypse, as well as his father's connections. But such truths were best left unspoken. In his mind, he quickly recalled scenes of his father diligently working at home, and he adopted an air of scholarly profundity. The ancient civilization ruins were treasures of the Blue Star Civilization, encapsulating the ancestors' profound comprehension of the Tao, ubiquitous yet transcending mere words. Each manifestation a serendipitous encounter within the river of time. The Tao? Lorraine rested her chin on her hands. Our Blue Star Civilization's understanding of the Tao was also inspired by the ancient civilization ruins, which serve as the foundation for our more resplendent culture. We have surpassed the ancients, yet we cannot help but marvel at their wisdom. Perhaps there are still many undiscovered ruins on Blue Star that could bestow upon us new insights. Indeed, have you heard the tale of Chang'e ascending to the moon? Li Xian smiled, suddenly recalling a conversation his father had had with his mother. Of course. It is said that during the ancient tribal civilization era, a tribal leader shot down a ferocious beast and was rewarded with an elixir of ascension by a powerful being. His wife consumed this elixir, soaring into the skies and receiving the title of a celestial being in the ancient celestial court, granted residence in the palace of eternal cold. Lorraine's face lit up with longing. Ah, the prospect of ascension. Do you think there truly exists an elixir capable of allowing one to ascend to the heavens and become a celestial being? Well, perhaps, Li Xian replied, embarrassed. After all, it had cost him no less than 500 million blue star coins to unlock his first-tier primordial spirit lock through the apocalypse. Each failure had resulted in a loss of 100 million coins. Making it hard to fathom the cost the Heavenly Court must have incurred to assist others in unlocking the 6th-tier primordial spirit locks. The mention of the 6th tier caused a flicker of complexity in Lorraine's eyes. The methods of the powerful are indeed beyond our comprehension. However, the tale of Chang'e is merely a legend. Are we discussing the ancient civilization ruins? She tilted her head, her adorably naive expression causing Li Xian to momentarily lose his train of thought. Ah, you may not know this, Li Xian said, instinctively swallowing hard. He glanced around and lowered his voice. To my knowledge, clues related to this have already been discovered by our Jiangnan Civilization Academy. What? No way. The exclamations of shock erupted simultaneously from two voices. Yang Chun shot an irritated glance at Su Nuo, who had covered her mouth in disbelief, relieved that he had cast a soundproof spell beforehand. On the other side, Lorraine stared at Li Xian in astonishment. Is this the clue you uncovered? If this is true, you are truly remarkable, a genius. Well, it was a collaborative discovery with my mentors at the Academy, Li Xian replied, maintaining his composure despite Lorraine's adoring gaze, feeling slightly euphoric. Could you elaborate? Lorraine's eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity, her desire for knowledge palpable. Li Xian hesitated, feeling a pang of regret for not having explored this topic more thoroughly with his father at home. Please, please, Lorraine implored, her delicate hand grasping Li Xian's sleeve, gently shaking it as she began to pout. I promise I won't tell anyone else. Let's make a pinky promise. In that moment, Li Xian's heart soared. The effects of his first-tier primordial spirit lock finally manifested. Memories that had once been hazy began to sharpen under the stimulation of the moment. All right, there's nothing I can't share with you, Li Xian smiled, intertwining his pinky with Lorraine's, feeling the extraordinary benefits of the primordial spirit lock beyond mere longevity for the first time. Yes, Lorraine nodded enthusiastically, embodying the essence of a curious child. Li Xian thoughtfully poured her a cup of afternoon tea. A few years prior, a significant upheaval had occurred in the forbidden zone of the Dead Spirit Abyss, prompting the Heavenly Court to intervene directly, resulting in over 6 months of suppression before tranquility was restored. During my review of the war footage, I inadvertently glimpsed an ancient architectural complex fleetingly caught within a spatial rift. Drawing upon my years of experience, I promptly captured that brief segment of video, which I later analyzed with my mentors, leading to our preliminary conclusion that it was indeed an ancient civilization ruin. Lorraine appeared puzzled. But how did you connect this ancient ruin to the tale of Chang'e ascending to the moon based solely on the visual data? The landscape was barren for miles. The architectural style was unique to the tribal civilization period. Li Xian recalled his father's words. Of course, this alone was insufficient. After reporting the situation to the Academy, they promptly retrieved all relevant visual data from the 1,000-mile iSatellite Center. As he spoke, Li Xian's expression grew complex. I worked tirelessly for over a month, and through meticulous comparison of various materials, I discovered vague images of colossal figures within the rift, likely the remains of the legendary three-legged golden crow. To substantiate my theory, I consulted a powerful being who had ventured deep into the Dead Spirit Abyss, and they indeed confirmed the presence of the three-legged golden crow's spirit there. However, Lorraine interjected curiously, the existence of the Forbidden Zone spans eons, especially the ancient Dead Spirit Abyss. The notion of a golden crow's spirit residing deep within seems plausible. But a golden crow with an arrow embedded in its head? Even after countless ages, even if its soul has descended into a spirit, that arrow would remain forever. Lorraine chuckled. If that's the case, this ancient ruin should be named the legend of Ho, shooting the suns. No. Li Xian shook his head. raising two fingers. Do you recall the most widely circulated version of the tale of Chang'e ascending to the moon? At least according to the records in the Civilization Academy. The elixirs of ascension granted back then were 2 in number. So you suspect that there exists another elixir of ascension within the ancient ruins? Indeed, but there's an even more significant reason that has led all the researchers at the Academy to unanimously agree that this newly discovered ancient ruin should be named Chang'e ascending to the moon. Li Xian leaned closer to Lorraine, lowering his voice as he continued. During the last battle in the Dead Spirit Abyss, the Heavenly Court advanced to the 10th layer, marking their deepest incursion to date. At the entrance to the 10th layer, there stands a stone tablet inscribed with tribal-era characters, which translates to eternal cold in modern language. Chapter 29. Trembling Li Xian, this news rendered the 4 individuals speechless. In the 10th layer of the Necromancer Abyss, there existed a stone tablet inscribed with the words Guanghan. Lauren felt her heart race, her face flushed with excitement. It was said that the Necromancer Abyss was an ancient battlefield where our ancestors battled against strange civilizations. This legend now appeared to hold a kernel of truth. The war of civilizations had never ceased. Perhaps it had commenced eons ago. Who could say for certain? The cycles of destruction and rebirth ebbed and flowed through the river of time, leaving only the embers of civilization for posterity. Li Xian wore a melancholic expression, mimicking the tone and demeanor of his father when he spoke. So, have you successfully pinpointed the coordinates of this site? The scenes within the spatial rift felt both near and distant. The ancient ruins constantly shifted amidst the chaotic flow of space, making it exceedingly challenging to capture their coordinates. Today had yielded an overwhelming amount of information, and Lauren, caught up in her emotions, involuntarily blurted out a question. However, she quickly regained her composure. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked such a question. I was just too excited," she said with an awkward smile, stealing a glance at Li Xian's reaction. Yet, he seemed oblivious to any peculiarity, simply waving his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Such matters are typically handled by the Academy's mentors. I'm not entirely certain, but it appears they have estimated the next stasis time and approximate location." Lauren smiled, her tension gradually unwinding. The excavation of ancient civilization ruins often posed challenges at the outset. Once a clue emerged, the Lingxiao Big Data Center would utilize it to search for relevant data and imagery. As long as a method could be devised to calculate the next stasis time and approximate location, locking in the coordinates would merely be a matter of time. Once the spatial coordinates were acquired, entry could be achieved from anywhere. Lauren was indifferent to whether the temple could seize the opportunity to claim this ancient civilization site from the hands of the celestial realm. Her sole concern was how to obtain the information regarding the next stasis time and approximate location. Once she secured that, she could gracefully withdraw and pursue her cultivation in the temple. "Your brother has achieved so much at such a young age. Surely he will become a researcher in the future, unlike me, who couldn't even gain admission to the Jiangnan Civilization Academy." The term brother sent a shiver down Li Xian's spine, and he found himself longing for the dinner that lay ahead. "If you're interested in the Jiangnan Civilization Academy, I could offer you some guidance. Every academy holds an entrance examination once a year, and I am well acquainted with many mentors there." Li Xian took her delicate, smooth hand, and the moment their skin met, it felt as if he were touching a warm jade, making it hard to let go. "So, do you know the next stasis time and approximate location of the ruins?" Lauren's sparkling, violet eyes glimmered as her gentle voice reached Li Xian's ears, rendering him momentarily dazed. The heart enchantment technique had significant side effects, and she had initially been reluctant to employ it. However, the stakes were high, and at this critical moment, she was willing to take a gamble. I don't know, but I guess the location should be in the Magic City." Li Xian's voice faltered, and his gaze became vacant, resembling a soulless puppet. "Why?" Because my dad is on a business trip to the Magic City." As the violet glow in his eyes dimmed, a trickle of crimson slowly ran from Li Xian's nose. "Ah, brother, why are you bleeding?" In the next moment, Lauren's anxious voice filled the air as she hurriedly tore open a pack of wet wipes from the table. Her face etched with concern as she tended to Li Xian's nosebleed. "Huh, am I bleeding?" Li Xian took the wet wipe from Lauren's hand and glanced down to see the vivid red blood. Yikes! Have I overheated? Shaking his slightly throbbing head, he mused to himself about what he had just said. Why did he suddenly feel so dazed? He muttered a few perplexed words, attributing it to the pressure of his studies. He offered Lauren an embarrassed smile, attempting to explain. Brother, you must be working too hard. But even if studying is tiring, you must take care of your health. You need to learn to look after yourself. Well, now that I have you here, you can take care of me, Li Xian said with a smile, reaching out to touch her small hand, only for Lauren to deftly evade him. Hee, I just remembered that I have something to attend to tonight, so I need to head back early. Could you escort me? Huh? The words caught Li Xian off guard. It seemed his dinner plans were about to be dashed. Yet, Lauren's demeanor only piqued his interest further. She was unlike the other girls he had known, and the challenge of winning her over was far more enticing. All right then, let us go. If we have time later, we could video chat about more ancient ruins knowledge. Flattery was one of the basic principles of courting, and Li Xian resolved to delve into the books in his father's study upon returning home. Sound good? Lauren beamed sweetly. But it seems we might not be able to leave just yet. It appears two uninvited guests have been watching us for quite some time. What? Li Xian instinctively scanned the area. The once bustling restaurant was now eerily empty, a white mist filling every corner. The cloud mist formation, a spatial isolation array born of cultivation civilization. Who are you? Dalma Guard. Or perhaps the chosen ones? Lauren turned to the right, seemingly unperturbed by their current predicament. You seem rather confident. Yang Chen and Su Nuo emerged slowly from the mist, making it appear as though they were not on Blue Star, but in the spirit realm. The spirit realm was the ancestral star of elemental civilization. While Lauren had been preoccupied using the heart enchantment on Li Xian, Yang Chen and Su Nuo had quietly set up the isolation array, ensuring that any impending conflict would not harm innocent bystanders. It's you. Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yang Chen and Su Nuo. He was all too familiar with these two. Their faces had haunted his nightmares in the past few days. He would recognize them even if turned to ash. Especially the tall girl before him, who had once rendered him immobile with sheer force. Yet thanks to them, who would have thought that the seemingly delicate girl by his side was, in fact, a bloodthirsty enigma. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Wait, what brings you here? Certain unwelcome memories resurfaced vividly in his mind, and Li Xian instinctively swallowed hard, his legs beginning to tremble ever so slightly. Chapter 30. Elemental Spirits, have I inadvertently stumbled into a den of enigmas? A cold sweat dampened my forehead and back, as Li Xian felt an impending dread that a tongue might pierce through his skull at any moment. With eyes wide in terror, he glanced at the two figures before him, his lips seemingly forming the words for help. Brother, this is quite amusing. Did you not promise to escort me home just moments ago? Why do you dare not even glance my way now? Lorraine's voice, filled with mirth, echoed from behind him. Indeed, one can only trust half of what the young men from Blue Star say. A delicate hand gently settled on Li Xian's shoulder as Lorraine gracefully approached his side. Her slender, pointed elfin ears adding an exquisite touch of exotic charm. An elf clan, Li Xian stammered, gazing at her in disbelief. I keep my promises. If it is convenient for you, I can take you back now. Yang Chen looked at Li Xian with a mixture of exasperation and admiration, recognizing that this fellow had an unusual penchant for attracting extraterrestrial beings. I hope you speak truthfully. Please wait here for a moment. With a light pat on Li Xian's shoulder, he promptly collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of strength. In the next instant, a flash of blinding steel cut through the air. Watch out! Su Nuo shouted suddenly, as Yang Chen swiftly wielded his spear. Clang! 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 The resounding clash of dagger against spear erupted, sparks flying in all directions. The adversary moved with incredible speed before Yang Chen could counterattack. The dagger surged forth like a venomous serpent. As the adage goes, a shorter weapon is more formidable at close quarters. However, once the distance closed, the advantage of a longer weapon vanished, plunging the situation into peril. Yang Chen abandoned his spear, swiftly retreating while channeling his mental energy to sweep the spear through the air, disrupting the opponent's assault. At that moment, glimmering blue needles shot through the air as Su Nuo flicked his fingers, sending a black iron orb hurtling forth with explosive force. Lorraine chuckled softly, enveloped by a dark mist that transformed into numerous illusory doppelgangers, causing the black iron orb and the lightning needles to miss their mark. The opponent's speed was extraordinary, demonstrating a mastery of evasion. Yang Chen's gaze sharpened as he summoned the spear back into his grasp, focusing on the fleeting images around him, and then unleashed a powerful strike. Celestial Star Shatter. The silver spear streaked across the illusions like a meteor, aimed directly at Lorraine's true form. Found you. Yang Chen's piercing gaze, a bane to illusionary arts, enabled Su Nuo to follow the attack and pinpoint her true self. In a relentless barrage, 5 black iron orbs were launched toward Lorraine's limbs and head, the assault swift and merciless. For the first time, a hint of shock appeared on Lorraine's face, bewildered as to how her innate abilities had been so easily discerned by the assailant. In a critical moment, her agile form dodged with a grace unattainable by ordinary humans, dancing on the edge of a blade. Barely escaping the initial 5 black iron orbs, she was struck by Yang Chen's spear, shattering her right arm, blood and flesh scattering in an instant. A cold sweat trickled down Lorraine's cheek as she glared at Yang Chen, astonished that a mere first-tier cultivator could unravel her nightshade. Su Nuo slid his right hand across the destiny ring, summoning the black iron orb back into his grasp, his gaze fixed intently on Lorraine. Her speed was astonishing. Had she been an ordinary second-tier celestial, she would have either died or been gravely injured. Today, I underestimated you both. With her right arm destroyed, Lorraine wielded her blade with her left, the dark mist spreading across her body. But I have my own reinforcements. A calm voice emerged as a rift in the surrounding cloud formation opened, revealing a young man clad in a servant's attire, his expression serene. It seems the situation here is dire. The young man was handsome, adorned with rings of various gemstones on his slender fingers, casting a cold glance at the injured Lorraine. I hope your gains will justify my sacrifice. Lorraine did not respond. Instead, she seized the incapacitated Li Xian and strode toward the rift. Without Li Xian to shield her, it would be challenging to evade the demon sentinel's gaze. Seeing this, Su Nuo swiftly launched a black iron orb at the young man blocking their path, while Yang Chen deftly brandished his spear, hastening toward Lorraine. Do not be hasty. Your adversary is now me. The young man snapped his fingers, and, suddenly, the air crackled with heat. In an instant, a burst of crimson light erupted from the young man, engulfing the surroundings in a fiery explosion. Boom! The scarlet flames surged outward, generating a terrifying shockwave that flung Su Nuo away. Crack! 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 As the flames roared, a massive fire dragon ascended, its tail sweeping forth, unleashing a scorching wave towards Yang Chen. My goodness, it's scorching. Yang Chen narrowly dodged the incoming dragon's tail, feeling the intense heat radiating from his spear. Lorraine pulled Li Xian through the rift, which quickly sealed behind them. The flames illuminated the young man's face, leaving only the 3 of them within the cloud formation. The sound of snapping fingers echoed again as the young man proclaimed, I can feel the wind's call. In an instant, the winds surged. A powerful whirlwind swept through the formation, scattering the surrounding white mist and revealing Yang Chen and Su Nuo's figures. The wind fueled the flames, and the young man, concealed within the tempest, utilized the wind and fire as a natural barrier, unleashing chaos in all directions. Your opponent is a second-tier elemental spirit. Attempt to locate a breakthrough or discern his position, and I assure you, I will strike him down with a single blow. Su Nuo gazed at the scene before him, frustration evident as he sent shimmering blue needles into the wind, only to have them vanish without a trace. Give me a moment. The raging winds, mingled with searing flames, relentlessly bore down upon them, each clash of wind and fire pressing against their bodies with immense pressure and heat, constricting their movements. It seemed the opponent understood the capabilities of Yang Chen's eyes. Each time he focused his gaze, the whirlwind would envelop him with scalding gusts, effectively interrupting his observations. This combat style, where one could not even touch the enemy, felt akin to flying a kite, with their adversary firmly in control, leaving both Yang Chen and Su Nuo masters of physical transcendence, in a most uncomfortable predicament. Do not mistake my silence for weakness. You truly believe I am a mere sickly cat, do you? Chapter 31. Martyr, continued action may cause injury. Proceed? Affirmative. With mental fortitude, Yang Chen sheathed his eyes in a protective barrier of psychic energy, enduring the searing sensation to discern his adversary's weakness. Yet, in an instant, a conflagration of wind and fire erupted as a crimson dragon, borne aloft by the gale, lunged towards Yang Chen with menacing velocity. With uncanny prescience, Yang Chen retreated, narrowly evading the fiery onslaught. He then propelled himself skyward with a forceful thrust from the ground. Harnessing his full strength, he hurled his spear with the velocity of an unloosed arrow. It pierced the heart of the inferno, igniting a crimson bloom and tracing a fiery contrail across the firmament. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated as the tempestuous flames were abruptly extinguished. In the epicenter of the array, the youth lay impaled by Yang Chen's spear, his lifeblood staining the ground crimson. His once handsome visage was now pallid, and his delicate, pointed ears were exposed. Su Nuo approached Yang Chen with a disheveled air, extracting a lollipop from his pocket and placing it in his mouth to quell his nerves. Another moment, and I would have been compelled to intervene and forcibly eliminate this nuisance. Elemental sprites are indeed formidable. Su Nuo had contemplated a direct assault to neutralize the threat, but such an action would have left him severely wounded, jeopardizing their prospects in the face of unforeseen contingencies. The ring he wore must be an artifact of immense power. Otherwise, he could never have conjured such formidable elemental forces with such alacrity. Panting heavily, Yang Chen confessed that the preceding assault had drained his reserves of energy. Were it not for his mental fortitude, he would have collapsed. Su Nuo's gaze shifted to the rings adorning the youth's slender fingers, now radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Ahem! The youth coughed up blood, his face ashen. He met the gaze of Yang Chen and Su Nuo, his eyes betraying no hint of remorse, only unwavering resolve. All for the glory of the sanctum. His words, delivered with resolute composure, carried an undercurrent of suppressed emotion, of fervent, almost deranged zeal. In an instant, his physique began to inflate like a balloon as an eerie crimson glow emanated from within. The vibrant hues of the rings on his fingers flickered with increasing intensity. Beware, he is a martyr of the sanctum. Su Nuo's countenance underwent a drastic transformation. He interposed himself between Yang Chen and the impending threat. His heavenly mandate, ring shimmering as a golden talisman, materialized in his hand. With a resplendent burst of golden light, the talisman morphed into a colossal golden bell, enveloping them both. Boom! The youth's body detonated in a cataclysm of multicolored radiance, sending fragments of flesh and bone flying. A terrifying shockwave battered the surface of the golden bell, producing a cacophony of reverberating echoes. The shockwave persisted for an extended duration, yet failed to breach the golden barrier, instead wreaking havoc upon the surrounding environment. Had they not been confined within the spatial array, the sheer force of the blast could have cleaved the entire edifice in two. As the aftershocks subsided and tranquility returned, the golden bell gradually dissipated, revealing Yang Chen and Su Nuo unscathed. To think that the sanctum had concealed a martyr on Blue Star. This is a grievous setback. Su Nuo lamented the loss of the talisman, which disintegrated into motes of golden light. That cost me 10,000 heavenly mandate points. Huh. As long as we live, all is not lost. Yang Chen slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted from the protracted engagement. He retrieved a vial of novice-grade gene fluid and imbibed its contents. The unexpected boon of 200 merit points offered a modicum of solace. He was a royal, after all. Slaying him yielded twice the merit points of an ordinary alien. He was clearly at the late second order, augmented by the rings to the point where his strength rivaled that of the third order. Su Nuo shook his head ruefully. We owe our survival to you, but the cost was considerable. Let us hope that the information contained within your transmission talisman will compensate for our losses today. The Chang'e ascends to the moon ancient ruins? If Li Xian's father was indeed a researcher, then the information is likely genuine. Yang Chen's expression darkened. But the remaining matters are beyond our purview. He had attempted to glimpse Luo Lin's whereabouts. only to be met with the prospect of severe harm. This suggested that she had already rendezvoused with other members of the elven race, concealed on Blue Star, under Li Xian's protection. If a second-order elven martyr could bring us to our knees, then the events that lie ahead are clearly beyond our capabilities. I will report the situation. Remember to reimburse me for half the cost of the Golden Bell Talisman once the rewards are dispersed. Agreed. Yang Chun readily assented. I'm already drowning in debt. What is one more burden? Were it not for your timely deployment of that talisman, I would have met my end here. This encounter had impressed upon Yang Chun the importance of augmenting one's overall strength through diverse means, be it spatial isolation arrays, life-saving talismans, or the elven youth's rings. One must first sharpen one's tools to perform one's tasks effectively. He resolved to acquire such assets, rather than relying solely on his spear. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the spot where the youth had stood, where fragments of his shattered spear lay scattered. My E-grade combat weapon. It was irretrievably lost. Damn it. I must earn money. Yang Chun rose with grim determination. Let's seek out our next target, specifically, spies who are not of royal lineage. In the upscale district, atop a five-star hotel, a figure plunged into the infinity pool. Splash. The sudden splash was accompanied by cries for help. Help! I cannot swim. A young woman in swimwear emerged from the water, casting a disdainful glance at Li Xian, who was floundering in the pool. She then leisurely exited the pool. Her lithe figure captivated Li Xian, who was submerged in the water. She settled into a white rocking chair, her raven hair cascading down her back, and languidly addressed a one-armed girl by the pool. This is not a recycling center. Why have you discarded this useless human male here? His father is a researcher at the Jiangnan Civilization Academy. He may yet prove useful. Luo Lin glanced at Li Xian. She had relied on him as a convenient cover during her journey. Otherwise, traversing this path with a severed arm would have been exceedingly difficult. Oh, the girl's interest was piqued. She extended a finger towards Li Xian, who was still struggling in the water. Instantly, the water beneath him solidified into ice, leaving him standing on a thick layer of frost. A wave of bone-chilling cold swept over him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Chapter 32. The indifferent elven girl. The frigid water of the pool made Li Xian wish fervently for a pair of hands and feet to clamber out of the swimming area in utter disgrace. The girl, draped in a bathrobe, regarded him with a playful glint in her eyes and said, "State your worth, or I shall cast you back into the pool. Please." "No, we can talk this through." At the prospect of being thrown back into the icy depths, Li Xian instinctively hugged himself, his lips tinged with a faint blue. "My father is a researcher at the Jiangnan Civilization Institute, and I am his only son. Whatever you desire, he will surely come to my aid." The memory of the gruesome fates that befell the bodyguards he had hired at great expense gnawed at him with bitter resentment. Damn it! They came with credentials stacked higher than anyone else, champions or instructors, all to intimidate me. Yet when it truly mattered, they couldn't even handle a girl with a broken arm. What a charade. If they lacked such strength, why pretend to be formidable, making me believe they were genuinely capable? Now, my life rests in the hands of others. If that is the case, I shall spare you. The girl grinned at Li Xian, her angelic visage adorned with a sweet smile that made him involuntarily swallow hard. However, her next words sent a chill down his spine, extinguishing the warmth in his heart. "I will grant you 10 minutes. If you cannot reveal the precise time when the ancient ruins cease to function, I shall transform you into an ice sculpture. If I fulfill your request, will you allow me to leave?" The audacity of Li Xian's sudden inquiry surprised the elven girl, leaving her uncertain whether he was genuinely foolish or merely resigned to his fate. With a hint of amusement, she replied, "What do you think? Since you are adamant about not letting me go, I cannot comply with your demands. If you wish to kill me, then do so." With that declaration, Li Xian resigned himself to the ground, exuding a tragic sense of nobility in facing death. As the sole heir of a prominent researcher, though he led a life of indulgence and frivolity, he was far from a fool. Rather, he possessed a keen awareness of his circumstances. He understood fully that he was unfit for scientific endeavors, incapable of enduring the rigors of cultivation, and lacked the acumen for business. Yet he had a good father, allowing him to live a carefree life as long as he indulged in pleasure, avoiding all else. Now, with his life hanging by a thread. Even if he compelled his father to divulge confidential information, given the circumstances, the Heavenly Court would only penalize the Demon Suppression Guard without stripping his father of his status as a researcher. Even if they did, his father was still young and would undoubtedly have opportunities for resurgence in the future, so Li Xian felt no concern. However, if he would be treated like a livestock, exploited for all his father's worth, that would indeed be a fate worse than death. In that case, it would be better to embrace death. The Heavenly Court would never allow them to leave Blue Star alive. Li Xian's sudden defiance did not sway the indifferent elven girl in the slightest. With a mere flick of her finger, his right thigh was instantly encased in ice. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig pierced the night, echoing through the surroundings. Had it not been for the barrier set up around them, his cries would have certainly drawn attention from nearby buildings. The blood in his leg solidified, turning harder than ice from a freezer as it began to shatter, mingling with flesh and blood to create a mosaic of icy debris. The excruciating pain nearly caused Li Xian to faint. "Have you ever tasted shattered ice?" The girl's voice whispered in his ear, reminiscent of a demon's taunt. "Would you like a sample?" In agony, Li Xian cried out for his mother, but managed to muster a semblance of defiance. "You vile wretch! If you crave ice, I have a larger stick for you. But first, you must call me father and kneel to beg." His insults inflicted little damage, but were laden with humiliation, striking deep. Even the girl's cold demeanor was stirred by Li Xian's words. With another flick of her finger, his left leg met the same fate as the right, encased in ice and then reduced to a pile of shards. Another scream echoed through the night air, and this time, the pain was so overwhelming that Li Xian lost consciousness. The girl frowned, summoning a powerful surge of spiritual energy that forcibly roused him from his stupor. "Damn it! Do you wish to savor shattered ice?" Li Xian groaned upon awakening, immediately launching into a tirade of insults. "You were right, you glutton. You leave me with only one leg. I see you are truly hungry, but I shall not grant you satisfaction." The temperature plummeted, a wave of chilling air enveloping him. The elven girl, evidently rattled by his words, was now genuinely intent on taking his life. "I will count to 3. You will either cooperate, or I shall render you useless and dispose of you. Count to 100 if you wish. I fear you not, you wretched hag, you hideous beast." Tears streamed down Li Xian's face as he lay amidst a pool of transparent ice orbs, resigning himself to his fate, aware he was likely facing death. 1. "You wretched mother." The girl, unfazed by his insults, remained cold and indifferent, her lips parting to announce the countdown of Li Xian's life. 2. "To my foot. You are the foolish one. Father, it seems we shall only meet again in the next life. Had I known this day would come, I would have left Blue Star sooner, lamenting that I die without ever having courted an alien beauty. 3. "Kill me. I fear not. I fear not. Kill me. Kill me. I fear not. I fear not. Boo-hoo, I am unafraid, utterly unafraid, boo-hoo." In that moment, Li Xian appeared almost mad, the terror of death and the agony of his body driving him to tears, yet he refused to beg for mercy. The silence around him was profound, the only sound his cries echoing through the void. After what felt like an eternity, as Li Xian's voice grew hoarse from his weeping, the anticipated death did not arrive. Miraculously, his shattered legs began to restore themselves to their former state. Instinctively, he squeezed his legs together. His vital organs had not vanished. Was this merely a hallucination before his demise? Slowly, he raised his head, only to find that the cold elven girl had vanished, replaced by a concerned Lorraine. Chapter 33. The valuable Li Xian brother. Are you all right? The priestess was merely testing you. Don't resent her. If you must blame someone, blame me. Lorraine pouted, appearing on the verge of tears, eliciting protective instincts. Testing? Testing what? Li Xuan's Liebswische. That heart-wrenching torture was a test? Lorraine's fair cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of shyness in her eyes. Of course, it was to test if you were worthy of me, you big meanie. Before she could finish, she buried herself in Li Xian's embrace, her delicate, girlish fragrance filling his senses, stirring his emotions. Brother, do you fancy me? The maiden shyly raised her head, their eyes meeting. At this proximity, Li Xian could clearly perceive her slightly hurried breathing. Enfolding her in his arms, He now enjoyed the sensation of soft jade and warmth, a stark contrast to his previous treatment. Is your arm all right? Li Xian swallowed involuntarily, feigning concern. He preferred this treatment and hoped it wouldn't revert. It's nothing, brother. Just a minor injury. I'll take some gene elixir later, and I'll be as good as new tomorrow. Lorraine gently rose, tenderly helping Li Xian up. You may have to make do here for a while, brother, but rest assured, I'll be here with you. Here with me? Even at night? Li Xian's blunt question caused a flash of anger in Lorraine's eyes, but she quickly bit her lip and said, Then, would you be willing to return to the spirit realm with me, brother? Ahem. I'll contact my father as soon as possible and try to get the specific time of the ancient ruin stasis. Li Xian chuckled awkwardly. Are you kidding me? Return to the spirit realm with you? That's practically asking for my death. He was safe for the time being and had finally made it to the seduction stage, which he intended to relish. If the situation turned dire, at least he'd die a romantic death. Lorraine offered a sweet smile, fully aware of Li Xian's thoughts. But what did it matter? It wouldn't change anything. They would see who the ultimate victor would be. Chen returned home, took a hot shower, and was about to change clothes when he received a call from Su Nuo. Glancing at the clock, which read 3 a.m., he reluctantly answered. Chen, do you have any way to find that escaped elf? Su Nuo's excited voice burst from the phone. The elf? She's already escaped. How would I find her? Chen frowned, puzzled as to why Su Nuo suddenly wanted to capture the elf in the middle of the night. Hadn't they agreed not to get involved? Hearing Chen's words, Su Nuo sounded dejected. Oh, it's just that I received a last-minute notice from above. That Li Xian's father is indeed a researcher, and there's now a bounty of 10 billion blue star credits for his son's whereabouts. What? How much? 10 billion. Chen exclaimed, knowing researchers were wealthy, but not this wealthy. His eyes practically glowed with greed. Yes, and he's promised to give away a fragment of an ancestral immortal technique to whoever brings his son back safely. Su Nuo sounded extremely excited, but Chen was clueless about what an immortal technique was. Immortal technique? What's that? Su Nuo was surprised that Chen didn't even know. She explained, the difference between the 5th and 6th levels is known as the divide between mortal and immortal. The gap between immortal techniques and S-level combat skills is similar. They're considered treasures of civilization. Hearing that the value of immortal techniques was so immense, Chen caught his breath. However, the stakes were too high. While the immortal technique was precious, one had to be alive to enjoy it. This involves the elves. It's not something we can interfere with. Of course, I know. Now that the news of the immortal technique fragment is out, many 5th-level big shots within the organization are preparing to take action. The demon-slaying guard is searching the city like madmen. I'm calling to ask if you can find Li Xian's location. Not only is researcher Li Tai offering a bounty of 10 billion blue star credits, but many big shots within the organization are also offering 10,000 destiny points for location information. Good heavens, some people really are luckier than others. Thinking about it, Li Xian wasn't so bad. Aside from picking up girls and putting on airs, he didn't seem to have any bad habits. If his background belonged to a young master from another civilization, even the dogs on the street would get slapped around. Let's wander around more tomorrow and see if we can get any information from the captured aliens. All right. Su Nuo didn't have high hopes that Chen could find Li Xian, as the Eye of Illusion could see through disguises but not pinpoint a target's location. After hanging up, Chen excitedly clenched his fist. The secret of his eyes must not be known to anyone except himself and his uncle. He needed to devise a foolproof plan. Changing into his pajamas, he went to bed, and a faint blue screen appeared before his eyes. Chen, Cultivation, Gene Lock. First level, late stage 80, Cultivation, Soul Lock. First level, initial stage 20, 100 Rivers Breathing Technique, D level, Perfect 100, S level Meditation Technique. Mountain Sea Observation, Perfect 100, Sea Level Combat Skill. Cold Star Spear Technique, Transcendent 101, S level Escape Technique. Bloodlight Escape, Uninitiated 5. Merit points, 400, remaining lifespan, 100. After a day of hard work, he had accumulated 400 merit points. The S-level escape technique could serve as a crucial means of survival in critical moments. He poured 400 merit points into Bloodlight Escape. Merit points injected. You have begun cultivating bloodlight escape. This is your first time cultivating an alien technique. Due to possessing 5 proficiency, you did not explode and die immediately. Instead, all your blood vessels ruptured and you were bedridden for half a year. After more than half a year, you continued to cultivate bloodlight escape. Alien techniques are clearly unsuitable for the human physique, so your blood vessels ruptured again, and you were bedridden for another half a year. Damn it. Thankfully, I have enough willpower and won't stop at the slightest setback. Otherwise, this escape technique would be impossible to learn. Half a year later, you chose to continue cultivating. This time, you clearly felt that the blood vessels in your body had become tougher. It took half an hour for the blood vessels to rupture S-level escape technique. Bloodlight escape, uninitiated 7. Phew. Thankfully, the progress increased by 2%, which means this escape technique can be learned. Chapter 34. Anonymous Auction. Over centuries, your blood vessels, having undergone repeated ruptures and repairs, have become exceptionally resilient, rendering the practice of bloodlight escape increasingly effortless. S-rank evasion technique. Bloodlight escape. Minor accomplishment 45. Having achieved minor accomplishment in bloodlight escape, you can now skillfully employ the technique. But each use causes your blood vessels to burst open. After enduring numerous near-death experiences, you finally concede to reality. Do you wish to use merit points to strengthen your blood vessels? Chen was surprised that merit points had such an application, realizing this only after a century of practice, a testament to his unwavering conviction. Selecting Use, the text continues. Consuming 200 merit points. Your blood vessels have become exceptionally robust, capable of strangling ordinary demons. With strengthened blood vessels, your cultivation speed accelerates, and one day, 10 years later, bloodlight escape reaches its zenith, while your gene lock also attains the pinnacle of the First Order. Cultivation, Gene Lock First Order, Zenith 100. S-rank evasion technique. Bloodlight escape, Zenith 100. Cultivation complete, returning 89 merit points. Unexpectedly, cultivating bloodlight escape would consume so many merit points, befitting an S-rank evasion technique. Now, at its zenith, the remaining 89 merit points are likely insufficient to reach the apex. After a moment of contemplation, Chen injects all remaining merit points into the primordial spirit lock column, continuing his gamble. Merit points injected. You begin cultivating the primordial spirit lock. Consuming 89 merit points, the primordial spirit lock reaches the zenith of the First Order, 100, returning 36 merit points. With an S-rank meditation technique, the cultivation speed is indeed significantly enhanced. With 100 years of lifespan remaining, he can withstand death 19 more times during cultivation. Breaking through even one aspect would grant an additional century of life. Should he attempt to break through? Chen stroked his chin. Damn it, others dare to break through with a single life. I have 19 lives, what's there to fear? Go for it. With 95 years of lifespan, he directly injects it into the gene lock entry, attempting a breakthrough. Once the second order of the gene lock is unlocked, you will be able to unleash adrenaline at any moment during combat, possessing an astonishing explosive force far surpassing that of the First Order. Cultivation begins. You mobilize all the essence blood in your body, frantically surging towards your kidneys, attempting to break open that faint shackle. The next moment, your kidneys explode directly, and you die. Damn it! Chen instantly gasped, instinctively touching his waist, utterly terrified. The cultivation system of the Blue Star Civilization has a high mortality rate for each breakthrough. Therefore, under normal circumstances, everyone prepares thoroughly before attempting a breakthrough. Chen's reckless breakthrough method is reminiscent of the barbaric era millions of years ago, when savages struggled to survive among wild beasts and lacked a sound cultivation system. Such a return to primitive breakthrough methods is rarely seen in today's Blue Star Civilization. Death is not the end for you, but a new beginning. This time, learning from the previous failure, you slowly brush essence blood against your kidneys, attempting to gradually open the shackle. However, with a loud bang, your kidneys explode again, and you die. Kidneys explode, UD. Gazing at the constantly refreshing death notifications, Chen is completely numb, his hands placed on his waist, guarding it tightly. Finally, After 15 deaths, the shackles on his kidneys are broken open by essence blood, and a wondrous sensation instantly surges from his waist throughout his body. Gene Lock's second order breakthrough. Looking at the newly added 100 years of lifespan in the faint blue light screen, Yang Chen subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Only 4 more deaths, and it would have been a real problem. Fortunately, he had seen through life and death, allowing him to maintain a calm demeanor throughout the breakthrough. Now, with 125 years of lifespan, he has 24 chances to break through the second order primordial spirit lock. Since that's the case, let's do it. Death is your friend. You enjoy being in his company. Once the second order primordial spirit lock is unlocked, you will control brain nerves, enhance mental calculation, agility, and reaction speed, temporarily boosting spiritual power by stimulating nerves. Perhaps due to the S-rank meditation technique. The breakthrough of the second order primordial spirit lock is far smoother than the breakthrough of the gene lock, succeeding after only 12 deaths. Early the next morning, a second order immortal cultivator, Yang Chen, arose. With the breakthrough in realm, the need for sleep has become increasingly shorter. Yang Chen could even replace it with meditation if he were willing to work hard. After simple cleanup and breakfast, Yang Chen opened the Faded One Mall. With everything prepared, his eyes slowly focused on the void. After a brief sting, Yang Chen saw Li Xian's location. Hangzhou Intercontinental Hotel, 16th floor, Presidential Suite, Room 101. Good heavens, this fellow is on vacation? Doesn't look like he's been kidnapped at all. Entering the exchange hall of the Faded One system, he set that to anonymous, auctioning off Li Xian's location information, starting at 100,000 Faded One points. Highest bidder wins. After sending the message, he didn't forget to log into the Skynet and search for the public bounty posted by researcher Li Tai, preparing to claim the reward later. With the release of Yang Chen's message, the originally calm exchange hall instantly became noisy, with messages popping up one after another. Holy crap, is the person upstairs serious? You really know Li Xian's location information? 110,000 Faded One points, tell me. I'll offer 120,000. This matter with Li Xian is very intricate. The other side is the elf race. Don't come seeking death without a mortal third order strength. 130,000. I'm a mortal fourth order. Would you all be so kind as to give me some face? 132,000. Yang Chen's Faded One system backend has already received hundreds of private messages, with the highest offer being 160,000 from someone named Lu Bai. His words were very polite. If it weren't for the fact that the other party dared to interfere in this matter, Yang Chen would have thought he was a newbie like himself. Opening the chat interface with the other party. Are you in Hangzhou? I don't accept installment payments for Faded One points. Haha. Yang Chen sent the message, and the other party replied in the next second. Hello, I'm in Shanghai. I can reach Hangzhou within an hour. Please send me the location. I can transfer the Faded One points to your account now. Thank you very much. The other party is truly decisive. At the thought of a massive sum of 160,000 Faded One points soon to be credited to his account, Yang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. He sent the location, along with a friendly reminder. This is likely a stronghold of the elf race. I suggest you bring more people. The other party's efficiency was swift. Only 10 seconds after Yang Chen sent the message, 160,000 Faded One points had already been credited. Thank you for your reminder, but I alone am sufficient. Chapter 35. S-Class Breathing Technique Infinite Tidal Wave. Given the opponent's unwavering confidence, Yang Chen chose to refrain from further discourse. He accessed the technique interface of the Destiny Merchant's shop, finally ready to upgrade his skills and purchase an S-Class breathing technique. Adhering to the principle that the most expensive option is often the best, Yang Chen sorted the prices from highest to lowest and selected the S-Class breathing technique. Infinite Tidal Wave, priced at 110,000 Destiny points. Upon clicking purchase, his balance plummeted from 160,000 to a mere 50,000. Money truly dissipates quickly, Yang Chen mused. Glancing at the clock, he noted he still had half an hour before his appointment with Su Nuo, ample time to diligently practice his newly acquired S-Class breathing technique. Extracting the technique from the Destiny Ring, he beheld a crimson jade slip, radiating a fervent energy, its exterior exuding an air of antiquity. Yang Chen's gaze fixated on the slip. S-Class Breathing Technique Infinite Tidal Wave. 5. Unfamiliarity. Indeed, regardless of the technique or skill. Merely gazing upon it with his own eyes immediately granted him a proficiency of 5%. The initial step is often the most arduous. Subsequent cultivation builds upon this foundational understanding, as fumbling in ignorance would require vast amounts of time and energy. In the realm of cultivation, he truly possessed extraordinary talent. With 36 merit points remaining, Yang Chen resolutely committed himself to intense training. In the presidential suite of the Intercontinental Hotel in Hangzhou, Lauren, clad in a sleek black dress complemented by silver stilettos, possessed a face so alluring that it was difficult to avert one's gaze. Li Xian, appearing utterly content, indulged in the delicacies offered by Lauren. "Brother, this is a specialty of our clan. How does it taste?" she inquired, presenting a jade-green fruit, about the size of a longan, resembling a cherry with only the succulent flesh. A single bite revealed its tender juiciness, the nectar emitting a gentle fragrance that uplifted the spirit. "Delightful. I relish both its aroma and texture," Li Xian replied, somewhat entranced. If memory served, this was the famed jade fruit. Due to the enmity between Blue Star Civilization and Elemental Civilization, this fruit, abundant on the rival's home planet, held astronomical value, fetching up to $1 million per pound in the black market. How advantageous it would be if they could partner in the fruit trade. His father's status would facilitate smuggling considerably. Adding that cold, aloof girl to the mix to manage freezing and preservation would surely lead to prosperous wealth. Far more appealing than engaging in violence. "I'm glad you enjoy it. Do try this one," Lauren suggested, retrieving an ice blue fruit from the platter. As she delicately placed it in her mouth, Li Xian's eyes glistened with greed. The sweet aroma of the fruit combined with the girl's fragrance, her gentle touch, and the coolness of the juice, left Li Xian momentarily spellbound. After a while, Lauren, her face flushed, stood and adjusted her skirt, her voice soft. "Brother, is this one delicious?" Yes. It's extraordinarily delicious," Li Xian exclaimed, excitement coloring his cheeks, wishing for nothing more than to live in such bliss forever. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby on the first floor, a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses and carrying a backpack entered slowly. His hair was slightly disheveled, suggesting he was likely a university student. "Hello, may I assist you?" The receptionist greeted him with a bright smile, surprised to see a guest so early in the day. The clock indicated it was barely past 9. "I'm here to find someone. Do you have an appointment? And whom are you looking for?" "Apologies. I do not have an appointment. I seek a resident of your hotel." A hint of embarrassment crossed the receptionist's face. "I assumed you were looking for our hotel manager. May I ask which room the guest is in?" "Presidential Suite, room 101, Li Xian." After the young man provided the room number, the receptionist checked the information, only to find no record of Li Xian. "I'm sorry, but the occupant of room 101 is not named Li Xian. Please confirm with your friend." The young man nodded, unfazed. "My apologies for the disturbance." "Not at all," the receptionist replied, her fondness for the polite young man growing. "Many guests do not register under their real names. I can check the visitor logs for you." "Thank you. That would be appreciated." The young man smiled, shouldering his backpack again, quietly awaiting the results of her inquiry. Odd, there's no record of Li Xian in the visitor logs either. "Would you like to call your friend to confirm?" The young man shook his head. "No need. I can sense he is here. Thank you." He turned and exited the lobby, leaving the receptionist bewildered. Opening his black backpack, the young man retrieved several black banners and gazed up at the 17th floor of the hotel, murmuring, "Although this may be somewhat impolite, I have done my utmost. My apologies." With that, he waved his right hand, and the black banners transformed into shadows, soaring towards the 17th floor. At that moment, within the Demon Slayer headquarters, a middle-aged man clad in a black uniform wore a forced smile while attending a video conference. "Commander Fong, your performance is commendable. Under your watch, even a researcher's son has been abducted by the enemy. Truly a disgrace to our Demon Slayer organization." Listening to the mocking tone, the man in the video displayed a disdainful expression, while Commander Fong could only smile awkwardly. "My lord, this was indeed my oversight. I have mobilized all personnel for a citywide search. I will rectify my mistake." "Rectify? I hope you can truly achieve this. In just 2 days." I have received several reprimands from Jiangnan Civilization Academy and the Cosmic Research Institute. While the Heavenly Court remains unaware, I grant you only 3 days. If you fail, wait. Just as Commander Fong leaned in to listen, the man in the video received a document from an aide, his expression shifting abruptly. Commander Fong, at your service. Commander Fong straightened, his demeanor turning serious, awaiting further instructions. New intelligence. Li Xian's whereabouts have been traced to the Intercontinental Hotel in Fengshen. I command you to rescue him at once. Should there be any mishap, you shall face dire consequences. Yes, I shall not fail. The resolute declaration prompted a nod of approval from the man in the video, who left with a final caution. Take care before the call ended. The moment the video concluded, a brilliant flash of a blade descended, slicing the large screen in half with a surge of malevolent energy. The ferocious blade aura obliterating the seemingly impenetrable wall behind it. Commander Fong's previously steadfast gaze transformed into one of ruthless determination. Chapter 36. At the Zenith Continental Hotel. The 17th floor housed only 3 presidential suites, the hallway exuding an aura of opulence through its lavish decor. As the ebony array flags scattered around, an imperceptible ripple permeated the hotel's 17th floor. Inside Suite 101, Lorraine's face, previously displaying a coquettish charm, underwent an immediate transformation, her gaze instinctively darting towards the door. What's wrong? Li Xian, roused from his massage, opened his eyes, a bewildered expression on his face as he noticed Lorraine's altered state, suspecting something was amiss. Could it be that my old man sent someone to rescue me? Stay here and don't wander off. I'll be right back. Lorraine gently patted Li Xian's shoulder. But that all-too-familiar feeling of enervation washed over him again, leaving him limp on the bed, devoid of strength. Discreetly shutting his mouth, Li Xian dared not utter a word. Regardless of whether his father had dispatched a rescue team, now was not the time to act rashly. Meanwhile, in the hallway, the door to Suite 103 creaked open. A young woman in a white dress emerged, her expression cold as she surveyed the stairwell, where a bespectacled young man was approaching. Hello, excuse me, is Li Xian here? Receiving no response, the young man glanced at the suite number behind the girl, 103. Scratching his head sheepishly, he apologized, sorry. The person I'm looking for is in 101. Could you please move aside? With a continued apologetic demeanor, he stepped forward, intending to pass the girl. However, as the young man drew closer, a subtle scent of blood began to permeate the air in the hallway. Crimson rivulets seeped through the red carpet. Each step the young man took accompanied by a splatter of sanguine droplets. Gurgle, gurgle. The blood churned. The floor beneath his feet morphed into a crimson quagmire. An unfathomable abyss of blood lay ahead, and gnarled, struggling arms emerged from the viscous liquid. Hatred, malice, dread, avarice. A litany of negative emotions, like an incurable poison, spread rapidly throughout the hallway, accompanied by weeping, wailing, and shrieking. The arms reached out to grasp the young man's legs, as if poised to drag him into an infernal abyss. Pardon me, you're hindering my search. The young man's placid voice rang out, and in the next instant, he formed a sword with his fingers, gently slicing forward. A terrifying sword chi erupted from the young man's fingertips, obliterating everything before him with irresistible force. In an instant, the skies cleared, the scene dissipated, and the hallway reverted to its original state. The young woman who had been standing in front of the suite was struck in the chest, as if by an invisible hammer, spitting out a mouthful of blood as she flew back into the room. Apologies. Hearing the crash from within the suite, the young man offered an apologetic smile and continued forward. Lorraine, emerging from Suite 101, witnessed this awe-inspiring scene. A gleaming dagger materialized in her hand in an instant. High Priest, are you all right? Cough. I'm Fine. Cough, cough. The young woman's voice echoed from the room. She emerged, her face ashen, and together with Lorraine, fixed her gaze upon the young man, who was now approaching Suite 102, a sort of nascent divinity. Are you a demon vanguard, or a chosen one? The young woman's voice was feeble. The young man's sword chi had shattered her myriad image space and severely injured her nascent divinity. indicating a strength of at least the 4th level of nascent divinity lock. She was now at her limit. Me? The young man turned to glance at the young woman behind him. A chosen one. Lu Bai. Lu Bai? An interesting name. A magnetic voice echoed from within Suite 102. The door slowly opened, revealing a handsome young man. With pointed ears, azure pupils, and golden hair tied behind him. He wore a suit of purple combat attire, standing tall and robust at 6'3". Sorry to intrude. I'm heading to Suite 101. Could you please move aside? Lu Bai observed the fair-haired elf before him with a placid expression. The elf, in turn, examined Lu Bai with interest, but offered no response. In contrast, Lu Bai appeared unusually slender. The young woman and Lorraine exchanged glances before discreetly retreating to their respective suites, realizing their cover had been blown and that they had to escape through the secret passages within the rooms. At the same time, a familiar alarm blared from downstairs. Routine inspection by the Security Bureau. All citizens please evacuate immediately. Demonbane Guard? Hearing the announcement, Lu Bai, who had remained steadfast since his arrival, finally exhibited a change in demeanor. The opposition had also obtained Li Xian's location, arriving only half an hour later. As such, he needed to hasten his pace. A sense of urgency rose within Lu Bai as he placed his black backpack on the floor, his expression turning serious. Let's make this quick. Downstairs, Security Bureau personnel began to evacuate the hotel citizens, while array flags were strategically placed around the hotel's perimeter, isolating it from the outside world. 3 Demonbane guards in black cloaks, with regulation sabers at their waists, emerged from a vehicle. The leader was Fengshen. Captain, this appears to be a hidden elven outpost on Planet Blue. Should we wait for reinforcements before? Luo Tian began, but was interrupted by Fengshen. I can wait, but can a hostage? They brazenly kidnapped the researcher's son right under our noses, a clear affront to the Demonbane Guard. Luo Tian, Lin San, if you two are afraid, stay here. I'm going in. Without waiting for a response, Fengshen charged into the hotel, prompting Luo Tian and Lin San to follow suit. Captain, what are you saying? There are no cowards in the Demonbane Guard. Seeing the Demonbane Guards enter, the Security Bureau personnel immediately began reinforcing the array nodes. As the 3 entered the hotel, hundreds of kilometers away, Yang Chen blasted a hunter's head off with a single shot, earning his 2nd wave of merit points for the day. Not bad today, caught 2 anomalies in under 3 hours. Sweet. Su Nuo looked at the newly acquired destiny points with satisfaction, like a miser admiring his hoard. Yang Chen, you're at the 2nd level of immortal cultivation now. We should try hunting some higher-level anomalies for even greater rewards. He didn't forget to subtly remind Yang Chen not to get any ideas about going solo, just because he had gained some strength, as there would be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Sure thing, Boss Su. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'm always your man. Yang Chen Joket, feeling great about the 150 merit points he had earned today. This should be enough to bring my already proficient breathing technique to perfection. Chapter 37. Is he Fengshen? As the morning drew to a close, the two prepared to indulge in a leisurely lunch before embarking on their afternoon missions. Let's go. It seems there's a newly opened Michelin 3-star restaurant nearby. My treat, Su Nuo generously proclaimed, tossing a lollipop to Yang Chen from her pocket. Thank you, Su. Yang Chen replied, unwrapping the lollipop. He had previously discovered that the lollipops Su Nuo consumed were produced by Daoist Pharmaceuticals, known for enhancing physical constitution and fortifying mental strength with prolonged use. Each lollipop was priced at a staggering 10,000 blue star coins on the official website. A true luxury. They hailed a self-driving taxi, heading towards their destination. Inside the vehicle, Su Nuo was fiddling with her destiny ring, which seemed to possess a remarkably high level of access, akin to an AI computer. Yang Chen glanced at his own, still faced with the simple 5 functional modules, far from the coveted upgrade requiring 1,000,000 destiny points. Yang Chen, are you aware that the bounty released by researcher Li Tai has already been claimed? Su Nuo's voice broke through his contemplation as she perused the news on her destiny ring. The bounty from researcher Li Tai? Does that mean Li Xian's whereabouts have been discovered? Yang Chen's mind raced, as he had initially considered claiming the 1,000,000,000 blue star coins bounty himself. It became evident that this world was indeed filled with extraordinary talents. One must never underestimate the heroes that roamed it. Su Nuo continued to scroll through the news, confirming that just an hour ago, it was likely that even commanders of the Demon Exorcism Guard would soon intervene. As the capital of Jiangnan Province, Hang City was home to commanders of at least the 4th rank, possibly even higher. Yang Chun nodded slightly. With such formidable beings in play, coupled with Liu Bai among the Destiny users, the outcome seemed almost assured. Su Nuo cast a sidelong glance at Yang Chun, noting that there were individuals within their organization also selling information on Li Xian, and it remained uncertain who would ultimately acquire the half-completed celestial technique. Yang Chun offered an awkward smile, sensing that Su Nuo had guessed something, but they were all astute individuals, each harboring their own secrets. Even if suspicions arose, they would not make them explicit. Such was their unspoken understanding. It's likely to fall into the hands of the Demon Exorcism Guard, as this is their home turf. And the strength of the commander in Hang City must be at least 4th rank, right? He pulled out his phone and searched for the official website of the Hang City Demon Exorcism Guard. Upon entering, he was greeted by the organizational structure, with a rather unremarkable middle-aged man occupying the central position. Indeed, as the highest commander of the Demon Exorcism Guard in this region, the individual stationed in a provincial capital like Hang City would undoubtedly far surpass those in surrounding cities. The name of Guangdao Fengshen is indeed quite renowned. Su Nuo concurred with Yang Chun, clearly optimistic about the Demon Exorcism Guard. Yet, the mere mention of Fengshen's name caused Yang Chen's expression to shift dramatically. That familiar name instinctively conjured memories of a previous encounter. Wasn't this the name he had glimpsed among the list of human traders while riding the bus with Su Xiaoyu? As he was perusing information on Li Na, anxiously, he clicked on the profile of the man in the central position, and there it was Fengshen. Meanwhile, at the Intercontinental Hotel in Hang City, Fengshen, accompanied by Luo Tian and Lin San, had reached the rooftop garden. To be precise, they stood upon the ruins left in the aftermath of a collapse, the 17th floor and rooftop resembling a battlefield ravaged by bomb blasts, a scene of utter devastation. The infinity pool on the top floor had been destroyed, its waters cascading down the building's exterior. Li Xian trembled in a corner, flanked by a pale-faced priestess and Luo Lin, a transparent shield enveloping the trio to shield them from the battle's aftermath. Cough, cough. A trickle of pale green blood escaped from the corner of the golden-haired elf's mouth, a deep sword scar marring his once handsome visage. His purple robe lay in tatters, and the golden holy sword he wielded had shattered into 2 pieces. Before him, Liu Bai maintained a calm demeanor, clutching what appeared to be a knife and fork he had scavenged from the room. His glasses were missing, and his eyes had taken on a slight crimson hue. Apologies, but I arrived first. I intend to take Li Xian with me. Liu Bai's subdued voice resonated amidst the ruins as he cast a glance at the hastily approaching Fengshen, offering a faint smile of apology. The Destiny users? Luo Tian interjected, his tone somber. I never imagined you would receive the news before us. The allure of the half-completed celestial technique is indeed compelling. Fengshen remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the surroundings. The outcome of the battle had become apparent. The elf race's defeat was merely a matter of time. This young man, named Liu Bai, was remarkably strong, managing to single-handedly seize this stronghold. The celestial technique belongs to you. We only require Li Xian's safety. Fengshen advanced with his weapon, signaling to Luo Tian and Lin San. I will assist the Destiny users in dealing with this elf. You two go rescue Li Xian. Fengshen's command sparked a flicker of hesitation in Luo Tian's eyes. The golden-haired elf's defeat was inevitable. Their primary objective was to rescue Li Xian together. What was the meaning of their captain's order? However, the Demon Exorcism Guard prioritized obedience above all else. Despite his doubts, Luo Tian moved without hesitation, joining Lin San as they rushed towards Li Xian. Priestess, are you all right? As Luo Tian and the others approached, Luo Lin, shrouded in black mist, swiftly shielded another elven girl behind her. The priestess behind her, a member of the Holy Temple, held the key to communicating with the spirit realm and could not afford any missteps. Thankfully, if I can just hold them off for a moment. Even in this dire situation, the priestess displayed no signs of panic. her expression calm as she regarded Luo Tian and Lin San with a hint of mockery. Upon receiving the command, Luo Lin clenched her hands, summoning 2 daggers that materialized in an instant. The black mist enveloped her entirely, a fierce wind swirling around her with the speed of thunder. Lin San, be careful. This is a night elf. Luo Lin's speed was akin to a fleeting shadow, capable of temporarily hindering the 2 approaching figures. The black mist surged forth, accompanied by the sounds of clashing metal. Luo Tian unsheathed his long knife, parrying a strike aimed at Lin San's right arm, but in the next moment, another dagger lunged toward Luo Tian's throat like a venomous serpent. How swift! In a moment of crisis, Luo Tian brought his long knife crashing down, risking his life in the process, forcing Luo Lin to retract her dagger and evade. Uncle, how much do you earn in a month? Why gamble with your life? Luo Lin's teasing voice emerged from within the black mist, igniting a blaze of anger in Lin San, who swung his long knife vigorously at the obscured figure. Luo Tian maintained a stoic expression, extending his mental energy to discern Luo Lin's movements within the black mist. Young girl, not everything in this world can be measured by money. Some values transcend monetary worth and are worth protecting with one's life. Chapter 38. Are nobles born of different stock? The surrounding black mist thickened ominously, resembling an impenetrable shroud that enveloped them tightly. Amidst the murk, flickers of cold light emerged, concealed blades appearing and vanishing like phantoms, threatening to claim lives with a moment's inattention. At this moment, Luo Tian and Lin San stood back to back, their mental energies fiercely clashing against the black fog, yet failing to penetrate its depths. Outside the mist, the priestess's eyes glimmered with a pale blue light, intensifying the density of the darkness, while beside her, Li Xian appeared dazed, as if a puppet. On the other side, Lu Bai gently wielded his knife and fork, the chilling sword energy rushing towards the golden-haired elf opposite him. Thank you for your kindness, but I can manage alone here. His calm words exuded absolute confidence, seemingly unfazed even by the 5th-tier elf before him. As Lu Bai's relentless onslaught continued, the golden-haired elf began to falter, reforming his broken sword into a shield to desperately fend off the incoming sword energy. The Holy Knights, as legends say, are the most loyal servants of every priest, devoted from birth to death to safeguarding their masters. Fengshen approached Lu Bai, his expression serene as he regarded the golden-haired elf. Tell me, is this his own choice? Or is it a fate imposed upon him by others? Lu Bai turned his head, a peculiar expression on his face as he looked at Fengshen. I'm not sure, but regardless of which it is, I believe it is an inescapable shackle. Indeed, an inescapable shackle, much like how from the moment of birth, one's status is predetermined, sealing the outcome in the unseen. Fengshen shook his head. Do you believe in fate? Lu Bai pursed his lips, puzzled by Fengshen's sudden philosophical inquiry. Yet out of courtesy, he pondered for a moment. I do, for I was born into a family of swordsmen, destined to wield a sword from a young age. Others often say I am a rare swordsmanship prodigy, but no one has ever asked me if I truly wish to hold this sword. Lu Bai spoke candidly, though deep down, he felt the hands pushing him forward, an invisible force dictating his path, rendering many aspects beyond his control. Ha 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 ha. Fengshen leaned on his straight sword, laughter laced with mockery. But I, Fengshen, refuse to be shackled by such beliefs. Clang! At that moment of Lu Bai's distraction, a crisp sound of steel rang out. The black malevolence enveloped the long sword, slicing towards Lu Bai's neck with the swiftness of flowing water. In a critical instant, muscle memory from long battles kicked in, and Lu Bai instinctively sidestepped, blood erupting as an arm was severed cleanly. Simultaneously, the golden-haired elf summoned golden light, transforming his shield into arrows, 3 streaks of meteoric projectiles flying towards Lu Bai. Targeting his head, heart, and throat, Lu Bai narrowly evaded, yet Fengshen's long blade followed closely, inflicting a grievous wound across his chest. In the blink of an eye, the tide turned against the injured Lu Bai. No further explanations were needed as Fengshen relentlessly pursued him, the long sword radiating dark malevolence. determined to bring Liu Bai to his end. In a frantic moment, Liu Bai conjured a mental barrier, only for it to be shattered by Fengshen's blade. Utilizing the force, he propelled himself towards the black mist, the sole chance of salvation. Boom! He crashed into the ruins of the mist, causing Luo Tian and Lin San to change countenance in shock. How is this possible? Are there ambushes? The battlefield now lay bare. As the priestess staggered unsteadily after dispelling the mist, Luo Lin swiftly moved to support her, preventing her from falling. Captain, you! Luo Tian gazed in disbelief at Fengshen, who stood with a blood-soaked sword shrouded in darkness, droplets of crimson dripping steadily. In this moment, his composure shattered, his eyes frantically scanning for other foes. His grip tightened around the long sword, trembling with fear. Captain, has he betrayed us? Commander, have you lost your mind? Lin San's eyes widened in horror, unable to fathom the reality unfolding before them. Fengshen's hands hung limply at his sides, each drop of blood hitting the ground like a funeral toll, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. Lao Luo, it has been 20 years, yet your hands tremble once more. Captain, you. Luo Tian's lips quivered, having faced numerous trials of life and death. He believed nothing could shake his resolve. Yet today, he realized some truths were far more terrifying than death. A comrade, trusted through 2 decades of trials, had turned into a traitor against the Blue Star civilization. Was there anything more absurd in this world? Lao Luo, do you remember what I said back then? Fengshen calmly wiped the blood from his long sword, the dark aura dissipating to reveal its gleaming blade. In times of tension, one must breathe steadily, envisioning the enemy as lambs awaiting slaughter, and your only task is to wield your sword with unwavering resolve until the very end. Fengshen's words evoked memories for Luo Tian, recalling his early days in the Demon Slayer Guard, when the captain had selflessly defended the Blue Star. He had been a hero, but why? Why, Captain, why? Why did you betray Blue Star? Were you seduced by the alien race? Were you possessed? Or had your essence been usurped? It cannot be, it cannot be. Luo Tian trembled as he retrieved the demon-revealing mirror from his pocket, reflecting it upon Fengshen repeatedly. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Damn it, he shouted, shattering the mirror in a fit of rage. Fengshen, how dare you betray Blue Star? I will end you. Ha 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 ha. Fengshen looked at Luo Tian, who seemed ready to fight to the death, and laughed with genuine delight. That's the spirit, Lao Luo. Otherwise, I might find it difficult to strike you down. Gazing at the captain he once idolized, Luo Tian's eyes burned with fury. Fengshen, tell me why. Have you forgotten the oath we swore together as brothers? You once shielded me in Old Chi during our retreat, taking 7 wounds and barely surviving. You were a hero. Why did you betray Blue Star? Hero? Hero? Ha 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 ha. Fengshen's laughter was almost tearful, staggering as he pointed his sword at Luo Tian. What is a hero, Luo Tian? Have you ever been to the Heavenly Court? You have not. Luo Tian, you fought for Blue Star. You bled for Blue Star. Yet in the end, you have never even set foot in the Heavenly Court. I have. Fengshen shouted, madness gleaming in his eyes. His sword aimed skyward. You have never been there. You cannot fathom how high and how long the steps are. What have I done to deserve this? Why must I linger at the bottom, deprived even of sighting the divine ranking? With that, Fengshen ripped open his shirt, revealing a myriad of scars over his heart, kidneys, chest, back, spine, waist, abdomen, neck, and throat, each marking a testament to his struggles. Luo Tian, tell me, why should they dwell in the heavens, immortal? While we mere mortals must live like ephemeral insects, confined to the depths of a well. Nobles and commoners, are they not all born of the same flesh? Chapter 39. The Clash of Black and White Heavenly Court. Luo Tian gazed at Fengshen, who appeared to be in a frenzied state. Gripping the hilt of his straight sword, his trembling hand gradually stilled as he inhaled deeply. Captain, although I cannot fathom why you returned from the Heavenly Court in such a manner, I am aware that I have my own mission. Blue Star belongs to its people, not to the Heavenly Court. Your betrayal of Blue Star is a betrayal of the entire Blue Star race. The long sword in Luo Tian's hand radiated a brilliant white light, pointing resolutely at Fengshen. Years of camaraderie, spanning 2 decades, were culminating in this moment of conflict. "Captain, I seek your guidance." With a sudden lunge, he cast aside Lin San and surged forward. "Luo Tian, I shall see you on your way." Without further ado, Fengshen raised his blade, the dark malevolence swirling around him, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. At this moment, there was no turning back. The clash of black and white blades resonated, akin to the transition between night and day, erupting with intense light and energy fluctuations. "Master, hold on." Lin San, having been flung aside by Luo Tian, crashed heavily against the debris by the stairway. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he resolutely staggered to his feet and fled. Luo Tian's power was merely at the 3rd tier, while Fengshen had already ascended to the 4th. With the presence of the elven race nearby, the best course of action was to seek assistance. Rescue would come swiftly. Perhaps Luo Tian would still have a glimmer of hope. Damn it! Lin San's eyes burned crimson, veins bulging as his heart churned with reluctance. Yet, he understood that charging back in a battle against them was futile. This was an opportunity bought with Master S life, and he must exert every ounce of strength to break free. Eliminate that little rodent. The priestess spoke calmly, prompting Luo Lin to vanish in a blur, pursuing Lin San with astonishing speed, leaving only an afterimage in her wake. The golden-haired elf had now reached the priestess's side, despite being severely injured, determined to ensure her safety. Beneath the rubble, Lu Bai, once devoid of life, now dared not move, grateful for the black water formation flags he had arranged earlier, which concealed his life force and allowed him to gradually mend his body. He hoped Luo Tian could endure a little longer. Otherwise, in his current state, he would be unable to confront the 2 adversaries. "Come on, hold on." Lin San had reached the 7th floor of the building, nearing liberation from the priestess's mental domain to relay information. "Don't go yet, young man. It's not over." A thick black mist enveloped him, accompanied by taunting words echoing from behind. Luo Lin surged forth, her glimmering blade striking like lightning. "Damn it!" A sharp clang resounded as the blade was drawn. The faint blue glowing edge sliced through the air, producing a soft hum as it aimed at Luo Lin with lightning speed. With a sudden shift, Luo Lin's figure blurred in the black mist, leaving an afterimage as she appeared before Lin San, her dagger aimed for his throat like a bolt of lightning. Lin San clenched his fist, blue electricity crackling around him as he countered Luo Lin's dagger with a powerful strike. Boom! The sound of thunder reverberated as a terrifying shockwave shattered the tiles around Luo Lin, the force causing the windows several meters away to explode into shards, sharp glass raining down from above. Yet, as the dust settled, Luo Lin had vanished, the darkness dissipated by the earlier shockwave, now reconstituting. In the next moment, before the black mist had fully formed, Luo Lin silently reappeared behind Lin San. As if anticipating her move, Lin San spun around in a flash, positioning his long blade defensively while retreating swiftly. The faint blue lightning surged from his body, enveloping him in protection. However, from the black mist, another figure of Luo Lin emerged, her glimmering blade aimed at Lin San's back. In a hasty reaction, Lin San swung his sword backward, but the blade passed through Luo Lin as if she were an illusion. Not good. Lin San quickly turned, but he was a moment too late. The dagger pierced his left shoulder, dark tendrils of energy racing into his body, as though infused with corrosive acid. "Ah!" Lin San roared, seizing Luo Lin's arm. "Seizing his moment. I've got you now." In the next instant, bolts of electricity erupted from within Lin San, shattering the darkness with a thunderous force. A chilling scream echoed, resembling the torment of high-voltage shock, as Luo Lin's body convulsed violently. The acrid odor of charred flesh filled the air, and she was instantly reduced to a smoldering husk, collapsing heavily to the ground as the electric light faded. Lin San staggered back, discarding the black strip in his hand. Using his long sword to prop himself up, his complexion pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. That last strike had been a desperate gamble, exhausting nearly all his energy. The darkness coiling around his shoulder remained, flesh eroded to reveal stark white bone, and he felt his body gradually succumbing to weakness. Yet he could still run, he could still escape. As Lin San stumbled toward the stairway, a faint voice dripped with malice reached his ears. "Brother, how cruel you are." The blinding blade flashed from behind Lin San, and before he could turn, the dagger plunged into his heart, a surge of dark energy rushing in. "Let us see how hard your heart is. Will it soften under my corrosive black mist?" Luo Lin's lips curled into a cold smile, pressing the dagger deeper. For she had nearly met her end moments before. In the place where Luo Lin had stood, a char doll lay, blackened blood oozing from it. Strangely, a peculiar, civilized, substitute doll. Lin San struggled to speak, his gaze fixated on the doll, not far away, his eyes reflecting a lifeless gray. Dark spots emerging on his skin. "I cannot die. Master is still waiting for me." With great effort, Lin San raised his long sword, uttering, "I can still fight." Bang! A blinding silver light shot forth from Luo Lin's side, forcing her to retreat instantly, as a long spear fell to the ground, directly shielding Lin San. Chapter 40. Slaying the Elf, is it you? The sunlight from the shattered floor-to-ceiling window streamed in, casting two elongated shadows, those of Yang Chun and Su Nuo, who rushed forward. Upon seeing the familiar faces before her, Lorraine's expression turned icy, the memory of her severed arm igniting a palpable aura of murderous intent in her gaze. "You take him away. I will deal with this elf." As she beheld Lin San, whose life force was waning on the ground, Yang Chen's expression darkened, recalling their last encounter when the other had still been his senior. Su Nuo opened his mouth to speak, but seeing Yang Chen's serious demeanor, he silently lifted Lin San and hurried downstairs, for reinforcements had already begun to arrive. "Do not linger in battle." Lin San had lost consciousness, murmuring softly, "Save the master." Su Nuo sighed inwardly, hoping for a miracle, and swiftly made his way down, seeking death. Lorraine could no longer contain herself at the sight. Surrounded by swirling black mist, she manifested multiple afterimages, all converging towards Yang Chun in an instant, as she unleashed her dagger, sending forth a torrent of chilling light akin to a deluge. Yang Chen's focus sharpened, and in the next moment, he discerned Lorraine's flaw. Simultaneously, he hurled his silver-white spear with great force. Whoosh! The spear tip, gleaming with a blinding radiance, sliced through the air like a dragon, reaching Lorraine in an instant. A flash of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear's unleashed fury. Cold Star Spear Technique. Shattering Cold Star. A fierce gust of wind surged through the afterimages, hurtling straight towards Lorraine's true form. The threat of death loomed ominously before her. Lorraine's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could it be? How could he see through her every shadow and accurately locate her true self with such precision? In that fleeting moment, she could only raise her dagger to defend herself. Boom! The silver spear, like a dragon in flight, collided with her dagger, shattering it upon contact. The spear, imbued with tremendous power, obliterated Lorraine's right arm. A horrifying sound of flesh and bone exploding echoed through the air. Her entire right arm disintegrated into a spray of blood and shattered bones, her form propelled backward by the sheer force, crashing violently to the ground and sending debris flying. "Oh!" A chilling wail escaped Lorraine's lips, the excruciating pain in her shoulder driving her to the brink of madness. Once again, the same spot, her same right arm, which was the most vulnerable part of her body. She struggled to rise, but in the next instant, a massive fist struck her jaw with tremendous force, tilting her head upwards. With a crack, her jaw dislocated. Yang Chen's swift uppercut lifted Lorraine slightly off the ground, sending her crashing back down. Her raven hair was violently tossed, while relentless fists rained down upon her delicate, pale face. The sounds of blood mingling with the cracking of bones echoed. The black mist gradually dissipated. When the storm of blows ceased, Lorraine lay utterly defeated, resembling a heap of lifeless clay on the ground. With a mere thought, Yang Chun summoned the silver spear back to his hand, poised to deliver the final blow to this elven foe. In the face of death, a flicker of violet light flashed in Lorraine's eyes, and a surge of violet flames erupted, forming a barrier to block Yang Chen's thrust. Yang Chen was taken aback by the abundance of her life-saving tactics, yet his resolve to eliminate her intensified, allowing her to escape with so future troubles. At that moment, Lorraine was in a state of utter disarray, her black dress soaked in crimson blood, tattered and torn. Her once delicate feet, now devoid of spiritual protection, were smeared with dirt, and her empty right arm throbbed with pain. With a venomous glare directed at Yang Chen, she yearned to rend him limb from limb to assuage her deep-seated resentment. Crack! The violet barrier was clearly nearing its limit, large fissures forming under Yang Chen's relentless assault. She was evidently waiting for rescue. He could not afford to delay any longer. Yang Chen concentrated his mental energy, his previously dark pupils shimmering with a faint silver light as he perceived her weakness. In the next moment, the silver spear plunged into a specific point on the barrier, which had been barely holding on, shattering it with a resounding crash, revealing Lorraine's horrified expression. No! In the next instant, the spear, imbued with terrifying force, pierced through her heart amidst her anguished screams. Thud! As the spear withdrew, Lorraine coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing heavily to the ground. Her pupils gradually lost their luster, the restraints within her body loosening with death's approach, the once crimson blood flowing from her wound transforming into a pale green hue. In the end, I still cannot return. Blood gushed from her mouth as Lorraine's vitality waned. Merit points increased by 200, gazing at the merit point notification that appeared before him. Yang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down heavily on the ground. Although the battle had lasted no more than 2 minutes, both his physical and mental energies were severely depleted. In life-and-death struggles, victory or defeat hinged on a mere instant. He pondered how novels depicted battles lasting for days and nights. Boom! Just as Yang Chen caught his breath, a deafening explosion erupted atop the building. Concrete debris raining down as if a dragon had stirred beneath the earth. At that moment on the rooftop, Luo Tian was drenched in blood, his long blade bearing multiple gashes, his breath ragged, swaying precariously. Meanwhile, Fengshen remained composed, gripping his long knife tightly. Droplets of blood falling from his left hand, blood from Luo Tian, whom he had just sent flying with a punch. Who would have thought, old Luo, that you have now reached half-step to immortality? You've concealed your strength well over the years, Fengshen remarked nonchalantly, wiping the blood from his blade. Now, Luo Tian was at his weakest. One more strike would seal his fate. Captain, I never imagined your strength at the 4th stage of Immortal Dao would lead you to serve the elf clan like a dog. A trace of mockery lingered on Luo Tian's lips, his eyes reflecting disdain and contempt. Do you really believe everything you desire can be obtained by playing the dog? Such words, akin to a dagger to the heart, darkened Fengshen's expression, the motion of wiping his blade halting as he regarded Luo Tian with a chilling glare. Old Luo, I will sever your head and slice your tongue clean off. Chapter 41. Tier 5 Gene Lock. I await your challenge. S countenance remained serene. 2 decades prior, upon joining the demon's subduing guard, he had relinquished all concern for his mortality. His skin began to assume a slate-gray hue, hardening considerably. The blood that once flowed from his wounds now ceased as his skin underwent this transformation. The Tier 4 gene lock allowed for the secondary awakening of dormant bloodlines, altering aspects of one's physical form. S lineage was that of the Stone Clan, and upon igniting his lifeblood, his skin became as unyielding as bedrock. Today only death awaits. Captain, a roar, imbued with the totality of one's nascent soul, reverberated within's consciousness like a thunderclap. Within's mind, a semblance of shackles seemed to shatter gradually, his eyes turning crimson as 2 streams of blood cascaded down his cheeks. This strike, a faint apparition materialized behind the Tier 4 nascent soul lock. The emanation of one's nascent soul is for the brothers and sisters with whom I have shared life and death, moved with the swiftness of lightning, arriving before in an instant, delivered, without any flourish, exerted every ounce of his being, wagering everything on this single, desperate strike. The speed of the blow compelled to raise his blade in defense. The next moment, the long sword was cleaved in 2, descending mercilessly towards head. In this moment of life and death, S physique swelled abruptly, the long sword impacting directly upon his chest, causing scalding blood to gush forth, drenching its entirety. Thump! Immediately following, a muffled, resounding crash echoed as a fist, the size of a cauldron, violently propelled through the air, sending him crashing into the rubble, creating a deep crater. Now resembled a gargantuan humanoid beast, his height estimated to exceed 3 meters, his visage twisted in savagery. His arms, thick as sturdy timbers, were crisscrossed with bulging veins, and his muscles were prominently distended. A deep gash, carved by the long sword, marred his chest, revealing bone and hemorrhaging blood. I truly underestimated you. To think you could push me this far. Soon, I will shatter every inch of your flesh, grinding your bones to dust. S voice boomed like a bell. His immense stature, causing the ground to tremble with each step, lay prostrate amidst the ruins, ashen and defeated. S blow had pulverized the bones in his chest, rendering him incapable of even rising. Damn it, what cruel irony. Blood trickled from his throat, his gaze betraying a hint of despair. The tier 5 gene lock. So this is the price you offer. Captain, cough, cough, cough. He had never anticipated that had already transcended the tier 5 gene lock, attaining the realm of a half-step immortal tier 5, while appearing somewhat unstable, barely attaining the tier 5 threshold. It seemed to suffice. At this level, a cultivator could manipulate their physical form, controlling their flesh and blood. Short of severing the head, even grievous wounds such as a pierced heart would prove insufficient to kill them. S sardonic words failed to elicit any response from, who continued his measured advance, his steps resolute, his gaze placid as still water. And what of you? Whose dog are you? The heavenly courts? I concede that in upholding ideals and safeguarding Blue Star, I am inferior to you. But when it comes to the hearts of men, even 10 of you could not possess my insight. S colossal frame loomed over the ruins, gazing down upon the faltering. Have you never pondered why, despite your superior talent, stronger bloodline, and more privileged background, you remain a mere demon subduing guard? A pitiful soul who must risk his life to even break through to the immortal tier 4? You, even at your age, retain that youthful impulsiveness, struggled to rise. But the damage inflicted upon his chest rendered him immobile. Youthful. What if I am impulsive? Cough, cough. Even if this passion, cough, 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 is spilled upon the mountains and rivers of Blue Star, I will have no regrets. Nearby, the elven priestess, wielding a golden brush crafted from an unknown material, used her own blood as ink, meticulously painting a mystical and ancient totem upon the ground. Her hand, previously unwavering in its focus, paused momentarily its words, but quickly resumed its task, continuing to delineate the totem. Ha ha! Roared with laughter, seemingly mocking pitiful ideals and futile persistence. Some are born atop mountains, while others remain as mere weeds. Before the desires of humanity, what value do so-called benevolence and morality hold? Hearing this, the lips of the dying trembled slightly, as if wishing to speak. Beneath his bloodied eyelids, a hint of sorrow flickered within his eyes. Clenched his fist, raising it high, as a surge of terrifying vital energy coalesced. Old, I keep my word. I promise to shatter every inch of your flesh and grind your bones to dust, and I shall. I will preserve your head and tongue, cherishing them. Rest easy. With these words, the cauldron-sized fist descended mercilessly towards, the resulting gust of wind scattering the surrounding dust. Thump! A deafening crash reverberated, the ground trembling, the cracks upon its surface growing denser, as if the building was on the verge of collapse once more. As the dust settled, S pupils contracted, his eyes widening in shock and fury. It's you? You're not dead. Apologies, I am. A faint voice echoed, had steadfastly intercepted its lethal blow. His slender frame appeared diminutive beneath the massive fist, his arm trembling slightly, bearing immense pressure, yet he stood firm, unwavering. Fate is predetermined. Fortune can be altered, but destiny cannot be changed. Why must you be so obstinate, leading you down a path of no return? Raised his head, meeting his gaze, their eyes clashing, unleashing a tempestuous wind. To hell with predetermined fate. My destiny is mine to command, not heaven's. Ha ha. Terrifying vital energy erupted from a pillar of vital essence soaring into the sky, the immense pressure instantly causing his legs to sink into the ground. So, this is the power of the Tier 5 gene lock, murmured, waving his hand, an invisible force lifting and teleporting him away. Immediately following, a crimson greatsword rose from the ground behind, an intangible force emanating from the blade, gradually supporting gigantic fist. Tier 5 Nascent Soul Lock, Nascent Soul Avatar. In Chapter 42, Demonic Heart, Seed of the Soul, the power of a nascent soul surged tempestuously, staunchly upholding Fengshen's colossal fist. Terrifying sword energy threatened to cleave the very firmament, leaving a series of ghastly bloody gashes upon Fengshen's entire arm, from which blood gushed forth. The pillar of vital energy seemed to falter beneath the boundless sword energy, the steel girders supporting the uppermost level emitting a low, resonant hum. Spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread across the ground, the few remaining load-bearing pillars on the lower levels proving insufficient to support the weight of the story. A priestess maiden, engrossed in her cartography, furrowed her brow slightly. Her palm gently caressed the nearly completed totem, and azure motes of light diffused from beneath her feet, inundating the ground like a tide. The teetering story finally stabilized, albeit precariously. Assist this human, disregard me. To expend the last drop of our blood for the sacred hall is our highest honor, the maiden stated serenely, her gaze toward the totem below imbued with the fervent zeal of a religious devotee. The golden-haired elf beside her departed without a word, his eyes mirroring the priestess maiden's expression. For the glory of the sacred hall, he exclaimed skyward. In the ensuing moment, a golden longbow materialized before him. Dazzling golden light transmuted into golden flames, combusting fiercely from within, fueled by his very life force. Grasping the longbow, the golden-haired elf drew back the string, his entire being ablaze with golden fire, which gradually coalesced into a flaming arrow. As the string was drawn to its fullest extent, his golden hair rapidly turned ashen, and his handsome visage became etched with deep wrinkles. Age spots proliferated across his form. His gaze, fixated upon the crimson greatsword behind Liu Bai, shone with fervor and pride, as though his present actions were of unparalleled glory. Even at the cost of his life, he harbored no hesitation. In the following instant, the arrow forged from golden flames shot toward the crimson greatsword behind Liu Bai like a bolt of lightning. The arrow sped forth, and the elf perished. The wind swept away the golden-haired elf's remains, which dissolved into ashes. A fatal crisis assailed Liu Bai. Fengshen, seizing the opportunity, erupted with his pillar of vital energy once more. The terrifying energy caused his muscles to swell again, forcibly restraining the crimson greatsword behind Liu Bai. Sharp sword energy mercilessly lacerated Fengshen's flesh, causing blood to splatter and drench the sword's surface, revealing glimpses of stark white bone. Yet, his large hand remained as steadfast as a monolith. Those who have cultivated to the 5th tier are no delicate hothouse flowers. In ancient times, those who solely cultivated one path would have endured at least 5 brushes with death. It seemed that the path of cultivation within Blue Star Civilization was inherently one of proving the Tao through slaughter, growing in battle, breaking through in death, and ceasing only upon demise. Liu Bai removed the black-framed glasses he had inexplicably donned once more, his eyes tinged with red. Countenances of tormented souls materialized upon the crimson greatsword, and their wails and revelry echoed from the blade, reminiscent of a spectral procession in the night. An aura of soaring balefulness pierced the firmament. Crack! A subtle sound of shattering reverberated within Liu Bai's heart. Apologize to your mothers. I'll slaughter you all. Boom! Boundless baleful energy hurled Fengshen away. The greatsword shifted, yet the rapidly approaching golden arrow managed to chip away a small portion of it. The pain of the nascent soul, far exceeding any physical torment, failed to stir Liu Bai from his present state. His murderous aura merely intensified. I treated you with kindness, yet you all made things difficult for me and even sought to take my life. What is the rationale? I treat others with benevolence, yet none reciprocate in kind. Kill, kill, kill. Demonic heart, seed of the soul. Boy, you're actually of the Lu family of Dujiang. Fengshen struggled to his feet, a dark, baleful aura gradually manifesting upon his massive frame. However, this aura paled in comparison to Lu Bai's blood-red aura. Beneath his seemingly gentle exterior lurked a tyrannical, bloodthirsty beast. This was the secret art of the Lu family of Dujiang, used to cultivate each generation's blade wielder. Demonic heart, seed of the soul. The great sword had transformed into a crimson hue, exuding a torrential, baleful aura. In the next moment, a blood-red sword light hurtled toward Fengshen. In an instant, a massive arm was severed by the sword light. Blood gushed forth, and Fengshen's massive frame was subsequently hurled back dozens of meters by the ensuing baleful energy. Bang! The colossal body crashed heavily onto the ground, stirring up a gust of air. Fengshen felt as though his internal organs were about to shatter. He writhed on the ground in agony, opening his mouth to spew forth a torrent of blood mingled with a dozen teeth. His face was contorted beyond recognition. The pillar of vital energy began to dissipate gradually. Then, another flash of blood-red sword light severed his other arm. I, Lu Bai, will repay the debt of severed limbs twofold. The excruciating pain inflicted by the baleful energy caused Fengshen's face to twitch madly. He howled, attempting to rise from the ground, but without arms, he could scarcely control his immense body. He was like a wretched maggot, writhing and struggling on the ground. Elves? What in the world are you doing? Are you not going to act? Fengshen's eyes were bloodshot. The intense pain drove him to the brink of madness. The sword light had severed not only his arms, but also his nascent soul. This injury was far more severe than any physical wound. The priestess maiden, having completed the totem, remained impassive upon hearing Fengshen's words. She transmitted all the information she had gathered back to the sacred hall via the totem, then calmly rose. Our tasks are now complete. The time has come for us to offer our lives to the sacred hall. This is our glory. The priestess maiden's words filled Fengshen with disgust. To hell with your glory. I knew all along that you bastards were unreliable. If you want to die, go ahead. But I won't accompany you. The pillar of vital energy behind him shattered, transforming into a river of vital energy that surged directly into Fengshen's body. His flesh writhed, and his severed limbs rapidly regenerated. He forced himself to stand. Then, a faint illusory figure emerged from the crown of his head, resembling Fengshen, but with nearly transparent arms. Fourth tier nascent soul lock, nascent soul egress, suppressing the agony of nascent soul separation. Fengshen forcibly severed a wisp of true spirit and infused it into his physical body. His previously listless gaze sharpened instantly, and he desperately lunged forward to intercept Lu Bai, who was approaching with his sword. As a wisp of true spirit was severed, Fengshen's nascent soul became increasingly ethereal. Once I digest the resources those alien races provided, I'll be back on my feet. I won't accompany you any longer. Fengshen's nascent soul sneered coldly and turned to depart. But in the next moment, a frigid light arrived with the speed of lightning, and a bloodstained spear pierced Fengshen's nascent soul. Chapter 43. The Unyielding Spirit Alas. A harrowing shriek reverberated throughout the desolate ruins. The blood upon the spear seemed to possess a banishing force. Ordinarily, such power would have been insufficient to inflict harm upon Fengshen, but with his spirit severely wounded, it became the final blow. A sound akin to sulfuric acid corroding matter arose, emanating from the point of the spear's penetration, spreading across Fengshen's spirit. Ultimately, amidst his agonizing cries, his spirit dissipated into wisps of smoke, fading into the ether. 10 minutes prior, observation of a rank 5 powerhouses battle detected. Target, a 5th order gene lock. This action will inflict minor harm. Proceed? Yes. Minor harm is inconsequential. Target, a 5th order spirit lock. This action will inflict moderate harm. Proceed? Yes. Skill acquisition in progress. You have witnessed the esoteric art, demonic heart implantation. Acquisition failed. You have witnessed the S-rank spirit combat technique, spirit forging art. Acquisition successful. Continued observation will inflict severe harm. Continue? No. Sensing his vision blurring and experiencing waves of stinging pain, Yang Chen hastily consumed a vial of spiritual essence. He had underestimated Lu Bai's ferocity. In his frenzy, he resembled a villain more than Fengshen. Yang Chen wondered if Lu Bai could still control himself in this state, and if not, he couldn't reveal himself rashly. He muttered to himself, observing the frenzied Lu Bai. Focusing his gaze, he sought to discern a solution. As Fengshen's spirit completely dissipated, his physical body, which had been desperately resisting Lu Bai, froze. The next moment, a crimson sword gleam decapitated him, and his colossal form crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Bereft of his target, Lu Bai's crimson eyes remained filled with brutality and bloodlust, his gaze slowly shifting toward the emerging Yang Chen. The crimson giant's sword behind him roared, as if poised to strike. The great learning teaches the principles of illuminating virtue, loving the people, and abiding in the highest good. Knowing where to rest gives steadiness. A composed and resonant voice echoed through the ruins. Yang Chen calmly recited from the great learning, a black bundle excavated from the rubble beside him, filled with the writings of sages. The savage aura in Lu Bai's eyes gradually waned with each utterance of the sage's words. Though inwardly confident in his perception, Yang Chen was relieved to witness the tangible effect. Who would have imagined that Lu Bai, scion of the renowned sword-wielding Lu family, would awaken the C-rank talent, unyielding spirit? By reciting and listening to the words of sages, he could accumulate righteous energy to quell inner demons, purify his spirit, and clear his mind. The Lu family's direct descendants awakened the Sword Heart bloodline after the Fourth Order, facilitating rapid progress in sword cultivation. However, in pursuit of greater power, each generation that cultivated the demonic heart implantation technique met an untimely end. This seemingly ordinary C-rank talent was the perfect counter for the Lu family's secret art. It offered the prospect of breaking the ultimate curse that plagued the Lu family's blade wielders, ensuring their demise before the age of 100. The spectacle astonished the priestess, who had initially anticipated a good show. Could the ancient texts of the Blue Star civilization possess such potency? She glanced regretfully at the dissipated totem, lamenting her failure to transmit this information. Her consciousness fading, she completed the communication totem for the temple before succumbing to exhaustion. As Yang Chen continued his recitation, the ferocity in Lu Bai's eyes receded, his consciousness gradually returning. He staggered to the ground from midair. Thank you. He offered a feeble expression of gratitude to Yang Chen, glancing at the crimson heavenly fate ring on his wrist and nodding subtly. Take this and read it often. Yang Chen placed the great learning into the black bag and handed it to Lu Bai, wary of another relapse. My friend, you have witnessed something unsightly. I, Lu Bai, am in your debt. Accepting the bag from Yang Chen, Lu Bai promptly retrieved a copy of the I Ching and began to read it earnestly. Yang Chen, observing his focused demeanor, mused that he was wasting his talent by not enrolling in the literature department of the Civilization Academy. He turned his gaze toward the tottering priestess, a peculiar glint in his eyes. This is a living font of merit. Any last words? If not, I shall send you on your way. Wielding the spear at a distance, Yang Chen spoke with detachment, his body tense, prepared for a final, desperate attack. Last words? Unnecessary. From the moment I arrived on Blue Star, I never intended to return alive. The priestess revealed a mocking smile. The heavenly court is unpopular. The Blue Star civilization will eventually be destroyed by its own people, sooner or later. I wish you well, and I curse you to live to see that day. It seems you harbor deep resentment toward Blue Star, or rather, the heavenly court. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the elven priestess, who had been on the verge of collapse, steadied herself as if revitalized. The heavenly court slaughtered my people and destroyed my home. I watched helplessly as my friends and family were drained, dissected, studied, turned into specimens, and sold as slaves. Can mere resentment describe all of this? In your eyes, the heavenly court is a lofty, protective sanctuary of the Blue Star civilization. But in our eyes, it is a bloodthirsty butcher, a demonic lair from beyond the heavens. Your heroes are our enemies. Though the heavenly court is mighty, one day, our temple's banner will fly atop your celestial palace. Her venomous words echoed through the ruins, prompting Lu Bai, who was still reciting the sacred texts, to close his book. The universe is a dark forest. There is no right or wrong in the wars between civilizations, only victory or defeat. This is beyond our power to change. For eons, the first contact between civilizations has invariably been accompanied by slaughter and war. Even without the heavenly court, there would be the divine kingdom, the magic tower, the azure heavens. To truly change this, one must possess a heart that embraces the universe, uniting all races. Lu Bai gazed directly at the priestess. If you were to become the master of the temple, would you act in such a manner? The priestess paused, taken aback by such audacious pronouncements of universal unity. Seeing her hesitation, Lu Bai shook his head and turned to Yang Chen. My friend, what about you? If you were to become the master of the heavenly court, would you act in such a manner? Chapter 44. In poverty, cultivate oneself. In prosperity, benefit the world. I am capable. The notion of a grand unification is ingrained in the very essence of every citizen of the Federation, a romantic ideal or perhaps an obsession from a previous life. Even though the world, after rebirth, has transformed, the memories of Yang Chen endure. He dares to answer questions that others fear to confront. In poverty, one cultivates oneself. In prosperity, one benefits the world. Should there come a day when I, Yang Chen, ascend as the sovereign of the heavens, I shall ensure a common script, unified transportation, standardized measures, harmonious conduct, and shared territories. By the law of the cosmos, I shall strive for the welfare of all beings, establishing a universe of profound love and unity, bringing prosperity to the cosmos, where all races coexist as one, sharing in peace. Silence enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, both the priestess and Lu Bai, seated amidst the ruins, were left utterly astonished. Such words were truly... Well, Lu Bai found himself at a loss for appropriate descriptors. Have I yet to inquire your name? Yang Chen, he replied. With that, Yang Chen hurled his spear forward with great force. The lightning-quick silver weapon piercing the priestess before her, granting her a swift end. The differing stances of both parties rendered further discourse futile. There was naught he could do at this juncture. The young woman collapsed heavily to the ground, a glimmer of relief flashing in her eyes. Not a drop of blood flowed from her wound. Her vitality had been extinguished the moment the totem was completed. She murmured softly, and, peace. As long as hatred persists, there will be no peace. A gentle breeze swept by, and she, like the previous golden-haired elf, was reduced to ash, carried away by the wind. Yang Chen remained silent. Lu Bai's expression was calm, perceiving the gravity of life and death with unusual clarity. Was the friend merely a source of information for me? With Lu Bai's level of cultivation, he could easily discern Yang Chen's second-tier prowess, which was evidently not that of a rescue operative sent by the organization. Yang Chen smiled, neither confirming nor denying the implication. It appeared he was reluctant to address the matter. Lu Bai, sensing the unspoken boundaries, refrained from further inquiries and instead said, "This time, I owe you a favor. My friend, if you do not mind, may I add you as a friend within the organization? Should any matters arise in the future, I shall exert my utmost efforts to assist you. Adding you as a friend is acceptable. However, the favor is unnecessary. If it truly weighs on your conscience, merely allow me to glimpse half a volume of celestial magic," Yang Chen replied. A glimpse? That is certainly not an issue. Lu Bai regarded this as Yang Chen's nonchalant demeanor, unwilling to be indebted. After all, celestial magic is profound. Even a prodigy would find it challenging to grasp its intricacies without a year or more of dedicated study. The average person would struggle for a century to even begin to comprehend it. Just as the two engaged in conversation, two streaks of light soared down from the sky, reaching them in the blink of an eye. "Yang Chen, are you all right?" At this moment, Su Nuo arrived with the medical team. A mere half-hour having elapsed since Fang Sheng and the others entered. "What could possibly happen to me?" "All is well," Yang Chen jested, prompting Su Nuo to instinctively exhale in relief. Lu Bai's gaze shifted to the two newcomers. On the left stood a venerable elder in a green robe, while on the right was a man clad in a cloak, clearly dressed as a demon slayer, his face concealed by a white skull mask. Lu Bai, the youth has thrived in your absence. 2 fourth-tier elves and a half-step celestial fifth. Ah, the elder recognized Lu Bai, and as he spoke, he cast an amused glance at the masked demon slayer. The latter remained taciturn, unfazed by the elder's teasing, instead focusing on the distant Li Xian, waving his hand to summon him forward. At that moment, Li Xian appeared pale and unconscious, oblivious to his surroundings. I must take this person back for a report. The promised rewards from researcher Li Tai have already been conveyed to your heavenly faction. I hope you will refrain from bringing this matter up again. A raspy voice emanated from beneath the mask as he seized Li Xian, soaring into the air as a streak of light, seemingly eager to depart. Oh dear, look at this individual, in such a hurry. The elder chuckled, casting a knowing glance at Yang Chen. Young man, I had no idea you were so formidable that a half-step celestial fifth met his end at your hands. Truly remarkable. You are indeed worthy of Su's attention. Under the elder's scrutinizing gaze, Yang Chen instinctively took a step back, feeling for the first time as if he were being seen through. My dear uncle, am I not impressive? I have long told you that my keen eyes surpass your divination skills. Su Nuo, hands on her hips, approached Yang Chen with pride, patting his shoulder and offering him a lollipop. S-grade talent, the eye of illusions. The detection results were erroneous, yet they could not escape my discerning gaze. She pointed her eyes with 2 fingers, grinning, my eyes on my measure. Yang Chen awkwardly smiled, accepting the lollipop from Su Nuo, feeling somewhat sheepish as he unwrapped it and popped it into his mouth. Delicious, this one is orange-flavored. The elder appeared particularly intrigued by Yang Chen, his gaze appraising. Young man, you have achieved merit for the organization, having slain a traitor and assisted in rescuing Li Xian. Now, let me tally your accomplishments. You also dispatched an elf of the 4th tier, a priestess no less, and even a 2nd-tier shadow elf. Quite impressive indeed. It seems that a substantial portion of those present have fallen to your hand. His gaze flitted between Yang Chen and Lu Bai, contemplating the possibility that if Yang Chen were to eliminate Lu Bai, he would single-handedly clear the area. But wait, who among you is the 2nd tier? The elder's gaze fixed upon Yang Chen, circling him as if he were a rare panda. It seems to me that you have embraced the path of slaughter without restraint. Ahem, I merely had the fortune of luck. Yang Chen coughed lightly, waving his hand dismissively, deeming it unworthy of mention. The 1150 points of merit he saw were largely gifts from the heavens. The elder, scrutinizing Yang Chen's eyes, performed a calculation with his fingers, sensing an unseen gaze upon them, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Simultaneously, in space, dozens of light years away from Blue Star, colossal interstellar warships surged forward at remarkable speed. These vessels, clad in a silvery gray hue, gleamed with a resplendent metallic luster, each measuring several dozen kilometers in length, forming a dense steel torrent stretching for thousands of kilometers. At the center of the fleet lay the East Emperor spacecraft, extending over 1,000 kilometers, resembling an ancient dragon, silencing all civilizations in its wake. Elder brother, what troubles you? Is there concern ahead? A handsome young man in black attire atop the warship displayed a look of curiosity. No worries, just observing some intriguing occurrences, came the reply. Chapitre 45, Célestial Technique Transformation Incomplète à chaud. The elder in the green robe suddenly sneezed, diverting his gaze from Yang Chen. His right hand, which had been calculating, hesitated to continue. Good heavens, today's youth are formidable, truly formidable. Cough, cough. Clearing his throat to mask his own unease and embarrassment, he said, that lad from the Liu family, the half-volume celestial technique promised by researcher Li Tai has been fulfilled. Take it. With a wave of his sleeve, a green jade slip floated gently before Lu Bai, supported by his mental energy. The jade slip radiated a soft, ethereal glow, its material indiscernible, yet clearly distinct from the techniques purchased in the marketplace. As the celestial technique emerged, every gaze in the room converged upon the green jade slip. Célestial technique. Master, could you impart a portion to me? Su Nuo looked enviously at the jade slip suspended in the air, knowing that only a 6th-tier expert could fully wield such a magnificent power. Go on, ask your master for it. Celestial techniques are not to be shared lightly. Do you wish to endanger your master's life? The elder in green waved his hand dismissively, donning an irritable expression. Guno, likely aware of the futility of her request, rolled her eyes at her master and muttered, "So stingy." Gazing at the celestial technique before him, Lu Bai waved his hand, and the jade slip promptly returned to Yang Chen. Brother Yang, you are welcome to observe the matter we previously discussed. Lu Bai's straightforwardness made Yang Chen feel somewhat bashful, yet he did not feign reluctance in his actions. Brother Lu is indeed a man of his word. Our debts of gratitude are settled. No need to dwell on it. As Yang Chen grasped the jade slip, a mysterious aura enveloped his consciousness. Even though he had opened the slip, he could not perceive its contents clearly. As a mere mortal, lacking celestial body or soul, how could he see through celestial techniques? Fortunately, he had a connection. Focusing his gaze upon the jade slip, the enigmatic power gradually dissipated under Yang Chen's scrutiny. To outsiders, the slip appeared blank, but within Yang Chen's vision, an entirely different scene unfolded. Consuming 1,000 merit points will allow mastery of this incomplete celestial technique. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Though 1,000 merit points was considerable, there was no need for hesitation. Obtaining a celestial technique before reaching the 6th tier, albeit incomplete, was more than sufficient in Yang Chen's eyes. Consuming 1,000 merit points, initiating celestial technique acquisition. Acquisition successful. Celestial technique transformation incomplete. Obtaining the target's essence and true spirit allows for permanent transformation into the target's form and grants the target's innate abilities. Uses 1. Retrieving his gaze, Yang Chen closed the jade slip, a faint radiance emanating from him, flickering briefly. Not far away, the elder in green appeared to be in a stupor, gazing vacantly. Thank you, Brother Lu. This celestial technique is profound. I am satisfied merely to have observed it. Handing the jade slip back to Lu Bai, Yang Chen wore an expression of newfound enlightenment. What did you see, Yang Chen? In merely a few minutes since Yang Chen had picked up the slip, Su Nuo approached, her large eyes wide with curiosity. I witnessed the celestial technique and have already mastered it. Huh. Su Nuo rolled her eyes. You truly are impressive. Seeing her skepticism, Yang Chen felt somewhat helpless. Since ancient times, deep feelings have proven unable to retain. It is always the clever schemes that win hearts. When I speak the truth, no one believes me. Brother Yang possesses astonishing talent. You shall not be a mere fish in the pond. Lu Bai eagerly anticipates the day you soar through the heavens. No, wait. Do you truly believe that? Yang Chen looked at Lu Bai in astonishment, setting aside the facts. Even I find it hard to believe such words. Su Nuo cast a worried glance at Lu Bai, wondering if he had lost his wits. Indeed, without further elaboration, Lu Bai's eyes shone with conviction. The words Yang Chen had spoken upon the ruins had stirred his spirit. Having read countless tomes of wisdom, he felt an undeniable instinct that Yang Chen's words and actions resonated with the teachings of the sages. All right, enough of this. We shouldn't delay anyone's cleanup. It's time for us to depart. The elder in green yawned, as though awakening from slumber. Lu lad, your father entrusted me to safely escort you back to Magic City. Would you mind accompanying me for a while? Thank you. Since it is my father's wish, I shall gladly accept your guidance, elder. Upon returning to Magic City, I will host a banquet to honor you. Lu Bai maintained his courteous demeanor. There's no need for such formality. I dislike excessive decorum. Just be yourself. Waving his hand, the elder in green swiftly enveloped Lu Bai into his sleeve. Your celestial techniques have improved. Improved? A few years ago, I could barely animate inanimate objects. Compared to the true masters, I am still far from their level. The elder waved his hand, his tone modest, yet a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. Enough talk. I have matters to attend to. Farewell. With a graceful turn, he transformed into a streak of green light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yang Chen's gaze reflected a hint of longing. Is your master the celestial being you spoke of? Half celestial, perhaps. Achieving true celestial status is no easy feat. Su Nuo licked her lips before shifting the conversation back to the event at hand. This incident has wide implications. Ancient civilization ruins, researchers, the elven race, and even the demon extermination guard. Especially the latter. I wonder how many high-ranking officials will undergo a substantial change. Strictly speaking, the origins of these events stem from you and me, or rather, from you. Chen shrugged. Shouldn't I receive additional rewards for this? Certainly. The organization has decided to grant you a one-time reward of 1 million destiny points and elevate your status to level 2 in the destiny realm. As per your master's suggestion. Su Nuo chuckled. And I've benefited from your good fortune, Chen. You have truly not let me down. Once assured that Su Nuo was not jesting, Chen found himself reeling from this unexpected bounty. He had never anticipated such a generous reward. What about the sacrificed members of the Demon Extermination Guard? Their compensation? Who says they sacrificed themselves? Chen felt a bit awkward, regarding our senior, considering his condition at the time. Su Nuo glanced at the medical team, urgently treating Luo Tian. The headquarters of the Demon Extermination Guard will ensure their survival. Mechanical prosthetics are already on the way. This incident marks the most significant scandal since the establishment of the Demon Extermination Guard. Gazing upward, her tone turned somber. In a while, the celestial slaying platform outside the southern gate will surely be quite a spectacle. Chapter 46. The upgraded destiny system upon returning home. Su Nuo felt the need to enter seclusion for a while to assimilate the rewards from recent events, preparing himself for the upcoming martial examination. Hence, he and his companion agreed to postpone their task activities until after the exam. After taking a refreshing shower and changing into clean pajamas, Chen reflected on the substantial gains from the recent incident, resolving to digest them thoroughly. Settling onto his bed in a meditative posture, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The destiny system is at your service. With the unlocking of level 2 permissions, the destiny ring had evolved into the destiny system. Upon task completion, destiny points would be automatically calculated, and a plethora of new modules and items had appeared in the shop. Kuan Yin Dan. Its effects far exceed those of advanced genetic elixirs. All who have used it sing its praises. Produced by the Blue Star Civilization. Daoist Pharmaceuticals. Price, 50,000 destiny points. Kuan Yuan Dan. Its effects surpass those of advanced primordial spirit elixirs. All who have used it declare it exceptional. Produced by the Blue Star Civilization. Daoist Pharmaceuticals. Price, 50,000 destiny points. Teleportation portal. Allows travel to any corner you have previously visited. Note: interplanetary teleportation is not permitted. Produced by the Blue Star Civilization, Cosmic Research Institute. Price, 200,000 destiny points. Revival coin. Revives you fully after death. Note: not applicable to extraordinary beings. Produced by the Divine Civilization. Price, 500,000 destiny points. Golden Eyes. By harnessing mental energy, it can transmute any substance into gold. Note: there's a risk of failure during the transplant process, and rejection may occur later. Produced by the Abyssal Civilization. Price, 300,000 destiny points. The array of items was indeed vast, with the previously most expensive items in his shop not exceeding 1 million points. Now, with the unlocking of level 2 permissions, the most expensive items soared to 10 million points. This was clearly designed to entice consumption. Closing the shop interface, he noticed new modules added to his original 5. Task area, communication hall, destiny shop, destiny points, friends list, and the newly introduced latest information platform. Curious, he clicked on it, finding it reminiscent of trending topics on social media from his past life. 1. The newly appointed saint of the demon clan declares himself the equal of heaven. The Celestial Court launches a second campaign against the demon clan, with 7 saints uniting to resist. 2. The Billow-Ocean declares war on the divine kingdom. A bizarre progenitor faces the angelic sovereign, igniting the war of the divine beings. 3. Abyssal Civilization. The newly crowned demon emperor of the purple-eyed demon clan ascends the throne. The demon tower remains unacknowledged, and the royal family status hangs by a thread. What lies ahead? 4. The Blue Star Civilization's college entrance examination is imminent. compared to other planets within the civilization. The blue star's examination has been delayed by approximately 1 week. Yang Chen searched for information regarding the recent events, and indeed, he found relevant news that had just entered the trending list, currently ranked last in popularity. However, the topic regarding the impending college entrance examination had surprisingly surged to 4th place, a fact that astonished him. Clicking to read more, he was met with a flurry of comments that left him bewildered. After adjusting the settings to view only the top 100 comments sorted by popularity, he began to read. Comments section, Demon Clan user. Damn it, I finally managed to send my son to study on Blue Star. And now the 7 Saints have to clash with the Celestial Court at this time. All my money is wasted. Subcomment, Demon Clan user. You're a traitor. How can you think about your son's studies at a time like this? I want to kill you. Demon Clan user. Come at me. I'm in Chiji country. Say you're looking for your grandpa, Huli, when you arrive. Demon Clan user. Who the hell are you? I am Huli. I will always support the 7 Saints. Abyssal user. Sigh. The Demon Clan is indeed a disjointed group, arguing even now. It seems the Celestial Court will surely triumph in this battle. Subcomment, Demon Clan user. Shut up, Abyssal dog. Mind your own business. I heard your Demon Emperor is a bastard child? Abyssal user. Screw you. Your entire clan is made up of bastards we created in the Abyss. The dialogue continued in a similar vein, illustrating a chaotic exchange among various civilizations, all using the universal language of the cosmos. It appeared that the newly added latest information platform was interconnected with the cosmic internet, allowing access to various information across the universe. Having spent 100,000 destiny points to purchase 2 Kuan Yuan Dan from the shop, Yang Chen exited the destiny system, eager to test whether the items lived up to their promising descriptions. Yang Chen, Cultivation, Gene Lock Level 2, Initial 20, Cultivation, Primordial Spirit Lock Level 2, Initial 20, S-Class Primordial Spirit Technique, Divine Forging Method, Uninitiated 5. Merit Points, 150, Remaining Lifespan, 165. Yang Chen intended to diligently elevate his cultivation to the 3rd level of the Immortal Path before the martial examination, ensuring a high probability of success in the upcoming test. Among all his techniques, only the newly acquired Divine Forging Method remained incompletely cultivated. Once perfected, he believed his Primordial Spirit Lock's progress would see significant improvement. He invested all 150 merit points into the S-Class Primordial Spirit Technique, Divine Forging Method. Merit points injecting. You have begun cultivating the S-Class Primordial Spirit Technique, Divine Forging Method. The Divine Forging Method involves immersing the primordial spirit in the furnace of the heart, tirelessly refining it day and night, envisioning the destiny artifact, forging unparalleled divine weapons with one's own primordial spirit, merging spirit and flesh as one, referred to as the soul artifact. As Yang Chen read the text before him, a shiver ran down his spine, involuntarily recalling the crimson long sword wielded by Liu Bai, an object that was, in fact, his primordial spirit. The concept of using one's own primordial spirit to forge weapons was a testament to the genius of the technique's creator, a true madman among talents. Had Liu Bai's talent not been righteous aura, he would likely have succumbed to madness during the cultivation process, as the pain of the primordial spirit far surpassed that of the physical body. The text continued to unfold before him. Chapter 47. The God-slaying spear detected 2 Kuan Yuan pills. Would you like to use them during cultivation? Yes. Unbeknownst Yang Chen. Merely relying on the talent of Howren Righteous Chi in his practice of the divine forging method was far from sufficient. Within the spiritual realm, 17 auxiliary formations had been meticulously arranged, and the process of cultivation consumed countless rare herbs and miraculous elixirs. The heart, kidneys, and bladder all pertain to fire. The foremost is the heart fire, the fire of emperors, which is 1. Next is the kidney fire, the fire of ministers, which is 2. And lastly, the fire of the sea of Qi, the fire of commoners, which is 3. This is the true fire of the 3 mysteries. You are to condense the heart fire within your body, as described in the technique, using the heart as a furnace, with your vital energy brimming and the heart fire flourishing. Next, You shall begin to refine your primordial spirit according to the method and prepare to immerse it in the heart fire furnace. It was merely a heart fire furnace. Yang Chen felt no fear. The moment your primordial spirit enters the furnace, it experiences excruciating agony, akin to being plunged into a cauldron of boiling oil, with constant wails of despair. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The intense pain rendered him incapable of proceeding further. Detected a Kuan Yuan pill, using one. The pill proves effective, granting you a respite akin to having consumed 8 bowls of nourishing soup, temporarily alleviating the searing heat of the heart fire and allowing you to absorb the sharp metal and heavy water energies within your body. Once completed, the potent force of sharp metal within the heart fire furnace began to mercilessly hammer at your primordial spirit, each blow inflicting unbearable suffering, with heart-wrenching wails echoing throughout the furnace. Detected another Kuan Yuan pill, using it. The Kuan Yuan pill significantly eases your torment. However, this self-inflicted suffering tempts you to abandon your endeavor. Yet, alas, once the path of cultivation is embarked upon, there is no turning back until death. How could one even contemplate surrender? Was this a jest? Yang Chen frowned, deeply displeased. Gradually, the effects of the Kuan Yuan pill waned, and each relentless strike instigated thoughts of self-destruction. However, at this critical juncture, a trace of indomitable essence within his primordial spirit salvaged him from despair, preventing his demise. Nonsense! Such absurdity! How could he ever consider ending his own life due to the pains of cultivation? It appeared that the lamp within his consciousness, lacking a wick, was akin to losing its mind, occasionally spouting lunacy, truly laughable. After the failed attempt at self-destruction, he was compelled to endure the relentless forging within the heart fire furnace. The burning heat prevented his primordial spirit from succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet human endurance has its limits. He was tormented to the brink of losing his very soul. Deducted 10 years from lifespan. What? Previously, dying once cost 5 years, yet now the price has doubled. Could it be that due to his advancement to the second tier of the immortal path, the cost of resurrection after death in cultivation had also doubled? You are reborn within the heart fire furnace. Your primordial spirit grows even more robust and condensed, yet the agony of being hammered continues, a sight too tragic to behold. Once more, he was driven to the edge of despair, leading to another deduction of 10 years from his lifespan. After 49 days, this marks your final day in the heart fire furnace, and your 7th rebirth from the flames. The trace of indomitable essence within your primordial spirit has become increasingly refined. You have withstood 49 days of relentless forging. Now, envision your fated artifact. Fated artifact? Yang Chen instinctively thought of the Lotus lamp in his mind, but quickly shook his head. His lifespan was dwindling. He could only afford to die 8 more times. What if envisioning that lamp proved insufficient for those 8 deaths? Moreover, even if he succeeded, he couldn't very well wield a lamp as a weapon. It was his true essence within the sea of consciousness that was formidable, not some imagined soul artifact. Just as Yang Chen wrestled with these thoughts, perhaps due to the fact that he had yet to expend even a fraction of his 150 merit points, the Lotus lamp within his consciousness began to stir restlessly. A new line of text materialized before him. Would you like to expend 100 merit points to forge the soul artifact best suited for you? Yes. Upon deducting 100 merit points, you begin to envision your destined artifact. At that moment, the verdant Lotus lamp reappeared before him, but unlike before. The azure lotus at its top began to rise, a crimson hue unfurling as the stem ascended alongside the azure lotus. Envisioning complete. The soul artifact is named the God-slaying spear. Ding! Your divine forging method has surpassed that of its creator, breaking the limits to reach the realm of extremity, 101. Granting you the talent to comprehend soul artifacts and returning 49 merit points. Talent of the soul artifact devours the target's primordial spirit power, replenishing oneself. S-Class Primordial Spirit Combat Technique. Divine Forging Method, Extremity 101. The blood-red spear gradually materialized as a faint shadow behind Yang Chen. Due to not yet breaking the 4th-tier primordial spirit lock, he could only project his primordial spirit. At this moment, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. From the perspective of the primordial spirit projection, it felt as though his physical body was the weapon. His formidable mental force surged, seemingly brushing against an invisible shackle within his sea of consciousness. Level of cultivation, 2nd-tier primordial spirit lock, complete 100. Indeed, as the divine forging method reached the realm of extremity, his primordial spirit power had multiplied several times over. The next instant, the blood-red spear within his consciousness violently struck that invisible shackle. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed throughout the sea of consciousness. The invisible shackle was instantly shattered by the blood-red spear, a faint primordial spirit projection clearly appearing behind Yang Chen. Immediately, Yang Chen grasped the air with his right hand, and the projection of his primordial spirit manifested in his grip. The divine forging method revealed that the physical body itself was the weapon. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared that he was wielding the spear, but from Yang Chen's viewpoint, it was as though he held onto his own body. This sensation and perspective were remarkably unique. Yang Chen found it difficult to fathom the mental state of the creator of this technique, who must have been in a state of madness to devise such a method. The primordial spirit, fragile and vital, was paradoxically transformed into a weapon for battle, forged from the most vulnerable aspect of existence. As he slowly retracted the projection, Yang Chen returned to a normal perspective. With the 3rd-tier primordial spirit lock broken, he officially attained the realm of half-step Immortal 3. What remained was merely the gene lock. Merit points, 49. Remaining lifespan, 285. With the breakthrough of the primordial spirit lock, his lifespan had increased by 200 years. With 28 chances of death, he was certain to surpass the 3rd tier of the gene lock. He accessed the Destiny Human Mall and gritted his teeth, purchasing 4 Kuan-Yin pills. One must not be overly cautious. Resources not swiftly transformed into personal strength would inevitably fall into the hands of others. With such precious pills as assistance, it should not take long before he reached the perfection of the 2nd tier of the gene lock. Should it? Chapter 48. The letter from Su Xiaoyu, Merit Value Injection. You have commenced your cultivation. It has been detected that you possess the spiritual medicine Kunyan pill. Would you like to use it? Use. Yang Chen was eager to test the effects of the elixir. You have consumed the Kunyan pill. Your cultivation speed has increased immensely, with each day of training feeling as though you have experienced a year, enhancing your training speed by 50-100. Thanks to your 3rd-level primordial spirit cultivation, you can now introspectively examine your internal organs, with mental strength assisting your blood and qi cultivation, making the process feel effortless. You have received a buff. Training speed increased by 30 and merit value consumption reduced by 10. Indeed, hard work yields rewards. No merit value is ever wasted. Yang Chen looked contentedly at the text before him, grateful for the considerable merit he had expended. Having died numerous times, but persevered to break through to the 3rd level through the cultivation of primordial spirit martial techniques. Currently accelerating cultivation. After 2 months of diligent training, you have reached the mid-stage of the 2nd-level gene lock, 50. Your blood and qi have grown increasingly robust, granting you not only superior physical attributes, but also, to some extent, a state of immunity to ailments. The effects of the Kunyan pill gradually faded, and without hesitation, you consumed a 2nd pill. Instantly, a warm and powerful energy surged within you, bestowing new enhancements. The path to the later stage is long, but with the Kunyan pill, you are undoubtedly on the expressway, galloping forth with the strength of 1,000 horses on the road of cultivation. Like an arrow released from a bow, you shall never look back. Late stage 2nd-level gene lock, 90. Blood and qi like thick syrup. As your cultivation progresses, your body begins to adapt to the immense power, enabling you to channel your internal blood and qi into a single point, allowing for an instantaneous release of astonishing strength, akin to the experience of a superhuman, with a tremendous boost in explosive power. Completion of the 2nd-level gene lock, 100. In the martial arts gym, VIP lounge. Countdown to the martial arts examination. 3 days. Chen silently exhaled, lifting his long hand, flexing and clenching his fist repeatedly, feeling the muscles responding to the motion. The third-level gene lock has significantly enhanced his control over his body. Chen, Cultivation, third-level gene lock, early stage 20, Cultivation, third-level primordial spirit lock, early stage 20, merit value, 500, remaining lifespan, 385 during this time. Chen single-handedly slayed 2 third-level enigmatic creatures, 200 merit value each, and 1 second-level enigmatic creature, 100 merit value, accumulating a total of 500 merit value. This was half the merit value gained from slaying creatures of the same rank. His lifespan increased by another 200 years due to the breakthrough in the gene lock, leaving him with a total of 385 years remaining after accounting for the lifespan consumed. Closing the panel, he approached the familiar punching power testing machine. Observing the massive sandbag used for testing, Chen relaxed his shoulders and sank his center of gravity, slowly forming a fist. The muscles in his entire arm tensed and coiled like terrifying serpents, as formidable power brewed within. In the next moment, Chen's right arm shot forth, explosively breaking through the air, its fearsome momentum akin to a cannonball. As his fist made contact with the sandbag, the muscles in his entire arm expanded, unleashing a terrifying force capable of shaking massive boulders. Bang! With a heavy thud, the enormous sandbag soared upward, crashing against the backboard, causing the entire apparatus to tremble violently. Immediately, a series of red numbers flashed on the large screen. 10789. Power exceeding 10,000. For an ordinary early-stage, third-level gene lock, a punching power of around 3,000 is already considered extraordinary, and even Zhang Ming, who awakened a C-grade talent, brute force, could only reach a maximum of 4,000. The promises made were not easy to quantify. With an S-grade talent for divine strength, Chen conservatively estimated he could surpass 50,000. After clearing the data from the punching power testing machine, Chen expelled a breath of stale air, focused his mind, and unleashed a powerful force, akin to a hammer, striking swiftly, forcefully impacting the sandbag. Bang! A deafening roar reverberated as the massive sandbag was sent flying once more. Meanwhile, the familiar screen displayed another set of red numbers. Punching power, 22,666. This was more than double the strength of his physical body, comparable to the unleashed power of a 4th-level gene lock expert. As for the ordinary 4th-level primordial spirit, even when manifested, such formidable mental strength could not possibly exist. His deep foundation far surpassed that of his peers, granting him a significant advantage in true combat. However, these foundational attributes only constitute a small part of determining victory in battle. Chen now intended to focus his energy on martial techniques. Chen, S-grade movement technique. Lingbo treading the void. Not yet initiated 5. S-grade shooting technique. Qinjiliu Guang. Not yet initiated 5. S-grade fist technique. Suiwa Benshan. Not yet initiated 5. Merit value, 500. Remaining lifespan, 385. These 3 S-grade martial techniques required nearly 400,000 destiny points. For an ordinary person, a lifetime may not suffice to perfect even one. Yet Chen was determined to dedicate the final 3 days to mastering these techniques. Just as Chen was preparing for immersive training, his phone vibrated. Upon checking the notification, he saw it was from Su Xiaoyu. She must have just completed the medical examination on Huadawa Star. Chen murmured, picking up his phone to unlock it. Chen, there are only 3 days left until the martial arts examination, so you must persevere. I've mailed you something. It should arrive in a couple of days. I hope it helps you. Mailed something? It was only then that Chen noticed the delivery notification on his phone, indicating that a call had been made to him yesterday, which he had dismissed as a spam call. He replied to the delivery service, please deliver it to the martial arts gym on Renmin Road. Mailing from Huadawa Star is a cross-galaxy delivery. The shipping cost must be considerable. After pondering, he replied to Su Xiaoyu, thank you. When I return to Blue Star, I'll treat you to a meal. Message failed to send. Current message is interstellar and requires an upgrade package for 8,000 a month. A yearly subscription is more economical, starting at 5,000 a month. Would you like to activate it? Yang Chun fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, he clicked the activation button. Activation successful. 5,000 has been deducted, and a message has been successfully sent. Seeing the deduction confirmed, Yang Chun quickly opened his phone settings to cancel the annual subscription, preventing further deductions next month. He could easily spend millions on spiritual liquids without a second thought, but he was meticulous about a 5,000 message fee, embodying the principle of frugality. Su Xiaoyu's message soon arrived. Let us catch up during the winter break. You can also visit Huatua Star. Chapter 49. The Ziwei Star Array. I have yet to step beyond the confines of Blue Star, and to claim I am not curious about the world beyond would be a falsehood. All right then, when the time comes, I shall concoct elixirs for you. Concoct elixirs for me? You do not intend to use me as a test subject, do you? Yang Chen chuckled. Medical students often indulge in such antics, but he was wise enough not to fall for it. Not at all. I'm quite formidable now, you know. The quality of the elixirs has improved through the blessing of the divine fire. I am confident I want to burn them. Blessing? Could it be the blessing of the heavenly Tao? The joys of the wealthy are indeed beyond imagination. After a bit more conversation, a call from the courier interrupted them. Hello, sir, I have arrived at the designated location. Please come down a sign for your package. All right. Yang Chun descended to find a courier clad in a uniform from a well-known delivery service. It had been less than 5 minutes since he had sent the message. Such speed was indeed impressive. After signing for the package, he awarded the courier a 5-star rating. Thank you, sir. Please take care. Taking from the courier a heavy black iron box, which appeared to be forged from mysterious iron, Yang Chun mused, is this a cosmic airdrop? Upon returning to his room and entering the password given by Su Xiaoyu, the iron box opened with a click. What is this? He gazed curiously into the box, revealing exquisitely crafted blue array flags arranged around a central purple array disk. At the bottom, there was a user manual. Ziwei Star Array can harness the power of the celestial bodies, gathering true chi of Ziwei, enhancing vitality, solidifying the primordial spirit, and awakening spiritual light. Temporary deployment has the effect equivalent to a small cave abode. When fixed in place for 49 days, its efficacy rivals that of a large cave abode. Treasures, companions, laws, and lands divided into small cave abodes, large cave abodes, small blessed lands, large blessed lands, and holy lands. Produced by the Array Immortal Sect. Guaranteed to be of the highest quality, imitators will be pursued. Yang Chun was familiar with the Array Immortal Sect, the foremost authority in array techniques within the realm of cultivation. Its subsidiary, the Array Immortal Group, ranks among the top 5,000 enterprises in known civilizations across the universe. It is said that half of the arrays circulating throughout the cosmos originate from here, with 20% of the remainder being imitations of their designs, and only 30% being independently developed. Understanding the Manual-S description of the array's capabilities, Yang Chun nodded in acknowledgement of its value. Just a test subject after all. What is there to be concerned about? If elixirs fail, they might just taste better. With a sweeping gesture, the array flags sprang into the air, whirling about before dispersing to various corners of the room. Following this, Yang Chun picked up the array disk and, adhering to the manual's instructions, began to activate it. A soft blue light flickered across the array flags in the room as the purple array disk slowly rotated, completely isolating the space from the outside world. In an instant, the surroundings turned pitch black, but soon, twinkling stars shimmering with pale blue light emerged in the darkness, and Yang Chun found himself amidst a vast galaxy. Standing on a colossal star enveloped in purple mist, he inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over him, as strands of stellar power drew the true chi of Ziwei into his being, as if he were on the brink of enlightenment. Such is the allure of the cave abode. It is akin to a coveted residence in a high martial world, granting one a head start. With the same innate talent, 1 day of cultivation here equates to 10 days in the outside world, instantly widening the gap. Not to mention the effect of awakening spiritual light. It is akin to a low-tier version of the Tao Enlightenment tea. No wonder everyone yearns to ascend to the heavenly court. It is said that within its 33 heavens, each step brings one closer to the divine, with just the first layer offering the benefits of a small cave abode. The names of places like the Yaoqi Holy Land and the Pan Tao Blessed Land speak volumes. As he delved into his consciousness, the following appeared. Yangchen S-Class Body Technique. Lingbo Treading the Void, Entry Level 5. S-Class Gun Technique. Qinji Liuguang, Entry Level 5. S-Class Fist Technique. Crushing Mountains, Entry Level 5. Merit Value, 500. I shall invest all 500 merit points into the S-Class Body Technique. Lingbo Treading the Void. Merit points injected. You have begun cultivating S-Class Body Technique. Lingbo Treading the Void. Detection indicates cultivation occurring within a small cave abode. Granting a buff. Comprehension speed of techniques increased by 20. Probability of spiritual light manifestation increased by 10. Detection reveals you possess 2 techniques reaching the Breaking Extremes realm. Triggering achievement reward. Breaking Extremes Master. Gain buff. Comprehension speed of techniques increased by 20. The accumulation of effort will surely bear fruit. Heaven does not forsake those who toil. The environment sets the lower limits of a person. Cultivating within the cave abode ensures that you will not leave empty-handed. Effortlessly shielding from all external disturbances, it is as if entering a realm of utter tranquility. In just over a month, you have already cultivated Lingbo, Treading the Void, to 20 entry level. 49 days have passed. The purple qi rises, and the true qi of Ziwei within the cave becomes increasingly dense. Detection indicates advancement of the cultivation environment to a large cave abode. Gain buff. Comprehension speed of techniques increased by 40. Probability of spiritual light manifestation increased by 20. To his surprise, the erased transformation of the environment also counted towards the merit value cultivation time, creating a self-contained realm. The increasingly dense purple qi enveloped him. Each inhalation felt as if his primordial spirit were indulging in a rejuvenating spa. Exquisite. Lingbo Treading the Void, a body technique, in just a year's time. You have grasped its profound intricacies. S-Class Body Technique. Lingbo Treading the Void. Minor Achievement 40. Based on the 8 trigrams of the I Ching. Progress in a specific sequence across the hexagrams. Your form becomes unpredictable, flowing like rippling water, ceaselessly intermingling with the rhythm of your steps. In 2 years, you have mastered its essence. S-Class Body Technique. Lingbo Treading the Void. Major Achievement 60. Seasons change, and a year passes. You notice the pace of cultivation slows after reaching major achievement in Lingbo Treading the Void. Snowflakes flutter, the northern winds howl. Another year of winter arrives. As you walk through the snow, suddenly a flash of inspiration strikes, and in that moment, you feel at one with the swirling snow, moving without a trace. S-Class Body Technique. Lingbo Treading the Void. Perfection 100. As a Breaking Extremes Master, constantly surpassing limits is your innate mission. Yet, even achieving perfection in a body technique brings you no joy. A year has passed. 2 years have passed. 3 years have passed. You tread further on the path of breaking limits, occasionally experiencing moments of inspiration, but always feeling something is amiss. Perfection is devoid of flaws. Yet it is also a form of constraint, implying that breaking through becomes exceedingly difficult. As seasons change, you begin to cultivate day and night, yearning for the day when heaven rewards diligence. 10 years have passed, and you remain empty-handed. Years of cultivation have driven you to madness, your obsession growing ever deeper. Another decade passes, yet you still have not found your path. In the days that follow, you become increasingly fixated, with no further glimpses of inspiration. You have tried numerous methods, including self-abandonment of your skills to return to perfection, but still, you cannot break through the limits. Gradually, you give birth to a heart demon. Your actions begin to veer towards madness. At a critical moment, the true qi of Ziwei pulls you back from the brink of despair, illuminating your path just as you teetered on the edge of ruin. At that moment, fear enveloped you, nearly sealing your fate. After a brush with death, a long-lost flash of inspiration returns, and you begin anew. You have begun to forget your cultivation. indulging in the beauty of the mountains and waters. Yet, no matter how steep the peaks may be, they feel as level ground beneath your feet. A year has passed. This year has been the most joyous one for you. On a day 6 months later, while wandering through the landscape, you were struck by an epiphany, realizing that life is akin to falling leaves. To let go at the right moment is a form of liberation, a profound awakening. To learn to relinquish is to make it easier to embrace. On this day, you have attained enlightenment. Chapter 50. The Seed of Celestial Techniques. The Carefree Voyage, S-Class Technique. Stepping on waves and treading the void. Breaking through 101. Training complete, returning 469 merit points. Based on this performance, achievement gained. Reining in at the cliff, buff effect, reduces the probability of heart demons arising during future training by 10. Unexpectedly, this journey of breaking through the limits was fraught with challenges, yet I am fortunate to have survived. As I breathed, a faint purple aura enveloped me. In the next moment, Chen sprang up, his figure shifting and transforming in an unpredictable manner. During this process, his feet seemed to tread on air as if the void within 3 feet around him was no different from solid ground, no longer constrained by the divinatory signs. Wherever I stepped became the focal point of the formation. With closed eyes, Chen delved into contemplation, digesting the insights gained from this training. It dawned upon him that his initial approach had been misguided, constantly expanding the scope of the 64 hexagrams in an attempt to gain more room for maneuver. Like a tyrant endlessly conquering territories, he had neglected the fact that he was already a king. Wherever I stand is a realm of my own. No matter how vast the territory, without a king, it cannot be deemed a nation. At most, it is merely a stronghold of a local warlord. Stepping on waves and treading the void is of little consequence. My heart is the true king. The vastness of the universe will be mine to traverse. Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of divine light manifesting. This technique, after his breakthrough, had transcended S-Class and could no longer be called stepping on waves and treading the void. It had fully transformed into a new technique. Perhaps it would be more fitting to name it the Carefree Voyage. Sensing Chen's thoughts, the words before him began to shift. Seed of Celestial Techniques. The Carefree Voyage, Beginner 20. Upon perfecting this technique, consuming 10,000 merit points will allow for the cultivation of a celestial seed. And subsequent consumption of merit points can accelerate the birth of the celestial technique. This S-Class, stepping on waves and treading the void, is undoubtedly the most expensive among the S-Class techniques. The creator must be a genius. Just a step away from the seed of celestial techniques. This made Chen ponder the creator of the divine forging technique. That madman was evidently stronger. The S-Class divine forging technique should be among the very elite of S-Class techniques. However, he wondered why it hadn't manifested as a seed of celestial technique after the breakthrough. Chen speculated that perhaps the divine forging technique had reached the level of the secret arts of the Dao heart cultivation, embarking on a unique path. After all, the roads in this world are myriad. No one dictates that only celestial techniques constitute the great path. However, the current text reads, upon perfecting this technique, consuming 10,000 merit points will allow for the cultivation of a celestial seed. Just how many merit points does that amount to? Chen felt a twinge of discomfort. His gaze continued to scan the subsequent lines. Subsequent consumption of merit points can accelerate the birth of the celestial technique. It is said that celestial techniques possess spirit. It appears to be true. A genuinely complete celestial technique is difficult for even ordinary celestials to master. The incomplete celestial technique he had perused seemed not just slightly flawed, but rather a mere fragment. Silently comparing the Carefree Voyage with stepping on waves and treading the void, the mere seed of celestial techniques carved a significant chasm between them, even among S-Class techniques. He hoped that the subsequent 2 S-Class combat techniques, after breaking through, would also possess the qualifications for a seed of celestial technique. S-Class Marksmanship, Flowing Light of 1,000 Mechanisms, Beginner 5. S-Class Fist Technique, Shattering Mountains and Crumbling Peaks, Beginner 5, continuously breaking through one's limits. Transcending life and death. This is the true martial way of Blue Star. Come on, Let us go all in. Injecting merit points. You have begun cultivating S-class marksmanship. Flowing light of 1,000 mechanisms. Beginner 5. Countdown to martial examination. 1 day. Dongshan Province, Penglai City. Yinshao Airport. Step right up and take a look. The latest insider information and strategies for the martial examination. Students applying to the Blue Star War Military Academy. Don't miss out. Be one step ahead in the martial examination and gain access to invaluable information. Hey student, let me tell you, this technique was compiled by my uncle who teaches at the Blue Star War Military Academy. He is one of the main examiners this time. If you cultivate this technique, you'll be one of us, and he will surely look out for you. What? 100 million seems too steep? Well then, how about a flat price of 9,980? Considered a good connection. I am purchasing examination permits. I require cooperation from permit holders, offering high prices and providing admission quotas for municipal war military academies, exempting entrance examinations, and recommending entry to provincial war military academies. Top-notch martial arts lodgings. The closest to the BO campus, with a spiritual energy level of minor cave heaven. 300,000 per night. Limited vacancies. Book quickly. The vast Yinshao Airport is currently bustling with activity. Every plane's landing draws a surging crowd. It appears chaotic yet orderly, as everyone instinctively remains outside the security line, not daring to cross the threshold. Those appearing particularly composed are surely locals. There's no profit to be made from them. Those with darting eyes and youthful appearances are the examinees. You understand? A rugged man was conducting temporary training for several summer workers before him. Most of them were top scholars from various provinces of Blue Star, along with descendants of influential families, typically lacking social experience and unaware of the treacheries of the world. Easy to deceive. But remember, don't be foolish enough to sell them your techniques. Challenging their strengths with your weaknesses is sheer folly. Chapter 51. The Cheapao Girl Boss. If we aren't selling techniques, what exactly are we selling? There's nothing else of value in this shop. A girl with braided hair pouted, feeling as though she had stumbled into a scam operation. After all, she was merely a summer intern. Ouch. The burly man slapped his face, realizing that his words were imprudent. If it weren't for the low cost of these summer workers, he would have sent them packing long ago. The school granted you an early summer break, not for your enjoyment, but to cultivate your practical skills. Do you see those large suitcases in my car? They are filled with technique blind boxes, each priced at 100,000 Blue Star coins. How you market them is up to you. Sell 10 and your commission doubles. 100,000. Boss, have you lost your mind? The summer intern stared, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. One moment, they were discussing the ethics of selling techniques, and the next, they were supposed to wrap them in isolation paper and sell them as blind boxes for a fortune. Most of those boxes contain mediocre E-grade techniques, which barely fetch 2,000 on a good day. The burly man glanced at the naive expressions before him and smirked. He grabbed a suitcase from the car and bellowed. Technique blind boxes for sale. S-grade techniques await you. Only 100,000. Take a chance, and you might just turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Boss, are you serious? Selling S-grade techniques in a blind box for 100,000? That sounds absurd. The crowd murmured, intrigued yet skeptical. The man's voice soon attracted a few young passers-by. Of course, I run an honest establishment. No deception here. All right then, let me see one. Sure thing. One of the more hip-hop styled youths selected a blind box and tore it open on the spot. Wow, I actually got an S-grade technique. This is real. Boss, are you sure you want to lose money on this? Getting one is a stroke of fate. Young man, you seem to be a visitor. Here, we don't discuss money. We focus on destiny. Come take one. The interns felt a twinge of embarrassment watching such an obvious charade unfold. At that moment, a girl in a cheap how with a high ponytail was drawn to the commotion and approached with curiosity. Boss, why are you selling things this way? You'll go out of business. Upon hearing her question, the burly man's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his rehearsed lines flowed effortlessly. Fate is key. I sell technique blind boxes not for profit, but to find those truly destined for these techniques. Young lady, why not give it a try? Just 100,000. A small price. The girl hesitated, glancing at the wrapped technique jade slips, and then at the S-grade technique in a young man's hand. All right, I'll buy two. Excellent. The burly man quickly produced a QR code. Ping. Scan to pay. Upon seeing the 20,000 blue star coins deposited, the man's face lit up with joy. Would you like to choose yourself, or shall I? I'll take these two, she said, selecting two from the blind boxes and opening them. E-grade breathing technique. Exhalation method. E-grade meditation technique. Scenic viewing. Ah, it's fate, young lady. These two techniques are meant for you, the burly man exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement, more animated than when the previous youth unveiled the S-grade technique. The interns grimaced at the display, wishing they could confront him about the blatant deception. Boss, have you no conscience? One of them muttered. The girl, oblivious to the implications, nodded innocently, her cuteness tugging at the hearts of the nearby youths. I'll buy a few more, she declared. Of course. As the interns prepared to speak up, they were met with the burly man's fierce glare, silencing them. E-grade combat technique. Dust leg. E-grade combat technique. Wine palm. E-grade. The girl opened over a dozen blind boxes, spinning over 1 million blue star coins in a single go. Young lady, fate has arrived. These are truly yours. Cherish them well. The man grinned from ear to ear, internally exclaiming, I've struck it rich. What a fortunate fool I've encountered this year. A year without sales. And now a windfall. This is my destiny. All right, boss. I have matters to attend to. All my purchases here. The girl scratched her head and smiled shyly. In an instant, the numerous jade slips were stored away in her ring. Thank you, young lady. Do come back and visit. The burly man beamed as he watched her depart, nearly bowing in gratitude. As she disappeared into the crowd, he could not contain his laughter, turning to the interns to say, Did you see that? There's so much for you to learn. The interns glared at him with disdain, speechless. What are you staring at? The world is ruthless. Look at that girl. She comes from a wealthy family. To her, this amount is nothing. If anything, she gained a lesson from this encounter. Ignoring their scornful gazes, the burly man signaled to a young employee nearby. The youth quickly understood and handed over the S-grade technique that had been revealed earlier. This technique is our shop's treasure, incredibly valuable. Let us find another location to continue selling. The burly man carefully accepted the technique, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe it down. Wait, this feels off. Boss, I haven't touched it. I've held it since it was opened. Everyone can vouch for that. The young employee exclaimed, startled. His words prompted nods of agreement from those around him, affirming they had been watching closely. Yet the burly man's unease deepened. He swiftly opened the box to check. 10 seconds later, a furious roar echoed throughout the 7th station. Who the hell stole my technique? Chapter 52. BO campus at this moment, outside the airport. A young girl clad in a cheapao softly hummed a melody from her headphones, her face radiating a quirky charm, completely shedding the earlier innocence she had displayed. Snap! The girl raised her phone, holding a thick jade slip in her left hand, and took a delightful selfie. She captioned it for her circle of friends. Today, I dealt with a rogue merchant. Miss, as per the master's request, we should pay a visit to some elders over at BO Island. An elderly man in a black suit smiled warmly at the girl, with a long-range Land Rover parked behind him. Oh, I still want to explore the surroundings a bit more. It's not every day I get to come out. Uncle Fu, you are the best. Observing the girl's playful demeanor, the old man chuckled indulgently. All right, but if the master inquires, I won't conceal anything from him. Yay! Thank you, Uncle Fu. You are the greatest. The girl appeared utterly unconcerned by the old man's words, eagerly opening her phone to begin planning her next adventure. Uncle Fu chuckled, shaking his head. Let us get in the car first. Young Master Lu and one of his friends are already on board. Master Lu? ISNT that Lu air. Shouldn't he be off, trying to enroll in the mathematics department at the Civilized Academy, instead of causing a ruckus at the War Academy? The girl's blunt remark elicited an awkward smile from the old man, who chose not to respond. Oh well, since we're here, we can shop later. I'll have an extra set of hands to carry my bags. Inside the vehicle, Yang Chun curiously surveyed his surroundings. Who would have thought that the modest back seat of a car could conceal an entire hidden paradise? A pavilion graced the courtyard, adorned with blooming white plum blossoms, while a few playful larks flitted about, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Before him lay a vast artificial lake, its waters clear and bright, exuding a faint aura. With koi swimming by, seemingly ethereal beings. The melody of birds and the fragrance of flowers created an enchanting atmosphere. It was truly a celestial realm. The concentration of spiritual energy here had remarkably escalated since his last visit. Lu Shu gazed enviously. Boss, once we have a means, we should create something like this in our dormitory. Yang Chun sighed, glancing at the boy beside him, who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Bai. You needn't call me boss. Simply address me as Yang Chun. That is not acceptable. My brother instructed me to stick with you. Lu Shu responded earnestly, treating Lu Bai's words as gospel. Yang Chun patted Lu Shu's shoulder, opting for silence. He had grown weary of similar conversations. He had initially planned to report alongside Su Nuo, with tickets already booked. However, Su Nuo's parents decided to accompany her last minute, so it was best to part ways to avoid any awkwardness. As for Lu Shu, he was entrusted to Yang Chun's care by Lu Bai. Due to his utter lack of experience in the outside world, being the type to get lost even on a bus. This was Yang Chun's first venture beyond his family's territory, embarking on his own journey. The owner of this hidden paradise had exquisite taste. The white plum blossoms were arranged in a spiritual formation, nourished by the aura, blooming perpetually, indicating they had evolved into spiritual flora. Yang Chun observed the blossoms, inhaling the air suffused with their delicate fragrance, which instilled a sense of calm and focus with every breath. The Mei family of Dujianjian was as renowned as the Lu family, and the owner of this estate was the sixth young lady of the Mei family, a leading figure among the younger generation. Her father was the head of the six eccentrics of Myriad, Mei Yi. In Dujianjian, over half of the mineral resources belonged to their family, making them the undisputed wealthiest in the region. No wonder they were so affluent. They were indeed the offspring of mining magnates. Lu Air, I just arrived, and you're already discussing me? Yang Chun was about to speak when a playful voice echoed from a distance. Turning his gaze, he saw a girl in a qipao with a high ponytail standing nearby, her smile radiating warmth as she observed the two. My boss remarked that your little courtyard is quite tastefully arranged, so I shared a bit of knowledge. Lu Shu adjusted his thick black glasses, speaking candidly. Cough, indeed quite impressive. Yang Chun coughed lightly, directing his focus toward the girl. Upon hearing Lu Shu's introduction, the girl began to appraise Yang Chun earnestly. In an instant, she closed the distance between them. Hello, handsome. I'm Hua 16. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, I'm Yang Chun. Yang Chun smiled gently, offering a brief handshake with her delicate hand. A-class talent, space traversal, B-class talent, metal control, a rare dual talent awakener. Since we are all here for the Blue Star War Academy's martial examination, would you consider forming a team? Who knows, we might end up as classmates fighting side by side in the future. Form a team? Does this year's martial examination involve teamwork? Yang Chun remained silent, while Lu Shu scratched his head, curiously inquiring. How could I possibly know about such matters? The girl snapped her fingers lightly, and in the blink of an eye, the three found themselves at the center of the artificial lake in the pavilion. The spatial transfer formation is quite secure. High-level vehicles are typically equipped with such formations. The owner can easily expel anyone inside, if displeased. Lu Shu interjected, prompting Hua 16 to roll her eyes in response. Lu Air, if you keep being this tactless, I might just toss you out of here. Me's me. What did you mean by forming a team earlier? Yang Chun gently nudged Lu Shu aside, smiling as he got straight to the point. Though Yang Chun was confident in his abilities to secure a position, passing the examination was not a guarantee of equal standing. One must not make assumptions. The Blue Star War Academy is situated on the overseas islands near Penglai City, housing over 100 campuses. Among them, Bo Campus stands out. Akin to the original department of the Magic City War Academy, gathering the finest faculty within the academy. It is widely acknowledged that during the peak of the Blue Star War Academy, it was known as the gathering place of myriad immortals, with many alumni originating from Bo Campus. Hua 16 smiled gently, her fingers moving gracefully as the teapot and cups began to pour tea for the three of them. On Bo Island, amidst 3,000 guests, excluding the seniors who remained after graduation and the retired teachers, the total number of students and faculty from freshman to senior year barely reached 500. Each year, Fewer than 10 new students are admitted to BO campus for the martial examination. Chapter 53. It turns out everyone is a person of destiny, such a small number? The willow tree exclaimed, adjusting his thick black glasses. Last year, nearly 10,000 people registered and the military academy accepted 1,000. I thought a 10-to-1 elimination rate would result in dozens being accepted into the BO campus. You're mistaken. Last year, the BO campus only accepted 5, a record low. Meihua 16 chuckled. But the situation at the Magic City War Military Academy is even more absurd. Everyone was eliminated. This made the cosmic hot search last year. Were you unaware? Everyone eliminated? Yang Chen nearly spat out his tea. He was aware of the pitiful acceptance rate at the Magic City War Military Academy. But he never imagined such a ludicrous situation could occur. Don't be surprised. It's clear you know little about the Magic City War Military Academy. This place is quite peculiar. Some departments take years to accept a single student, and the strongest original department hasn't admitted anyone in 100 years. The difficulty is one aspect. Background is equally crucial. No matter how extraordinary you are, if there's even a slight issue with your lineage, you will be dismissed immediately. Meihua 16 cast a sarcastic glance at the willow tree. Willow, you seem quite bold, daring to speak ill of the Magic City War Military Academy. Have you forgotten that our esteemed figure from Dojiang hails from the Jading department? Huh? The willow tree looked around, his expression blank. What'd I just say? Yang Chun, curious, glanced at the two of them. Who from Dojiang is from the Jading department? All right, back to the point. Meihua 16 took a sip of water and continued. This year's martial arts examination will likely relate to teamwork. I'm sure everyone has heard of the tragic events in the ancient wilderness forest last year. Even with proctors present, nearly 1,000 people perished. Yang Chen nodded. This was easily found online, and he had watched related videos, which depicted truly harrowing scenes. But last year, teammates were randomly assigned. Even if this year's exam involves teamwork, they wouldn't allow us to form teams freely, right? It's impossible. Otherwise, the aristocratic heirs would unite, and the other candidates would stand no chance. That is certainly out of the question. However, there is always a way around things. Are you aware of the Destiny People organization? Destiny People. I fail to see how this is related. Yang Chun instinctively glanced at the willow tree, who still appeared dazed. This fellow certainly knew how to play the part. The Destiny People system allows for internal communication. Since it is soul-bound, it is unaffected by the heavenly magnetic ring during exams, and due to its non-offensive nature, it is not susceptible to the collection by the diamond carving. It's the perfect tool for covert collaboration. Are you joking? Even Yang Chun, along with the willow tree, was bewildered. Mei Lao Lu, you must be jesting. Does the school really not care about this? What if they throw you out of the examination room? The Destiny People system may evade the heavenly magnetic ring and diamond carving, but it certainly cannot deceive the eyes of the proctors. If you were thrown out, you'd never be able to register again. You're the one who's old-fashioned. I wouldn't say this if I didn't have confidence. Meihua 16 glared at the willow tree. Recently, the Destiny People collaborated with BO Island and pushed through the forbidden area of Wangxi City. The rare treasures that should have belonged to the Destiny People were donated to the Blue Star War Military Academy. The willow tree interjected, so the Military Academy promised that members of the Destiny People organization could communicate through their internal system during the martial arts exam. Not quite. Then you're merely naively believing that the school would turn a blind eye to this. The willow tree adjusted his glasses and offered his assessment. This is unreliable. You'll see how reliable it is in due time. Meihua 16 retorted. Add me as a friend from the Destiny People. I'll contact you then. Yang Chun and the willow tree exchanged knowing smiles and shared their organization IDs. After all, there was no loss for them. Who knows, it might actually work. It is worth mentioning that the Destiny People indeed cast a wide net. It seems that anyone with extraordinary talent bears the mark of the Destiny People. Friend requests were completed, further strengthening the bond between Yang Chun and Meihua 16, as they realized they were all part of the same circle. Subsequently, Meihua 16 enthusiastically invited them to the most luxurious fairy hill-themed hotel in Penglai City, sprawling over approximately 80,000 square meters. The hotel's central location was rich in spiritual energy, overlooking the examination venue of Penglai Island across the sea. 3 ocean view villas were aligned in a row, one for each of them, exuding opulence to an extreme degree. Eastward lies the stone tablet, to behold the vast sea. The waters are calm, and the islands rise lofty. As the sun and moon traverse, they emerge from within. The stars are resplendent, as if they arise from within. At that moment, on the beach before the villa, Chen reclined comfortably on a lounge chair, savoring the sea breeze and the breathtaking ocean view. "Boss, are you hungry? I had the hotel prepare beef noodles for you. Give it a try?" "I'm sorry, I don't eat beef." Chen casually picked a spirit fruit from the nearby fruit platter, biting into it and instantly feeling rejuvenated. "All right then." The willow tree glanced at the spirit fruit beside Chen, puzzled about its appeal. He lowered his head and continued to indulge in the delicious beef noodles. The beef noodles infused with spiritual energy are delightful. Meihua 16's voice carried over from a distance. "Willow, are you starving? You have no manners. Ruining my enjoyment of the sea view." The willow tree was about to retort when he suddenly spat out the noodles. Poof! Cough, cough! Ah! Koog! Koog! The willow tree's face turned red from choking, taking a while to speak. "Mei Lao Lu, what do you mean by wearing just a few scraps of cloth?" Chen, who had been resting with his eyes closed, instinctively opened them at the willow tree's words and turned to see Meihua 16 wearing the latest light purple two-piece bikini, her figure voluptuous and her curves accentuated, with long legs that caught the eye. Her black hair was tied into a high ponytail, lending a clean and tidy appearance, revealing her fair swan neck. 2 stray strands of hair fell delicately on her exquisite collarbone, adding a touch of liveliness and grace. "Willow, what is wrong with you? This is the seaside." The seaside? Meihua 16's beautifully refined face flushed slightly due to the willow tree's remarks. With a swift motion, she reached out into the air and, in an instant, grasped the back of the willow tree's neck, effortlessly tossing him away. "What a bumpkin!" Watching the splashes of water in the sea, Meihua scoffed and turned to Chen. "Chen, is it strange for me to dress like this by the seaside?" Chapter 54. Artificial Theocracy. Chen lowered his gaze to his shorts, a bashful smile creeping upon his face. It was not surprising at all. Meihua 6 followed Chen's gaze downward, her face instantly flushing crimson. With a light huff, she vanished from sight in the next instant. Alas, this body is still too youthful. 10 minutes later, Meihua 6 reemerged, adorned in a delicate, layered white chiffon dress, her hair tied with a charmingly large bow. Beside her, Uncle Fu was preparing refreshments for the group. The horizon was graced by a half-illuminated sun, while the azure sky, cerulean sea, and milky white beach were all tinged with a gentle orange hue. On a beach lounge chair, Lu Shu held a straw in his mouth while cradling a massive coconut in his arms. Behind thick black-rimmed glasses, his right cheek was slightly swollen, a clear handprint visible upon it. Just moments ago, when Meihua 6 had flung him aside, he had landed directly among a group of surfing girls, his frantic flailing earning him the title of a lecher. This gigantic psychic coconut was his compensation. Tomorrow marked the martial arts examination, with emissaries from Penglai Island expected to arrive to ferry candidates to the shore. The examination permits serving as a ticket. Meihua 6 reclined languorously on the lounge chair. Her eyes narrowed as she gazed at the pale blue light screen before her, seemingly deep in contemplation. Nearby, Chen noticed the screen's contents. Blue Star War Academy Martial Arts Examination Regulations. In an instant, the pale blue screen expanded, allowing all 3 to view its contents. "I just glanced at this year's Martial Arts Examination Regulations. There isn't much difference from previous years, except for one new addition. Anyone with Blue Star household registration may participate." Wasn't that already the case? Why state it explicitly? Well, Chief, it seems there are quite a few legally registered alien citizens on Blue Star. This regulation likely implies they are also eligible to participate. Alien citizens. This thought involuntarily reminded Chen of Fei Yang and Zhang Hao, who had sacrificed greatly for Blue Star registration. He wondered if they had successfully made it ashore. Their participation wouldn't significantly affect us. The mortality rate at the Blue Star War Academy's martial arts examination is so high that we can hardly save our own. For them, It would likely be a perilous endeavor, and this regulation was probably just a means to alleviate public pressure. Wise words, sixth sister. The psychic coconut was indeed a valuable treat, a specialty of Penglai Island, its effects comparable to that of high-grade genetic elixirs. Lu Shu began to flatter as well, his demeanor shifting rapidly. Miss, the masteress phone. Uncle Fu's voice interrupted, as he handed a secure phone to Mei Hua 6, subtly gesturing. Oh, Yang Chun, Lu Air. If you have any requests, do let Uncle Fu know. I have matters to attend to tonight. We shall reconvene here in the morning. After exchanging pleasantries, Mei Hua 6 accepted the phone from Uncle Fu, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished once more. Honored guests, do not hesitate to command me. No need to trouble Uncle Fu. You go ahead and attend to your duties. We'll return to our training soon, Lu Shu replied, clearly familiar with the elder. Then I shall not intrude further upon you too. He smiled warmly, slightly bowing before retreating. The head steward of the Mei family, rumored to be a fifth-tier spirit lock expert, was over 300 years old this year. Over 300 years? Yang Chun was taken aback. Given the lifespan of a fifth-tier spirit lock expert, they could normally live for over 1,000 years, not accounting for the lifespan extensions from genetic locks. Why did he appear so aged? According to the elders, he suffered injuries in his youth, causing significant vitality loss. Nonetheless, Lu Shu added, even a fifth-tier immortal should be in their prime at this age. The cultivation system of Blue Star truly has the shortest lifespan in the universe. There is no need to compare with those races that have lifespans starting in the millions, Lu Shu sighed. Even among human cultivation civilizations, we fall short. Those golden core, true persons easily exceed a lifespan of 10,000, far surpassing our Blue Star's immortals. In the realm of cultivation, the emphasis is on dominance in battle. It's a harsh reality where one must contend for life or death. It seems to be a trade-off where one must sacrifice to gain. Logically, one should live well beyond 1,000 years, yet one never knows when they might perish on the path of cultivation. Have you ever seen the God Ceiling list? What do you think? Yang Chen chuckled at Lu Shu. I've never seen it either. Lu Shu scratched his head, his gaze drifting towards the vast ocean. I've heard from the elders in my clan that our Blue Star civilization as cultivation path is unparalleled in brutality, particularly a millennium ago. Our ancestors spent their lives in battle, breaking through in combat, and perishing during breakthroughs. Those who survived merely repeated the cycle. No other civilization in the universe has been as extreme as ours. Even other human cultivation civilizations consider us heretics, demonized as a group of madmen fighting for their lives. Such an extreme civilization, like a rootless fire, destined to extinguish after consuming everything in its path. Yet, with the emergence of the God Ceiling list, by merely entrusting one's true spirit to it, one can achieve immortality. Once condemned by countless races, Blue Star has now become a dominant civilization in the universe. Wiping his glasses, Lu Shu turned to Yang Chun. Did you know my grandfather, my father, and my uncles, they all dedicated their lives to cultivation and warfare. They either died in battle or perished at the threshold of breakthroughs. How much beauty there is in this world, yet only the future generations can appreciate it. Sometimes I wonder if their true spirits could be entrusted to the God Ceiling list, would they not have to die? The atmosphere suddenly turned somber. Yang Chen, unsure of what to say, merely patted Lu Shu's shoulder in silence. A millennium ago, ancestors lived and died in haste, never pausing to reflect. 1,000 years later, with Blue Star standing firm in the universe, it no longer suffers the ravages of war, affording future generations ample time to contemplate. The God Ceiling list, immortality, divinity. Yang Chun gazed skyward, murmuring to himself. In the path of cultivation, defying the heavens is a given. Enduring various trials is but the norm. To emerge through the thorns is the essence. Lu Shu, you must believe that humans can triumph over heaven. Even the so-called deities are merely created by humans out of necessity. This is what I term artificial theocracy. In my view, the so-called God Ceiling list is merely a means of deification. If others can achieve it, there is no reason you cannot. Artificial theocracy? Lu Shu gazed at Yang Chun, awestruck. My brother was right. Your words and actions resonate with the path of the sages. Chapter 55. Is your cousin's surname Su? In the opulent seaside villa, Yang Chen sat cross-legged, a ray of sunlight filtering through the window and gently illuminating his face. His eyelids fluttered slightly before slowly parting. With a breath, Yang Chen exhaled a cloud of mist, feeling a profound sense of vitality, his state more perfect than ever. His gaze drifted through the grand floor-to-ceiling window of the bedroom, where he beheld a vast coastline dotted with colossal ships resembling towering structures. On these massive vessels, vibrant crimson flags fluttered in the wind. Adorned with exquisite patterns identical to those on the examination permit, their designs interconnected, forming 4 sword-like totems around the flags. The emblem of the Blue Star War Academy. Boss, we should prepare to board the ship, came the voice of Lu Shu from downstairs, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Mei Lao, haha. May 16 is already waiting downstairs. Lu Shu, clutching a gigantic coconut, ascended the stairs and gestured towards the window. There are quite a few formidable individuals down there. I've already seen at least 5 who are at the 3rd step of immortality, each more tenacious than the last. Are you boasting about yourself? Yang Chen Chuklet Ligfuli. Go on, see if you can encounter any familiar faces. It seemed that Su Nuo should also be downstairs, but given the throngs of people below, the likelihood of an encounter was slim. Perhaps it would be best to reach out once they boarded the vessel. Following Lu Shu down, they arrived at the beach. May 16 was leisurely sipping tea beneath a sunshade, with a table laden with exquisite pastries before her. Hotel staff had set up a VIP passage and lounge area on the beach, with a throng of people beyond the cordon, examinees, and numerous parents. Within the line, however, a group of individuals enjoyed their leisure, arranging flowers and savoring tea. It was as if 2 worlds were separated by a mere line. Privilege truly knows no bounds. Lu Shu remarked, being wealthy is wonderful. That line should rightfully belong to me. Yang Chen replied with a smile. Are you trying to steal my thunder? Boss, you're mistaken. Though I hail from the Lu family, our family motto has always been to raise sons in poverty and daughters in wealth. Lu Shu frowned, a pained expression on his face. You have no idea what my daily life is like. Yang Chen stroked his chin, his gaze falling upon the storage ring adorning Lu Shu's finger. Apologies, but I find it hard to empathize. Yang Chen, Lu Air, come eat something. Just then, May 16 called out with a smile, waving at the 2. All right. Lu Shu scampered over with a look of eager anticipation. It was evident he had been thoroughly captivated by the charms of affluence. Boss, hurry. This is quite expensive. Well, you're at least the 2nd son of the Lu family. Can't you show a bit of ambition? Yang Chen approached, shaking his head in exasperation. I'm not hungry right now. You should eat less. Overindulgence can disrupt your blood circulation. But I see others are eating. They're merely sampling. Are you planning to stuff your face? Cough, I see. I thought they were putting on airs. Lu Shu chuckled awkwardly. In that case, I'll take some to go. Yang Chen silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart, noting that he was indeed not one to suffer losses. With 15 minutes remaining before the ship's departure, May 16 glanced at the time. Are you all right with waiting for someone? Who are we waiting for? Lu Shu couldn't resist stuffing another pastry into his mouth, speaking with his mouth full. My cousin. She is also a destined one, and we agreed to board together this morning. You have a cousin? Lu Shu asked, somewhat surprised, as he had not heard much about her before. My cousin's family lives long-term in Hangzhou, and they only return to Dujianjian occasionally during the new year. May 16 rolled her eyes. How would a fool like you know anything? I'm not a fool. I'm a mathematician, Lu Shu retorted earnestly, shaking his head. Your cousin wouldn't happen to be surnamed Su, would she? Yang Chen inquired curiously. With hundreds of provinces on Blue Star over the years, only a few dozen individuals per province have managed to attain the examination permit for the Blue Star War Academy. Female, residing in Hangzhou, and possessing the examination permit, Su Nuo perfectly fits these criteria. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, May 16 paused, her expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. What? Do you know my cousin? Cough, if your cousin's name is Su Nuo, then indeed, I am acquainted with her. Is the circle of geniuses really so small? Perhaps your friends are also my friends, and your relatives might just be my, friends. Even May 16 couldn't help but internally scoff at the rarity of a destined individual having male friends. Could it be that even the destined ones were invited by my cousin? Believe it or not, that is indeed the case. All right, May 16 nodded, appearing more confident in their forthcoming collaboration. By the way, is your cousin an appraiser of brushes? Lu Shu looked up, utterly perplexed, his cheeks bulging with food, prompting Uncle Fu beside him to shake his head in disbelief. I recall the last man who appeared before my cousin received a heavy truck as a gift, and, subsequently, due to this unexpected surprise, was awarded a luxurious 7-day tour package. These words left Lu Shu even more bewildered, but Yang Chun instinctively twitched his lips. He remembered the first time he met Su Nuo, when that car fell from the sky, and he had heard it later incurred significant losses for the owner. Cough. How much longer until your cousin arrives? I don't know. Perhaps we could discuss the precautions for boarding the ship? Just as the trio engaged in conversation, a familiar female voice called out from behind. Yang Chun? Yang Chun instinctively turned around to see a long-haired girl standing not far away, clad in a white t-shirt and a black cardigan, paired with light blue casual jeans and white sneakers. A lollipop dangled from her mouth, and her hands were casually tucked into her pockets, exuding a carefree demeanor. Is it really you? The girl appeared somewhat dazed, her tone filled with surprise. Cousin, May 16 joyfully ran over, diving into Su Nuo's embrace and affectionately rubbing against her. I missed you so much. It's been over a year. We're uncle and aunt. They're revisiting old haunts and planning to meet some of their former classmates. So they didn't come along. Su Nuo stepped forward. Yang Chun, what brings you here? Cough. Lu Bai entrusted me to look after his younger brother. I happened to run into Uncle Fu while exiting the airport. Lu Bai's younger brother? Su Nuo glanced at the opportunistic Lu Shu, who was busy devouring food. I sent you a message last night, but you didn't respond. I was worried something had delayed you. Chapter 56, The Ascetic Last Night. Yang Chun checked his phone and found a multitude of messages. He had been preoccupied with his cultivation and had scarcely glanced at his device. After enjoying some spiritual wine with Lu Shu, he had become quite disoriented until the midnight hour. Yet, who decrees that indulging in spiritual wine cannot be a form of cultivation? She could sense that Yang Chen's cultivation had grown exponentially since their last encounter. Perhaps he had already reached the third stage of the immortal path. Coming from an ordinary background, his advancements were likely the result of relentless dedication and perseverance. Both innate talent and arduous practice were indispensable. It is crucial to remember that cultivation requires a harmonious balance between toil and relaxation, and one should not engage solely in relentless effort. Leaving Mei Hua surely in a state of astonishment. Was Yang Chun truly so dedicated to his practice? Could he be a true ascetic, capable of prompting her cousin, who was renowned for her fervor in cultivation, to suggest taking a break? In that moment, Mei Hua surely regarded Yang Chun with newfound respect. Very well, I shall allow myself a brief respite, he conceded, acknowledging his own diligent efforts. Ahem. Boss, we should board the ship. Lu Shu appeared to have choked again, patting his chest as he accepted a cup of tea from Fubo. After a sip, he exclaimed, "What splendid tea! Fubo, could you possibly pack some for me?" Name, Yang Chun. Gender, male. Race, human. Age, 18. School, Hangzhou Yizhong. Home address, Unit 102, Building 6, Xingfu Garden. Examination number, 166 XXXXXXXX 6666. Identity verification in progress. Physical form correct. Soul correct. Identity confirmed. Dear candidate, congratulations on successfully enrolling in the Blue Star War Academy. We wish you a smooth journey ahead and a prosperous path to immortality. The journey is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge both above and below, all for the sake of Blue Star Civilization. A solemn female voice emanated from the ship's large screen. Greetings, students. This is ship number 2. Fighting is strictly prohibited on board, and complimentary tea and snacks will be provided. She continued, of course, if you must engage in combat, that can be arranged as well. There is a life and death arena aboard, and I shall serve as the referee. Before Yang Chun stood a warm, gentle youth clad in white garments adorned with the Blue Star War Academy emblem, evidently a senior student. His demeanor was amiable, exuding kindness. Thank you for the reminder, senior. But I'm a person who fosters goodwill. I have no enemies, only friends. Is that so? Yet I sense a significant aura of hostility surrounding you. The youth chuckled, discerning that Yang Chen was not an ordinary individual, but rather one with a fierce spirit. The very essence of his being subtly radiated an air of menace. At such a young age, to bear such a presence, could it be that you have slain a fifth-tier powerhouse? Senior jesting, Yang Chen replied with a smile. I'm quite well liked. The next candidate stepped forward. Name, Su Nua, gender, female, race, human, age, 18, school, Hangzhou Ijong. The youth observed Su Nua with a serious expression, internally lamenting. Greetings, student. This is ship number 2. Fighting is strictly prohibited on board, and complimentary tea and snacks will be provided. However, if you must engage in combat, where is Hangzhou Ijong located? He pondered, scratching his head. What sort of institution breeds such hostility among its students? Or is it merely coincidence that I encounter the only two? A moment later. Name, Fang Aoyan, gender, male. Race, human, age, 18, school, Hangzhou Ijong. The youth regarded the imposing figure before him, a robust young man with rugged features and a sturdy build, contrasting sharply with Yang Chen's refined appearance. Yet, both bore a similar aura of hostility. Brother, should we consider closing the arena? There are quite a few fierce individuals on board, and if they wish to engage in combat, we may find ourselves overwhelmed. All students on board, please adhere to the regulations and maintain decorum. We will arrive at the examination site in 1 hour. As the giant vessel set sail, the announcement echoed 3 times. Boss, I never realized your aura of menace was so pronounced that it warranted an announcement, Lu Shu remarked, gazing at Yang Chen with admiration and giving him a thumbs up. Yang Chen glanced at Lu Shu, perplexed. What does the announcement have to do with me? Do not speak frivolously, lest you cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Rest assured, there is no misunderstanding. You and your cousin have both made it onto the organization's assassin ranking. Your kill count exceeds 1 million. You two are quite formidable. Mei Hua surely chimed in, her eyes widening in realization. Had she not recently checked the latest data, she would have been unaware of their formidable reputations. Could it be that our reputation for violence stems not from an affinity for bloodshed, but rather from our keen observational skills that allow us to identify spies through subtle clues? Yang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Su Nua nodded in agreement, savoring a lollipop as she leaned against the railing, gazing out at the tranquil sea and relishing the caress of the sea breeze. To them, violence was merely a means to attain tranquility, not a pursuit in itself. Lu Shu instinctively drew back from Su Nua. Why does Mei Lao Lu evoke the sensation of facing an older brother? She speaks the most ruthless words with such nonchalance. Isn't that right, Yang Chen? Su Nua flashed a grin at him, a mischievous echo of his own words. Of course. On the deck, the two exchanged knowing glances and then shared a smile, much to the unease of Lu Shu and Mei Hua Shirley, who felt a chill run down their spines. What you say holds significant merit. Violence may not be the optimal method, yet it remains the most effective. A deep voice resonated from behind them, causing several candidates to scatter in shock upon catching sight of the speaker. One word can alter the course of the world, and that is the true romance of the powerful. A broad-shouldered youth approached, clad in black attire, exuding an air of wildness. Upon recognizing him, Su Nua's eyes widened in surprise. Fang Aoyan from Class 1? Su Nua, I have long admired your reputation, he replied, then turned his gaze toward Yang Chen. It seems that Wei Ping suffered a just defeat. Your rapid advancement in strength indicates you two are a prodigious ascetic. Yang Chen nodded solemnly. Indeed, I am a prodigious ascetic. However, who is Wei Ping? Chapter 57. What gives you confidence, Yang Chen? Yang Chen's unexpected remarks left Fang Aoyan momentarily speechless. However, at that moment, to explain who Wei Ping was would be too humiliating, and his imposing demeanor would diminish significantly. Observing Fang Aoyan's silence, Yang Chen scratched his head in confusion. Was his question truly so difficult to answer? Hey, why are you standing there like a wooden stick? Lu Shu couldn't help but interject. Boss, this person is really strange. You call Yang Chen boss? So, you must be his subordinate. Perfect. He has beaten my little brother. I shall return the favor by giving you a taste of my strength. Let us settle this score. In the next instant, Fang Aoyan propelled himself forward like a cannonball, suddenly appearing before Lu Shu. What the hell, are you out of your mind? Seeing the confrontation escalate, Lu Shu cursed as he swiftly dodged to the right. Bang! Fang Aoyan's fist struck the railing, producing a thunderous noise. Without missing a beat, he reappeared in front of Lu Shu, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Fight! Fight! Quick, bring out the snacks and drinks. Hurry! The commotion spread rapidly across the entire ship, with some even using their agility to ensure they arrived in time. It was truly fitting that these were students from a military academy. They thrived on the excitement, quickly surrounding the bow of the ship. Wow, that's Fang Aoyan from our school. And the guy with glasses looks like Lu Air from the Dojiang Lu family. What on earth are they fighting about? Is Fang Aoyan really that formidable? It seems like many are afraid of him. Brother, you must not be from Jiangnan province. This fellow has participated in the Jiangnan province high school martial arts competition multiple times, winning every single time. I know him. He initially awakened an A-grade talent called Dragon Soul and later underwent a second awakening, transforming it into an S-grade talent. Fang Aoyan paid no heed to the surrounding clamor, his fists slicing through the air with immense force. After enduring a couple of blows, Lu Shu began to adopt a more evasive strategy. There was no choice. Fang Aoyan's punches were simply too powerful. Lu Air, stop dodging and fight back. If you can't handle it, let me step in. At some point, Meihua 16 had brought over a table filled with fruits and drinks. Yang Chun and Su Nua sat beside her, occasionally offering commentary. Lu Shu's movements are impressive. Though his punches lack strength, Yang Chun remarked while munching on sunflower seeds. Though he still hadn't figured out who Wei Ping was, since Fang Aoyan had said so, perhaps there was indeed some truth to it. For now, he decided to let Lu Shu have his fun. This is boring, Su Nua said, sipping her soda and watching the two combatants chase each other with a look of disdain. She had never been fond of such fighting styles. As time passed, Fang Aoyan, unable to subdue Lu Shu, began to lose his composure. Big guy, can you stop chasing me? Just take a break, please. If this continued, he would soon be exhausted. Even with his third-level genetic lock activated, maintaining the S-grade agility for an extended period was taking its toll. A black dragon's phantom suddenly soared from behind Fang Aoyan, its tail coiling around him, while its head let out a fierce roar directed at Lu Shu, instantly freezing him in place. Wow, he is using his talent. Is he serious about this? Fantastic. Let us set up a ring and sign a life-and-death contract. Where's the referee? That is a bit excessive. We're all just students here. There is no need to resort to such extremes. This student makes a valid point. Severe injuries should suffice. The terrifying wind from Fang Aoyan's punches whistled past Lu Shu's face. Hey, this is our battle, Yang Chun. Isn't it a bit uncivilized for you to interfere now? Fang Aoyan suddenly halted, swiftly turning to Yang Chun with a look of irritation. I recall that fighting is prohibited on this ship. If you wish to battle, it must be to the death. At that moment, Lu Shu also regained his senses and quickly hid behind Yang Chun. Unexpectedly, Fang Aoyan had attained the third-level cultivation of the immortal path. Lu Shu had momentarily underestimated him and found himself immobilized by Fang Aoyan's Dragon Soul talent. Fortunately, at this critical moment, his boss had come to his rescue. Are you suggesting that your subordinate should fight me in a life-and-death match? Fang Aoyan frowned. But unfortunately, you only possess a half step into the third level, which doesn't meet the criteria for such a duel. However, your words do fit quite well. Hey, Aoyan, I have no intention of killing you. You've got to be kidding me. Yang Chen's words nearly sent Fang Aoyan into a fit of rage. They hadn't even started fighting yet. And he was already talking about not wanting to kill him. You're more pretentious than I am. Fine. I'm eager to see how you plan to kill me. Having claimed the championship in the Jiangnan province high school martial arts competition 3 times in a row, defeating countless opponents had solidified his unwavering belief in his invincibility. What gives you the confidence, Yang Chun? As the situation began to shift towards a potential life-and-death match, the 2 referees, who had been watching from the crowd, finally stepped forward. Who wants to engage in a life-and-death match? Are you all just looking for trouble? The young man beside the amiable referee was the first to speak up, his face a mask of bravado. Students, let us resolve this amicably. We're all young. There is no need for such hostility. The amiable referee maintained his warm smile, playing the role of peacemaker. With the mediation completed, if both parties remained intent on battling, then let the match commence. He produced a life and death contract from within his robe, ready to initiate the duel. As the referees appeared, the once boisterous crowd of onlookers fell silent, each observing the unfolding drama with bated breath. At this moment, Meihua 16 and Su Nuo also sensed the gravity of the situation. Surely, these referees couldn't genuinely be considering a life-and-death match? Boss, it can't come to this, surely. Lu Shu waved his hands frantically behind Yang Chen. If you truly engage in a fight to the death for me, I might start to question the nature of our relationship and whether there's some subtle chemistry at play. Get lost. Yang Chen crossed his arms defiantly, unwavering in his stance as he faced Feng Outyin. Posturing, Feng Outyin sneered, fully confident in his awakened S-grade talent, especially in the arena. Yang Chen, although I don't know where you derive your confidence from, if you dare to challenge me in the arena, I guarantee it will be you who meets your demise. Chapter 58, A Single Blow. Young man, you exude confidence. Yang Chen chuckled softly, his gaze unwavering from Feng Outyin. Feng Outyin, A-grade talent, Dragon Soul. Fully awakened to S-grade talent, Black and White Domain. S-grade Black and White Domain. Centered on oneself, forming a domain with a radius of 30 meters. Within the domain, reduces all attributes of hostile targets by 90 and increases one's own attributes by 90. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. This truly lives up to the moniker of a 3-minute wonder. Yang Chen, my actions are always guided by my heart, seeking only clarity of thought. Any restrictive rules are merely inner demons that hinder my enlightenment, which I shall shatter with a single punch. Feng Outyin sneered. In the cultivation path of the Azure Planet, decisive action is paramount. The greatest taboo is a lack of mental clarity, which can easily lead to the emergence of inner demon fire when breaking through the primordial spirit lock. Upon hearing this, the surroundings erupted in boos. The amiable youth shook his head, thinking, what an ostentatious display. Let's hope his strength on the arena matches his boastful words. Since you two are unwilling to reconcile, then hold on. Yang Chen waved his hand, interrupting the referee's words. A matter of mere seconds. Is there truly a need for an arena? The amiable youth's expression stiffened. He had initially thought Feng Outyin was the epitome of arrogance, but it seemed there was an even greater master. Damn, which school is this brother from? Could he be some kind of champion? A matter of seconds? I hope he's referring to the battle. No way. Is he really that confident? Feng Outyin is at the 3rd level of the immortal path. Yang Chen is at best his equal. How could a victor be decided so quickly? The surrounding examinees were in an uproar upon hearing Yang Chen's audacious words. Beside him, Meihua 16 gazed at Yang Chen in astonishment. Big sis, has he always been this arrogant? Not really. Su Nuo unwrapped a lollipop and placed it in her mouth. He was quite low-key when he was at the 3rd level of body tempering. Boss, you're awesome. Take him down. Very well. Yang Chen, if you're all talk, I'll make sure to batter your mouth today. Feng Outyin's expression was as dark as a stormy sea. Words are meaningless. Only a true fight matters. Today, I'll show you the difference between us. Are you ready then? Of course. Damn. The word course had barely left his lips when Yang Chen unleashed his genetic and primordial spirit locks to their utmost limits. A blood-red, primordial spirit spear manifested, its tip emerging from his fist. Nascent immortal art. Carefree roam. His speed was astonishing, almost instantaneous. S-grade, fist technique. Mountain-shattering strike. Limit break. Weakness hit. Long-term combat experience triggered a conditioned reflex in Feng Outyin, causing him to instantly summon his dragon soul to protect his right shoulder. The blood and energy within his body surged, and his muscles began to swell. His already robust physique grew even larger. In a clash between experts, victory or defeat is often decided in an instant. Had Fang Outyin gone all out from the start, he might have had a chance. But one wrong step leads to another, and now it was too late. The fist, gleaming with a blood-red light, struck Fang Outyin's shoulder with the force of a heavy cannon. Boom! The air exploded with a wave-like ripple. Fang Outyin's massive frame was sent hurtling backward by the immense force, smashing through the deck and crashing into the cabin below. Splintered wood and dust filled the air as Fang Outyin, before the stunned gazes of the crowd, had his shoulder shattered by Yang Chen's punch. He lay prostrate amidst the wreckage. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Fang Outyin felt his vision dimming and his primordial spirit quaking, as if even its power had been shattered by the blow. Clinging to his fading consciousness, he mustered all his strength to raise his left hand, his middle finger trembling as he pointed it at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, I refuse to accept this. Next time, we'll meet in the arena. With those words, his head lolled to the side, and he lost consciousness. Huff! Yang Chen exhaled a breath of white air, retracted his fist, and stood firm. He then turned and nodded politely to the dumbfounded referee. This scene left the entire area in a deathly silence, so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was petrified. Su Nuo, Meihua 16, Lu Shu, the 2 referees, the thousands of onlookers, all were stunned into silence by Yang Chen's single punch. Fang Outyin. Did he just faint? A broken shoulder shouldn't cause that, right? Brother, look closely. He's bleeding from all 7 orifices. This is clearly a primordial spirit injury. You'd faint too if you took that punch. Yang Chen's punch was executed flawlessly, accurate, decisive, and ruthless. The power of the dual locks was unleashed to its utmost limit in an instant. The depth of his foundation is beyond imagination. Amidst the murmurs of awe, the 2 referees regained their senses. The amiable youth's face bore a rare expression of shock. Good heavens! This kid just used at least 3 S-grade combat skills in one breath. The roguish youth beside him swallowed nervously. Senior brother, this year's rookies are quite something. 3 S-grades? What are you even looking at? I told you to practice your aura sensing eyes more often, but you're always slacking off. The amiable youth scolded him good-naturedly. His movement technique has definitely reached the level of a nascent immortal art. His gaze focused on Yang Chen. However, the blood-red glow on this kid's fist is something I can't quite fathom. Such dense killing intent, ignoring the surrounding gazes. Yang Chen casually strolled back to Lu Shu, his hands in his pockets. Boss, you're too awesome. I declare that, from today onward, the person I admire most is no longer my brother. He's only second. On the deck, Lu Shu's face was flushed with excitement. A single punch, just one punch, had defeated a powerful opponent of the same rank. Even if the opponent was careless and underestimated him, it was still enough to demonstrate Yang Chen's strength. In his memory, even his own brother at the 3rd level might not have been able to achieve such a feat, a one-punch kill. Big sis, where did you find this humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex? His fighting style is just like yours, brutal. Looking at Yang Chen, Meihua 16 was filled with shock. Yang Chen's movement speed was nearly on par with her own when using spatial teleportation at full strength, a realm far beyond what an S-grade movement technique could achieve. As expected of Big Sis's friend, I picked him up on the side of the road during a mission once. Su Nuo shrugged, a lollipop in her mouth. The speed of Yang Chen's strength improvement was astonishing. Had he been hiding his strength before, or was it a late blooming effect after his talent awakened? But regardless, strength is king, and this martial arts exam was becoming increasingly interesting. Chapter 59. The path of greatness is contested. Fate can be seized, the sorrows and joys of humanity remain unshared, and Fang Outyin found the surrounding environment exceedingly cacophonous. Yang Chen's earlier punch not only shattered his shoulder, but also inflicted damage upon his primordial spirit. At this moment, he lay within the ship's medical quarters, undergoing treatment. Faintly, he could still hear the discussions emanating from outside. Yang Chen's punch was indeed magnificent, his physical and spiritual might united in a decisive and precise manner, suggesting a childhood steeped in martial training and ample practical experience, as he fought with the grace of flowing water. Truly, it was puzzling how his opponent had cultivated such prowess. It was said that he did not hail from a prestigious lineage, indicating a remarkable innate talent. Feng Aoyan felt he had lost without shame. What appeared to be a commonplace assessment fell upon Feng Aoyan's ears like a profound humiliation. His breath quickened, and veins bulged upon his forehead. I lost without shame? Damn it. Yang Chun, I will not let this end here. The minor incident aboard the vessel soon faded. Yang Chun sat in the ship's fourth-floor dining hall, basking in the morning sun as he leisurely sipped his coffee. They had been sailing for over 50 minutes, and through the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, the distant Penglai Island came into view, with the exam site just minutes away. Boss, once we disembark, we will be at the exam site. I can already see the banner on the horizon, Lu Shu remarked, glancing out the window. He had risen from his seat numerous times in anticipation. I hope this exam venue's environment is more favorable. For once, let the military academy show some decency and provide a normal secret realm. Meiwa 16 clasped her hands together, shut her eyes, and began to chant a prayer for success. The sight elicited a twitch from the corner of Yang Chen's mouth. Suddenly, the ship's horn blared. An announcement crackled over the intercom. The vessel is approaching the dock. Students are advised to prepare for an orderly disembarkation. To hear the truth at dawn, to die at dusk, is acceptable. The path of greatness is contested. Fate can be seized. A decade spent honing a blade. Let all present strive until the end. Listening to the broadcast and observing the fervent expressions of the candidates around him, Yang Chun grasped the origins of the high mortality rate in the military examination at Blue Star Warfare Academy. Countless ships contend for the current. Those who row vigorously shall prevail. Thousands of sails set forth. He mused. Boss, we are about to disembark. Lu Shu stood behind him, his voice tinged with nervousness, his gaze fixed on Penglai Island, brimming with anticipation. Look at you so eager. At the Penglai Island dock, a massive illuminated banner hung like a rainbow in the sky, emblazoned with the words Blue Star Warfare Academy Penglai Exam Site in bold characters, the strokes vigorous and flowing. The dock had been temporarily commandeered, rendering the space quite expansive, with a large, pale golden turntable suspended midair. The turntable was adorned with depictions of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and flora, creating a splendid spectacle. A swarm of drones filled the sky like a starry night, emitting a faint red glow. Teacher, do we really need to activate the drone's combat mode? It would be unfortunate if we frightened the candidates. A youth clad in the academy's uniform urged the mentor before him. The mentor, a middle-aged man appearing in his 40s or 50s, wore a jacket emblazoned with the school emblem and sported a pair of black-framed glasses. Upon hearing the youth's words, his expression soured slightly. How many times must I remind you? Address me by my title during work hours. Yes. Director Yu Qian. Unfazed, the youth's tone softened a fraction. Director, I merely believe this is the school's first time entrusting me with such a significant responsibility. So are you afraid of making mistakes? Hence your overcautiousness? The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. Your temperament still leaves much to be desired. Yes, I was indeed rash. Responsibility is commendable, but don't let it hinder you. If you are intimidated by such a minor affair, perhaps you should reconsider your path in cultivation. Yes, I have learned my lesson. The youth adopted a humble demeanor, listening attentively to the guidance. You needn't worry with me overseeing this exam. Once it concludes, I intend to nominate you for the deputy director position at our Jiolong Island campus. Do not disappoint me. The middle-aged man patted the youth on the shoulder, his expression warm and inviting, a stark contrast to his previous reprimand. Yes, I will not betray your trust, the youth exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Calm yourself, the middle-aged man replied, his expression shifting slightly. Remember, this is not merely my endorsement. It reflects the school's expectations. Do not lose your composure. The youth quickly realized his misstep. Yes, director, I will not fail the school's expectations. The middle-aged man nodded lightly, his gaze shifting toward the ship as he prepared for the candidates' disembarkation. At 10 o'clock a.m., the ships began to dock. Candidates disembarked in an orderly fashion, many appearing pale and anxious. Only a handful retained an air of defiance, seemingly unperturbed by the multitude of red lights overhead. My heavens! A swarm of aerial combat drones, Boss, this is absolutely stunning, Lu Shu exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the sky. If only the school could gift me one. Gift you? Are you even a student here? Mei Hua 16 rolled her eyes at Lu Shu. Let us see when you earn such a title. Ahem, that will be soon enough. Liu Shu stood proudly beside young Chen, brimming with confidence. The power of a single drone is limited. If they were to gift one, they should consider a swarm instead, Yang Chen quipped, gazing skyward. It remained uncertain whether the school was merely attempting to intimidate the candidates or if this was an inherent part of the martial examination. The densely packed aerial drones clearly exhibited their combat readiness. Without exaggeration, a single second could spell doom for the thousands of candidates present, leaving none unscathed. This group of candidates indeed possesses promising potential. Their courage is commendable. Yet, I wonder if they will maintain their calm when the diamond cutter is activated and their protective treasures are seized, he reflected. At that moment, alongside the middle-aged man and the uniformed youth on the pale golden turntable, 5 or 6 more figures appeared. To speak of facing death without fear is easy. How many can truly accomplish it? Let us not be overly demanding of these young ones. An elderly man in an administrative jacket and graying hair gently shook his head. As he spoke, the others listened intently. Once he finished, the man referred to as Director Yu Qian nodded in response. Indeed, your kindness is noted, but jade must be carved to become exquisite. A little hardship is necessary. Yes, but do remember not to go too far, the elderly man replied, acknowledging the wisdom in the statement. The mortality rate last year was indeed quite high. With the principal currently on a business trip to the Heavenly Court, all school affairs are under the jurisdiction of the BO campus. This delegation of responsibility for the martial examination to our Jiolong campus is a testament to our trust. We must not let it falter. Rest assured, we will not disappoint. Director Yu Qin assured. The others echoed his sentiments, pledging their commitment to the elderly man. The elder waved his hand, and then, with a flicker of his form, he vanished from sight. Farewell, Director. The crowd bowed slightly towards the direction of his disappearance. Wei, please make the announcement. Yes, Director. The first young man in military attire stepped forward. Beneath the pale golden turntable lay tens of thousands of candidates for this martial examination. Yet, all present seemed oblivious to the few individuals atop the turntable, as if they were invisible. As the young man in uniform gradually stepped out from the pale golden turntable, the next moment, the turntable, which had been suspended in midair, suddenly ascended, shooting forth blinding golden light that expanded to envelop the entirety of Penglai Island. Immediately, high above Penglai Island, a silver glowing ring unexpectedly swelled, emanating a mysterious gravitational force. Goodness, my storage ring. Hey, my phone. My phone. My hair too. Am I still human? It actually forced the demon blood within me out. Damn it, even my clothes are gone. You might as well let me run naked. Protective garments, mechanized phones, transformed demon blood, avatar remnants, and battle spirits. All items that could be used for cheating were thoroughly exposed. The candidates below erupted into chaos as the vibrant, rainbow-like banner suspended in the sky began to shift and change. Blue Star War Academy Martial Exam, officially commencing. Welcome, dear candidates. It is a privilege for you to arrive at the Blue Star War Academy to participate in a martial examination. With the appearance of the young man in military attire, the atmosphere shifted to an eerie silence, countless gazes fixated upon him. At this moment, every candidate bore a crimson dot upon their foreheads, and the atmosphere grew unsettlingly quiet. From the moment you set foot here, your identity transcends that of merely a candidate. You are also a warrior. My first command to you is to maintain silence. Do not speak. Those who dare defy this will have their heads blown off by the swarm of aircraft overhead and will be deemed eliminated. Now, I shall announce the rules of this martial examination. The examination's secret realm is map of mountains and rivers. Within the realm, aside from a few surprises prepared for you, there are 2 ascension platforms. Anyone who departs the secret realm using these platforms will be sent directly to the BO campus, with each platform allowing only 5 individuals to leave. As for how to locate these platforms, before entering the realm, each of you will receive a map fragment. You may either gather the map fragments to piece together the location or collect 1,000 fragments to directly exchange with the supervising teacher for the coordinates of one of the platforms. The examination duration is 10 days, and after 10 days, all will be expelled from the realm. Those with fewer than 10 fragments will be considered eliminated. Now, I will randomly select 3 candidates present to pose a question to me, 1 question each. Upon finishing, the young man lightly snapped his fingers. Instantly, one candidate's crimson dot transformed into a vibrant green light. Me? Is it me? The green light illuminated a slightly plump boy who initially hesitated to speak until everyone around him nodded in encouragement, prompting him to softly murmur, teacher. The boy appeared somewhat socially anxious, feeling the weight of countless gazes upon him, yet he struggled to articulate a complete thought. In the air, the young man displayed remarkable patience, showing no signs of urgency. He even employed a hint of spiritual energy to gently soothe the boy's emotions. Classmate, there's no rush. Ask when you're ready. Sensing the young man's kindness, the boy steeled himself, closed his eyes, and boldly inquired, Teacher, you mentioned that those with fewer than 10 fragments will be eliminated after 10 days. Does that mean those with 10 fragments will pass the martial examination? Goodness. If it weren't for the fact that all candidates were currently targeted by the swarm of aircraft, there would undoubtedly be an uproar of expletives. What kind of foolish question is that? What else would happen? Would the rest come over to your house for dinner? However, the boy, with his eyes tightly shut, remained oblivious to the countless murderous glares around him, feeling only a chill down his spine. The young man's lips twitched, wishing he could descend and slap the boy for his question. Yet, bound by the rules, he could only sigh and respond helplessly, yes, next. The swarm of aircraft above was not under his control. Even if he wished to let a few clever candidates through, he was powerless to do so. As the second green light shot into the crowd, who will be the next fortunate individual? 2 seconds later, a serene-looking girl stepped back, confirming that the green light was indeed directed at her. After receiving a nod from the young man in the air, she exhaled in relief and straightforwardly asked, Teacher, what happens if one loses all map fragments within the secret realm? This question immediately prompted many to pound their chests in frustration, cursing their luck. Another fool. What do you think happens? Just go and steal some more, why ask? Foolish. You will be immediately transported out and considered eliminated. Goodness. What? The young man's calm words left many present utterly astonished. You didn't mention such an important detail. Are you trying to get us killed? Sensing the resentment from all directions, the young man smirked, finding the candidates incredibly naive. Chapter 61. Teacher, you may speak now. Ignoring the resentful gazes surrounding him, the young man silently prayed for the next to be a wise individual. With such blatant hints, the surprises prepared for you within the secret realm should prompt you to inquire. As a senior, I genuinely worry for the lives of my juniors. Then, a third beam of green light descended from the sky. At that moment, all the candidates present shifted their gaze toward the fortunate individual illuminated by the green glow. It truly is me. Feeling the multitude of eyes converging on him, Chen raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat amusing and shaking his head lightly. If possible, he would rather not be chosen by this beam of light. Student, you may take your time to ponder before asking. There is no rush. The young man scrutinized Chen, recognizing that someone so young could attain the 3rd tier of celestial cultivation, likely hailing from a prominent family and possessing exceptional talent. Chen stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation. The young man did not rush him, merely waiting patiently while occasionally offering encouraging glances. I made up my mind. I wish to ask, what do you want to inquire about? I am open to any questions regarding the surprise. Having hinted so clearly, I hope you do not disappoint me. At this moment, the young man felt a twinge of nervousness. The dean obviously aimed to reduce the mortality rate this year. If it were to increase instead, his deputy director could find himself in peril. In the void above, a divine consciousness had already issued a warning to the young man. The young man's words prompted a smile from Chen, further solidifying his resolve. That is excellent. I wish to know the precise coordinates of the ascension platform within the secret realm. The young man's smile froze. Silence enveloped the surroundings, as all gazes turned toward Yang Chen with disbelief. Was this question truly permissible? Undeterred by the stares, Yang Chen pressed on. What is it, teacher? Is this question difficult to answer? A drop of cold sweat trickled down the young man's forehead. He never anticipated that his words would allow the other party to seize the opportunity and directly strike at the core issue. Facing the metaphorical laser pointer aimed at his head, he felt no fear. This is bad. A crisis is imminent. Seeing the other remain silent, Yang Chen took 2 steps forward, locking eyes with the young man in military attire. His presence was imposing. Teacher, you may speak now. Ha ha ha. Youthful exuberance, lacking experience. It seems the candidate has caught you off guard. A middle-aged man, similarly clad in an administrative jacket, burst into laughter. This young man could not progress merely by bluster. Look at him, faltering at a critical moment. The other teachers exchanged awkward smiles, their gazes converging on Director Yu Qian. Deputy Director Lei is correct. Yet even we old-timers frequently stumble due to our own experience. Yu Qian smiled lightly, his demeanor calm and unruffled. Young people should be given more opportunities. Indeed, I concur. As the scene unfolded, Deputy Director Lei merely snorted, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Let us convene an impromptu meeting and activate the emergency plan. In the air, the military-clad youth received a message, his expression growing more troubled. By the time they finished their meeting, how long would it be? Would he not appear as a fool standing there? His gaze remained fixed on Yang Chen. This lad was unervingly astute. A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Thank you, teacher. The questioning is concluded. I shall not disclose this answer. After expressing his gratitude with a glance, Yang Chen retreated quietly. This act instantly drew the military youth back into the spotlight. Wait, teacher, can you truly say this? Or should it be mentioned privately? Though no one spoke, every candidate's eyes conveyed this sentiment. Even the girl from earlier now silently regretted her choices. Could this be the fabled hidden plot that triggers upon inquiry? The rewards are astonishing. At this moment, everyone was fervently awaiting the military youth's response. Had he spoken or not? Damn it, you brat are putting me in a bind. The military youth understood Yang Chen's intentions. However, he felt like a mute eating bitter melon. His predicament was unspeakable. To deny would be to publicly undermine the examination rules, while remaining silent would leave him unscathed, merely facing a reprimand. He had initially planned to endure as a mere wooden figure until the meeting concluded. Since the candidates had relinquished their inquiries, it was best not to say much and proceed directly to the next segment. Director Yu Qian's calm voice reached the youth's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Since the teacher had decided it could not have been better, it spared him the embarrassment of being a fool. The questioning segment concluded. We shall now proceed to distribute the map fragments. The youth's reaction instantly triggered a silent stir among the candidates below, with all their gazes shifting back and forth between the youth and Yang Chen. In many eyes, this attitude signified a tacit approval. Yang Chen likely possessed the coordinates to at least one ascension platform. In an instant, myriad glances of admiration, goodwill, flattery, and even jealousy were directed towards Yang Chen. Of course, amidst this, there were also shades of envy, anger, and disdain, but regardless of the sentiment, Yang Chen remained indifferent, preoccupied with his own matters. Secret Realm Landscape Map, Scenic Mountains, and Clear Waters, with a spiritual energy level classified as a minor blessed land, originally intended for cultivating spiritual herbs and pets, now temporarily requisitioned as an examination venue. Small surprise, the central region of the Secret Realm is home to ferocious beasts and alien races. Brought from the battlefield beyond the skies, they are fierce and bloodthirsty. The highest cultivation among them rivals the 4th tier of Celestial Path, though they are limited to the vicinity of the Ascension platform. Other dangers, with the arrival of night. One will face extreme cold winds that grow increasingly fierce from the outskirts of the Secret Realm. One must venture into the central area for refuge. Failure to enter in time could result in death. Hidden Easter eggs. In random areas along the periphery of the Secret Realm, natural disasters may occur sporadically, such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, meteor strikes, and acid rain corrosion. Ascension platform coordinates. Current actions may cause significant harm. Would you like to continue viewing? Do not view. Landscape map. The danger level is certainly not inferior to last year's ancient forest. Even with proctors present, it is hard to envision the extent of potential casualties. Yet, in such a perilous martial examination environment, 1,000 candidates had passed the martial examination last year, with 5 entering the BO campus. As he surveyed the candidates present, Chen reflected on the countless heroes in this world, akin to a flood of fish crossing a river. He vowed never to underestimate the prowess of the world's champions. However, with his eyes now opened to a divine perspective, it was as if he were a reader of a novel, perceiving all rules in their entirety. How could you possibly contend with Chen? Chapter 62. The examination hall. Contrary to expectations, there was no grand spectacle of sweeping gestures releasing myriad streams of light, with fragments descending into the hands of examinees. Instead, volunteers in white t-shirts emerged methodically from the portal, each bearing a transparent disc with a small, approximately 2 square centimeter, map fragment. These volunteers, recruited from universities in Penglai City, were generally between 18 and 20 years of age. Every candidate, from application to interview, underwent stringent screening. Invariably, they were comely young men and women, their gazes filled with curiosity and admiration for the candidates. The Blue Star War Academy held a prestigious reputation among the myriad races of the universe, and each person standing here was a paragon in their respective provinces and cities. The 18-year-old youths, at this moment, were brimming with vanity. Chen shook his head slightly at this scene, realizing the school had quite the knack for manipulating hearts. However, this tactic held no sway over him. Good luck, handsome. A young woman with braided pigtails and a cherubic face, her skin fair and delicate, said softly to Chen. Her crescent-shaped eyes revealed a hint of shyness and curiosity. Her voice was sweet, and faint dimples appeared on her cheeks, tinged with a slight blush. Her gaze met his briefly before darting away like a startled rabbit. What exactly are you trying to accomplish, school? In midair, a young man in military attire frowned, observing the many candidates who seemed to have lost their souls. Those with wavering resolve are easily slain by certain alien races. We need to keep a close watch on these individuals once they enter the secret realm. They're still young, a teacher lamented in the void. It seems they haven't experienced true life and death situations during their breakthroughs. Too much pampering, far too much. You've experienced your fair share of life and death situations. Yet I don't see you marrying any fewer women on other planets. You're slandering me. Whether I'm slandering you or not, you know in your heart. All right, quiet down. Once the map fragments were distributed, the volunteers departed through the portal. The candidates began to scrutinize the map fragments in their possession. Each piece was about 2 square centimeters, its material unknown. Some candidates were cautiously applying fire to the fragments, attempting to ascertain if they could be destroyed. All right, what I am about to say is of utmost importance, so please listen carefully, students, the young man said calmly, his voice not loud. Yet it resonated like a thunderclap in the ears of every candidate below. He felt everyone's gazes converge upon him. The young man raised 2 fingers and said earnestly, first, within the examination hall, any means may be employed to defeat opponents and seize fragments, but killing is prohibited. Second, in the event of a life-threatening crisis, shout I yield, and the proctor will rescue you. Hesitation will result in death. Violation of the first rule will result in removal from the examination hall by the proctor, and severe consequences will be met with immediate execution. Is that clear to everyone? Clear. At this moment, the scarlet dots on the foreheads of all the candidates had vanished, and 10,000 voices roared in unison, shaking the heavens. Good. Enter the examination hall. As the young man's words echoed in midair, a mystical and magnificent rivers and mountains painting quietly materialized in the vast firmament. Then, with awe-inspiring momentum, it descended from the sky. The painting depicted mountains and rivers, forests and grasslands, sun, moon, and stars, flying birds and running beasts. The mountains soared into the clouds, their peaks shrouded in mist. The rivers surged ceaselessly, waves crashing against the shores. The forests were verdant and dense, with mythical beasts darting through the trees, as if about to burst forth from the painted world. An astonishing surge of spiritual energy emanated from the rivers and mountains, painting, enveloping the 10,000 candidates present, instantly invigorating everyone. Students, all things are interconnected, and the path you take upon entering is your own choice. In the next moment, myriad rays of light burst forth from the rivers and mountains painting, whisking away all 10,000 candidates present. So, they're planning to have me play out a battle royale scenario? Splash! Waves crashed violently against the reefs, while seagulls occasionally soared overhead. Chen looked around and discovered, to his dismay, that he was on a mountain peak on a small island, surrounded by an endless expanse of sea. I certainly can't distinguish east, west, north, or south. His gaze fixed on the distance, where a faint golden light shimmered in the sky. Without needing to see, Chen could roughly deduce that the area shrouded in golden light was likely the center of the secret realm. Although no one knew the purpose of the central area, they would likely find out after night. The area enveloped in golden light would be spared from the erosion of the Yin wind. As for how many people would be eliminated, it was hard to say. The Yin wind would gradually intensify, and normally, it should be able to withstand it for a long time, at least long enough for most people on the periphery to rush in after the Yin wind starts. This is an exam. The school will present challenges, but they won't be insurmountable. Looks like I'll have to swim from here. Chen sighed helplessly. The landing spot isn't very favorable. Roar. Damn it. What kind of hellhole is this? At this moment, in a forest somewhere in the central area, Lu Shu was frantically fleeing, wishing he could use both his hands and feet. Behind him were more than a dozen ghost shadow leopards in hot pursuit. Inside a secluded valley, hundreds of plum blossoms ascended, and in an instant, countless petals erupted, forming a rain of flowers, their edges flashing with a chilling light, like countless flying knives slashing down. 10 minutes later, the valley reeked of blood, making one want to vomit. Meihua 16, looking leisurely, emerged from the valley, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if observing something. Damn it, Chen, you better pray I don't run into you, or I'll be sure to smash your dog head. Feng Outyen, his face filled with malice, looked at the several candidates lying on the ground. You guys are my underlings now. Stick with me, and you won't be eliminated. But there's one thing. You must help me find Chen. Ah, really? They were overjoyed at their narrow escape. They had thought their map fragments would be snatched away, but instead, they had gained a powerful backer. Inside an unmanned cafe, Su Nuo was leisurely sipping coffee, not expecting to find such a place in the secret realm. The ambience seems quite nice. Chapter 63. The howling wind, the azure sky, met the vast ocean as a figure glided through the rolling waves, treading upon the surface of the sea at an astonishing speed towards the epicenter. At this moment, only a half-sun remained on the horizon, casting a gentle orange-red hue upon the cobalt sky and cerulean waters. Despite the breathtaking scenery, Chen had no desire to pause and appreciate it. He propelled his carefree swim to its utmost limit, pursued relentlessly by a pack of bloodthirsty demon sharks. Damn, these repulsive creatures are still on my tail. Chen cursed. Can't we all just swim peacefully in the sea? The shark speed was alarmingly swift, and though he could not sustain the carefree swim for long, it was only a matter of time before they caught up with him. This seemingly tranquil stretch of ocean harbored deadly dangers. He needed to shake them off quickly and reach the shore. A faint crimson glow ignited around Chen as his vitality surged. S-Class escape technique, Bloodlight escape. In the next instant, a dense aura enveloped him, and a pair of enormous, menacing blood wings gradually emerged above the water. The bloodlight sliced through the sky, shooting off into the distance at an incredible speed. An escape technique? 2 kilometers away, a youth donned in a white hoodie gazed in astonishment at the crimson streak across the horizon, observing the bloodlight escape reminiscent of a blood clan. He realized that this cohort of examinees was indeed filled with hidden talents. The water beneath him had frozen into ice, entombing several bloodthirsty demon sharks within icy blocks. Turning his gaze behind him, he murmured, I must hasten my departure. In this oceanic expanse, aside from the demon sharks, he had not encountered any other marine creatures, which sent a shiver down his spine. Boom! 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 At the entrance of the CAF, a deafening roar erupted. The phantoms of several shadow leopards were obliterated by the impact of a dark iron orb, their remnants splattered across the ground, causing Lu Shu, standing nearby, to nearly retch. You are far too ruthless. More savage than the boss. Can't you show some restraint? Lu Shu stammered, finally succumbing to nausea and vomiting. I have been quite restrained, only using 2 parts of my strength, Su Nuo replied innocently, shrugging his shoulders as his gaze wandered towards the dense forest nearby. Have you not encountered any other examinees in the forest? Compared to Lu Shu, Su Nuo seemed fortunate to have been transported to a small town adjacent to the forest. No, since I entered the secret realm, I've just been running, Lu Shu admitted, shaking his head in resignation. You seem quite dedicated to your physical training. Let us take a break and enjoy a cup of coffee at the CAF. We're at the outskirts of the town. It's too perilous to venture deeper now. Perilous? Lu Shu instinctively cast his gaze towards the distant buildings. 2-story structures adorned with signs proclaiming supermarkets, inns, game rooms, and gyms. Yet, despite the presence of several houses, there was not a single soul in sight. Are there really people here? He asked, pointing at the distant establishments, a sense of unease creeping over him. I don't know, but this isn't the time to ponder such matters. Su Nuo shook his head. We have more pressing concerns. The two entered the CAF. Inside, the ambience was serene, adorned with numerous green plants. There were dozens of sofas and tables on both floors. Coffee cups rested on the tables, while the sofas were equipped with cushions and books. Surrounding them were coffee machines, water dispensers, and snack vending machines. Would you care for a drink? Su Nuo offered, holding 2 cups of coffee, one wafting with an inviting aroma towards Lu Shu. The important matter you mentioned isn't just about drinking coffee, is it? Lu Shu replied with an awkward smile. Yet he accepted the coffee with both hands. At this moment, the sun had set and darkness gradually enveloped the sky, bringing with it a chill in the air. Staying here felt even more unsettling to Lu Shu than being in the forest. Boss, where are you? I'm feeling a bit frightened. He sipped his coffee, suddenly missing Chen's presence. For some reason, he always felt a sense of tranquility when they were together. Of course not. Su Nuo elegantly sipped his coffee and looked up at the darkening sky. We're here to wait for someone. Wait for whom? Lu Shu sensed the atmosphere around them growing colder. After taking a sip of his coffee, he noticed that the once steaming beverage had cooled surprisingly quickly. Someone destined. Just a short distance away, within the forest, a chilling stillness enveloped the trees. A gust of wind rustled through, revealing a man in a traditional Chinese suit, hanging upside down from a tree, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red light, fixated on the brightly lit Ceph, the only beacon in the encroaching night. At that moment, within the secret realm, an icy chill began to spread, accompanied by the evening breeze, heralding the onset of night. What on earth? Why has it suddenly turned so cold? On a distant island, a young man crossed his arms, searching for a place to take refuge. Damn this golden jade. It stripped away my protective garments, leaving me in nothing but a tank top. Achoo! Damn! What kind of wretched place is this? My second-tier genetic lock physique is freezing me to sneezes. He kicked a boulder aside in frustration, lamenting, had I known, I should have enrolled in our province's military academy. With my strength, I could easily dominate the competition. How impressive that would be. As night fell, a faint golden glow illuminated the distant horizon, a beacon in the darkness. During the day, the young man had noticed this light and had attempted to swim towards it, only to be deterred by the ravenous demon sharks lurking in the waters. There are too many demon sharks in this area. Forcing my way through could be life-threatening, he muttered to himself. As someone with second-tier celestial prowess, I have yet to truly experience life and death, having expended countless resources to reach this point. To risk my life for an exam? The youth shook his head. If I am to push myself, it must be when my realm is elevated and I possess sufficient resources for a safe breakthrough. For now, it is merely an examination. There is no need for such recklessness. He turned and walked deeper into the island, preparing to find a place to rest for the night. In the void, a soft sigh echoed. Half an hour later, as the howling wind grew stronger, the air was filled with the faint sounds of ghostly wails. The ominous wind howled, and a multitude of eerie figures surged forth from the depths of the ocean, darkening the skies above. Chapter 64. The night of many mysteries, a howling wind swept through the landscape, casting shadows in every direction. Eerie phantoms danced in the air, emitting strange shrieks and growls, transforming the outermost fringes of the secret realm into a realm of the uncanny. The chilling winds surged, carrying the phantoms like a swarm of locusts, advancing from the periphery towards the heart of the mystery. What on earth is this? In a cave? A young boy clad in a tank top gazed in terror at the locust-like apparitions outside, his heart racing. In the next moment, feeling the abundant life force emanating from within the cave, all the strange entities surged towards him. His voice faltered, and, as the wind swept through, the cave crumbled to dust. The waters surrounding the small island deepened to a pitch black, revealing the curled white bones below, exuding an ominous aura that sent chills through the air. Below the island, in the depths of the sea, for thick chains bound the limbs of a headless giant, confining it within a 10-jong radius. Behind the giant loomed a towering altar constructed from countless bones, atop which rested 5 skeletal thrones. Underneath these thrones, the smooth altar surface bore 2 blood-red characters, ascend to immortality. Give up. Give up. I surrender. Several kilometers away, on another island, a candidate clad in black felt his heart seize with terror, death looming ever closer. The world before him was shrouded in phantoms, a cacophony of ghostly wails echoing through the air. He had never encountered such a scene before. A faint golden light enveloped him, instantly incinerating all phantoms that dared approach. In the void, a detached voice resonated. Candidate eliminated. Outside the golden-lit central area, a ragged girl was fleeing desperately, blood seeping from her lips, her body marked by numerous cuts from branches. Behind her slithered a colossal phantom serpent, stretching 10 zhong in length. Although she was uncertain if the golden light ahead could fend off the serpent, she felt there was no better alternative. I have finally emerged from the mountains, surviving against all odds, breaking through the barriers of my spirit to reclaim my rightful place. I cannot give up. I must succeed and alter my fate. Her eyes bloodshot, the girl sprinted through the ironwood forest, ignoring the sharp branches that tore her skin. Blue Star Military Academy. I must gain admission. Once I am accepted here, all the mountains that once obstructed me and all the injustices I have faced will vanish completely. I shall become the insurmountable mountain before you. Suddenly, the phantom serpent lunged forward. Its fangs coalesced from dark mist, left 2 deep gashes on her back, blood pouring down like rain. Faster! Hurry! The girl ran with all her might, the wind stinging her wounds as if dozens of steel needles pierced her. In that moment of life and death, it felt as if a shackle within her was released, a surge of violent energy coursing through her body. Second tier gene lock, activate. The powerful life force surged within her, amplifying her speed manifold. Her petite frame erupted with astonishing energy. Boom! The phantom serpent crashed into the golden light, instantaneously reduced to ashes. The crisis averted, she exhaled deeply, her heart racing wildly. She had narrowly escaped death. In the central area of the secret realm, within a CAF, Lu Shu peered through the window into the all-encompassing darkness outside, subconsciously swallowing hard. Yunhua, don't you think it's a bit cold here? Cold. Yunhua, engrossed in the comics at the CF, merely shook his head, oblivious. If you feel cold, just turn on the air conditioner. He pointed casually to the remote on the table, returning to his reading. Lu Shu's lips twitched slightly. When I say cold, I don't merely mean physically. Don't you find it overly quiet here? Not really. You seem quite noisy, Yunhua replied casually. Realizing further conversation was futile, Lu Shu approached the window, where amidst the dark night, a flicker of red light caught his eye. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Quickly, Yunhua, come here. As he confirmed that the red was indeed approaching and growing larger, Lu Shu was gripped by terror, almost leaving an afterimage as he dashed behind Yunhua. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the ground, creating a deep crater nearby as dust billowed, a figure emerging from the pit. This scene caused the man hanging upside down in a Zhongshan suit in the forest to brighten with excitement, only to quickly furrow his brow. Is it a person or a phantom? Hiding behind Yunhua, Lu Shu swallowed hard. It seems to be Yang Chen. Cough. Congratulations. You are correct, but there is no reward. Yang Chen emerged from the smoke, looking somewhat pale. Damn, the school really spares no effort in making things difficult. Even the skies are filled with beasts. He entered the CAF carrying a massive golden-winged eagle. Can this be stewed? Wow, boss. Seeing it was indeed Yang Chen, Lu Shu rushed toward him, excitement evident on his face. I thought you had disappeared. Get lost. Yang Chen halted him with a foot, glancing at Yunhua. You actually used that to find me in the exam hall? That? Which one? Is it the one I think it is? Lu Shu scrambled to his feet, brushing off his pants, feeling a sense of reassurance at Yang Chen's appearance, as if the surrounding horrors had diminished. Yang Chen, you truly arrived the fastest among everyone. It seems we can embark on a new round of collaboration in this examination. Yunhua smiled, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes, appreciating his partner's capabilities. Am I the first to arrive? Yang Chen expressed surprise, glancing at Lu Shu. He happened to be saved by me while fleeing. Yunhua shrugged. Nonsense. I was just running to exercise, Lu Shu retorted. Yang Chen chuckled lightly, now understanding the situation. Scanning the environment, he noted the pleasant surroundings and understood why they had gathered here. Accepting the coffee offered by Yunhua, he faced the updated Destiny system. Chapter 65. The Candidate Communication Platform. In the originally established 6 modules, an unexpected addition appeared, the Candidate Communication Platform. What was the Destiny organization up to? Did they intend to assist the candidates within the organization in cheating? However, Yang Chen quickly shook his head. That was impossible. The Destiny organization was not a charitable entity. Exiting the system, he turned his gaze towards Su Nua, seeking clarification. What did this mean? When he received a message from Su Nua during the examination, he was quite startled, for the only thing sent was a coordinate, leading him to the very CAF they currently occupied. Is there a task to undertake? Su Nua inquired, pulling a lollipop from his pocket, unwrapping it, and placing it in his mouth. It's quite simple. Upon completion, the reward is 100,000 destiny points. Such a good fortune? Upon hearing the sum of 100,000 destiny points, Lu Shu's eyes sparkled. Glancing at his own meager destiny points, barely in the 4-digit range, he felt an overwhelming sense of pity. Su Nua typed directly on the candidate communication platform. All candidates within the examination room who communicate using the Destiny system will be rewarded with 100,000 Destiny points afterward. What? Lu Shu widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Su Nua. Is this what you meant by simple? You and Mei Lao Lu truly are cut from the same cloth, both audacious beyond measure. We might get thrown out. Yang Chen stroked his chin, scrutinizing the message Su Nua had sent within the communication platform, his eyes narrowing slightly. What was Su Nua's true identity? He had initially invited Yang Chen to join the Destiny organization, and now he was relaying tasks on behalf of the organization. Yang Chen's secondary permissions did not extend to the authority of an inviter. This action could result in severe consequences. Do you wish to continue viewing? Severe consequences? Yang Chen instinctively recalled the moment when he had observed Su Xiaoyu, a scene where his eyes had bled. But back then, his cultivation level had barely reached the 1st tier. Now, with his cultivation at the 3rd tier of the immortal path, could observing Su Nua's identity still pose a grave risk? We won't be thrown out, Su Nua stated earnestly, his tone resolute. Although I do not fully comprehend the reasons. This task has been assigned to me by my master, and such an occurrence is unlikely. All right, I trust you. I will take on this task. Yang Chen promptly replied, responding to Su Nua on the platform. There are anomalies in the central area. Everyone, be cautious. Seeing Yang Chen's unwavering trust, Su Nua felt a surge of emotion. Yang Chen, there's no need for further words. We've been partners for a long time. I will support your endeavors unconditionally. Yang Chen's expression was earnest, his eyes brimming with trust. Lu Shu, witnessing Yang Chen's few words move Su Nua so profoundly, silently gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Shortly thereafter, he replied on the communication platform, message received. I have privately sent the coordinates to the candidates in this session. I believe others will arrive shortly. Su Nua gazed out the window, the surroundings cloaked in darkness, an eerie stillness enveloping the CAF. Then we shall wait. Yang Chen said, stretching lazily, directing his gaze toward the direction of the town. In the gym, 5 second-tier hunters remain unconscious. In the tavern, 1 third-tier spiderkin remains unconscious. In the department store, 10 second-tier blade demons remain unconscious. In the residential building, within a 10-kilometer radius, shadow panthers roam the forest. In the forest ahead, a third-tier bloodline viscount is present. The Death Town and the Beast Forest were surprisingly lively with the presence of bloodlines in the vicinity. Half an hour later, a leisurely Mei Hua 16 entered the CF, surrounded by several blood-soaked plum blossoms, a faint scent of blood permeating the air. Goodnish, Mai Lao Liu, your bloodlust is quite overwhelming. Lu Shu instinctively covered his nose, a look of distaste crossing his face. Could you possibly put away your plum blossoms? Oh, I didn't expect you to arrive before me. Lu Lao Air, Mei Hua 16 teased, sticking out his tongue, as expected of our marathon champion from Dojiang. Indeed, quite the runner, Su Nual remarked, a lollipop in his mouth and a fresh cup of coffee in hand, as he sauntered over to Mei Hua 16. Would you care for some coffee? Thank you, cousin. At this moment, 4 individuals had gathered in the CF. Hello, everyone. I presume we are all allies here. Momins latte. A youth clad in a white hoodie entered the CAF. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Han Bing. Did I just witness a gathering? Hee, Teacher Chen. You are not mistaken. We are merely enjoying some coffee. In the void, 2 consciousnesses exchanged thoughts. TSK. While the little ones elsewhere are either busy fleeing for their lives or competing fiercely against one another, here we are, sitting together over coffee. In no time, 7 or 8 individuals had assembled, and I sensed something amiss. Report this matter to the director, I will observe here. Within the CAF, following Mei Hua 16's arrival, 3 men and 2 women, all members of the Destiny organization, gradually entered. Among them, aside from the boy named Han Bing, the remaining 4 bore visible injuries, albeit minor and non-threatening. All right, everyone has arrived. Su Nual assessed the numbers, a slight smile gracing his lips. Now, let us proceed to the main business. Outside, several invigilators observed the map of the mountains and rivers before them. Countless flickering lights within were gradually vanishing. On the first day alone, 3,000 candidates were eliminated, with 73 fatalities. Compared to last year's first day of the martial examination, both the number of eliminations and deaths were notably lower. Indeed, it appears there are still many promising candidates this year. Listening to the report from a young man in military attire, Gao Yuqian nodded lightly, his gaze shifting to the invigilators present. Although the first day of the martial examination carries the highest risk, I must remind you all to remain vigilant in the days to come. Do not let your guard down. Of course, Director, we will not slacken in the slightest. This is our duty. Please rest assured, Director. As the Director spoke, a teacher's voice abruptly ceased, and his brow instinctively furrowed. This movement caught Gao Yuqian's attention, and he directed his gaze toward the teacher. What happened, Teacher Chen? Is there an issue within the secret realm? Director, a fragment of my consciousness has detected some unusual phenomena within the secret realm. However, it does not appear to indicate a problem, merely. The teacher hesitated, seeming somewhat perplexed. Gao Yuqian's expression remained unchanged as he focused on the map of the mountains and rivers. Please provide me with the coordinates of the anomaly you've detected. Chapter 66. The rising tide, a glimmer of pale gold flashed in Gao Yuqian's eyes as he infused his formidable spiritual awareness into the map of mountains and rivers. At that moment, in the small town, 9 destined individuals were zealously harvesting the hidden alien entities within. Each time a few of them stepped into a location, the dormant creatures within the buildings would awaken. With the demise of each alien, a fragment of map would drop. Thanks to their seamless collaboration, they swiftly eliminated 10 second-tier hunters concealed within the gym. Boss, who would have thought that slaying these aliens would yield map fragments? If we take down both the people and the monsters, we could amass 1,000 fragments in no time. Lu Shu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Yang Chen, look what I found. Su Nual joyfully approached Yang Chen, proudly holding a map fragment. After the candidates are eliminated, the fragments they possess drop right where they fall. I was fortunate enough to find 2 just outside the town. You were right, Chen. There indeed was a blood clan creature in the forest, but regrettably, it managed to escape, Meihua 16 lamented. However, we encountered quite a few candidates evading the sinister winds in the woods. Anyone with extra fragments was swiftly relieved of them by Han Bing and me. Han Bing produced several fragments from his pocket. Was it truly wise for us to operate so organized? I can't shake the feeling that the proctor has taken notice. Today is merely the first day, and the candidates are still on high alert against one another. They possess the destined system for communication, forming a 9-member team akin to a coordinated gaming party, almost unstoppable. Yang Chan reassured, waving his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed on the 2,000 merit points before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Director, with such an organized and disciplined team, the rest of the candidates are merely lone wolves. Who could possibly stand against them? Outside, several other instructors observed this peculiar scene. Most of the candidates appeared wary of one another. How could they have formed such a cohesive group in such a short span? It is the destined system, Gao Yuqian replied, his golden light receding, his tone indifferent, betraying no emotion. The destined individuals? Teacher Chen's face lit up with realization. No wonder. Their actions are already in violation, Director. Gao Yuqian's expression grew complex. The principal had established rules mandating absolute fairness in the martial examination. Yet the destined individuals had recently collaborated with Bo Island, generously donating a considerable amount of treasures. Although Bo Island had benefited significantly, the Jiulong campus had also reaped its rewards. If the destined individuals were ousted, Bo Island would surely be displeased. With the principal absent, they were exercising his authority, leaving no room for offense on either side. Just as Gao Yuqian grappled with this dilemma, a voice resonated in his ear from a military-clad youth. Teacher, the Bo campus has just sent a batch of destined rings, expressing their gratitude for the previous donations. They wish for us to assist the destined individuals in identifying promising talents during this martial examination. The words of the military youth struck Gao Yuqian like a thunderbolt. At that moment, everything became clear. No wonder the Bo campus management had entrusted the organization of the martial examination to Jiulong campus this year. They had set a trap waiting to ensnare them. The timing was impeccable. By the end of the first day, those who remained would undoubtedly possess considerable skill. It was then that candidates began using the destined system for communication within the examination hall, seeking to uphold the principal's regulations and ensure fairness. They faced a choice: either expel the destined individuals from the examination or distribute the destined rings, allowing everyone to communicate through the internal system, thereby ensuring fairness. This was not merely about identifying a few talents. It was an endeavor to capture all the elites of this martial examination in one fell swoop. Currently, the arrival of the destined rings from Bo campus conveyed a clear intent. They wanted him to adopt the latter approach and distribute the rings to all candidates. Damn it, they are cornering me, he thought. Summon the principal. Gao Yuqian commanded Teacher Chen, clinging to his last shred of hope. The principal? He has already entered a life-and-death retreat. Were you not aware, Director? A life-and-death retreat. When did this happen? Just before the martial examination commenced. After briefing us on the examination details, the principal communicated that he would enter a life-and-death retreat. All matters of the campus are now your responsibility. You were present at the time. We presumed it was an arrangement made between you and the principal. Teacher Chen's words struck Gao Yuqian with a profound realization. The principal had not disclosed this to him. The destined individuals, Bo campus, and even the principal had undoubtedly reached some agreement. The situation was far more complex than a mere donation of treasures. There were secrets lurking beneath the surface. With a deep sigh, Gao Yuqian felt age beyond his years. He waved his hand, instructing the distribution of all the destined rings sent by Bo campus to the candidates, allowing them to communicate and reduce unnecessary casualties. What? Director? You. What's wrong? By allowing candidates to communicate through the destined system, the martial examination will be fair, thus not violating the principal's regulations. Gao Yuqian understood that as long as fairness was maintained in the martial examination, the principal would not intervene. This was also the confidence of Bo campus management. Decisions already made could not be rejected. We shall comply. Just as teacher Chen was about to say something more, the other instructors present interjected, displaying no further reaction. As if everything was merely expected. This scene sent a chill through Gao Youqian's heart. His gaze swept across the assembled teachers. Apart from teacher Chen, everyone else instinctively averted their eyes. Very well, very well. The principal truly is as astute as ever. Gao Youqian resignedly waved his hand, finally grasping the full extent of the situation. Above the skies of Penglai Island, an elderly man dressed in an administrative jacket, his hair streaked with gray, watched the unfolding events before the map of mountains and rivers with an expressionless face. Beside him stood an elderly Daoist clad in green. Thank you for your assistance. Director 1. With this matter resolved, I will promptly inform my elder brother, and your portion shall be delivered shortly. The Daoist smile was radiant, clearly in high spirits. There is no need for formality. The BO campus has already clarified the reasons, and Brother Gongming is also in strong support of this matter. We shall undoubtedly continue our cooperation in the future. Director 1 nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Brother Gongming is generous, and my elder brother holds him in high regard. The recent expedition to Wangxi City was merely a precursor to greater things. The elderly Daoist gestured upward as the battle between the celestial beings and demons nears its conclusion. Greater spectacles await us. Chapter 67. Student Council Golden Airdrops, akin to shooting stars, scattered across the entire secret realm. The previously quiet candidate communication platform erupted into a frenzy. A myriad of messages flooded the screen, overwhelming Yang Chen's senses. Can someone handsome tell me what's happening now? Communication platform? What good is it? Hurry and return my transformation blood. Wow, it's so terrifying here. Is there an older brother to form a team with me? Selfie Black and White Society group chat link. For those who wish to join, click this link. Members within have guild coordinates. Those who can safely arrive will be considered official members. The president is at the 3rd tier of Immortal Path, with formidable strength. Explosive Gang group chat link. The Explosive Gang is recruiting. Those who can safely reach the main guild and have 2nd tier Immortal Path strength will be appointed as deputy leader. Thunder Hall, a group chat link. It seems that the world is indeed filled with heroes and talents. In such a short time, some have grasped the proper use of the Destiny human system within the examination hall. However, Yang Chun surmised that these so-called guilds were merely a handful of small players, some of whom might just be lone operators. Regardless, those bold enough to engage in such ventures possessed absolute confidence in their abilities. Those lacking strength would likely be swiftly ousted by the guild members. Boss, everyone is forming candidate organizations. Lu Shu rubbed his hands together, looking excitedly at Yang Chun. Should we establish one too? Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room turned to Yang Chun. They had witnessed him effortlessly defeating Feng Aoyan in the examination hall. Strength was paramount, and the strongest would lead. Moreover, Yang Chun seemingly held the coordinates to the ascension platform. Noticing the gazes upon him, Yang Chun did not feign humility. Uniting a formidable force within the examination hall would greatly benefit his subsequent plans, not only for seeking the ascension platform, but also for hunting otherworldly beings to amass merit. Since everyone trusted him so much, Yang Chun vowed not to disappoint them. His gaze turned towards the void. Map of the secret realm, a picturesque landscape, with a spirit energy level classified as a minor blessed land, originally used for cultivating spiritual herbs and pets, now temporarily requisitioned as an examination venue. Qinghua Medicinal Fields, currently in a concealed state, coordinates, center of the secret realm, northeast. Spirit Beast Mountain, currently in a concealed state, coordinates, center of the secret realm, southeast. Heavenly treasures and rare resources are occupied by the capable, since these items still reside within the examination hall as a candidate. It is entirely reasonable for me to regard them as hidden rewards, is it not? A slight smile graced Yang Chen's lips, but before that, he needed to ensure he had a sufficient number of candidates under his command. Boss, what should we name it? Lu Shu scratched his head. Look at the Explosive Gang. Their name is so impressive. How about we call ourselves the Revolting Gang? Revolting Gang? Are you rebelling against heaven? Be careful. The Celestial Court might deem you a cult and eradicate you. Besides, that name sounds rather juvenile. Let's choose another. Meihua 16 immediately rebutted, rolling her eyes at Lu Shu, her expression suggesting disbelief. Then let's call it the Slayers of Immortals. Does that sound powerful enough? Lu Shu appeared quite pleased with this suggestion. This time, it was not just Meihua 16 who disagreed. Everyone shook their heads in unison, leaving Lu Shu bewildered. What's wrong? Is it not powerful enough? Yang Chen gently shook his head and patted Lu Shu on the shoulder. Young man, let's not be overly aggressive. We are all students, and our study should take precedence. I propose we simply call it the Student Council. Student Council? That works. The name was concise and clear, and everyone quickly reached a consensus. I support it. Agreed. The boss is right. In the celestial year 10126, July, within a map of the secret realm, the Student Council was officially established. The Blue Star Military Academy's first Student Council president, Yang Chen, vice-presidents Duno Luciu Meijua Sitten, a total of 8 members. In the Tranquil Valley, a black and white domain with a radius of 30 meters enveloped 7 candidates. Inside the domain, a formidable suppressive force pervaded, rendering everyone as if trapped in a quagmire, struggling to escape. What on earth is this? I feel my internal energy is becoming sluggish. My mental power is also heavily suppressed. I can't even form a sword array. Damn, Fang Outyin, what kind of talent do you possess? Outside the domain, several subordinates looked on in shock. When Fang Outyin proposed to take on 7 opponents alone, they nearly thought him mad. Only now did they grasp the true extent of his strength. Within the domain, Fang Outyin observed the 7 candidates with indifference. Your struggles bring me great delight. If he could recruit these 7 individuals, his black and white society would have a solid foundation, and the method of recruitment would naturally be through persuasion. Fang Outyin, you are simply putting on a show, a fiery-haired candidate exclaimed, his temperament as explosive as his words. If you're truly so formidable, how could you be knocked out by a single punch? The moment he spoke, the other 6 turned to Fang Outyin in surprise. They had arrived at the examination hall on boat number 2 and were unaware that Fang Outyin had previously been defeated in a single blow by Yang Chen. The candidate's words instantly darkened Fang Outyin's expression. Only a weakling like you would resort to verbal jabs. A true strongman merely sits upon his throne, and others will revere him as a deity. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 black and white dragons spiraled within the domain, coalescing into a black and white throne. Fang Outyin seated himself upon it, his expression icy as he gazed at the insolent candidate. At that moment, the suppressive power within the domain reached its peak. The 7 candidates experienced an overwhelming sensation akin to suffocation. Upon the throne, the 2 colossal black and white dragons coiled majestically. In the next instant, the dragons lunged at the fiery-haired candidate. The black and white energies intertwined like scissors, swiftly severing him in 2, blood gushing forth. The map fragment separated from the candidate, and the upper half of his body was instantly teleported out of the secret realm. If any of you wish to follow his fate of being half removed, you may speak now. The cold voice resonated as Fang Outyin, perched upon his throne, surveyed the 6 candidates with a demeanor of calm authority. In that moment, he embodied the divine being capable of dictating their fates. Chapter 68. Second Awakening. The latest data displayed by the Destiny system indicated that in the central region of the secret realm, the foreign entities had been nearly annihilated by the 3 major organizations. With a merit value of 12,760, the greatest gains from this martial examination lay here. As the merit value exceeded 10,000, the verdant lotus lamp within his consciousness occasionally trembled, sending forth an urge for Yang Chen to expend it. Upon breaking through to 12,000, he was presented with a promotion from the lotus lamp. You may consume 10,000 merit points for a second awakening of your talent. Do you wish to proceed? A second awakening? If memory serves him right, achieving a 4th-tier gene lock would also allow for a second awakening of one's bloodline. However, the majority of individuals merely enhance their initial bloodline talents through this process, with only a rare few awakening new abilities. It is said online that the awakening of new abilities occurs when the initial bloodline talent reaches its limit, typically for those of S rank. Though, of course, there exists the possibility of a small chance event. Yet, a fourth-tier gene lock hardly seems worth the expenditure of 10,000 merit points, let alone for merely a second awakening. Sensin yang Chenes Toguts. The text before him altered. The second awakening of merit points does not conflict with the opportunity of a fourth-tier gene lock awakening. At the fourth tier, you will have a high probability of awakening new bloodline powers. The prospect of a high probability of awakening new bloodline powers left Yang Chen in contemplative silence. This implied that his eyes were still in an incompletely awakened state. This revelation startled him slightly. It was noteworthy that even just 2 functions of his eyes were comparable to an S-rank ability, yet they had not fully awakened. He cast his gaze toward the verdant lotus lamp. "Do not look at me. You will be harmed. When you first awakened, looking at me nearly caused your demise." A faint consciousness wafted from the small lamp, intermittently. As Yang Chen perceived this consciousness, his merit points, previously at 12,760, instantly diminished by 100, prompting him to quickly divert his gaze. He had indeed harbored the intention to see the true nature of this lotus lamp. Recalling the first awakening, during which he was assessed as possessing During spiritual eyes, he wondered if it was due to looking at this lamp that he suffered significant damage, resulting in the D-rank assessment. Initially, it had been a subconscious curiosity. Now, the thought of earnestly looking at it carried the risk of death. What level of treasure was this lotus lamp? Before Yang Chen could ponder further, the prompt reappeared. You may consume 10,000 merit points for a second awakening of your talent. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Yang Chen was eager to discover what changes his eyes would undergo after the second awakening, consuming 10,000 merit points to initiate the second awakening. As the merit points flowed into the system, the verdant lotus lamp began to transform. The previously dark wick emitted a faint white glow, and then vibrant, kaleidoscopic rays of light erupted from the wick like fireworks. These rays intertwined, red as fire, orange like gold, yellow as clouds, green like a lush carpet, blue as clear waters, and purple as dreams, all blending together. In the next moment, they infused into Yang Chen's eyes. Meanwhile, Gao Yuqian, who had intended to relax, suddenly changed countenance, sensing a flicker of law power within the secret realm. What on earth were these individuals attempting to accomplish? Simultaneously, in the skies above the demon star, Yang Ji's expression shifted dramatically. The protective measures he had placed around Yang Chen were being forcibly erased by a formidable surge of law power. What on earth was this kid doing? Yang Chen, talent, Dao, eye level, conceptual, awakening state, second awakening, evaluation. You can see everything, merit points, 2,660. Yang Chen withdrew his consciousness from the sea of knowledge and gradually opened his eyes to test the extent of his enhanced ocular abilities. He slowly directed his gaze toward the void. Coordinates of the Ascension platform, Southeast Sea region, latitude 2144. 4 foot N, longitude 12242. 3 foot E this time. Yang Chen felt no discomfort in his vision. In light of this, he decided to be bolder and look at something else. What did the divine ranking board truly resemble? As this thought flickered through his mind, a magnificent, towering portal gradually materialized before him. The door loomed high into the clouds, seeming to connect the realms of heaven and earth, exuding an aura of solemnity. It was enveloped in a rich, primal essence. He then gazed through the portal, discovering countless colossal sculptures standing amidst the cosmos, their presence ancient and mysterious, as though they held the weight of countless epochs within them. Behind these sculptures lay an expansive golden ocean, stretching infinitely, where an enormous stone tablet stood, piercing the sky. Its surface was adorned with archaic, intricate characters, and Yang Chen endeavored to decipher them. Insufficient merit points. Continued observation may result in unforeseen consequences. Do you wish to proceed? What? The sudden appearance of this text startled Yang Chen, and as he processed this information, he realized his merit points had dwindled to 0. Was it necessary to expend merit points simply to gaze upon something? As Yang Chen contemplated this, the text before him morphed. You may continue to observe. but it will yield unpredictable consequences. Do you wish to proceed? No further observation. With a soft sigh, Yang Chen seemed to grasp the situation. Indeed, he could observe whatever he wished, yet when it came to certain unknown mysteries, merit points served as a form of protection, safeguarding him from harm during his inquiries. The significance of merit points was becoming increasingly apparent. Until he discovered alternative means of acquiring them, he would have to resolutely confront the foreign entities. Exiting the sea of knowledge, Yang Chen stretched languidly. The path ahead was long and arduous. Yang Chen, a hurried knocking interrupted his reverie. It sounded like Han Bing. Chapter 69. The call for unity among the student council. What is happening? As I opened the door, I was met by Han Bing, whose expression was somewhat grim. Feng Outyin and Wang Jia have merged to form the United Society, with Feng Outyin as the president. Just recently, they declared war on us in the Examinee communication platform. Yang Chen let out a light chuckle and patted Han Bing on the shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. A faint glimmer sparkled in his eyes as he activated God's perspective, allowing him to observe Feng Outyin and his group's recent maneuvers in their entirety. With the coordinates for a Ascension platform exchanged from the Invigilators, they had formed an alliance that appeared formidable yet was, in truth, rather fragile, a mere rabble. Let Feng Outyin and his group first eliminate a few scattered individuals to create a crisis, and I will take this opportunity to consolidate the support within the Student Council. As long as we can vanquish the United Society, we will be able to recruit all the examinees from this session and establish a foundation for our entrepreneurial endeavors. The clarion call for unity among the Student Council shall soon resound. Casually, Yang Chen typed a message on the Examinee communication platform, initiating the process of dismantling the enemy from within. Coordinates for the Ascension platform: Southeast Sea area, 21 degrees 44. 4 minutes north, 122 degrees 42. 3 minutes east. As soon as Yang Chen's message was sent, the communication channel fell into an abrupt silence. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the United Society, housed within a central European-style Gothic castle, Feng Outyin gazed at the information released by Yang Chen, his face a mask of disbelief. After much toil, he had managed to acquire 1,000 map fragments to exchange with the Invigilators for a single Ascension platform coordinate. How could it be that this information was brazenly made public by Yang Chen? Could it be that he truly possessed coordinates for 2 Ascension platforms? Otherwise, how could he dare to so casually announce one, especially one that he had painstakingly obtained? Yang Chen, are you a fortune teller? I will not let you off easily. Across from Feng Outyin, for young men and women exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Feng Outyin, what is going on? Did you not claim that only you held the coordinates for the Ascension platform? One girl among them questioned. Some people even said that Yang Chen's inquiries to the teacher before the exam were merely a ploy for attention. And yet, what transpired? The teacher actually revealed the coordinates to him, now who is truly seeking to attract attention. The girl's tone dripped with sarcasm. Had it not been for the acquisition of the Ascension platform coordinates, she would never have collaborated with this muscle-bound fool. Wang Jia, do not think that just because I do not strike women, you can utter whatever you please in my presence. Even if the coordinates are disclosed, the ultimate decision regarding who can ascend to the platform still rests here. Feng Outyin declared, shaking his fist. My subordinates do not dare to challenge me. You should manage your own people well, lest they find themselves in a predicament and become a source of ridicule. Enough, let us cease the bickering. Our immediate priority is the Ascension platform. We are all examinees here, who still recognizes us as leaders in the face of the opportunity to enter the BO campus. However, there is no need for excessive concern. I surmise that there must be great dangers near the Ascension platform, so it may be wise to let some cannon fodder test the waters first. The speaker was a bespectacled young man, whose demeanor appeared quite refined. Indeed, with both my brother Chen and myself present, do you really think you need to worry about being outmaneuvered? A young man clad in black chuckled, snapping his fingers. Before everyone, a translucent light screen materialized, revealing the very sea area indicated by the Ascension platform coordinates. Spatial folding combined with positioning had temporarily constructed a portal, allowing not only for observation of movements within the area, but also for entry at any moment. "You two truly possess remarkable skills," remarked the final speaker. A young man in a Daoist robe, his countenance handsome, his gaze spirited, with an innate aura of Taoism radiating from him. Chapter 70. Imminent confrontation at the town CAF. Transformed by several members of the Space Department, this CAF has become a realm of its own, appearing empty and unremarkable to the outside world, while members of the Mental Department stand guard in shifts. As the meeting place for the Student Council, it is currently filled to capacity. The air is thick with tension as Chen steps through the door. "Finally, you've arrived." "Oh no, Chairman. These United Society ruffians are utterly insufferable. We must take action." Upon entering, Chen immediately senses the oppressive atmosphere. Everyone within seems like a volcano poised to erupt. "Chairman Yang, we were ambushed by the United Society. Old Zhang stayed behind to cover for us and has now been captured. We must rescue him." This declaration ignites a fervor among the crowd. "Chairman Yang, my classmate has also been taken by the United Society, and they said they would throw him into the abyss tonight. These scoundrels must be stopped. We all agreed to stick together, not leaving anyone behind. Yes, we shall go rescue them." As the situation threatens to spiral out of control, a chilling breeze sweeps through the CAF, causing many to shudder involuntarily. "All right, everyone, let us calm down. They outnumber us significantly. We should strategize before charging blindly into danger." Han Bing intervenes, recognizing that a direct confrontation would surely lead to defeat, yet not acting would effectively spell the end of the Student Council. All eyes turn to Chen, including Su Nuo and Mei Huasher Lu. Earlier, they had remained silent, but now, the next decision weighs heavily on all their interests. A loss here would mean elimination for everyone present. They are clearly awaiting Chen's leadership. Observing the fervent crowd, Chen feels a swell of satisfaction. His efforts in uniting them have borne fruit, instilling a sense of belonging toward the Student Council. If they can win this battle, everyone present will become staunch members, fostering a powerful cohesion even beyond the examination grounds. Given the circumstances, there is no point in further discussion. From this day forth, the Blue Star Military Academy will be solely represented by the Student Council. At that moment, Chen radiates an immense presence and unparalleled charisma, rallying the crowd with a commanding shout. "Follow me, and we shall vanquish the United Society." A tidal wave of cheers and applause erupts, akin to a roaring ocean, each wave higher than the last. "Splendid. Let's take them down. Long live the Student Council. Chairman Yang is magnificent. Brothers, follow the chairman. Today, we shall obliterate the United Society." Han Bing gazes at Chen, contemplating the essence of leadership. A true leader possesses the audacity to make decisive calls when others falter. At this juncture, even a competent leader would suffice. An exceptional one would turn the tide after making a choice. Should victory be achieved today, Han Bing would fully acknowledge Chen's leadership. Members of the Element Department, when the battle commences, charge to the forefront. The Element, Space, Strength, and Mental Department stand as the four strongest factions within the Student Council. Today's battle will determine their fate. In the ancient castle, the 5 members observing the vicinity of the Ascension platform, each display a range of emotions. It has not been long since Chen announced the coordinates of the Ascension platform. The surrounding waters are already teeming with no less than 1,000 individuals, while the scattered members within the secret realm barely number 300, indicating that most present are from the United Society. Damn it, I've reiterated countless times, without the President's permission, do not venture into that area. These fools dare to defy orders. Fong Outyen, observing the scene on the screen, is infuriated, his face flushed with rage, wishing to confront them immediately. Ha ha! As Fong Outyen finishes, Wang Jia cannot contain a laugh. Fong Outyen, have you immersed yourself too deeply? Do you truly believe the United Society is such a formidable entity? Once outside the examination, who will even remember them? With the Ascension platform ahead, your president's commands hold no weight. Most of them are undoubtedly your people. How could my underlings dare to disobey me? Fong Outyen grits his teeth defiantly. Is that so? Then take a closer look at those standing over there. Aren't they your trusted subordinates? Wang Jia gestures toward a spot on the screen. Addressing a nearby youth clad in black, Wang Ding, enlarge that area for our esteemed President Fong to see. Cousin, we are all in the same boat. Let us not undermine one another. Wang Ding, the young man in black, wears a resigned expression, glancing helplessly at the other two. The one in the Daoist robe, named Zhang Jing, remains transfixed, his gaze vacant as he stares at the screen, unresponsive as a statue. Noticing this, Shen Jixing furrows his brow, shaking his head gently, adjusting his glasses, and is about to speak when a hurried knocking interrupts. President, it's bad. The student council is attacking. What? The anxious voice from outside startles all five within. Fong Aoyan swings open the door and seizes the messenger by the neck, demanding, repeat that. Who is attacking? Cough, cough. It's the student council. They're advancing towards us, and it seems they've already eliminated a fair number of our members. The messenger's face turns red as he realizes he may have acted too hastily. Damn it. Why did you wait until now to inform me of such crucial news? Cough, cough. Fong Aoyan, regaining his composure, releases his grip. Speak. The messenger wears a bitter smile. They didn't dare approach. Damn it. If not for your previous generosity in providing me with a map fragment, I wouldn't have bothered with such a thankless task. Excellent. Young Chen, I didn't expect you to actually show up. You have some guts. A grin spreads across Fong Aoyan's face, his eyes igniting with fierce determination. Today, I shall avenge the last punch you dealt me. Headquarters of the United Society. Outside the ancient castle, the sky is enveloped in thick dark clouds, resembling a massive black curtain that obscures the entire world. Numerous members of the United Society emerge from the organizational office, bewildered as they gaze at the ominous sky. Suddenly, a fierce wind picks up, accompanied by a biting chill, roaring like a horde of ferocious beasts. Caught off guard, dozens of members are knocked down, the icy gust penetrating their very essence. Then, rain begins to fall, transforming into ice shards that bombard the office area in a relentless downpour. What the hell? An enemy attack. An enemy attack. It's the student council. They really dare to come. Quick, rally the troops. Don't run. Do you wish to become a target? Someone, help me. My feet are frozen. Gravity doubled, force field transformation, range amplification, hypnosis, diffusion, and various talents combine, forming a veritable symphony of abilities. In conjunction with the elemental division, a comprehensive barrage enveloped the Union office area. The metallic debris, fragments, weapons, and bricks scattered across the ground all levitated, as if a colossal bowl had been overturned above the heads of the onlookers, hurtling towards the members of the Union with ferocious speed. Surrounded by a myriad of shards, the crowd attempted to evade, only to feel an unexpected heaviness pulling them downwards, nearly causing them to collapse. More alarmingly, amidst this oppressive force, a wave of drowsiness began to creep in. Su Nual, unbeknownst to anyone, had procured a truck and swung it with reckless abandon, sweeping through the ranks. All those who came into contact with it would fall into a deep slumber, its efficacy surpassing even the hypnosis of the mental division. Yang Chen was astonished to discover how vulnerable his opponents were, aptly described as a mob. In the chaos, they fought for themselves, disregarding the fates of their comrades. Upon sensing danger, they retreated behind others in haste. With each retreat, the Union crumbled like a house of cards, utterly incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. In stark contrast, the members of the Student Council surged forward with an invigorated spirit, coordinating seamlessly, advancing and retreating in an orderly fashion, launching a unified assault. They were on the verge of breaching the ancient castle. Creak! The castle gate swung open from within, revealing Fong Aoyan, who emerged with palpable excitement, flanked by 4 figures. Haha, Yangchun, you possess the courage to stand against me. President, the president has arrived. Brothers, do not retreat. Master, help. I have been fighting to the death. Leader, the student council is being too oppressive. What are you all yelling about? We, the Union, only recognize our president. Nonsense. I only acknowledge our leader. Listening to the cacophony of insults from the surrounding Union members, Yang Chun shook his head, The entire organization had descended into utter chaos. Silence. A short-haired girl behind Feng Outyin snapped, her right hand snapping her fingers. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous explosions resonated. The space between the two factions erupted violently. A terrifying spatial turbulence momentarily engulfing all attacks. This display shocked the entire arena. S-class talent. Spatial detonation. Yang Chen realized that this girl was none other than the second daughter of the Wang family from the magical city, Wangjia. Su Nua's expression grew grave. Although the spatial turbulence erupted for only a second, being caught within it would likely spell near certain death. Yang Chen nodded slightly. This short-haired girl was indeed the former leader of the explosive gang. He regarded her with keen interest. S-class talent, spatial detonation, capable of detonating any 2-meter radius space within a Tenjong range. Truly worthy of an S-class talent. It seemed there was still room for enhancement. After a second awakening, both the blast radius and the extent of the explosion would likely see significant improvement. Faced with such a formidable display of offensive power, the only individuals maintaining their composure, aside from Yang Chen, were Feng Outyin and his lackeys. With a dismissive shake of his head, Feng Outyin remained unfazed. Once his black and white domain was activated, not even a royal trump card could pose a threat, even with the 3 behind him. Yang Chen, today I shall make you experience what true despair feels like. Recalling the last time he had been knocked out by a single punch from Yang Chen, Feng Outyin had learned his lesson. He unleashed his dragon spirit to its utmost limit, a massive black dragon coiling around his formidable physique, providing a formidable shield. Seeing Feng Outyin's battle-ready demeanor, Yang Chen chuckled lightly. Feng Outyin, if only you could calm down and swiftly consolidate the union. At that time, if several hundred of you were to charge together, I might not be able to eliminate all of you before I exhaust my strength. But now, you have squandered your final opportunity. The atmosphere became electric as the words left his mouth. What? The president of the student council exudes such overwhelming pressure? Quiet. He knocked out the president with a single punch. His strength is unfathomable. Is that true? I thought it was merely a rumor. I was on the second ship at that time. Overhearing the whispers around him, Feng Outyin's forehead throbbed with rage, and the 4 behind him regarded Yang Chen with varied expressions. Yang Chen, let us dispense with the pleasantries and settle this. Feng Outyin roared, his imposing figure leaping forward to confront Yang Chen directly. Boom! With a thunderous crash as his feet struck the ground, the once level terrain instantaneously sank. Feng Outyin's piercing gaze locked onto Yang Chen, filled with arrogance. Today, I will send you out of this secret realm in pieces. All the members of the Union hastily retreated, standing at a distance to observe this duel. Yang Chen, unhurried, advanced slowly. This was an opportune moment to establish his prestige before the student council and the current candidates. Adhering to his principle of ostentation, he regarded Feng Outyin with indifference, stating, Outyin, it seems you truly wish to challenge me. But to challenge me, you alone are unworthy. Pointing at the remaining 300 candidates behind Feng Outyin, he declared, all those above the second stage of the immortal path, come forth. Before the crowd could react, Feng Outyin, unable to contain his fury, bellowed, black and white, unleash. A surge of black and white energy erupted from within him. Yang Chen, you disrupt my path. I will surely slay you. S-class talent, black and white domain. The domain enveloped them both, a formidable oppressive force permeating the air, ensnaring Yang Chen as if he were mired in quicksand. His mental energy barely able to detach from his being. All the onlookers felt a profound tremor within their spirits. Even those outside the domain were overwhelmed by an unbearable pressure. Within the confines of the domain, the world was painted solely in black and white. Suspended in midair, Feng Outyin sat upon his black and white throne, coldly observing Yang Chen below. Yang Chen, have you ever tasted defeat? Chapter 72. The Martial Arts of Blue Star. Until death do us part, have you ever been defeated? Yang Chen pondered, stroking his chin, remembering the encounter with the enigmatic race's infiltrator during his 3rd stage of body refinement. Oh, who is it? The excitement in Feng Outyin's eyes was palpable. Then I shall first defeat you, and subsequently confront the one who has bested you. It is an infiltrator of the enigmatic race, Chen replied with a smile. His light-hearted words instantly darkening Feng Aoyan's previously elated expression. An infiltrator of the enigmatic race. With cultivation no higher than the third stage and lacking in combat prowess. Chen's words were clearly mocking him. Damn it, Chen, I will silence you. Feng Aoyan bellowed. Rising from his throne, his hands moving swiftly. In an instant, black and white dual dragons intertwined like scissors, rushing towards Chen with lethal intent. The terrifying energies of black and white seemed poised to divide Chen in twain. Too weak. Chen's tone was calm as he stepped toward a specific point, strolling leisurely as if wandering in his own garden. The black and white energies brushed past his face. This is impossible. Feng Aoyan's expression shifted as he involuntarily uttered a sound, quickly altering his hands to launch the black and white dragons again, now with increased speed. Weak, far too weak. Chen's eyes glimmered with a silvery light. Each step taken was like dancing on the edge of a blade, narrowly evading the deadly assault of the dragons. No, this can't be happening. Feng Aoyan watched in disbelief as Chen seemed to predict every move, dodging just before the dragon struck. There is nothing impossible. Chen gazed at Feng Aoyan with pity, merely stepping ahead to anticipate the point of attack. Was that so difficult? Feng Aoyan, only at your utmost effort will you be worthy to truly witness me, like a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. Chen's words struck Feng Aoyan's heart like a heavy hammer. Poof! Feng Aoyan spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging. Chen, I will defeat you. Ah! Feng Aoyan roared to the heavens, striking his robust body with his hands repeatedly, finally pointing his index finger at the center of his brow. With a surge of blood vitality and a torrent of mental energy, he summoned 3 pairs of black and white dragons within the domain. Roar! 6 colossal dragons coiled and roared towards the sky. Feng Aoyan, drenched in blood, resembled a deity or a demon, his voice hoarse as he declared, to hear the path in the morning, one can die in the evening. Chen, today, we shall determine our fates. The 3 pairs of black and white dragons radiated an aura of annihilation as they charged towards Chen with ferocity. At this moment, not only the candidates outside the domain were aghast, but even several observers in the void fell silent, their minds firmly locked onto the battlefield. Good. Faced with Feng Aoyan's lethal strike, Chen bellowed. This battle embodies the essence of Blue Star's martial arts. Within the black and white domain, a splash of crimson suddenly emerged. Soul weapon, God-slaying spear, come fort. In the next moment, countless beams of light erupted from the spear's tip, crimson clashing violently with black and white. Boom! 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 Within a mere half-second, the red and the black and white intertwined, the deafening sounds of impact rising higher with each strike. In an instant, the battle turned brutal. Feng Aoyan's veins burst, his meridians severed, while Chen's complexion reddened as he forcibly swallowed the blood rising in his throat. When the brilliance faded and the black and white domain gradually dissipated, Chen stood with the blood-red spear, his face slightly flushed, breathing heavily. Before him lay Feng Aoyan, reduced to a bloodied figure, teetering between life and death. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Ha ha ha! Chen laughed maniacally, wielding the blood-red spear. Silence enveloped the surroundings, echoing only with Chen's wild laughter. When the laughter ceased, he turned his gaze towards the members of the Union. The sight compelled over 300 members of the Union to retreat several steps, none daring to meet his gaze. With a calm smile, Chen pointed his spear towards the Union members. Who else? Wang Zha bit his lip, itching to rush forward and suppress Chen's arrogance. However, when the spear pointed at him, he instinctively took a step back. I, Chen, hereby establish the student council within the examination ground, dedicated to uniting everyone, forging a path to immortality, and seeking the welfare of all candidates. Yet, I have faced relentless suppression from those with ulterior motives. Today, I shall punish the wicked. As for those who have not acted against my student council, I, Chen, shall hold no grudges. Do not remain deluded. His calm words stirred a myriad of expressions among the members of the Union. Chairman Yang, all our capture members have been rescued and are present here. Han Bing exclaimed excitedly, leading a dozen student council members forward. Everyone stepped forward as indicated by my members. With Yang Chen's command, the rescued members began pointing out candidates from the Union, creating an immediate exodus around them, fearful of being caught in the aftermath. Chairman Yang, we too were left with no choice. It was Fong Outyin. No, Fong Outyin who forced us? Yes, Fong Outyin pushed us to this. Chairman Yang, we too have our grievances. I wish to join the student council and hope Chairman Yang will grant me a chance to redeem myself. Chairman Yang, over 40 members of the Union pleaded desperately, casting blame on the already bloodied Fong Outyin. Chairman Yang, do not heed their slanders. Before you arrived, these individuals caused us no small amount of trouble. One member of the student council angrily pointed at a yellow-haired individual in the crowd, especially this one. He doused us with urine, the scoundrel. As his words fell, a bolt of thunder struck down upon the yellow-haired individual, rendering him pale and trembling. The dyed hair swiftly turning to charred black. Several map fragments fell to the ground, immediately being transported away. This turn of events drew the gaze of all present to a young man clad in a Daoist robe. Chairman Yang, I am Zhang Jing. Today, I abandon the darkness for the light and wish to join the student council. Zhang Jing's actions served as a signal, and the identified members of the Union instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Boom! With a resounding explosion, various attacks rained down upon the identified candidates from the Union, one after another, eliminated as a testament of loyalty. The map fragments soared through the air, and the Union was consigned to history. Candidate organization rankings: first place, Student Council, Chairman, Yang Chen, current organization size, 216 members, and increasing. The only organization. Overall score, 10 points. Current number of candidates in the secret realm, 1426. Candidate organizations, 1. The only organization. Triggered hidden rewards, with the examination ground left with only the student council. A system announcement appeared on the candidate exchange platform. The candidate exchange platform module will be upgraded to student council as a dedicated communication module for the student council. After the upgrade, student council president Yang Chen will acquire the highest authority within this module, enabling him to assign varying permissions to any user within module. This module connects to the universal public network and can be accessed through any channel. Following 3 consecutive announcements, Yang Chen was presented with a reward distribution notification from the system, granting him the highest permissions: invite, expel, mute, publish announcements, issue tasks, accept tasks, build mall, create trading platform, issue trading currency, among others. As the holder of supreme authority, he may assign Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3 permissions, along with their respective content, to other users in the student council. With the conclusion of the announcement, all eyes were fixed on Yang Chen. Wang Jia and Zhang Jing exchanged complex glances, while Shun Zhixing adjusted his glasses, seemingly recognizing the promising potential of the student council. A fleeting silver glow shone in Yang Chen's eyes, allowing him to discern the comprehensive abilities, talents, temperaments, and cognitive skills of everyone present. The student council comprises over 200 members, each with a minimum cultivation level of second stage immortal path, all meticulously selected elites. It was evident to all that with this module, the student council had established a solid foundation. Furthermore, given that this occurred within an examination venue, one could hardly dismiss the notion that it was the school's intention. The school evidently seeks to vigorously promote the voluntary establishment of a student autonomous organization, and as the president of the school's student council, Yang Chen's forthcoming role is unmistakably significant. This is the Blue Star War Academy, where every individual present has the potential to achieve true immortality. When that day arrives, the strength of the student council may rival that of certain campuses, a fact the school is unlikely to overlook. Given this, the school seems poised to cultivate such a formidable force, perhaps with the intention of eventually sharing management authority. For the scale of the Blue Star War Academy is indeed vast. The announcements within the platform have undoubtedly been noted by all. In the large conference room of the ancient castle, Yang Chen sat at the podium, addressing the members of the student council. The establishment of the student council is an inevitable trend, aligning with the school's vision, and all present are founding members. Henceforth, aside from the school's student council located at the BO campus, other campuses will establish department student councils, designating a department student council president to join the school student council presidium to cultivate new members for the student council across their respective campuses. The day each of you achieves true immortality will also mark the day we share management responsibilities with the school. Esteemed colleagues, the path of immortality is long. Let us traverse it together. Yang Chen's grand vision struck the 215 members of the student council with fervor. To bind everyone tightly together, not only must he rely on strength, but also on benefits. Even if those benefits are intangible, mere promises that could drive countless individuals to madness. A thunderous applause erupted from below. Indeed, Yang Chen seemed to possess knowledge beyond the ordinary. Shen Jixing adjusted his spectacles, a flicker of fervor gleaming in his eyes. The position of Department Student Council President holds no allure for me. I must enter the BO campus and become part of the management of the school student council. Zhang Jing stated calmly, his words carrying an unwavering resolve. Rest assured, I have been monitoring the Ascension Platform C area closely. There lurks a fourth-stage giant clan, and many of these free agents are already fighting amongst themselves, resulting in significant eliminations. Wang Ding glanced at the transparent screen in his hand. Crimson blood staining the surface of the sea above the Ascension platform. President, there are nearly 1,000 examinees currently battling near the Ascension platform, and many skilled individuals among them. I believe we can develop this further and absorb them into the student council, Wang Jia remarked. Immediately, Yang Chen cast an approving glance in his direction. Observing from the side, Wang Ding and others couldn't help but thump their thighs, questioning whether he would claim credit for this as well. In the next moment, Yang Chen's voice resonated from the podium. Excellent, everyone. After tonight, I do not want to see any examinees in the examination venue who are not members of the student council. Furthermore, remember this. Absorption is primary, elimination is secondary. Friend or foe, leave none behind. With Yang Chen's command, over 200 members of the student council rose in unison, their voices harmonizing, resonating throughout the conference hall. Friend or foe, leave none behind. Yang Chen observed the scene before him with indifference. In his previous life, he had been part of the management tier of company. Although the individuals before him were all outstanding talents from various provinces, a mere 200 individuals did not sway him. If one day he could command countless immortals to gather, a billion-strong army crossing the Starry River, that would truly embody the essence of a great man. Subsequently, Yang Chen activated his supreme authority, silencing all examinees within the module who were not part of the student council. In an instant, all gaming squads lost their connections. The members of the student council surged forth, armed to mediate the battle in the sea area. At this moment, in the sea area of the Ascension platform, earth-shattering roars echoed from the depths, filled with boundless rage and unwillingness, reverberating across the surface like thunder, stirring tumultuous waves. Crimson blood stained the waters. Nearby, examinees either banded together in small groups or fought solo, each defending their own territory, with many opportunists attempting to profit from the chaos. In addition to the lurking dangers beneath the sea, all must remain vigilant of those around them, as small-scale skirmishes could erupt at any moment. Chapter 74. Subduing Fong Outyin 2 kilometers from the Ascension Platform C. Yang Chen gazed northeastward, his student union members arrayed behind him, poised for action. Yang Chen, Fong Outyin, concede defeat in this battle. I submit. Dispose of me as you wish. But what is the meaning of bringing me here? Fong Outyin, swathed in bandages, his bovine eyes filled with bewilderment, inquired. Outyin, Yang Chen, recognize your talent and wish to offer you an opportunity. If you are willing to align yourself with me, a position awaits you on the Ascension platform. Yang Chen's gaze was profound as he addressed Fong Outyin. His guiding principle in his previous life had been to assimilate those enemies who could be won over and to eradicate those who could not. Should Fong Outyin decline this invitation, Yang Chen would obliterate his nascent soul with the god-slaying spear, preventing him from uttering a surrender, before casting him into the sea to be devoured by sharks. A subtle silver glimmer flickered in his eyes. He would discern the veracity of the response with a single glance. Fang Outyin, I trust you will not court your own demise. Upon hearing Yang Chen's offer of enlistment, a peculiar expression flickered across Fang Outyin's face. Yang Chen, even if I were to agree to join you, would you truly trust me? Assuredly. Yang Chen offered a confident smile. If I can accommodate the entirety of the United Society, surely I can accommodate one Fang Outyin. Yang Chen's self-assured words evoked admiration from the student union members behind him, particularly among the former members of the United Society. Their chairman's magnanimity could encompass the very cosmos. Fang Outyin seemed moved by Yang Chen's spirit, his expression momentarily complex as he fell into contemplation. Yang Chen did not press him, observing him silently, the god-slaying spear poised. After a long pause, Fang Outyin sighed softly. Yang Chen, in terms of strength, I am inferior to you. In terms of magnanimity, I am equally inferior. I concede, a genuine submission. I am willing to join the student union, but I am not submitting to you. One day, I will vanquish you. Stubborn, concerned with face. Yang Chen discerned the answer. The god-slaying spear receded, and a benevolent smile graced his face. Excellent, Outyin. This may be the most sagacious decision you have ever made. Welcome aboard. Perhaps. Fang Outyin grinned, and a familiar arrogance returned to his eyes. But the ascension platform is something I, Fang Outyin, will earn through my own merit. I shall participate in this battle as well. Are you capable? Yang Chen glanced at Fang Outyin, who was still enveloped in bandages. Certainly. Merely severed meridians and ruptured blood vessels. Your newly established medical department possesses considerable skill. I am in excellent condition. A draconic roar emanated from Fang Outyin's body, and the black dragon coiled around him once more. Though somewhat diminished compared to its former state, it still appeared capable of battle. However, coupled with his current appearance, swathed in bandages, it was undeniably comical. Very well. In that case, you shall lead the vanguard in this battle. Yang Chen waved his hand, directly assigning Fang Outyin to the vanguard, his gaze filled with trust, which moved Fang Outyin momentarily. Immediately afterward, Yang Chen secretly messaged Su Nuo within the group, "You will command this battle. I have other pressing matters to attend to. Keep an eye on Fang Outyin and prevent him from being eliminated. He is a valiant general and will be useful to the organization in the future." Su Nuo's message was promptly returned. Understood. But why am I in command? Because you're the most trusted individual within the organization. Su Nuo, okay. Central region of the secret realm. The Qinghua medicinal field is currently in a concealed state. Coordinates. Central region of the secret realm, northeast. 23 degrees, 43 minutes, 4 seconds north latitude. 132 degrees, 42 minutes, 3 seconds east longitude. While the proctor's attention was largely focused on the ascension platform C, Yang Chen discreetly led Wang Jia and Wang Ding to the vicinity of the medicinal field. They arrived at a dilapidated, abandoned factory. Yang, why are we here in this godforsaken place instead of participating in the battle? Wang Jia, known for her candor, had been holding back due to Yang Chen's imposing presence. Only asking now. Had Wang Ding not been present, she would have suspected Yang Chen of ulterior motives. What are we doing? We are searching for hidden treasures, of course. Yang Chen scanned his surroundings, feigning a diligent search. Wang Jia was perplexed by Yang Chen's train of thought and shook her head slightly. Chairman Yang, if Fang Outyin had refused your offer, would you have let him go? Why do you ask? Yang Chen countered, continuing his search. Someone like Fang Outyin should either be brought to our side or eliminated. Wang Jia was earnest. I simply do not wish the leader of the student union to be sentimental. Huh. Yang Chen chuckled softly, remaining silent, a faint silver glimmer flashing in his eyes. I found it. His gaze finally settled on an inconspicuous warehouse door. A look of elation spread across Yang Chen's face as he strode toward the dilapidated door, as if it concealed a priceless treasure. What did you find? Wang Jia turned to Wang Ding, who simply offered a wry smile. Don't look at me. I know nothing. Wang Jia shook her head helplessly and hurried to catch up with Yang Chen. Chairman Yang, the hidden treasure you mentioned. It wouldn't happen to be this derelict warehouse, would it? Snap. A finger snap. The warehouse door before Yang Chen was instantly blasted open, revealing a collection of garbage. Chairman Yang, this. A look of bewildered amusement crossed Wang Ding's face, unsure of what to say. Something's not right. Wang Zha's fingers trembled slightly as she interrupted Wang Ding, her expression solemn. When she had blasted open the warehouse door, she had sensed that the surrounding space was incredibly fortified. Now do you understand why I brought the two of you here? Yang Chen's gaze slowly turned toward the void. Your talents give me a sure grasp on this hidden place. Wang Ding, in a moment, you will pinpoint the coordinates in the void according to my instructions. A total of 13 locations. And Wang Zha, your task is to detonate them all once the coordinates have been located. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Wang Zha seemed to understand his intentions, her expression hesitant. The surrounding space is too fortified. I may not be able to detonate them all in one go. It matters not. I can assist you with 5 of them. You must detonate the remaining ones, understood? Yang Chen spoke calmly, the crimson spear slowly materializing before him, unleashing a terrifying aura. Wang Zha gritted her teeth. Very well. I will detonate the remaining 8 without fail. Chapter 75. A fateful encounter with my student council. A series of explosive sounds echoed throughout the dilapidated factory, reverberating like thunderclaps. Before me loomed 12 dark and profound spatial black holes, filled with endless chaotic currents of space. Only one final coordinate remained. Once it was detonated, the hidden paradise within would be unveiled. Yang Chen, gripping his spear, wore a pale expression. Blasting open 5 spatial coordinates had taken a considerable toll on him. Behind him stood Wang Zha, equally as pale, cold sweat trickling down her cheeks as she gritted her teeth, channeling her innate abilities with all her might. With a thunderous roar, the last coordinate was detonated. The surrounding space began to twist, and an astonishing surge of spiritual energy surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the 3 found themselves transported to another realm. No longer did they stand in the abandoned factory, but rather in a breathtakingly beautiful paradise, a veritable utopia filled with vibrant flora and the gentle sound of flowing streams, stretching as far as the eye could see into endless fields of medicinal herbs. Rare herbs, seldom seen in the outside world, flourished abundantly here, their lush green leaves swaying gently in the breeze and exuding a refreshing fragrance. Yang Chen suppressed his excitement, inhaling deeply, the air thick with spiritual energy that felt almost tangible. With each breath, he could distinctly feel the spiritual energy nourishing his body. Even his mental fortitude seemed to fortify imperceptibly. My goodness, Wang Ding exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, awestruck by the scene before him. So this is the world of the affluent. He felt his legs weaken, unable to rise. Incredible. Wang Zha swallowed hard. Though she was the second daughter of the Wang family from the magical metropolis, this was her first encounter with such a spectacle. No wonder the spiritual energy in the mountain river map was so thin, with frequent natural disasters. The cause lay here. Gathering the spiritual energy of a paradise to nurture thousands of acres of medicinal fields was no small feat, and over time, the entire mountain river map risked collapse. Yuanling flower enhances divine spirit and nurtures true essence. Qi bloodgrass strengthens vitality and nourishes the meridians. The plethora of medicinal materials was astounding. Yang Chen observed that rare herbs like Yuanling flower and Qi bloodgrass, usually scarce in the outside world, thrived here in thousands of acres, densely packed as far as the eye could see. Chairman Yang, come quickly. This is transformation grass, a product exclusive to forbidden zones, and it has been transplanted here in abundance. Wang Zha's excited voice echoed from the fields of herbs. Transformation grass? That name sounds familiar, Yang Chen mused, stroking his chin as he accessed the Destiny Marketplace for information. Transformation grass, a top-tier medicinal herb that enhances the primordial spirit and repairs true essence. From the Forbidden Zone, priced at 200,000 Destiny points. 200,000 Destiny points for a single stock? Yang Chen gasped, abruptly turning to gaze at the several acres of transformation grass nearby. This was a genuine windfall. Suppressing his excitement, he took a deep breath. Wang Ding, mark this coordinate, then go find Shinji Xing and have him construct a teleportation portal. All right. Wang Ding swallowed, gazing longingly at the scenery before him. Furthermore, I permit you to take as much of the medicinal materials here as you can carry before we leave. Yang Chen spoke it casually, causing Wang Ding to look up in astonishment. Is this for real, Chairman Yang? Indeed, this time, you and Wang Jia have contributed the most. Take as much as you wish. Upon hearing this, not only was Wang Ding taken aback, but even Wang Jia was left speechless. Wow, Chairman Yang, from now on, you are my brother. I shall follow you for life. Wang Ding's eyes glistened with emotion, resembling a starving wolf as he stared at the medicinal fields, eager to seize the moment. How much can your storage ring hold? He asked eagerly. Right? I almost forgot about that. Thanks to the school for providing the destiny ring. No. Thanks to Chairman Yang. Wang Ding exclaimed, slapping his thigh as he activated his harvesting mode, filling the 10 cubic meters of storage space to the brim. By the time he departed, he was left wearing only shorts and a tank top, having stripped off all his other clothing for packing, prompting Wang Jia to cover her face in embarrassment. Don't say I'm your cousin when you go out. Come now, who cares? I belong to Chairman Yang. Don't worry, I will ensure the task is completed flawlessly. Wang Ding's face glowed with excitement, his eyes filled with thoughts of Yang Chen. Go ahead, Yang Chen nodded, then turned his gaze to Wang Jia. Her destiny ring was also filled to capacity, yet her pockets were pristine, as was befitting a noble lady. Noticing Yang Chen's gaze. Wang Jia lightly coughed, her cheeks flushed. Wang Ding, you embarrassment. Yang Chen chuckled softly, his attention returning to the boundless fields of herbs. The commotion caused by Wang Ding was but a drop in the ocean, a mere speck in the vast expanse. Though he was a level 2 destiny user with approximately 30 cubic meters of storage space, it was still insufficient. Fortunately, he had recently acquired the supreme authority within the student council, which allowed him to construct a marketplace. It seemed this place was indeed fated to be connected with his student council. Construct marketplace. You can obtain a warehouse of 10,000 cubic meters. For every 100,000 destiny points spent, an additional 10,000 cubic meters can be added, with a maximum limit of 50,000 cubic meters. Indeed, money was indispensable in every aspect. Yang Chen sighed, waving his hand decisively to spend 400,000 destiny points, expanding the marketplace warehouse to 50,000 cubic meters. In the next moment, under Wang Jia's astonished gaze, Yang Chen activated his harvesting mode. He left 2 acres of transformation grass, collecting the rest into the marketplace warehouse. Spirit flower, a high-grade herb for cultivating spiritual beasts, was to be left with 200 acres, while the remainder was to be taken without exception. Qingyuan fruit, which enhances physique and strengthens the foundation. Leaving half of the several hundred acres of Qingyuan fruit trees, Yang Chen uprooted the rest, including the spiritual soil beneath, and stored it in the warehouse. Chairman Yang, the Yuan spirit spring next to the transformation grass is a treasure. Wang Jia, true to her noble heritage, immediately discerned the key to why the transformation grass could thrive here. Since that's the case, I shall not be polite. This Yuan spirit spring belongs to my student council. At this moment, as director when returned home, preparing for seclusion, he suddenly sneezed. In the sea of the ascending immortal platform, after half an hour of intense combat, the situation had become overwhelmingly one-sided. Student council, Fang Aoyin is here. Who dares to challenge? What the heck? President, you have betrayed us. Boss, what brings you here? That outfit is quite unique. I almost didn't recognize you. Behind Fang Aoyin, Zhang Jing, shimmering with lightning, and Shun Jixing, wearing a helpless expression, approached. Hall Master, President, what is happening here? Initially expected to be a fierce battle, most candidates upon seeing their former superior surrendered or fled, unable to mount any effective resistance. Those who surrendered were offered preferential treatment. Those who fled were eliminated without exception. As for the scattered candidates, they were given the choice to either accept the treatment or face elimination. The remaining candidates, who managed to hold their ground, were no ordinary individuals. And despite the area being ensnared by members of the Spatial Department and Mental Department, they stood resolute. However, there remained a considerable number of solitary individuals, compelling the members of the Student Council to employ numerous strategies to subdue them. Among them was a particular candidate who wielded dozens of flying swords, despite his unremarkable appearance. His combat prowess was extraordinary. He was also adept in the art of evasion. Had it not been for Shun Jixing's spatial folding, which interfered with his escape, he might have eluded capture. Ultimately, under the influence of Lu Shu's S-class talent, Weapon Master, the multitude of flying swords became instantly ineffective, subsequently binding him tightly with the plum blossom chains. Han Ping, you can certainly run, Feng Outyin panted, finding his opponent as slippery as an eel. You can either join the student council or face elimination. The choice is yours. The young man, known as Han Ping, looked at Feng Outyin with a wry smile. The student council had dispatched a brute like Feng Outyin to negotiate, leaving him unable to even attempt a verbal escape. Reluctantly nodding, he acquiesced. I will join, but let it be known that should I be treated as cannon fodder, I shall promptly extricate myself. Rest assured, after today, within the secret realm, it will be solely the student council. Even if you wish to be cannon fodder, there would be no opportunity. Mei Hua Shirlu snapped her fingers, and the binding plum blossom chains around Han Ping were immediately released. Han Ping rubbed his sore wrists, surveying his surroundings with a resigned sigh. Indeed, wherever people gather, there exists a world of intrigue, and one cannot escape it. Since escape was futile, he opted to join. Chen Jixing adjusted his spectacles, assuring him that the student council would not disappoint. Gazing at the youth who had just confined him, Han Ping chuckled bitterly. The sensation of his evasion technique being activated left him feeling dizzy and nauseous. At this juncture, the battle had been decided, with the student council swelling to over 800 members. Once they had recruited the remaining captives, their numbers would surely surpass 1,000. Su Nuo approached Mei Hua Shirlu with a look of contentment, commenting on the day's commendable performance. Hee, thank you for the praise, cousin. Mei Hua Shirlu smiled as she linked arms with Su Nuo, preparing to discuss the upcoming recruitment when a booming voice resonated from afar. Well done, everyone. It seems the battle has proceeded exceedingly well. It has concluded rather swiftly. The crowd turned to see Wang Ding, dressed as a scavenger and carrying a large bundle, striding towards them with two members of the student council flanking him, wearing an expression of triumph. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, causing many nearby members of the medical department to instinctively gaze at the package behind Wang Ding. Wang Ding, have you taken a begging? What a sight! Feng Outyin's coarse voice elicited laughter from the crowd. Nonsense. You're the one who looks like a beggar. Wang Ding's face flushed as he shot a glare at Feng Outyin. Is your food so precious? Gently placing the bundle on the ground, he untied it, releasing a surge of potent spiritual energy that invigorated everyone present, who stared in astonishment at the assortment of rare spiritual herbs within the package. In the medicinal field, Yang Chun and Wang Jia were currently fixated on several towering peach trees, lost in contemplation. These peach trees were discovered by Wang Jia in the forest behind the medicinal field. Beneath the trees, a spirit-gathering formation was drawn, and the ground within 100 meters bore visible particles of spiritual energy. These peach trees were potentially more valuable than several acres of transcendence grass. Yang, these peach trees surely cannot be. Wang Jia swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Could they be the legendary peach trees of immortality? Be confident. Remove the uncertainty. Yang Chen replied, rubbing his slightly sore eyes. This is indeed the peach tree of immortality. Low-grade peach of immortality. Consuming it can extend one's life by 3,000 years. A second consumption grants an additional 1,500 years. A third grants 500 years. Afterward, it is of no use. Indeed, Wang Jia gasped, instinctively stepping back. She had not forgotten that they were in an examination venue, and such a remarkable treasure would likely belong to a true celestial being. If they were to collect the other spiritual herbs from the medicinal field, claiming, in the examination venue, the treasures belong to those capable, that powerful figure would most likely have to acquiesce, as they had underestimated the candidates. However, this was the peach tree of immortality, cultivated with immeasurable effort. Wang Jia could scarcely bear to think of it being plundered by others. Meanwhile, outside, in front of the map of mountains and rivers, chaos erupted. No. This is the peach tree of immortality. We cannot allow them to take it. Indeed, I must report this to the dean and let him decide. Such audacity, such unbridled arrogance. Daring to covet the peach of immortality. Seeing the crowd in a frenzy, Gao Yuqian exclaimed with delight. He accepted a cup of tea handed to him by a nearby youth in military attire and took a delicate sip, feeling remarkably refreshed. More invigorating than consuming a peach of immortality. Everyone, do not be hasty, Gao Yuqian spoke calmly. In the examination venue, treasures belong to those capable. Which rule states that candidates cannot claim treasures. But Director Gao, this is the Dean's medicinal field. A square-faced teacher retorted angrily. Oh, if you are so concerned about the Dean's medicinal field, why did you not personally apply the seal during its establishment instead of casually assigning it to your disciples? Well, the square-faced teacher was rendered speechless, regretting his oversight. However, at this juncture, regret was futile. He could only seek ways to remedy the situation. Noticing the teacher's silence, Gao Yuqian chuckled coldly, turning his gaze to another instructor. Mr. Wang, did you not just say you informed the dean? Are you aware of the consequences of an invigilator leaving the examination venue? Director, I was merely momentarily excited, realizing he had lost his composure. The Wang instructor forced a smile, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and falling silent. At present, Penglai Island was enveloped by the heavenly magnetic ring, making communication impossible. And as invigilators, they could not leave their posts. The dean would surely understand. Gao Yuqian tapped the table, adding, if anyone cannot bear to watch, they are welcome to intervene. At this, the crowd could only chuckle bitterly. The candidates had committed no wrongdoing. The invigilators would not dare recklessly interfere with the examination proceedings. If the dean were to act according to his nature, he would likely wish for candidates to turn the examination venue upside down. Observing that the crowd had fallen silent, Gao Yuqian took another sip of tea, savoring its exceptional sweetness. Meanwhile, before the peach tree of immortality, Yang Chun counted the peaches on the trees, 5 trees with approximately 57 ripe peaches. Chairman Yang, you are not truly considering picking these peaches, are you? Wang Jia said with an awkward laugh, her heart in turmoil. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to those capable. Since fate has led us to encounter them today, they are undoubtedly destined for me. Yang Chun waved his hand grandly, taking 6 peaches, leaving the remainder for other fortunate souls. Yang Jin wafed misli, Munjing on a beach, and departed with an air of nonchalance. Remaining lifespan, 3385. Consuming more than 3 low-grade peaches renders them useless, having taken 6. He planned to consume 3 for himself and leave the rest for his uncle. Crunch! Another peach was devoured, crisp and refreshing. By the time he finished the 3, his remaining lifespan had increased to a staggering 5,385 years. Wang Jia watched Yang Chun saunter away, her gaze drifting back to the peach tree of immortality. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth, plucked 1 peach, and turned to leave. This scene eased the hearts of the invigilators observing from outside the map of mountains and rivers. As they noted the crowd's expression soften, Gao Yuqian's lips curled into a smile. With his keen insight, he knew the true spectacle had only just begun. Outside the medicinal fields, the space began to subtly transform, revealing a faint portal that materialized in the void. Chairman Yang, we have arrived. Wang Ding's voice echoed from within the portal, followed by the emergence of himself, Su Nuo, Meihua Shirlu, Lu Shu, and Han Bing. A remarkable surge of spiritual energy enveloped them, prompting an instinctive deep breath from the group. Wow, boss, where on earth did you find this place? It's truly a small paradise, Lu Shu exclaimed, greedily inhaling the surrounding spiritual essence and gazing in awe at the vast expanse of medicinal fields before him. Before your arrival, I had harvested most of the western and northern regions. Now, in the eastern and southern areas, take as much as you can. You may choose first. Yang Chun replied with a smile, leaving Lu Shu utterly stunned. Boss, I think I've fallen in love with you. That's hardly necessary. On the back mountain, each of you may collect 3 peaches from the celestial peach tree. Consuming more than 3 will render them ineffective. Celestial peaches? Meihua Shirlu gasped in surprise. Yang Chun, this delightful surprise comes rather unexpectedly, but I adore it. Let us go, cousin, she exclaimed, pulling Su Nuo towards the back mountain. oblivious to the myriad of spiritual flowers and exotic herbs surrounding them. Su Nuo turned to Yang Chen, giving him a thumbs up. Yang Chen, now that the examination is over, I must recommend you to my master. You truly know how to create excitement. You fit his preferences perfectly. As their voices faded into the distance, Yang Chen could only chuckle helplessly. I merely adhere to the school's motto. Indeed, if the way can be contended, destiny can be seized. What is a mere medicinal field? Han Bing's excited voice chimed in from the side. Now, with candidates discovering it during the examination, it's a hidden treasure. Chairman Yang, I am in awe of you. He then dashed towards the transforming spirit herb. It was evident that Han Bing did not place much value on longevity, showing no urgency to collect celestial peaches from the back mountain. Celestial peaches, can I also go and collect one? Wang Ding asked shyly. Of course. You and Wang Jia have made the most significant contributions this time, Yang Chen said, patting Wang Ding on the shoulder. The celestial peaches were discovered by Wang Jia. You both can take as many as you wish. No, I'll just take one. Thank you, Brother Yang, Wang Ding replied, his excitement evident in his eyes, now sparkling with a newfound brilliance as he looked at Yang Chen. Observing this scene, Wang Jia sighed internally, realizing that his cousin was genuinely eager to align himself with Yang Chen. However, it was undeniable that Yang Chen possessed remarkable leadership qualities. This was evident from the formidable cohesion of the student council, and his individual prowess was unmatched among his peers. His generosity towards his comrades made him a worthy figure to follow in the current circumstances. 5 minutes later, the elders of the student council began to emerge in succession from the portal. The sight before them left the over 200 elders of the student council astonished, their expressions filled with incredulity as they turned to Yang Chen. Next, the newly joined members stepped out, and once everyone was assembled, the medicinal fields were now bustling with over 1,000 student council members, representing all candidates present in the examination venue. The elders of the student council organized themselves into groups of 50, divided into 4 teams led by the vice chairman, to harvest the spiritual herbs in an orderly fashion until they filled the destiny ring space to capacity. The new members were grouped in 4s, and after the elders finished their collection, they would be led by elder members to do the same, also aiming to fill the destiny ring space completely. As Yang Chen's words concluded, Su Nuo and the others immediately stepped forward. Following a brief silence, the scene erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Long live Chairman Yang. Long live the student council. Ah, I love you, Chairman Yang. Thank you for the spiritual herb gift package. Chairman Yang, you are incredible. I will always support you. Chairman Yang. At that moment, whether elder or newly joined members, everyone was flushed with excitement. The old members felt privileged, while the newcomers were overwhelmed by this unexpected delight, a true win-win situation. Sensing the fervent atmosphere, Yang Chen stepped forward and declared, I, Yang Chen, have said, the path to immortality is long and arduous. Let us walk it together. Friends, let us encourage one another. As his voice resonated, over 200 elders of the student council turned their intense gazes towards Yang Chen, their voices harmonizing in a fervent chant. The path to immortality is long and arduous. Let's walk it together. This scene inspired the hundreds of newly joined members, igniting their spirits as they looked towards Yang Chen, chanting in unison. The path to immortality is long and arduous. Let us walk it together. Gradually, their voices became synchronized. The path to immortality is long and arduous. Let's walk it together. Echoed triumphantly through the air. Outside the map of mountains and rivers, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 78, Spirit Beast Mountain and Ascension Platform. Yang Chen. Gao Yuqian murmured, his gaze fixed on Yang Chen, who was the center of attention, like stars surrounding the moon. A remarkable young man. The hearts of the people cannot be won by force alone, a uniformed youth muttered, turning to Gao Yuqian. Teacher, if he maintains this influence after the martial exam, wouldn't this year's candidates enter the immortal realm? Gao Yuqian remained silent. The crowd watching the scene within the mountains and rivers painting war, complex expressions. This scene resonated with the teachers more profoundly than the emergence of a peerless genius who forcefully ascended the ascension platform. He will undoubtedly have a place among the 3,000 guests on Jade Billow Island, one proctor remarked. I never imagined such a figure would appear in this year's martial exam, uniting all the candidates under his banner. Throughout the years, some have ascended the Ascension platform single-handedly, while others have joined forces, but no one has ever unified all the candidates. Perhaps it's due to this year's candidate communication platform. It's more than that. Gao Yuqian shook his head. Countless extraordinary individuals have emerged in previous years. In him, I see domineering ambition, the path of invincibility, and an indomitable spirit. Gao Yuqian paused, his gaze fixed on Yangchuan within the mountains and rivers painting. And in him, I see the aura of an emperor. Teacher, be careful with your words. In the herb field everywhere, members of the student union bustled about. The abundant spiritual energy led many members to cultivate here after harvesting, intending to stay until the end of the martial exam. Outside the herb field, members of the Space Department and Element Department were constructing arenas in preparation for the upcoming Ascension platform arena battles. Boss, the spiritual energy here is too abundant. I don't want to leave, Lu Shu said wistfully. TCH, look at your lack of ambition. Meihua 16 scoffed, muttering country bumpkin. All right, you two be quiet. Su Nuo rolled her eyes, turning to Yangchun. I've arranged the Ascension platform matters. 5 arenas have been set up outside the herb field. By noon tomorrow, the arena champions will earn the Ascension platform qualification. Those who fail the challenge will retain 10 map fragments, surrendering 5 to the victor. Those with fewer than 15 fragments are ineligible to challenge. Although even the student union members hold at least 10 map fragments, ensuring they pass the exam, even if they do nothing. 10 fragments equate to a mere 60 points out of 100. Each additional fragment raises the score, given the varying reputations of Blue Star War College campuses. Excluding Jade Billow campus, a selective admission process is in place. Higher scores grant more campus options. Those aspiring to ascend the Ascension platform should vie for the arena champion title. The cost of failure is the loss of 5 fragments. The choice is theirs. Setting the 15-fragment threshold filters out weaker members. Since defeating within the secret realm yields fragments, those lacking 15 should simply give up. Well done, Yang Chun smiled, pleased with Su Nua's arrangements. Next, before heading to the second Ascension platform, we'll explore another location within the exam area. Another location? Upon hearing this, the others were slightly taken aback, instinctively turning to Wang Jia. No wonder Yang Chun wanted to bring her along. Wang Jia looked at Yang Chun puzzled. Just the 5 of us? Yang Chun nodded, a faint silvery light flashing in his eyes. Spirit Beast Mountain, currently hidden, located in the central area of the secret realm, southeast. At 22 degrees, 53 minutes, 4 seconds north latitude and 152 degrees, 43 minutes, 6 seconds east longitude. Second Ascension platform location, central area of the secret realm, southeast. At 22 degrees, 53 minutes, 4 seconds north latitude and 152 degrees, 43 minutes, 6 seconds east longitude. Spirit Beast Mountain and the Ascension platform are in the same location. Which is interesting, Yang Chun mused. Soon, the answer gradually emerged. The guardian beast of the Ascension platform is the Void Beast. Spirit Beast Mountain is hidden within the Void Beasts, a hidden surprise prepared by the school. The optimal approach: shatter the space, allowing only 5 entrants. Wang Jia, the place we're going is unique, likely a surprise prepared by the school. Yang Chun stroked his chin. Afterward, we'll use the second Ascension platform to enter Jade Billow campus together. Understood, Wang Jia nodded. For her, securing the arena champion title was assured. Her focus was evidently on the destination. After we leave, Han Bing and Wang Ding will be in charge. Contact us through the communication platform if needed. I hope to see you at Jade Billow campus. Yang Chun turned to Wang Ding and Han Bing. Leave it to me, Brother Yang. Wang Ding patted his chest, excited. Yang Chen's words clearly indicated he was being treated as a confidant, truly integrating into the student union leadership. See you at Jade Billow campus, Han Bing said calmly, confident. With Yang Chun gone, almost no one in the remaining student union members, except Fong Outyin, could match him. Good luck, Brother Han. I spent 10,000 credits betting on you to win. Don't disappoint me, Meihua 16 said with a grin. Credits are the student union's internal currency. used for internal transactions and purchasing elixirs from a store. As the store's inventory expands, credits will become increasingly valuable. Currently, the exchange rate is 1 credit to 10,000 Blue Star currency, making 10,000 credits equivalent to 100 million Blue Star currency. Meihua 16 spent 100 million, exchanging it for 10,000 credits, showing support for Yang Chen. Looking at the odd for the arena contestants, Yang Chen smiled. Han Bing, Wang Ding, Fang Outhian, Zhang Jing, and Shun Jixing were likely to be the arena champions. These individuals would become the backbone of the student union. Now that everything is arranged, let's depart. Wang Jia, an impatient person, was already eager to go. Spirit Beast Mountain wasn't nearby, and with the 10-day martial exam nearing its end, they needed to hurry. Chapter 79, The Void Beast Demise and the Emergence of the Ascension Platform Leader. Is this the second Ascension platform? It feels rather ominous here, came the voice of Lu Shu, echoing through the valley, surrounded by towering mountains. The valley was adorned with lush greenery, and a wide, smooth path meandered through it. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft whisper, leaving behind an eerie silence. The 5 individuals present dispersed, maintaining a respectful distance as they walked along the tranquil path. Indeed, the ominous atmosphere is warranted. We have stepped into the territory of a 4th-tier void beast, Yang Chen remarked calmly, his gaze fixed ahead. A void beast? Leader, that is quite a rarity. Belonging to one of the dominant clans of the Abyssal civilization, Lu Shu instinctively edged closer to Yang Chen, his vitality surging, particularly in his legs, which were already operating at their peak. There is something amiss with the surrounding space. Wang Zha's expression turned grim as he scanned the area. Yang Chen, how far are we from the Ascension platform? Merely a stone's throw away, Yang Chen replied, just as the ambient space began to shift dramatically. The once sunlit valley was instantly shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Crack! The sound of shattering space echoed ominously. We are inside the void beast maw. Yang Chen maintained his composure, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. If it intends to devour us, it ought to consider whether its teeth are sharp enough. In the next moment, a surge of blood-red light erupted. The pitch-black void was instantaneously torn apart, revealing a slice of white sky. Boom! 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 3 thunderous explosions followed as Wang Jia propelled the divine spear towards the glimmer of light, channeling all his innate power to blast through the void beast's oral cavity. A piercing wail reverberated throughout the valley, chilling and sharp enough to raise the hairs on one's neck. A crimson hue emerged within the darkness, resembling a swirling mass of blood and flesh, as a gigantic scarlet eye materialized, exuding a human-like fury, fixating its gaze on Yang Chen and his companions. What is that thing saying? Lu Shu quipped, his form leaving trails as he darted out of the void beast's gaping mouth. Simpleton, that is Abyssal tongue, and it declares its intent to consume us. Meihua 16 translated, as hundreds of plum blossoms materialized around her, erupting with a flourish. Countless petals, glimmering with a lethal sheen, surged towards the tentacles dripping with corrosive venom, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Su Nual retrieved a dark iron bead and shot it towards the darkness that was on the verge of healing, unleashing another explosion of blood-red light. Seeing this, Yang Chen's eyes ignited with brilliance, his calm voice resonating. The inner core is approximately 50 yards from the mouth. Are you not planning to break free? Wang Jia hesitated momentarily. It may be manageable in the mouth, but once we enter the void beast's body, it could unleash chaotic spatial turbulence at any moment. It's perilous. Not concerned. A silvery radiance blossomed in Yang Chen's eyes. You all exit first. I will seek its inner core. Initially apprehensive that the void beast might resort to self-detonation in desperation, thereby severing their path to Spirit Beast Mountain, Yang Chen now perceived the creature's intent to swallow them as an opportune moment to seize its inner core. Delightful. I, Yang Chen, shall accept your inner core. Su Nual and Mei Hua 16 exhibited unwavering trust in Yang Chen, and upon his command, they dashed towards the glimmer of light within the darkness, while Wang Jia, albeit hesitantly, chose to follow. Sensing their intentions, The tentacles within the darkness grew increasingly frenzied, and the darkness itself began to rapidly heal. Wang Jia snapped his fingers, and another violent explosion rang out as a massive gap appeared above the three within the darkness. Huh? When did my explosive power become so formidable? Wang Jia furrowed his brow. In the distance, Lu Shu's voice echoed. This thing has tough skin after all. Lu Er, who would have thought you possessed more than just speed? Meihua 16 teased as the trio swiftly fled from the void beast's maw. Roar! The enraged bellow of the void beast erupted, its state spiraling into madness. Not only had it lost its meal, but it felt as if a small parasite had invaded its belly. At this moment, the four finally beheld the full form of the void beast, resembling a colossal caterpillar covered in crimson fur. Its gaping maw revealed a mass of scarlet eyes and a multitude of writhing tentacles, which immediately extended towards them, seemingly intent on dragging them back inside. Disgusting. How repulsive. Meihua 16 grimaced at the sight of the void beast, reflecting on the suppression they had experienced within its mouth that had severely limited their spatial traversal. Just the thought of having lingered in the mouth of such an unsightly creature for so long filled her with indignation. With a graceful flick of her wrist, a multitude of plum blossom petals coalesced in the air, forming a colossal white plum blossom blade, its edges shimmering with a chilling radiance as it sliced towards the void beast. Simultaneously, within the void beast's body, tumultuous spatial turbulence raged. Yang Chen danced perilously on the edge of a blade, acutely aware that one misstep could lead to his annihilation. Had it not been for the second awakening of his vision, he would never have dared to take such risks. The coordinates of the void beast's inner core. Dare to consume me, Yang Chen? Allow me to demonstrate the true difficulty of inviting a deity while attempting to send one away. In the darkness, Yang Chen let out a cold chuckle as the blood-red spear pierced through the void. As Yang Chen drew closer to the demon's core, the void beast, sensing the impending threat, emitted a deep growl, its entire being emanating an aura of darkness as if brewed from the depths of the ocean. This impacted the internal turbulence, akin to activating an internal defense mechanism, stirring up a tempest of spatial chaos. Is it prepared to fight to the death? The winds of space brushed past him, leaving faint crimson marks on his cheeks. Yang Chen furrowed his brow, pushing the power of his dual pupils to their utmost limits. Yang Chen's mental energy surged once more, a formidable force radiating outward from his core. He extended his hand toward a specific point in the darkness, reaching out. An invisible hand traversed the obscurity before him, narrowly evading the storm. In the next heartbeat, the surrounding space appeared to freeze, the boundless darkness gradually receding. In the outside world, the void beast, which had been engaged in a fierce battle with Su Nuo and the others, suddenly stiffened. Its once indomitable crimson fur now resembled mere weeds, ruthlessly mowed down by the plum blossom blades. Boom! A resounding thud echoed through the valley as Yang Chen's figure erupted from within the void beast. Simultaneously, a towering altar began to materialize slowly from the void. Chapter 80. The white horse treads the void. A grand altar hovered in midair, drenched in a crimson hue, which at first glance appeared as if it were forged from blood itself. Above it, 5 skeletal thrones were arranged. At this moment, 2 scarlet characters slowly emerge from the void behind the thrones, ascend to immortality. Boss, the ascension platform. Lu Shu's excited voice echoed as his gaze fixated on the throne in the void, yearning to take a seat upon it at that very moment. The ascension platform lay ahead, tantalizingly close to the Bayou campus. Yang Chen remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he observed the white inner dan in his hand. It was almost unfathomable that within this white inner dan lay a hidden spatial passage leading to Spirit Beast Mountain. Such a method truly embodied the essence of a flower. A world, a leaf, a bodhi. Yang Chen handed the inner dan to Wang Jia, suggesting they detonate it. After visiting this place, we shall depart using the ascension platform. Spirit Beast Mountain was quite unique. Its internal spatial flow did not connect with the outside world. After all, this was a hidden prize bestowed upon the examinees by the school, ensuring that the arduous journey for the ascension quota would not be thwarted. This is the inner Dan of the Void Beast. Wang Jia accepted the inner Dan from Yang Chen, instantly sensing the special spatial fluctuations contained within. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. So this is the means of the immortal realm's powerhouses. Su Nuo and the others shifted their attention from the ascension platform to the inner Dan in Wang Jia's hand. Is this the inner universe? Mei Hua 16 mused, contemplating the Void Beast's inner Dan with admiration for its remarkable technique. Su Nuo unwrapped a lollipop, popping it into her mouth as she tugged at the bewildered Lu Shu. Taking a couple of steps back, let us begin. Wang Jia inhaled deeply, casting a regretful glance at the Void Beast's inner Dan, for it was a rare material for crafting spatial treasures. With a thunderous explosion, the sound reverberated through the air. Immediately, the five were enveloped by a powerful spatial force, and as the world around them transformed, they found themselves in a realm that rivaled the Qinghua herb field. Lush and verdant, the mountainous forests were inhabited by various spirit beasts, colossal mountain apes, dainty dream worms resembling sprites, and five-colored deer adorned in vibrant hues, either congregating in groups or wandering leisurely along the mountain paths. Crystal-clear spirit springs cascaded from the mountain gorges, forming pristine pools that radiated astonishing spiritual energy. In the map of mountains and rivers, all the spiritual energy is concentrated in the Qinghua herb field and Spirit Beast Mountain. Yang Chen's calm voice brought everyone back to reality. At that moment, a faint voice echoed in the void. To witness this is destiny. You may each select a spirit beast here, and once chosen, you should be transported out of Spirit Beast Mountain. It was the first time the proctor had spoken voluntarily. It seems we have indeed triggered a hidden prize, Mei Hua 16 remarked, giving Yang Chen a thumbs up. Her words elicited nods of agreement from Su Nuo and Wang Jia. With the Qinghua herb garden ahead and now Spirit Beast Mountain, Yang Chen was undoubtedly the chosen one. Indeed, with my boss around, spirit herbs are a staple. Lu Shu chimed in, his eyes darting across the various spirit beasts, clearly torn between choices. Spirit beasts were classified into immortal, exotic, spirit, and mundane types, with different roles as mounts or battle companions. Although the spirit beasts before them were all of the spirit variety, with proper nurturing, they could become formidable allies. Let us carefully select from these abundant spirit beasts, Yang Chen suggested, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the myriad of creatures. Insufficient merit value. Continued observation may result in severe harm. The notification appeared, causing Yang Chen to sigh in resignation. Let us disperse and search. We will regroup before the ascension platform. Once the five separated, Yang Chen made his way toward the mountaintop. Following the pyramid theory, the higher one ascended, the more exceptional the rewards. Yet, he wondered if this theory applied to locating high-potential spirit beasts, as the spiritual energy concentration seemed consistent from peak to base. Spirit Beast Mountain was vast, and the trails through the forest were treacherous. By the time Yang Chen reached the summit, the sun was gradually sinking behind the western hills, casting a golden hue upon the forest, draping everything in a delicate veil of light. This Spirit Beast Mountain is truly extraordinary, Yang Chen observed, gazing across an expansive plain that seemed to stretch into infinity. A gentle breeze swept through the grass, creating ripples of green waves. In the distance, several ancient trees stood proudly, their massive canopies resembling giant parasols. Below them grazed a group of spirited horses feasting on the spirit herbs. Yang Chen's attention shifted toward these magnificent steeds. Spirit type, celestial horses, talent. Speed, exceptionally swift. Spirit type, celestial horses, talent. Endurance, suitable for long journeys. Spirit type, celestial horses, talent. Void treading, capable of swift movement through the air. Exotic celestial horse, talents. Void treading, endurance, speed, and protective aura. These spirit type, celestial horses were indeed striking, each exuding an air of magnificence. Riding one would undoubtedly be more impressive than driving a luxury car worth millions, especially the exotic one, which stirred Yang Chen's excitement. As he approached the exotic celestial horse, he admired its impressive stature, its snow-white coat silky to the touch, reminiscent of satin. A faint dragon pattern shimmered on its forehead, while a radiant silver shield adorned its heart region. Exotic breeds often stem from mutated bloodlines, and with Yang Chen's abundant demon spirit flowers, meticulous nurturing could lead to a future rivaling that of the immortal type. Just as Yang Chen pondered, the celestial horse seemed to reject his touch, snorting loudly before turning away and trotting off. Am I being snubbed by a spirit beast? Yang Chen chuckled at the horse's demeanor. He retrieved a demon spirit flower from his storage, and an enticing fragrance wafted through the air. The nearby celestial horses, drawn by the aroma, began to neigh excitedly. Converging around Yang Chen, the very horse that had just rebuffed him approached, now gazing at the demon spirit flower with longing. You run a lap with me, and I shall give you this. Yang Chen smiled. With a resounding whinny, the celestial horse took off. In the next instant, the wind howled past Yang Chen's ears as the white horse galloped through the void as if treading upon solid ground, a radiant streak of light carving through the sky. Chapter 81. The Ascension Platform. A spectacle for all. It is often said that wealth facilitates tasks, and this adage holds true in the realm of taming spiritual beasts. With a handful of demon spirit flowers scattered, even the originally unruly alien Pegasus bowed before Yang Chen's monetary prowess, willingly signing the Beastmaster contract. Once this contract was sealed, both parties could communicate through thoughts, allowing Yang Chen to summon the creature from Spirit Beast Mountain at any moment to gallivant across the skies. A resounding neigh echoed as the white Pegasus gazed at Yang Chen with an affectionate glint, clearly appreciative of his generosity. Little White, immerse yourself in training here and strive to awaken more of your bloodline's power with the aid of the demon spirit flowers. And remember to contact me when you finish eating. I shall bring more, Yang Chen said, patting its snowy neck with an earnest reminder. In no time, a youthful voice chimed in his consciousness. Okay, when I'm done, I'll ask you for more. Huh? Yang Chen exclaimed in surprise, looking at the white horse before him. At that moment, the proctor's voice reverberated through the air. Now that the selection is complete, depart immediately. A soft golden light enveloped Yang Chen, swiftly transporting him away from Spirit Beast Mountain. Before the Ascension Platform, Yang Chen and his 4 companions were teleported out almost simultaneously. The outside world remained bright with daylight, contrasting starkly with the altered flow of time they experienced in Spirit Beast Mountain. The Crimson Ascension Platform floated in the void, surrounded by 5 bone thrones, a chilling aura emanating from them. Having collected the treasures from Spirit Beast Mountain, today marked the final day of the martial examination, and the group was about to ascend the Ascension Platform to the BO campus. Yang Chen's gaze was intense as he and his companions focused on the platform before them, the culmination of years of relentless training finally at hand. As the youth, aspiring to scale the immortal mountains, we shall not return without reaching the summit. Today, the immortal mountain lies ahead. We shall meet at the peak another day. With that, Yang Chen took the lead, leaping onto the Ascension Platform in an instant. Big brother, I'm coming too. Lu Shu quickly followed, with Su Nuo, Wang Jia, and Mei Hua surely closely behind. The moment all 5 settled into the bone thrones, the world around them transformed dramatically. In the valley, the destruction wrought by battle was mended by a formidable force of law, followed by the emergence of golden lotuses from the ground, resonating with sacred sounds. The ethereal essence of immortality cascaded down like the Milky Way, enveloping the area, while celestial flowers burst forth from the valley, converging into an endless sea of blossoms. The blood-red altar and the bone thrones morphed before their eyes. As the crimson faded, a resplendent altar forged from gold and stone emerged. And as the ghostly white dissipated, a throne of shimmering jade was revealed. Banners appeared in the void, proclaiming messages of goodwill and blessings from various celestial realms. Simultaneously, across the Blue Star Civilization, thousands of life planets displayed the images of the 5 individuals on screens in schools, commercial streets, and various platforms. The Blue Star War Academy proudly presents the first 5 to ascend the Ascension Platform: Yang Chen, Lu Shu, Su Nuo, Mei Hua Shirley, and Wang Jia. Wow, Yang Chen! Zhang Ming exclaimed on the playground of Hang City High School, his excitement palpable as he shouted to those around him, "He's my desk mate." Anhua Tua Star, Su Xiaoyu, leisurely shopping, stood transfixed before the large screen, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Mom, what is the Ascension platform?" A small child in a kindergarten, amidst a bustling commercial street, pointed at the screen displaying the 5 figures. "The Ascension platform is the pinnacle of martial examinations in our Blue Star civilization," responded a smiling young woman in a floral dress beside him. "Then I want to be like those big brothers and sisters in the future." "Ha, well said, little one. Such ambition." Laughter erupted around, with the young woman smiling indulgently, her tone gentle. At this moment, the gaze of countless beings, numbering in the billions, across Blue Star civilization was fixated on Chen and his companions. Outside the southern heavenly gate, the massive ancient bronze mirror reflected the figures of Chen and his companions. A red-clad youth, arms crossed, stood by the gate, observing the 5 with keen interest, accompanied by 4 formidable-looking men. Meanwhile, the protagonists, Chen and his companions, were fervently absorbing the surrounding ethereal essence. In the void, a portal shimmered into view, and 5 beams of guiding light emanated from within, enveloping the thrones. Chen felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through him. As the spiritual force in his consciousness surged, Chen, cultivation level, gene lock stage 3, mid 50, cultivation level, soul lock stage 3, mid 50. In this brief moment, the progress of both the gene lock and soul lock ascended to mid-stage. In his mind, a green lotus lamp began to tremble violently, conveying jubilant thoughts to Chen. Humanity's blessings bestow an increase of 1,000 merit points. Humanity's blessings bestow an increase of 2,000 merit points. Humanity's blessings bestow an increase of 3,000 merit points. Humanity's blessings bestow an increase of. In the cosmic web, a headline reading Blue Star War Academy, the unparalleled prodigies at the Ascension platform, surged rapidly up the trending charts, swiftly breaking into the top 100. In the spirit realm, within the holy temple, a sanctuary for countless beings of elemental civilization, on the 7th floor, a young elven girl clad in a white glass dress and adorned with a crystal crown sat leisurely by a pond, her emerald eyes fixed on the reflection of Chen and his companions. Gradually, the image in the pond began to shift, showcasing Chen wielding a silver-long spear, embodying the principle of self-cultivation in adversity and altruism in prosperity. Should I, Chen, one day ascend to the throne of the heavenly court, I shall strive for unity in language, transportation, standards, and ethics, ensuring harmony across the land. Law encompass the universe, aiming to seek welfare for all beings and create a grand unified cosmic civilization. He envisioned a future of shared peace among all races. In the next instant, the silver-long spear pierced through the chest of the elven priestess, granting her a swift release from her mortal coil. Chapter 82 concluded the martial examination. As a radiant beam of light from the BO campus gently enveloped Chen and his companions, guiding them slowly into the portal. Beyond the threshold lay a world shrouded in a misty white haze, indistinct yet infused with an ethereal aura that invigorated them, making them feel their cultivation levels ascend with each breath. A sacred land, indeed, a true sanctuary. Boss, a sacred land, a sacred land. The exuberance of Lu Shu rendered him nearly incoherent. This time, Meihuasher Lu, rarely, refrained from calling him a bumpkin. "Welcome to the BO campus." A voice resonated amidst the fog. Before them appeared a strikingly handsome young man, flashing a radiant smile that revealed his pearly white teeth. "I am Jean Ming, the senior responsible for guiding you." "Hello, Senior Jean. Will we be cultivating in this sacred environment from now on?" Lu Shu inquired eagerly, his gaze fixed upon Jean Ming. "Naturally," Jean Ming replied with a slight smile. "Next, I will assist you in obtaining your student IDs, after which we will proceed to your respective dormitories. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask. I am here to assist." With that, Jean Ming beckoned, and a fully transparent, autonomous flying vessel emerged from the mist. Upon entering the vessel, A robotic flight attendant served them freshly brewed tea and an array of exquisite delicacies. This type of autonomous vessel is ubiquitous on campus. Once you acquire your student IDs, summoning one will be effortless, making travel exceedingly convenient, Jean Ming assured them with a warm smile, adding, "It operates much like the shared bicycles in our high school, but without any charges." Beep. The cabin door has closed. Please state your destination. A melodious female voice chimed within the vessel. To the Academic Affairs Office, Jean Ming responded, and in an instant, the vessel surged into the mist. As they emerged from the fog, Yang Chun finally beheld the world around him. It turned out they had been traversing through the clouds, shielded by the power of the laws, allowing them to tread as if on solid ground. Now, from their lofty vantage point, the campus sprawled beneath them, infinite and seemingly merging with the horizon. Each campus possesses its own airport, with a corresponding student ID. You can embark from any airport on Blue Star to the campus designated on your ID, as there are dedicated flight routes. However, BO campus is unique. It exists as a separate realm, inaccessible by ordinary means. Yet, once you obtain your student IDs, you may command any airport on any planet within the Blue Star civilization, as well as the Interstellar Space Station authorities, to expedite your return to BO campus. Jean Ming elucidated, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. Senior Jean, if memory serves me right, the authorities at the interstellar space stations hold considerable rank. Is it appropriate to use the term command? Lu Shu remarked awkwardly, aware that many officials were affiliated with the Heavenly Court. At Lu Shu's comment, Jean Ming chuckled lightly. Junior, your perspective remains somewhat antiquated. Our current status grants us the dual role of both student and commander. In exigent circumstances, you may indeed wield your student ID to mobilize troops, albeit limited to approximately one synthetic regiment. Mobilizing troops? The mere mention sent shivers through Lu Shu and even Yang Shun and Su Na, who were equally astonished by this revelation. Jean Ming smiled. This information is confidential. It is understandable that you are unaware. The military factions of the Blue Star Civilization are primarily composed of the Heavenly Court, the Demon City War Academy, and our military academy. The 10 great expeditionary forces, Galactic Navy, 4 great Heavenly Gate armies, and Guardians of the Space Ancestral Dragon Great Wall alone comprise billions of elite soldiers. It is implausible to assert that there are no factional divisions. I shall send you a list later. Should you need to mobilize forces, ensure you approach the correct individuals. Such clandestine matters are strictly beyond the comprehension of outsiders, while insiders remain tight-lipped. Had Yang Shun and his companions not entered this circle, they would have lacked even the qualification to be privy to such information. The flying vessel soon arrived at the Academic Affairs Office. If any of you find the process cumbersome, simply hand me your examination permits issued during registration. I can handle the paperwork for you, Jean Ming said, maintaining his amiable demeanor, particularly toward Yang Chun. Then I shall trouble you, Senior, Yang Chun replied with a friendly smile. Recognizing the goodwill extended to him, he felt it necessary to reciprocate. Since we will be in the same campus, please do not hesitate to reach out if you require my assistance. Upon hearing this, Jean Ming paused slightly as he was about to take the permits from them, then smiled broadly. Chairman Yang truly is a person of exceptional caliber. I am reassured by your involvement in our student council. It seems that, regardless of the setting or task, efficiency skyrockets when one encounters a kindred spirit. Before long, 5 student IDs were processed. Similar to the examination permits, these cards were adorned in a striking gold and crimson hue, featuring a sword-shaped pattern at their center, with 2 ancient characters, Qing Ping, inscribed on the reverse. Now that their student IDs were ready, Jean Ming informed them, this card contains access to the campus encyclopedia for various inquiries. Should you require information beyond that, feel free to consult me. He then took out his phone to add them as friends on the Tianwang network. The student ID activates consciousness binding to your soul, allowing it to be stored within your mind. In the event of a life-threatening situation, simply channel your mental energy into it, and it shall save you. Jean Ming emphasized this final point. Thank you, Senior. They chorused as the flying vessel soared forth once again, soon arriving at the dormitory area. From their aerial vantage, Yang Chen and his companions gazed down at a diverse array of castles, villas, courtyards, and even towering luxury hotels, each showcasing distinct architectural styles, leaving them in awe. "Ah, you will soon grow accustomed to it," Jean Ming said, clearing his throat. "In the dormitory area, you may select up to 5,000 square meters of land. You are free to construct whatever you desire within this space, and you may choose up to 50 service robots, all expenses covered by the school. However, should you wish to expand or require additional robots, you will need to cover those costs." At this point, Ji Ming seemed to recall something and glanced at Yang Chen. "If you dislike robots, I also have exotic beings captured from the outer battlefields." Chapter 83. Official Settlement. Various information, no need for Senior Jean. "I find the robots quite satisfactory." Yang Chen forced a smile, lacking any particular fondness for alien servants. "Indeed." Jean Ming nodded, his gaze shifting toward the dormitory area. "By the way, if you five wish to stay closer together, you may choose a plot of land measuring 25,000 square meters, where you can each construct buildings of your liking. If you prefer not to use the school's provided building materials, you may opt to use your own at your own expense, while the school will cover the labor costs." "Senior Jean, where will we reside before our dormitory is completed?" Lu Shu scratched his head, glancing at the assorted buildings below. "Will we be staying in a hotel?" "Certainly not. Have you not noticed that the most abundant structures below are villas?" Jean Ming chuckled. "Within every 5,000 square meter area, there will be a fully furnished villa, which can serve as a temporary residence. Should you find it unsatisfactory later, you may demolish it and build anew." "Wow, this is incredibly extravagant." Lu Shu wiped the corner of his mouth, eager to move in at once. Subsequently, the group selected a 25,000 square meter plot on the map, along with 300 service robots. The additional 50 were a complimentary gift from Jean Ming, free of charge. When the spaceship landed, this vast expanse of land contained nothing but 5 primitive villas and landscape gardens within a kilometer radius. "With such a large area, I lack the inclination to design and decorate. I shall leave it to you ladies." Yang Chen smiled at Su Nuo and the other two, while Lu Shu had already dashed into the villa to explore his dormitory. "All right, leave it to me," Meihua 16 exclaimed excitedly, surveying her surroundings. "I guarantee you won't be disappointed." "Okay, remember to build me a larger training room," Su Nuo said casually, chewing on a lollipop. "Can I participate in the design?" Wang Jia scratched her head, quite wishing for a Disney castle. "Of course, any requirements you have to be brought forth," Meihua 16 said, pulling Wang Jia and Su Nuo toward the villa to discuss the dormitory renovation plan. Watching the three gradually move away, Yang Chen smiled helplessly and turned to Jean Ming. "Thank you, Senior Jean. There's no need for formality. This is merely my duty." Jean Ming replied with a smile, waving his hand. "Our campus courses are quite flexible and entirely open. You can check the specific schedule on the campus network. Besides the mandatory warfare course, you will need to select 6 elective courses. Failing any course is serious. You must at least pass, so I hope you choose wisely." At this point, Jean Ming glanced around and lowered his voice. "If possible, try to avoid the command course. It is laborious and thankless, and can easily lead to trouble. I cannot elaborate further, but just remember this." "Thank you for the reminder, Senior." Yang Chen nodded, inadvertently allowing a transforming herb to slip into Jean Ming's pocket. "Take your time, Senior Jean." Jean Ming paused slightly, but quickly regained his composure, smiling even more broadly at Yang Chen. "If you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to seek me out. My dormitory is located at XXXX. After bidding farewell to Jean Ming, Yang Chen took a deep breath. With each inhalation, the ethereal energy cleansed his physical body and spirit. In that brief moment, both his vitality and mental strength increased slightly. To cultivate in such a sacred environment truly afforded him a significant advantage. Entering the garden before his villa, Yang Chen waved his hand, placing the spiritual trees and springs he had acquired in the secret realm. In this environment, prolonged exposure to ethereal energy might allow them to evolve into celestial trees and celestial springs. Upon entering his villa, Yang Chen was astonished by the luxurious scene before him. In this approximately 800 square meter, 3-story villa, furniture crafted from various spiritual woods and the latest smart appliances from research institutes adorned the space, all resting upon golden silk wood flooring. Is this truly a dormitory for temporary residents? Yang Chen stroked his chin, reflecting on Jin Ming's remark about being able to rebuild if unsatisfied, and shook his head slightly. He realized that his perception of extravagance stemmed from not yet acclimating to this echelon. Recalling the courtyard houses and castles he had seen in the dormitory area, many of which were constructed using celestial materials at personal expense, he mused that this villa might not even compare to a few floorboards from others. With a light chuckle, Yang Chen shifted his focus away from these external trappings and proceeded to the villa's living room. Yang Chen, cultivation level. Gene lock stage 3, mid 50. Spirit lock stage 3, mid 50. Merit points 20,000 during this Ascension platform event. He had garnered a total of 20,000 merit points, marking it as the most bountiful experience yet, ample for his next round of arduous training. Click. He picked up his phone and snapped a picture of his student ID, then opened the Skynet, finally finding time to peruse the dense stream of messages within. Zhang Ming, Yang Chen, I never expected you to actually gain admission to the Blue Star War Academy, and even ascend the platform. I admire you. Su Xiaoyu, image, congratulations, Yang Chen, on your remarkable achievement. You look much more handsome on the Ascension platform than before. By the way, I sent you a package as a congratulatory gift. I hope you come visit me on Huadawa Star soon. Yang Chen was astonished to discover that this event was live-streamed, enabling even Su Xiaoyu, far away on Huadawa Star, to witness it. He wondered if his uncle had seen it. Surely, he would be rendered speechless upon seeing it. Yang Chen couldn't help but smile in delight as he continued to scroll through the messages. Some classmate. Yang Chen, do you remember me? I am homeroom teacher Wang, General Yang. When will you have time to return to school? The school wishes to host a lecture for you. As well as for General Yang. Old Wang truly dares to call him that. What a character. Yang Chen chuckled and replied, I'll contact you when I have time, old class. The moment he sent the message, a typing indicator appeared beneath the recipient's avatar, yet no text followed. Zhang Tian. Selfie Yang Chen. Do you remember me? This message brought to mind a scene from the first semester of sophomore year. A memory of Zhang Tian laughing uncontrollably on the playground as the testing machine displayed the number for body refinement stage 3. Yang Chen shook his head helplessly and replied, I remember. Back in sophomore year, when I tested for body refinement stage 3, you were the one laughing the loudest in class. His friend list was overflowing with classmates from kindergarten whom he hadn't contacted in 800 years. Yang Chen scrolled through a few, then selected all and marked them as read. He then opened the chat window with his uncle. Image uncle. What do you think this is? Chapter 84. Visitors from the celestial realm. As the news spread, there was no immediate response. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. The military discipline was rigorous. Once his uncle received the phone, he would surely reply. At this moment, about several light years away from the southern heavenly gate, enormous interstellar warships were advancing swiftly, a dense torrent of steel stretching for thousands of miles. At the center of the fleet, on the deck of the Eastern Emperor's flagship, a weary-looking young man in black gazed towards the southern heavenly gate. Brother, we should arrive at the southern heavenly gate in a little over 2 hours. Prince Li and the others must be waiting outside the gate now. Indeed. Hearing the young man's words, Xiao Tian slightly nodded, just as he was about to speak. A boisterous voice resonated from behind. Ha ha ha. Second Master, Xiao Tian, come guess how my daughter performed in her martial arts examination. The voice was so loud that it seemed to want to reach everyone aboard the flagship. Xiao Tian, who had been called, smiled helplessly and turned around. I'm not saying this, but could you possibly be any louder? Why not just use a loudspeaker so the entire fleet can hear? Ha ha, it's just excitement. A burly man with a hearty laugh approached. Once we return to Dojiang, I'll throw a banquet that will last 3 days and nights. We brothers won't leave until we're all drunk. Brother, it seems Mei is genuinely overjoyed, Xiao Tian remarked with a smile, then turned to the others behind Mei. Where did Mei's daughter go to take the exam to warrant such happiness? The others behind Mei remained silent, smiling. Mei pointedly gestured. Our leader is keeping his secret. I told you to guess. Why are you asking instead? You, Xiao Tian shook his head. Let me guess. Something that makes you this happy, Must be the Blue Star Military Academy. Yang chuckled. Xiao Tian, what Mei means is for you to guess which campus. Only second master would know. Xiao Tian retorted. A satisfied grin plastered across his face. You wouldn't suggest that your daughter went to the Bayou Island campus. Would you? Xiao Tian mused. Actually, you guessed it right. It is the Bayou campus. Mei's voice was loud enough to draw the attention of many celestial generals aboard the fleet. She just sent me a message saying she wants to build a dormitory, and I immediately sent her 50 million cosmic coins. It must be built well. Mei's mention of 50 million cosmic coins caused many nearby to gasp in surprise. 50 million cosmic coins for a dormitory? Mei, you truly are something else. Xiao Tian exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity. 50 million cosmic coins converts to nearly 500 billion blue star coins, just for a dormitory. Such extravagance. One must never skimp on education. One must never let children suffer. Mei waved his hand dismissively, pulling out his phone to reveal photos sent by Mei Hua 16. But you should see, that lad from the Liu family has also ascended to the celestial platform. Our Dojiang really is a place of remarkable talents. Upon hearing that someone from the Liu family had ascended, Xiao Tian instinctively smiled, taking the phone Mei offered. Indeed, the Liu family is impressive. First Liu Da, and now Liu Heir, each one more talented than the last. Mei turned to discuss with his brothers behind him, oblivious to Xiao Tian's astonished gaze. Brother, look at this. Xiao Tian suddenly appeared before Yang Ge. When Yang Ge saw the photo on the phone, his expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, what a remarkable boy. Yang Ji's words drew the attention of Mei and the others. Second brother, are you being biased? Why are you only praising that lad from the Liu family? Bias? Mei, take a closer look at the person in the middle. Xiao Tian nearly thrust the phone into Mei's face. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Mei scrutinized the image, and the figure of Yang Chen became strikingly familiar. However, it had been over a decade since they last met, and when they did, Yang Chen was but a toddler learning to walk. Mei fell into contemplation, while the others approached curiously to see the image. After a moment, Mei looked uncertainly at Yang Ge, second master. As the collective gaze turned towards him, Yang Ji's lips curled into a slight smile. The weariness he had felt dissipating almost entirely. He spoke softly, that is my wayward nephew. Southern Heavenly Gate. The Eastern Emperor's flagship slowly docked outside the Heavenly Gate. A young man clad in red had been waiting for quite some time. With a few swift movements, he arrived on the flagship's deck. Brother, it's been a while. Princely, I trust you have been well. The two exchanged smiles, and behind the young man in red stood thousands of vigilant soldiers from the Southern Heavenly Gate, their golden crow-space pulse laser cannons primed for action, alongside 36 million unmanned aerial combat craft forming a celestial array. An air of solemnity enveloped the scene as all eyes were drawn to the flagship. Bring him out. Yang Ge commanded calmly. Behind him, Xiao Tian nodded slightly and led Mei and the 6 saints of Mei Mountain deeper into the flagship. Brother, you really are something. Are the arrangements in place? Do not forget about our brother's matter, the young man in red conveyed in a serious tone, though his demeanor remained light-hearted. Yang Ge merely smiled and nodded, a silent understanding passing between them. Soon, a golden beam of light shot up from the depths of the flagship, blindingly bright, exuding an incredible power of law that drew the attention of dozens within the celestial realm. With a rustle, Xiao Tian and the 6 saints of Mei Mountain reappeared, now accompanied by a black-robed figure, bound by chains of law, which confined all his celestial orifices and imprisoned his celestial soul. With each step the black-robed figure took, the sound of the chains echoed ominously. The celestial array activated instantly, a crimson sky enveloping the area, as the Southern Heavenly Gate soldiers maximized their dual-lock power. The Golden Crow pulse laser cannons shimmering ominously, ready to strike at any moment. The black-robed figure yawned lazily, stretching his limbs. You know, with 3 eyes. And that fiery one over there, I must say, your hospitality in the celestial realm is rather lacking. Where's the wine? Chapter 85. Divine Court Trial. What's the matter, monkey? Haven't you had enough of the celestial nectar at the peach banquet? Yang Ge chuckled lightly, but waved his right hand, conjuring a jug of divine brew out of thin air. Here you go. Hey, Three-eyed one, you certainly handle business swiftly. The man in black robe caught the flying jug and drank heartily, exclaiming, refreshing. Now that you've finished, we should hurry along. The young man in red gently shook his head, urging them onward. Hastening to be reincarnated, are we? The black-robed man tossed the empty jug aside. Hands in pockets, his tone brash. Lead the way, old man. You insolent monkey, who are you talking to? The young man in red's eyes flashed with menace, and a powerful aura erupted from him, revealing a six-armed figure behind him, enveloped in crimson flames. The figure uttered cryptic, deep words, I shall incinerate you. Come on, come on, ha ha ha. Seeing this, the man in black was not alarmed, but rather delighted, a flicker of eagerness crossing his face, as if he genuinely wished to experience the sensation of being burned. Enough, enough. There are still matters awaiting trial. Yang Gu stepped forward, halting the imminent conflict. Humph. The young man in red snorted coldly, retracting the figure, which allowed the four burly men behind him to breathe easier, as Li Taizi's true fire was becoming increasingly formidable. Let us proceed. Yang Gu turned his gaze to the man in black, speaking calmly. At the Lingxiao Big Data Center, countless divine thoughts intertwined. This trial will be overseen by the Supreme Justice Deity, with many celestial witnesses, ensuring absolute fairness. You may rest assured, esteemed director. What reason do we have to worry about our meager assets? It is your reincarnation supercomputing platform, with its vast resources, that should be more vigilant, another replied. What are you saying? The most significant losses fall upon the Do Shui Biopharmaceuticals and Shinong Spiritual Medicine base, while our supercomputing platform hardly measures up. Wouldn't you agree? Kingly? You all continue your conversation. I need not be involved. Will that figure from Lingxiao Palace not attend? Such a crucial matter at the horse monitoring office cannot simply be ignored. Cough, cough. Be cautious with your words, everyone. They have arrived. With the final thought expressed, a massive platform rose from the ground before the Lingxiao Big Data Center, dressed in silver armor and a black cloak. Yang Gu sat atop the platform, flanked by rows of solemn law-enforcing deities. Countless figures flickered in the void, all eyes converging on the man in black below. At that moment, he sat leisurely in his chair, occasionally greeting some shadowy figures in the void, causing them to retreat in fright. Noticing the figures avoiding him, the man in black smirked, gazing toward the daunting heavenly steps behind the Lingxiao Big Data Center, a towering structure with an overwhelming 129,600 steps that connected the 33 heavens, each step forged from special laws, emitting a faint, ancient glow. These steps ascended into the endless sea of clouds, closely linked to the firmament, resembling a colossal dragon soaring towards the sky. At the end of these steps lay the Lingxiao Palace. From the platform, Yang Gu declared silence, fixing his gaze on the man in black. O great sage of the demon race, do you comprehend why you have been summoned today? The emphasis on the word summoned elicited a dismissive smile from the man in black. Three-eyed one, spare me the pleasantries. I acknowledge it. With countless gazes directed towards them, Yang Gu followed the protocol and continued, since you acknowledge it, let us clarify matters today. With that, an elderly figure in a white robe slowly ascended the platform, holding a thick tome, looking somewhat helpless as he addressed the man in black. O great sage of the demon race, did you not claim 10,000 boxes of treasures from the Cosmic Research Institute? Indeed, did you not tear apart 36 million intellect data volumes from the reincarnation supercomputing platform? Yes. Did you not release 160 million celestial steeds from the horse monitoring office? Correct. Did you not consume the entirety of the 10,000 acres of ripe peaches of immortality stored for 10,000 years in the peach paradise? Affirmative. And did you not drink several 100,000 tons of celestial nectar at the peach banquet? With each statement from the white-robed elder, the celestial beings present felt a chill, and the man in black's affirmations drew sympathetic glances from the void. Yes, yes, can you not say it all at once? Stop dragging it out. The man in black jested, prompting the white-robed elder to shake his head slightly, though he remained unperturbed and continued. 153,700 bottles of elixirs above celestial grade were lost, and 17,960,000,000 boxes below celestial grade. Did you consume all of them? That was indeed my great sage's doing, quite crispy. The white-robed elder instinctively glanced towards the Heavenly Court Military Academy, hesitant to speak further, hastening his words. Within the Southern Heavenly Gate Legion, 1 million Shin new aerial battlecraft, 16 million swarm drones, 300,000 stealth reconnaissance aircraft, and 100,000 Kunlun warships. Did you single-handedly destroy them all? Yes, indeed. They were as fragile as paper. Taking a deep breath, the white-robed elder felt dizzy and turned to Yonggu at the head of the platform. Your Excellency, I have completed the inquiries. Completed? I hardly think so. Yonggu chuckled coldly, then struck the podium with authority, proclaiming, You audacious demon monkey! The Dojiang Guard sustained a loss of 53,972 brothers during the effort to capture you, and 3,700 starships were damaged. As Yonggu eloquently recounted the extensive losses, the assembled crowd finally grasped the formidable strength of the Dojiang Guard. Such a force could easily defend Blue Star. I concede, but your losses must be claimed from the Heavenly Court. This great sage cannot afford to compensate, and regarding all the previous grievances, I'm unable to pay for any of it. Do as you wish. The man in black, unbothered, reclined with an air of indifference, unperturbed by his fate. Upon hearing this, Yonggu finally settled back into his seat. Since you have acknowledged it, according to the laws of the Heavenly Court, you shall be subjected to slicing and dicing, drowning and burning, pierced by 1,000 arrows, and struck by wind and thunder. Chapter 86. Havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Demonic power ascends enough. Bring forth your contrivances. If I, the great sage, so much as flinch, then I am no hero. These words reverberated, stirring diverse expressions among the onlookers. The white-robed Daoist gently shook his head. True Lord, this simian fiend possesses extraordinary origins and has benefited from celestial emoluments. Having consumed countless elixirs, he has forged an indestructible physique and an imperishable spirit. I fear these punishments will prove futile. Ordinary immortals would perish countless times from mere cleaving and hewing. It is not that the blades of the executioner's platform lack sharpness, but rather that his skull is unyielding. Yonggu stroked his chin, awaiting the forthcoming overture. Presently, the director of the Shui Pharmaceutical Factory spoke. True Lord, our factory has suffered the greatest loss in this matter. To not slay this rogue would be an affront to our indignation. Coincidentally, we recently acquired a fine remedy from a certain cultivation civilization, which would allow us to use this demon as raw material, casting him into the 8 trigrams furnace to refine a golden elixir, achieving 2 ends with 1 stroke. Upon hearing this, the deities present exhibited a variety of expressions, while Yonggu remained pensive. Rest assured, after this incident, my company has sealed all elixirs. Ensuring no further losses occur, the director of Shui Pharmaceutical Factory said, preempting their concerns. If this is the consensus, so be it. Does anyone object? Yonggu inquired. Silence ensued. Since there are no objections, then we shall trouble Shui Pharmaceutical Factory. Yonggu then rose, his form blurring as he vanished, his speed eluding the perception of many deities present. He fled too swiftly. The director of Shui Pharmaceutical Factory muttered, turning his gaze to meet the black-robed figure below. Outside the southern heavenly gate, Yonggu materialized, nodding to the red-clad youth. Xiao Tian and the 6 sages of Myriad had been awaiting his arrival. Second brother, how did it go? All went smoothly. Our losses will be covered by the Heavenly Court's accounts. Upon hearing this, a glint of excitement flashed in their eyes. Excellent. The strength of our Dojiang garrison will surely ascend to new heights. Second brother, the Southern Heavenly Gate space-time transporter is ready. You may depart at any time. The red-clad youth approached, his voice tinged with regret. There was no opportunity this time, but we shall certainly indulge in revelry next time. Yonggu patted the youth's shoulder. Next time, certainly. He then turned to Xiao Tian and the others. This place is fraught with peril. We must depart swiftly. Let us return to Dojiang. Let's return home. Yes, home, they exclaimed in unison. This sojourn had been longer than any before. It was time to return home. As the Southern Heavenly Gate space-time transporter commenced operation, an astounding spatial law fluctuation emanated from the 18 spatial rings. When the spatial law dissipated, Yanggu and his companions had vanished without a trace. The red-clad youth gazed toward the heavenly palace, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He turned to the four burly men behind him. Let's depart. Our Southern Heavenly Gate garrison has emerged victorious this time as well. Daoist biopharmaceutical. Within the 8 trigrams furnace, the black-robed figure revealed a jade-like face, exuding a radiant glow. The reconstituted celestial body, a marvel of creation. To witness it today is to know its reputation is well-deserved. To have reached such a level of cultivation in a mere decade is truly astounding. Outside the furnace, several researchers in white coats wore expressions of awe. Behind them, the director of Daoist biopharmaceutical remained impassive. Humans are the spirits of all creation. For their intentionality is the most potent, capable of perceiving the heavens and uniting with the celestial realm. Demons are the essence of all creation, for they are born with traces of Tao and principle within them. Innate deities have awakened their 6 senses and comprehended Tao and principle ex nihilo. It is truly the envy of us mortals. The researchers immediately launched into discussion. If we could refine his 6 senses and extract the Tao and principle, could we not also become innate deities? Academician G speaks with reason. This might be feasible. However, we cannot easily act within this furnace. We beseech. They turned to find the director had vanished. A tranquil atmosphere, like ink dropped into clear water, began to suffuse the laboratory. From within the furnace, the black-robed figure's voice cut through the silence. You wish to refine my 6 senses? You jest. Ha ha. The chains of law binding the black-robed figure began to crack. One by one, as these chains shattered, a terrifying surge of power, like a slumbering behemoth awakening, erupted within the furnace. A deafening roar shook the heavens as the furnace lid exploded, sending shards flying in all directions. Simultaneously, a torrent of savage, bloodthirsty demonic energy surged skyward, piercing the firmament. This demonic power, like a violet pillar of light, pierced the heavens and the earth, its might causing the surrounding space to tremble. Winds raged, lightning flashed, and at the center of this maelstrom, the black-robed figure began to transform. No, no, heavenly soldiers, heavenly generals, someone help, save me. I am academician Ji Yuan of the Research Institute. Though the researchers possessed the cultivation of 6th-order primordial spirits, they lacked combat prowess. Under this terrifying demonic energy, they cannot even stand firm. Ha 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 ha! Laughter echoed from within the violet light. The sound waves instantly shattered everything in their path. The researchers, bleeding from every orifice, were killed on the spot. Warning! Warning! Demonic invasion detected. Danger level high. The alarms blared throughout Daoist biopharmaceutical as countless armored soldiers rushed to the scene. A figure emerged from the violet light, adorned with a phoenix-winged purple-gold crown, clad in golden chainmail, and shod in lotus silk cloud-walking boots, wielding a golden staff. He gazed upon the 8 trigrams furnace, a defiant smile playing on his lips. Brother Bull, I, the great sage, shall not break my promise to grant you the blessed land of the flaming mountains. Chapter 87. 1,000 years is too long. Only seize the day alarm. Alarm. Detection of an imminent attack by the demon race. Threat level. Critical. The alarm echoed from the Daoist biological pharmaceuticals, gradually resonating throughout the heavenly palace. Release. At the command of the silver-armored celestial general, a swarm of unmanned drones in the celestial firmament coalesced, unleashing beams of energy lasers directly towards the purple light beam. Oh dear, is this merely a tickle? Surprisingly pleasant came a voice. Just as it fell, the once arrow-like lasers shot into the purple beam instantaneously rebounded, illuminating the sky like a splendid firework display, as aircraft plummeted like raindrops from the heavens. In the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A fierce wind howled. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as torrential rains cascaded down. Wind god, rain master, thunder deities, if we speak of loyalty, It must be you esteemed gods who have graced the divine list. Ha ha ha. A rebellious laughter resounded within the heavenly palace, but with just a handful of you here, it won't suffice. Demon monkey, do not be so arrogant. A colossal golden tower descended from the heavens, emanating waves of authoritative power, encircling the purple beam in rippling patterns. Roar! Tens of thousands of celestial soldiers formed a battle array, a silver-white tiger roaring with an indomitable spirit. Oof! Ha! The sound of two authoritative voices reverberated against the purple beam, dimming it by a third. Zhenglun, Chun-Chi, I never expected you two would join this fray. Demon monkey, you waste the heavenly blessings. Today, your soul shall scatter. Oh, is that so? I eagerly awaited. A figure gradually emerged from the purple beam. Are we all gathered? If so, I shall commence. Boom! A violent and formidable pressure erupted from the purple beam. A colossal pillar shot upwards, as if to pierce the heavens, threatening to topple the golden tower above. This spectacle caused the countenance of all celestial beings present to shift dramatically. This power, tens of thousands of celestial soldiers shouted in unison. The white tiger roared. The divine powers of the gods surged forth, as weak waters transformed into dragons. Fierce winds became claws, and thunder served as scales. In an instant, the roar of tigers and the chant of dragons erupted, unleashing immeasurable divine might towards the purple beam. Kulme. In the next moment, the colossal pillar crashed down, sweeping through the multitude. The silver-white brilliance intertwined with the lightning-clad dragon in the skies. Colliding with the rampant demon energy, a terrifying shockwave erupted, engulfing all directions. Boom, 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 boom. In a fleeting moment, the battle turned brutal. The terrifying force of the laws reduced the surrounding palaces to dust. When the dust settled, a ray of sunlight illuminated the sky, clouds dispersed, thunder ceased, and the rain cleared, leaving shattered weapons drifting in the wind. You all are quite lacking. A mocking voice emerged as a figure stepped forth from the purple beam, performing a somersault to land directly before the Lingxiao Big Data Center. Bang! With a resounding crash, the high platform originally intended for judgment was reduced to ruins by a golden rod. Gazing upon the stairway to heaven, at its pinnacle lay the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. We are born free. Who dares to stand above us? The figure laughed wildly, ascending the stairs, and with a flourish of the golden rod, inscribed a grand phrase before the Lingxiao Big Data Center. 8,000 years is too long. Only seize the day. Old Emperor, your great sage grandfather has arrived. At this moment, before the Lingxiao Palace. Report, Your Majesty, the demon monkey is ascending the heavenly stairs, heading directly for the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, currently at the 22nd heaven, and the 28 constellations have been dispatched to capture it. Report, Your Majesty, the 28 constellations have been defeated, their physical forms destroyed, and their true spirits have returned to the divine list, now reincarnating in the limitless merit pool. The demon monkey has reached the 23rd heaven. Report, Your Majesty, Princely, has been defeated, and the demon monkey has ascended to the 26th heaven. Report, Your Majesty, the celestial beings from the Blue Star Military Academy have been defeated. The demon monkey has reached the 28th heaven. Report, Your Majesty, the celestial beings from the Magic City Military Academy have been defeated. The demon monkey has reached the 29th heaven. Report, Your Majesty, there has been no movement from the Heavenly Court Military Academy. The demon monkey has reached the 30th heaven. Report, the 4 great Heavenly Gate armies have come to the rescue, but the demon monkey has now reached the 31st heaven, heading straight for the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. We shall fight to our deaths. Observing the celestial generals stepping forward one by one to report, a vague figure at the top of the palace chuckled softly. Among the myriad celestial beings in the heavenly court, which of the gods is not immensely powerful? Yet here they are, so easily pushed to the palace's threshold by this demon monkey. These individuals truly cannot wait. Your Majesty, shall we move to the jade pool? Asked a white-robed elder participating in the public trial. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the military academy will soon come to apprehend the demon monkey. No need. The figure gently shook his head, enveloped in an enigmatic aura of law. rendering his form indistinct. What is destined to come has arrived. There is no need to wait for those who have yet to appear. Upon hearing this, the white-robed elder abruptly raised his head. Your Majesty, since everyone wishes to witness my current reality, let them see clearly. The calm declaration left the white-robed elder in shock. Your Majesty, there is no need for such actions. I am willing. You cannot. The figure's words cut through the elder's protests. The heavenly court and the sacred hall are reigniting the flames of war. Besieged on all sides, my main forces have been dispatched to the outer battlefield. They have calculated every detail, and the blade they have chosen is swift and lethal. The light, airy tone left the white-robed elder with a complex expression. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Court Military Academy, in the principal's office, an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit bore a cold demeanor, pouring tea for the two individuals before him. My two junior brothers, what brings you such leisure to seek me for tea and chess today? Opposite him sat a stern-looking middle-aged man and a handsome young man in a green robe, their teacups overflowing with tea. Tea overflowing for guests. Are you not welcoming us, senior brother? The middle-aged man expressed his dissatisfaction, waving his arm as the spilled tea vanished instantly. Since you are aware, why not depart? In the next moment, the elderly man's cold words sliced through the atmosphere like a chilling wind, freezing the tension in the room. Seeing this, the young man in the green robe smiled. As brothers, let's not be so confrontational. Then I asked my two junior brothers to first lift the spatial isolation of my Heavenly Court Military Academy. Chapter 88, Shattering the Firmament. Unrestrained and arrogant after centuries of separation, my fellow disciples, it is only fitting that we indulge in tea and chess within a tranquil environment. The middle-aged man spoke in a calm tone, his gaze unwavering. Indeed, brother, such an opportunity is rare. The elder's expression remained as indifferent as ever as he regarded the middle-aged man and the young man in a blue robe. Do you truly wish to proceed down this path? After countless years of cultivation, have you still not grasped the essence of flowing with the currents of fate? Destiny cannot be defied. The greater forces cannot be reversed. This is the way of heaven. While destiny may not be immutable, it is not without contest. In the end, who can ascertain where destiny will ultimately rest? The young man chuckled, stating that the esteemed Ji Wuong does not embody destiny itself. As these words were spoken, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Within the confines of the office, the space began to morph gradually. Brother, it has been millennia since the Heavenly Court Assembly was convened beyond the 33 heavens. The middle-aged man remarked, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. Are you referring to the Heavenly Court of Blue Star Civilization, or that of the G family? Upon uttering this, time seemed to halt, and the surroundings appeared to be ensnared by an unexpected stillness, as colors swiftly drained away, leaving behind a stark contrast of black and white. Alas! The young man's sigh shattered the silence, as four swords radiating an ominous aura emerged, hovering menacingly in the space around them, reminiscent of a dark inferno from the depths of the netherworld. The sword blades were entwined with swirling black smoke and a ghastly crimson glow, instilling dread in all who beheld them. With the emergence of the four swords, an immense array materialized, swiftly enveloping the entirety of the black and white realm. The runes within the array flickered with an eerie luminescence, resonating with the four swords, exuding an overwhelming malevolence, compelling all to bow before its might. In the void, an ancient tower appeared, emanating a yellowish glow that enveloped the elder, safeguarding him. The G family's destiny remains intact. Any reckless attempts to incite calamity are ultimately futile, mere illusions that cannot manifest. Rest assured, brother, we shall not resort to such extremes unless absolutely necessary. The middle-aged man spoke with steady resolve, his countenance resolute, holding a white jade rui in his left hand and an ancient flag in his right. 32 heavens prior, tens of thousands of armored warriors stood ready in a formidable formation, while a colossal crimson-feathered firebird circled above, its blazing wings staining the sky crimson, occasionally emitting a clear, resonant cry that echoed through the clouds. Old Emperor of Heaven, Your hospitality in the heavenly court pales in comparison to that of my flower and fruit mountain. The figure of the demon sage strode confidently upon the heavenly stairs, gradually revealing the magnificent Ling Shao palace above. Demon Saint, it is not too late to withdraw. A strikingly handsome, silver-armored general stepped forward, his voice booming with authority, his aura radiating celestial light, revealing him as a true immortal. "Oh, who might you be, little immortal?" "I am the Emperor's close attendant, the general of the curtain." "Ah, I see, just a security chief." The mocking words caused the silver-armored general's expression to turn icy. "Demon monkey, you seek death." In the next moment, celestial light erupted as the general swung his arm violently, wielding a demon-subduing staff that descended upon the demon saint with the force of a mountain, accompanied by a thunderous roar. "How much does the old emperor pay you each month? Why risk your life?" With that, the demon saint brandished his golden staff defiantly, unleashing a dazzling beam of golden light, resembling a roaring golden dragon, that met the descending demon-subduing staff head-on. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the air as the two collided, sending shockwaves that visibly rippled outward. The silver-armored general remained unfazed, swiftly raising his left hand to point at the demon saint, unleashing a torrent of powerful rule-based energy that ensnared him in an invisible net. Celestial art, turning stone into gold. The demon saint's form faltered, his body slowly stiffening under the influence of this rule-based force, ultimately transforming into a lifeless golden statue, rooted in place. Witnessing the general's success, the tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers erupted in triumphant cheers, seizing the hard-won opportunity as the crimson-feathered firebirds surged forward, aiming to engulf the golden figure. The fiery blaze relentlessly consumed the golden man, gradually reducing him to a molten state. A glimmer of delight flashed in the silver-armored general's eyes as he prepared to collect the golden liquid. Yet, the next moment, a teasing voice emerged from the liquid. "Not bad. Not bad. This experience is quite marvelous." The golden liquid began to flow, reshaping itself, though the once smooth visage of the demon saint remained a stony hue. This rule-based power is indeed insidious and difficult to dispel. Security Chief, you play well. You even possess divine powers, celestial arts. Realizing that even celestial arts were insufficient to subdue his opponent, the silver-armored general's expression darkened. "Demon monkey, you have attained the indestructible golden body. At the 7th stage of immortality, your corporeal form is impervious, and your soul is indestructible. Such a state is nearly unattainable for all but the most formidable practitioners." The celestial beings from Blue Star War Academy and Magic City War Academy, one by one, failed to contribute effectively, allowing the adversary to reach this point. Cursed be it. What are those individuals from the Heavenly Court War Academy doing? In the spirit of reciprocity, Security Chief, I shall grant you a true divine power. Observe closely. As the words fell, an astonishing surge of rule-based energy erupted, akin to a volcano in eruption, its power immense enough to threaten to tear the very fabric of this realm. The figure, originally a mere meter and 30 centimeters tall, expanded at an astonishing rate, rapidly transforming into a colossal presence, towering like a mountain that pierced the clouds. The stony hue faded from its visage, replaced by an unparalleled majesty and dominance that transcended the 33 heavens, confronting the Lingshao Palace directly. The shadow cast by its form loomed over the multitude of heavenly soldiers, causing the silver-armored general to step back instinctively, his eyes wide with astonishment. The laws of heaven and earth. In the next moment, the massive right foot descended with a thunderous crash upon the ground, unleashing an overwhelming tidal wave of energy that swept forth like a cataclysmic tsunami, obliterating all in its wake. Then, a voice like a resounding bell reverberated throughout the heavenly palace. "Old Emperor of Heaven, come forth at once." Chapter 89. Who can stand in the way of this finger? A voice, serene yet resonant, echoed from within the hall, where a vague silhouette loomed high upon the throne, gazing at the colossal demon before him. The laughter that followed was akin to the thunder of the heavens, reverberating through the hall and causing the deities present to change countenance, hastily activating their protective auras, as if they were but a solitary boat adrift amidst a tempest. What other purpose could there be? It is simply to witness the grandeur of the ruler of the celestial court. The demon saint proclaimed, his voice booming like a bell. Yet, at this moment, should I refer to you as the celestial emperor or Chairman G? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the divine beings shifted dramatically, with several collapsing in shock. The celestial emperor is I, and the chairman is also I. Regardless of the title, it matters not. The vague figure responded with an indifferent tone, seemingly unfazed by the mockery embedded in the inquiry. I have long heard of the Blue Star Civilization, which prides itself on democracy, adhering to the resolutions of the Celestial Court Council as the highest principle. Might I inquire, Chairman G, is this true or not? The demon saint continued, his voice resonating throughout the heavenly palace, although this time, his tone bore a distinct weight. This question rendered the vague figure silent for an extended period, as his gaze pierced through the demon saint to the obscured figures lurking behind him. What if it is true, and what if it is not? The vague figure spoke, as though conversing with those shadowy figures through the demon saint. The Celestial Court Council was originally the supreme decision-making body of the Blue Star Civilization, upholding the principles of following the will of the people and valuing the opinions of the commoners, presided over by the chairman, who welcomed diverse viewpoints. Any significant decision ought to be enacted through a voting process. Yet now, it has devolved into a mere autocracy of your G family, with even your G Martial King augmenting the title of chairman with the honorific of Celestial Emperor. Prior to entering the technological era, the Blue Star Civilization had already overthrown the imperial system. Is it not a regress of civilization to arrogantly adopt such titles, thereby obliterating the efforts of our ancestors? Seeing the other remain silent, the demon saint bellowed, his voice resounding through the 33 heavens. G Martial King, do you not recognize your transgressions? G Martial King, do you not recognize your transgressions? G Martial King, do you not recognize your transgressions? Within the 33 heavens, silence reigned, save for the thunderous voice of the demon saint. It had been tens of millennia since the name G Martial King had been uttered. I feared I might forget it myself. The vague figure lamented, shaking his head gently, refraining from directly addressing any of the demon saint's inquiries. Then, the indistinct silhouette rose slowly from the throne as all laws dissipated, revealing an unremarkable youth, seemingly an ordinary mortal, utterly devoid of distinction. However, the moment the youth's true form emerged, tears of blood streamed forth from the demon saint's formidable eyes, cascading like a torrential flood from the boundless heavens above, forming a lake of blood below. In the agricultural era, the call to overthrow imperial rule and slay the landlords was merely to stave off hunger. In the technological era, capital becomes a voracious beast, establishing class systems that drain the lifeblood of the lower strata, reducing billions of the Blue Star's populace to blood slaves or beasts of burden. Each day, the masses wander like zombies, numb and oblivious. It is my G family that rose to challenge the capitalists, severing the heads of the vampires, unleashing the first roar that awakened the masses, uniting to dismantle the night city and reconstruct order. In the era of spiritual revival, with the forbidden zones awakening and order collapsing, alien races threatened, the ember of civilization flickered precariously. At that time, it was also my G family, it was I, who stepped forth to lead the populace of Blue Star, suppress the forbidden zones, resist the alien incursion, forge the god list, and decree the gods, driving the Blue Star to suppress the galaxy, expanding territories until we conquered an entire Azure Star domain, truly ushering civilization into the galactic era. Becoming the overlord of the cosmos, I provide sustenance for the populace. I grant them laws for protection. I offer them hope, and I bestow upon them a future. Yet now, you seek to oppose me? What reasoning lies in this? The masses harbor self-interest, and the so-called Celestial Court Council only serves to hinder the advancement of civilization. With the populace trailing behind, I shall lead, I shall decide, I shall bear the weight of the entire civilization. I alone am sufficient. The calm words seemed imbued with a certain rule, compelling all to perceive that it ought to be so. It is only natural it should be this way. G. Marshall King, you are indeed obstinate. What qualifications do you possess to determine the fate of the masses? The voice of the demon saint rose, yet it was hoarse and strained, a struggle to articulate. I certainly possess the qualifications. My decisions are the best for the populace of Blue Star. What a farce! Your will imposed upon an entire civilization is nothing short of a catastrophe, a man-made disaster. As the words trailed off, his throat ruptured, crimson blood cascading like a waterfall. Yet swiftly, certain rules began to coalesce, restoring the demon saint's once injured eyes and throat to their former state. The youth regarded the scene before him with indifference, shaking his head gently. Ever since the founding of the Celestial Court, I have refrained from intervening, and as millennia have passed, you all seem unable to remain still, do you? Maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, the youth chuckled lightly, raising a hand in resignation. Since you wish to witness, I shall grant you a spectacle, allowing all races of the universe, all celestial beings of Blue Star Civilization, and all the gods upon the list to behold. The demon saint, rendered immobile, felt as though the very world commanded him to remain still. The youth raised his right hand, extending a long, jade-like index finger, gently pointing forward. In an instant, the laws trembled and the heavens shook violently. This single gesture represented the collective fate of billions of lives within the Blue Star Civilization, the boundless fortune of 96 billion light-years of territory, and the immeasurable destiny of 129,600 realms. Who could oppose this? At this moment, all eyes were upon him. The divine kingdom, the demon tower, the azure sky, the sanctum, the true self-sect. Leaders from countless civilizations raised their heads in unison. All individuals of the Blue Star Civilization who had attained the celestial realm felt a stirring in their hearts, gazing upwards with expressions of horror. The god list trembled violently. The deities upon it sensed their divine power surging rapidly, a tumultuous wave rising over the sea of boundless merit. All forbidden zones fell silent. At the headquarters of the Celestial Mandate, an elder with white whiskers gazed thoughtfully, rising slowly. At the Celestial Court War Academy, a detached elder observed the complex expressions of the two before him, stating, "The mandate of heaven endures. You are fated to labor in vain." Chapter 90. A misunderstanding, alas. Is the Heavenly Emperor intent on silencing me? That 160 million celestial steeds have all fallen into the hands of his expeditionary army. Sun Chi-Tian trembled violently. This was the first time since his enlightenment that he confronted death head-on. At this moment, it felt as if he had returned to the past, the time when he sought the guidance of the slanting moon and the 3 stars, enduring countless trials to finally arrive at the path. Regardless of whether he had attained enlightenment, the sensation of facing his master remained the same, as if the master embodied the very essence of the path. In a swift motion, the rules of the great Tao manifested. If the Tao decrees your death, how can you escape it? Master, save me. A finger loomed large before him, the rhythm of the Tao spreading around him. With a mere touch, he could cease to exist. Hold, chairman. In the next moment, a voice as melodious as celestial music resonated in Sun Chi-Tian's ears, instantly reassuring him. A milky white halo appeared between the outstretched finger and Sun Chi-Tian, and behind him emerged a towering figure clad in white robes, a venerable Daoist with a long beard. My disciple is in peril. How could I, as your master, stand idly by? Wukong, I have come to assist you. Master, you have arrived? Sun Chi-Tian's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. It is fated. One cannot evade this calamity. This is the will of heaven, so there is no need for alarm. I have my arrangements. The white-bearded Daoist spoke softly, calming Sun Chi-Tian's trembling heart. Oh, I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be Counselor Su, King Jiwang said, his expression unperturbed. This monstrous monkey has committed heinous crimes. You cannot take him away. With that, the milky white halo dimmed slightly. I, Su Putian, am no longer merely a counselor. The white-bearded Daoist gently shook his head. I urge you, Chairman. to spare my disciple's life in consideration of a long-standing cooperation between my heaven's chosen and the celestial court. Allow me to take him back for proper guidance." King Jiwuwang's expression remained unchanged, his tone devoid of emotion. "That is not permissible. I, as a representative of the heavens chosen, am willing to donate all military funds for this expedition. I beseech the chairman to show leniency." King Jiwuwang pondered in silence. "And cover all losses incurred by the Imperial Horse Monitor. The celestial steeds are considered a form of hard currency among the myriad races of the universe, with each one being of significant value. 160 million celestial horses is an insurmountable debt, and speaking such words was clearly a self-indictment. The heads of the Blue Star and Magic City military academies had already come to the Celestial Court for assistance, and were currently engaged in tea and chess with Principal Li at the Celestial Court's military academy. Both school students had performed poorly during this misunderstanding, and afterward, the two principals would surely impose rigorous training to ensure that such incidents would not recur. "Your Majesty, the Yaoqi Holy Land reports that they have located 1,000 boxes of peaches hidden by the monstrous monkey, willing to reward the Celestial Court's expeditionary army." Within the hall, the white-robed Daoist had just received the message. "Your Majesty, the Cosmic Research Institute has also discovered 5,000 boxes of treasures hidden by the monstrous monkey, which they are willing to donate. Your Majesty, the Shenong Spirit Herb Base has. Your Majesty, the Reincarnation Supercomputing Platform has." As the white-robed Daoist's voice continued, King Jiwuwang retracted his finger, the laws enveloping him, and his form once again became indistinct, returning to his celestial throne. "Since it is a misunderstanding, let's take him back and discipline him properly." "Thank you, Chairman." The white-bearded Daoist smiled slightly, waving his whisk, dispelling the heavenly laws, and both vanished from their original positions. After they departed, the white-robed Daoist gazed at the celestial throne, hesitating for a moment. "Your Majesty, shall this matter be resolved as such, or should we still—" "No need," came the calm voice, entirely unconcerned with the day's events. "As long as I still hold the list of deities and occupy the esteemed position of 99 human sovereign, no one within the Blue Star civilization can stir up trouble. At present, we have more pressing matters. We cannot allow for excessive internal strife within the civilization. Your Majesty is benevolent." King Jiwuwang sat upon the celestial throne, his gaze deep and contemplative. Meanwhile, billions of light years away, within the elemental civilization's highest sanctum. "Sister, this Blue Star civilization is quite dull. I thought they would engage in battle. Hee." A young elf girl clad in a black glass dress bore a radiant smile as she gazed at the reflections on the water's edge, her expression one of profound disappointment. As the opposing side faced enemies from all directions, the expeditionary army was about to clash with our sanctum, thus they would not engage in internal strife. Beside her, amidst swirling mists, a golden-haired elf girl slowly rose from the depths of the pool, the sound of water rippling around her, her graceful figure flawless. Dressed in a golden glass gown, she soon completed her attire, her gaze serene as she looked beyond the sanctum. At the foot of the sacred mountain, a vast plain was filled with numerous elemental races bowing in reverence to the sanctum. The Fire Spirit clan has been rather restless lately. They even sent only a handful of stragglers to the pilgrimage. Hee, they are indeed restless. I shall command the sanctum's law enforcement team to execute their current clan leader and all associated with him. Would that be acceptable, sister? The black dress girl wore a smile akin to an innocent angel, yet her words were as chilling as a biting wind, utterly ruthless. With the battle imminent, that is not advisable. Let's send them as vanguards instead. It would be an excellent opportunity to test the mettle of this expeditionary army from the Celestial Court. Very well. However, sister, the 7th-tier white priest has discovered a rather intriguing young man from the Blue Star civilization. What do you mean? The golden-haired elf girl turned. Curiosity piqued. The black-dress elf giggled, her delicate hand waving gently at the water's edge, revealing a hazy scene that gradually became clear. It was the moment Yang Chen pierced through the priestess, followed by the ascension platform. Just a young man, boasting naively, the golden-haired elf girl replied calmly. Even seeing Yang Chen on the ascension platform failed to stir her emotions. Such unparalleled prodigies rarely stepped onto the Ascension platform. Yet Blue Star Civilization had at least 5 such individuals each year. Given her status, she was comparable to King Ji Wuong's position within Blue Star Civilization. She and the current Yang Chun belonged to entirely different realms. Speaking of which, the White Priest was merely momentarily inspired. I specifically divined for this individual. Yet the outcome was blood from 7 orifices, his spirit wounded, and he is currently recuperating in the Sanctum's infirmary. Is that so? The golden-haired girl frowned slightly. What did she foresee? The White Priest cultivation was formidable, on par with a half-step immortal of the Blue Star Civilization, and she excelled in divination. How could she be so severely backlashed by a trifling third-tier cultivator? At this moment, the golden-haired girl found her interest piqued. Her gaze fixated on Yang Chen in the water. Chapter 91. Attention from a great being of the Tao of Destiny within the dormitory at BO campus. Yang Chen leisurely perused the dazzling array of courses on the campus network. In addition to the mandatory war course, he needed to select 6 additional courses, the performance in which would determine his final grade each year. For these 7 courses, there was an opportunity for a retake after failing once. But failing the retake or the war course would result in demotion to another campus. The selection of courses is crucial, Yang Chen mused, stroking his chin. He opened the student union forum and saw many people discussing course selection. However, other campuses differed from BO campus, requiring only 3 elective courses. After browsing the chat logs, Yang Chen first selected a weapon forging course. He had personally crafted a soul weapon and believed he had a knack for it. The foreign language course was also a must, as he enjoyed learning languages to facilitate intercultural communication. The courses at Blue Star War Academy were remarkably flexible. As long as one completed the predetermined coursework, one could achieve high scores at the end of the semester, regardless of attendance. After careful consideration, Yang Chun chose weapon forging, alchemy, foreign language, array formation, jurisprudence, and command. Although many considered the command course a pitfall, Yang Chen felt that his ability to activate God mode made it too tempting to pass up. Just as he was about to close the forum after submitting his selections on the campus network, Mei Hua Shirlu from the School Student Union Presidium sent a regional planning map. Mei Hua Shirlu, my dad gave me 50 million universe coins. Don't hold back, everyone. Let me know if you need anything. I've already applied to the school to purchase immortal materials at my own expense. Lu Shu, thank you, Sister Shirlu. I am at your service. Could I possibly get a 3D arcade? Wang Ding, holy crap, you guys are so rich. I wish we had chosen land together when we selected dormitories. Fang Outyan, is 50 million a lot? I plan to ask my dad for 500 million universe coins to buy all the land from our area to Chairman Yang's and build the student union headquarters with immortal materials. Seeing Fang Outyan's message, Yang Chun was slightly surprised by his family's wealth. Han Bing, no wonder you suggested decentralized land selection surrounding Chairman Yang's area. So that was your intention. I support you. Wang Jia, Fang Outyan, stop bragging. Have you ever even seen 500 million universe coins? Mei Hua Shirlu, Fang Outyan. You're provoking me. If you really bring out 500 million universe coins, I'll buy immortal beasts to guard the headquarters. Wang Jia, I'm in. Fang Outyan deal. Yang Chun smiled and shook his head as he watched the messages in the group. Indeed, with more talented individuals in the organization, many tasks no longer required his personal attention. This scene was fully reflected in the water pool. The academic system of the Blue Star Civilization is quite intricate. It must be said that they excel in education. The blonde girl nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on Yang Chun. Sister, is it really appropriate for us to continuously peep at that? What was it called again? The black-skirted girl patted her head. Then her eyes lit up. All right, I remember now, it's called a pure college boy. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? I think you're just worried about your karma. The blonde girl gently waved her jade hand, and the scene disappeared, restoring the water pool to its original state. It's too far away. Watching such an interesting person on Bo Island is simply a buff overload. The black-skirted girl pouted unhappily, then curiously looked at the blonde girl. Are we going to kill him? Hearing the black-skirted girl's words, the blonde girl hesitated for a moment and slowly shook her head. He is in the ancestral star of the Blue Star Civilization, and on Bo Island. With the power of merit surrounding him, I cannot see him clearly. If you want to kill him, You must descend in your true form." The black-skirted girl stuck out her tongue and said nothing more. For someone of her status, to descend to Blue Star in true form would invite attacks from other civilizations. As for the blonde girl, she would be targeted by all civilizations the moment her true form left the boundaries of the elemental civilization. However, "I really want to meet him in person." The blonde girl's voice rang out again, causing the black-skirted girl's face to fall. "Sister, it's already so difficult for those who are going to die, and you still want those who are alive. Let fate decide," the blonde girl said indifferently. When she looked at Chen earlier, she had an impulse to bring him over, but the heavenly Tao of the spiritual realm had reminded her in time. The girl shook her head slightly. With the Great War imminent and her special status concerning the entire civilization, she could not afford any mistakes. This conversation caused a flutter in Chen's heart, despite being billions of light years away. He broke out in a cold sweat, feeling an immense terror in the dark. The emerald-green lotus lamp in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. Encountered a great being of the Tao of Destiny spying, consumed 10,000 merit points to protect the body. The sudden prompt startled Chen. A great being of the Tao of Destiny? How could he possibly attract the attention of such an existence? At the same time, the azure-robed youth who had just returned to Bio Island's expression changed. He looked up at the sky, seemingly sensing something, and snorted coldly. A cyan longsword flew out of his hand and into Bio Palace, enveloping the array that covered the entire island, instantly emitting a shimmering light. These alien races are truly tiresome. Today was already annoying enough, the youth thought, growing angrier. With a wave of his hand, a black banner flew out of Bio Palace. Countless figures floated on the banner's surface, eerie beyond compare. Beneath the banner, 6 blood-red streamers gently swayed. With a stroke of his pen, he inscribed those who spied on this place earlier. Then, with a flash, he arrived in front of Bio Palace, threw the banner to a student, and ordered, "Shake it. Shake it hard. Shake it for a day, without stopping." The student, dressed in a school uniform with a school badge, had long ears, revealing his alien race. Hearing the youth's words, he dared not hesitate and began shaking the banner on the spot, attracting the attention of many students around. The long-eared boy's face turned pale. Each time he shook the banner, he felt as if countless ghosts were wailing in his ears, draining his spirit. After only 3 shakes, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Chapter 92. 3 cups of penalty wine. This scene elicited varying expressions from those around, yet none stepped forward to offer assistance. The young man in the blue robe let out a cold laugh, stowing away the banner and striding directly into the Bayou Palace. These exchange students from foreign tribes were utterly restless, lingering about as if I were blind. "Today, I shall provide you with a lesson, a twofold strike." As the young man entered the palace, a formation quietly enveloped the surroundings, for ominous swords lay in wait at the cardinal points, gathering their strength, merely biding their time. At the pinnacle of the sacred hall, the once crystal-clear pool of water suddenly erupted with a disconcerting black radiance, as if tainted and corrupted by a mysterious force. The inky light spread swiftly through the water, rendering the pool a pitch-black abyss. Simultaneously, a faint yet exceptionally foul stench slowly wafted from the depths, spreading through the air like a plague, inducing nausea in those nearby. Damn it! This unforeseen turn of events caused the girl in the black dress to grow cold in countenance. Just as she was about to take action, she was restrained by the blonde girl beside her, who waved her delicate hand gently, restoring the pool to its former state. "Enough! They are merely luring you into a trap. The one wielding the controlling technique is nothing but a puppet. Why bother with them?" The blonde girl shook her head lightly, her gaze drifting to the unconscious member of the long-ear tribe at the far side. At this moment, the demon star was more than 3 months past the summons of Sun Chi-Tian to the heavenly court. With the return of the great sage, the battle between the celestial beings and demons had reached its conclusion. However, unlike before, a towering mountain resembling 5 fingers, known as the 5 Elements Mountain, had descended beside the flower and fruit mountain, emanating a spiritual aura that rivaled the latter. Together, they birthed a hint of celestial spirit, suggesting the emergence of a sacred land. The demon star trembled as various demon tribes flocked to pay their respects to the recently returned great sage from the heavenly court. Marshal Lu Er and General Ba stood before Flower and Fruit Mountain, flanked by 100,000 spirits arranged in 2 lines. Each arriving demon recited their offerings, their voices resonating throughout the vicinity. The great sage Ping Tian, the bull demon king, presented a box of banana leaves and 100 billion cosmic coins. The great sage Fu Hai, the flood dragon king, offered 100 bottles of deep-sea spiritual medicine and 10 boxes of rare treasures. The great sage Han Tian, the rock demon king, gifted a pair of wind and thunder wings and 10 heavenly cloud blossoms. The great sage Ishan, the lion camel king, contributed a heavenly magnetic sacred mountain. The great sage Tong Feng, the monkey king, provided a volume of immortal technique, 3 mystical winds. The great sage Chu Shan, the ape king, donated a pair of treasure bottles of the void and a soul command banner. The subordinate demon kings of Flower and Fruit Mountain collectively contributed 72 billion cosmic coins. Within the lively Flower and Fruit Mountain, a multitude of demons gathered. Inside the water curtain cave, the 7 great sages sat together, surrounded by an array of immortal pills, peach essence, divine fruits, and delicacies, all spread across the cave, with various spirits serving them, creating a scene of revelry that dazzled the eyes. My dear brother, your return has indeed aided me greatly. A robust man, adorned with 2 horns, was heartily laughing as he clapped Sun Qitian on the shoulder. This flame mountain has allowed your nephew to cultivate the true fire of Samadhi, fulfilling an old wish of mine. Even my wife surprisingly permitted me to enter our home once. As he spoke, the bull demon king downed a cup of nectar, rising to his feet in exhilaration. Our 7th brother is truly remarkable. He visits the heavenly court and returns with so many treasures. I propose we gather and establish a demon court. Wonderful! The crowd echoed with laughter. Amid the jovial banter, Sun Qitian waved his hand dismissively, attributing his fortune to the goodwill of friends and powerful figures, insisting it was nothing of great significance. Our 7th brother has learned to speak like those bureaucrats in the heavenly court. The flood dragon king jested, drinking heartily. The world of martial heroes is not merely about fighting. It encompasses the intricacies of human relationships. Our 7th brother is a demon of great ambition, and the revival of our kind should be approached with such wisdom. The rock demon king proclaimed, raising his jug high. This time during the Celestial Demon War, I sent those troublesome fools in my group to the front lines using the provocation technique you taught me. And guess what? They all perished. Wait. Be careful with your words. Don't let outsiders overhear. Rest assured, Brother Nyo, I've already set up 18 layers of magical barriers around us, ensuring that only we 7 can hear. Well then, I shall relax my worries. Our 7th brother truly is considerate. The bull demon king gave a thumbs up, glancing around at the spirits, who appeared oblivious, diligently attending to their duties. Isn't it curious how you, Brother Nyo, have become so cautious after aligning with the wealthy heiress of the Wansui group? You seem quite unlike your former self, the Monkey King teased, prompting laughter from the others. Indeed, Brother Nyo, the Wansui group ranks among the top 5,000 enterprises in the universe. We demons are the finest. You've become the man of the board chair. Remember your roots amidst wealth. As the playful jibes continued, the bull demon king turned shade of red. Enough of this. Don't tease me. If my wife hears you, it will surely lead to trouble. Quickly shifting the topic, he inquired, 7th brother, with all the treasures you brought back from the heavenly court, why is there no mention of celestial steeds? Wasn't it said you took away over 1 million celestial horses? At this, all eyes turned to Sun Qitian, for the celestial steeds were indeed prized possessions. Enough of this talk. Let's not dwell on it. Sun Qitian gestured skyward, and the others understood. However, dear brother, given the commotion you caused in the heavenly court, did the heavenly emperor impose no punishment upon you? Punished? Indeed I was. Sun Qitian pointed toward the nearby 5 Elements Mountain. I was sentenced to reflect in silence for 500 days. Does that not suffice as punishment? But I thought it was 500 years. How did it change? 500 years is calculated by mortal star time. Our demon star completes one orbit in the time it takes a mortal star to complete 10, thus 500 days. Such calculations would astound the mathematicians of the Blue Star civilization. Sun Qitian's words elicited laughter from all. The heavenly court is indeed rotten to the core. Every celestial being is solely concerned with their own interests. One can only imagine how the lower planets fare. Yet, dear brother, you have offended many within the heavenly court. You must remain vigilant in the days to come. The others, unaware of the nuances involved, merely perceived their brother's fortune as a result of a good master who had shielded him. Sun Qitian chuckled softly at their words, but said nothing more. Merely raising his cup, they will surely punish me harshly upon seeing me. However, pausing for effect, he declared, "It is 3 cups of penalty wine." Ha! The laughter erupted. Chapter 93. Good and Evil, Demons and Gods to Jiang City, Law Enforcement Palace. It was the 3rd day since Yang Gu and his companions returned to Dejang. In this brief span of 3 days, the entire city was deserted, as its citizens flocked to Meihua Mountain Villa. Mei had graciously hosted a continuous banquet for 3 days, welcoming all the citizens with great fanfare, reminiscent of a grand celebration. Such a magnificent scene had not been witnessed in Dejang for a long time. The night was as poetic as it was picturesque, captivating the heart. Within the villa, atop the Forget Worry Peak, Yang Gu and his companions sat in the Wind and Moon Pavilion, gazing out at the vibrant city of Dejang. Still bustling at 3 in the morning. The myriad lights illuminated the prosperity, yet behind this splendor lay the burdens borne by those who had toiled for it. Yang Gu, with a serious expression, turned his gaze towards Xiaotian and the 6 saints of Myriad, stating, on behalf of the 8 million citizens of Dejang, I raise a toast to you all. You flatter us, Yang Gu. The accomplishments of our brothers are also thanks to your support. Mei Yi replied, lifting his cup. This moment felt like a return to the past, when they had sworn brotherhood at this very spot. Brother, I drink to you, Xiaotian said, downing his drink in one go. Cheers! The others echoed, exchanging cups without the aid of any celestial powers to dispel the intoxication brought on by the celestial brew. Life is fleeting. Moments of revelry are rare for them. After several cups of the celestial brew, Xiaotian began to feel the effects of inebriation, his gaze distant as he looked upon the myriad lights. In the land of the ancestor star, known as the star that never sleeps, there are demon slayers and those destined by heaven, yet across the countless life planets of the blue sky domain, who will guard the countless lives. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Alas, Xiaotian, you are drunk, Mei Yi remarked, draining his cup of strong liquor. The peace of the ancestor star does not represent the entirety of the blue sky domain, but what can we do to preserve the hard-won prosperity before us? Perhaps. Xiaotian chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Being drunk is fine. It is a rare delight in life. Do not overthink it. We have done our utmost. Indeed, we have, Xiaotian said, pouring himself another drink, 1 cup after another. Their powers felt minuscule, capable of saving but a small piece of land, yet unable to save the world. The Tian Kuei star experienced turmoil 2 years prior, resulting in the deaths of 1.7 million people within 2 days, with the only explanation given being heavy taxation. What kind of harsh taxes would compel people to disregard life and death, rushing to their demise? In the Tianhe system, where over 100 life planets faced turmoil last year, the average death toll per planet exceeded 10 million. When reported to the heavenly court, how did the celestial officials respond? Xiaotian finished his drink, his eyes filled with sorrow. They claimed that if all the people were to perish, they could simply migrate. If we sent people to you, our civilization might face defeat, and with defeat comes extinction. But were these wars initiated by the common folk? Why must they bear the consequences? Shortly thereafter, the Handong star faced a natural disaster, a drought so severe that locusts darkened the sky, leaving corpses strewn across the land. Reports stated that 370 people starved to death. But in reality, the jug was empty. Xiaotian picked up another one, drinking it all in one go. In just 3 days, over 7 million people had perished, more than the entire population of Dejang. His eyes welled with tears as he seemed to speak to himself. At first, I could not comprehend why something that could be solved with what those celestial officials deemed pig feed, the mortal grain, was so difficult to procure. Later, I realized that in this world, there is both good and evil, both demons and gods. Suffering breeds willpower. How absurd it is that the gods cultivate their own incense gods through suffering. At this point, a shattering sound echoed as Xiao Tian smashed the jug to the ground. If they desire the willpower of the masses, why do they not venture to the Tianist system to vanquish demons? Why must the masses endure further suffering? The silence around them spread like ink dropped into clear water. The others exchanged glances, speechless. Yangge said nothing, merely patting Xiao Yan's shoulder, signaling the others to continue while he stepped outside the pavilion, feeling the night breeze against his face, his gaze resting on the 8 million citizens of Dejang. It seems the Heavenly Court's expeditionary forces will soon clash with the Sacred Palace, Mei Yi remarked, joining Yangge. He sensed Yang Ji's complex emotions. Indeed, it is near, Yangge sighed, accepting the cup of wine from Mei Yi and drinking it down. King Ji Wu, consumed by ambition for war, showed no regard for the lives of the people. After this battle, how many families will be shattered, how many lives lost? Be cautious with your words, my lord, Mei Yi cautioned, his expression reflecting a mix of emotions. Yangge waved his hand, speaking calmly. What losses has the law enforcement palace suffered this year? A total of 461 law enforcement stations were destroyed, with 374, 651 casualties among the law enforcement guards. In 123 of the executioners perished in battle. Mei Yi recounted, a chill filling the air. Yang Ji's expression remained stoic. Yet the ground beneath him began to crack slightly. Was their intention to reduce him, the judicial deity, to a mere figurehead? The enemy is formidable. We cannot rely solely on the law enforcement palace to prevail, Mei Yi stated hesitantly. Enough, do not flatter me. I have never believed that merely wielding the banner of heavenly law could eradicate injustice or cleanse the celestial realm. However, we must not allow this group to topple our banner. I will contact the War Academy of the Demon City for assistance. If necessary, we may unite with the military for enforcement, Yangge declared, causing Mei Yi to shudder. It seemed Yangge was at his limits, intending to initiate a massive purge. Sensing the cold air around them, Mei Yi sighed silently. My lord, since your return, you have yet to contact my virtuous nephew. It has not been easy for him to reach this point. Perhaps you should reconsider. Hearing Mei Yi's words, Yangge nodded gently. For now, do not reveal my identity. I have my plans. Understood, my lord. Mei Yi quietly retreated, leaving Yangge alone on the platform, contemplating the night breeze and lost in thought. Sister, perhaps my nephew cannot lead the stable life you hope for on Blue Star, Yangge mused, his gaze distant. Recalling the moment 18 years ago when his sister returned from the battlefield, near death, entrusting Yang Chen to him. Brother, if possible, I hope he can live a stable life on Blue Star. Chapter 94. Primacy of the Blue Star populace's interests. Yangge retrieved his phone, finding but a single Skynet contact, Yang Chen. Upon accessing Skynet, a deluge of messages from Yang Chen immediately surfaced. Image, esteemed uncle, behold what I've acquired. Upon viewing the Blue Star War College student ID dispatched by the latter, the corners of Yang Ji's mouth subtly upturned. A commendable lad. My Yang lineage's merits would readily afford you a life of opulence and tranquility, yet our bloodline forbids indolence and cowardice. His fingers danced across the screen, swiftly composing a message and dispatching it. Verily, you furnished me with a delightful surprise, reminiscent of my own youth. Presently, Yang Chen's missive arrived. Venerable uncle, at long last, you deigned to reply. I had nearly surmised you'd absconded to engage in espionage, bereft of tidings for an age. At this juncture, the Isle of Azure Expanse basked in resplendent sunlight as Yang Chen attended a refining lesson. Upon the dais, the instructor personally demonstrated the art of refining, the resounding clang of the rambling tempest hammering technique echoing incessantly. Sensing the vibration of his phone, he instinctively glanced at it, discovering a message from his long-absent uncle. Espionage I have not undertaken, though numerous missions of enforcement I have executed. I am presently assigned to the Hall of Enforcement, under the aegis of the Divine Arbiter. Having recently journeyed to other celestial bodies to conduct enforcement activities, I am exceedingly occupied. The Hall of Enforcement? The Divine Arbiter? Chen stroked his chin, no longer the naive novice he once was. Particularly after attaining the third tier of immortal cultivation, he increasingly sensed an enigma surrounding his uncle. Merely considering the protective measures he had previously established for his eyes, an operation of such magnitude would elude even a fourth-tier immortal. After a moment's contemplation, his eyes gradually focused upon the void, endeavoring to perceive his uncle's true identity. To safeguard against potential harm during this observation, the expenditure of merit points shall exceed 3,000. Do you wish to proceed? This was the outcome of Chen's expenditure of 2,000 merit points to communicate with a verdant lotus lamp within his sea of consciousness. As long as he persisted in observing, the consumption of merit points for protection would surpass 3,000, thereby triggering the prompt. Thus, he could circumvent the instantaneous depletion of his merit points while obliquely gleaning certain answers through artifice. As with the message presently surfacing, scrutinizing his uncle's true identity would necessitate the expenditure of over 3,000 merit points to ensure his safety. This sufficed to demonstrate that his uncle was no ordinary individual. Could it be that his uncle's true identity was a high-ranking official within the Hall of Enforcement? Fearing that his inadvertent disclosure might invite retribution from his uncle's adversaries, he concealed his identity. After all, the Hall of Enforcement was an institution most prone to incurring animosity. Comprehending this, Chen elected not to expose him. Continuing to type, the Hall of Enforcement sounds perilous. Uncle, exercise utmost caution. I am presently within the Azure Expanse campus, and you need not concern yourself with my well-being. Upon viewing Chen's message, Ji's brow arched inquisitively. Could this lad be privy to something? His words seemed to imply he is secure within the Azure Expanse campus. Yongu chuckled and shook his head, a glimmer of pride flickering in his eyes. This lad possessed both audacity and meticulousness. He was fit to wield the blade. He resolved to broach the subject directly, typing, "Would you be interested in joining the Hall of Enforcement? It would prove beneficial to your jurisprudence course." Beneficial to the jurisprudence course? Chen exclaimed softly, a spark of brilliance igniting within his eyes. Was his uncle his savior? This was akin to having a pillow delivered precisely when one felt drowsy. In recent days, Chen had been fortunate enough to attend 2 jurisprudence lectures, which were akin to an old woman's foot bindings, both fetid and protracted. Occasionally, a fortunate student would be selected to serve as a judge. Of the 10 freshmen in the Azure Expanse campus, Chen and Fong Outyin had opted for the jurisprudence course. However, Fong Outyin was absent that day, rendering Chen the fortunate student. Observing the plaintiff and defendant in the remote video meticulously dissecting each word, Chen was incensed, meting out equal punishment to both parties, including their respective lawyers. Their wails were pitiful to behold. Unsurprisingly, the jurisprudence instructor sternly admonished him, forbidding him from claiming to be a student. Chen excitedly typed, "Venerable uncle, you are indeed my savior. I wonder in what manner would joining the Hall of Enforcement benefit the jurisprudence course?" Chen's reaction furrowed Ji's brow. The emphasis should have been on joining the Hall of Enforcement. The benefit to the jurisprudence course was merely incidental. His nephew's reaction was peculiar. Nevertheless, he replied, "I can apply for the qualification of an enforcer of the Hall of Enforcement on your behalf, bestowing upon you an enforcement badge. Thus, you shall possess the authority to enforce the law, establish your own court within the Blue Star Civilization, and execute judgment before reporting, acting on behalf of the Celestial Court. However, the enforcement process must adhere to the Celestial Court's laws. The enforcement badge shall record the entire process. Each successful enforcement can serve as a demonstration of your academic performance, to be submitted to your jurisprudence instructor during the final examination, who will award you corresponding marks." Excellent. Chen jubilantly clenched his fist. His uncle was indeed a high-ranking official within the Hall of Enforcement, wielding such immense power. Now, His jurisprudence instructor need no longer fret over his academic performance. He, Yang Chen, could entirely become self-taught, gaining true knowledge through practice. Venerable uncle, gratitude. Please apply on my behalf forthwith. I am willing to join the Hall of Enforcement. Seeing Yang Chen agresoria dili, yang momentarily hesitatet. Ordinarily, joining the Hall of Enforcement necessitated graduation from a prestigious university, passing the law examination, and undergoing rigorous screening to become a trainee enforcement guard. Subsequently, one must excel in continuous assessments for 3 years to become a formal enforcement guard. As for an enforcer, they were invariably the elite among the elite within the Hall of Enforcement, under his direct jurisdiction. Would opening this back door for his nephew engender complications? Yang Gu stroked his chin. In theory, Yang Chen's origins from the Isle of Azure Expanse, even if his current strength did not meet the enforcer standard, would pose no significant issue. As for the law examination, even if he were exempt from participating, Yang Gu, for the sake of prudence, typed to Yang Chen, "Good nephew, have you perused the Celestial Court's laws? Do you comprehend their content?" "Uncle, how can you ask such a question?" "Of course, I have perused them." "Very well, then." Yang Gu nodded. The jurisprudence instructor at the Blue Star War College was impartial and incorruptible. If Yang Chen wished to avoid failing, he would have to diligently study the Celestial Court's laws. "Very well, I shall apply on your behalf. The enforcement badge will be mailed to the school. Remember to sign for it." "Understood." The Celestial Court's laws comprised a voluminous 10,000 scrolls. Although Yang Chen possessed formidable mental strength, he was loath to expend the time. He had perused them, but he only remembered the first article of the first chapter of the first scroll, the primacy of the Blue Star populace's interests. Was that not sufficient? Chapter 95. Intelligent life. "Hey, you over there?" "Yes, you. Are you done yet?" The instructor of the weapon forging class, clad in a vest and shorts, wore an impatient expression as he wielded a hammer, pointing at Yang Chen. "If you can attend this class, then do so. If not, leave at once." Yang Chen reluctantly put away his phone, surprised to find the instructor quite serious. In the vast classroom, only he, Han Bing, and Wang Ding remained, both of whom were intently observing the sword embryo on the podium, while Yang Chen was preoccupied with his phone, occasionally adding some physical gestures. How intolerable, considering my standing in the weapon forging community. The number of people seeking to apprentice with me could circle Blue Star thrice over. Yet today, I am disdained by a mere child. Chiyu felt a pang of anger, gesturing towards the sword embryo. "Boy, have you discerned anything from it?" Hearing the instructor's question, Yang Chen stood up helplessly, glanced at the steaming sword embryo, shrugged his shoulders, and replied bluntly, "No." Such a lack of ambition. Such a lack of ambition. Chiyu shook his head. "You see, this phone of yours is in essence also a tool. Since it is a tool, it can be forged, instead of merely utilizing its functions. Why not contemplate the intricacies within? How about this? I shall assign you a task that will contribute to your final grade." Upon hearing the instructor's words, an ominous premonition surged within Yang Chen. Indeed, the next moment, a cold smirk appeared on Chiyu's lips. "Before the final exam, transform this phone of yours into an S-class weapon." "Instructor, are you joking?" Yang Chen felt a pang in his jaw, raising his hand to display his Apple Master 99 Pro. One strike from a hammer, and it would be ruined. "Who told you that forging relies solely on a hammer?" Chiyu retorted, setting down the hammer and retrieving a phone from his pocket. "Have you ever seen such a phone?" This phone appeared like a crystal doll, translucent and radiant, emanating a shimmering glow. "Instructor, this is just a doll. It hardly resembles a phone." Han Bing and Wang Ding jeered from the side. "Are you trying to trick us with a puppet?" "Ah." However, at that moment, Yang Chen scrutinized the phone in the instructor's hand, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "Oh, a bunch of sheltered brats," Chiyu scoffed, shaking his head slightly. He then addressed the phone. "Iron Eater, hack into these 3 brats' phones. Magic God brand, model 10127. Iron Eater at your service." With the sound of a hearty male voice, in the next instant, the phones of the 3 were engulfed in darkness. Before they could react, the screens lit up again. But this time, instead of the familiar operating interface, a comical Iron Eater creature appeared, fluffy and holding 3 fragrant sticks. its mouth curving into a derisive smile directed at Yang Chen and his companions. Instructor, this is too ruthless. Is this a hacker's trick? Wang Ding exclaimed in shock. In the era of technology, hackers thrived, but since the resurgence of spiritual energy, with a heavenly network established, such professions had vanished. They were either conscripted or tracked down for a physical virus removal. Hacker nonsense. What I practice is forging. This triviality is merely the most inconsequential function of the Iron Eater. Chi relished the bewildered and naive expressions of the three, tossing the phone into the air. Iron Eater, show these brats a thing or two. In the next moment, the crystal doll-like phone erupted with countless digital codes, coalescing in the air into a gigantic Iron Eater. A low growl echoed, and Han Bing and Wang Ding immediately tensed, entering a combat stance. Intelligent life? How is that possible? Yang Chen gasped, his expression shifting dramatically. To his astonishment, he was witnessing intelligent life in this lifetime, a creation only achievable through advanced technological development. In his previous life, certain high-level intelligent beings were akin to deities, a direct manifestation of the artificial god theory, capable of wielding transformative powers. In this lifetime, as the era of technology came to a close and the age of spiritual energy commenced, technological advancement had not experienced another Big Bang. In comparison to the technological level of his past life, the gulf was vast. As he gazed at the weapon forging instructor, he found it incredible that, within the current technological environment, the instructor could break through the technological barriers through forging to create something that existed only in his previous life, a being of intelligent life. Noticing Yang Chen's astonished expression, Chiyu nodded slightly, then glanced at Wang Ding and his companion's foolish demeanor, shaking his head. At this moment, his impression of Yang Chen had greatly improved. This boy was discerning. Ha ha ha. Kid, since you possess such discernment, I shall not demand that you forge the phone into an S-class weapon this time. An A-class will suffice. Chi laughed heartily, realizing that true talents were hard to find. Now, even if Yang Chen merely forged the phone into an A-class brick, he could easily overlook it. Yet at this moment, Yang Chen was oblivious to everything else, his eyes fixated on the Iron Eater before him, as though gazing upon a rare treasure, prompting the creature to reveal a look of dissatisfaction, turning its back to him. Yang Chen paid no heed, continuing to observe with utmost caution, his gaze intensely focused on the rear of the Iron Eater. This scene brought Chi Yu immense satisfaction. As a craftsman, witnessing his creation so cherished by another was delightful. The old fellows at the school were far less discerning than this boy, who dared to claim that his work was mere trickery, utterly absurd. Instructor, I am your student. Could you possibly give me that phone? Wang Ding noticed Yang Chen's reaction and, with a glint in his eye, turned to Chi Yu. Even a beast wouldn't dare ask for such a thing. You have some nerve. Chi Yu shot a disapproving glare at Wang Ding, who had a thicker skin than his forging hammer. Instructor, is that phone for sale? Though Yang Chen held little hope, he still wished to inquire. His merit points were currently less than 10,000, making it difficult to comprehend the structure of such epic-making creations. Even if he could see through it, his own abilities were insufficient to replicate it. Do you think your instructor is in need of money? Chi Yu chuckled lightly, relishing Yang Chen's disappointed gaze. Chapter 96. The foolish girl, however, in light of your earnestness, should you one day craft something that pleases me, I might consider bestowing a gift upon you. A pleasing trinket? Chio's words reignited hope within Yang Chen, who stroked his chin thoughtfully before inquiring, what sort of forging would earn your approval, master? That is difficult to say. Chi replied with a grin. I am not boasting, but many of the celestial artifacts and divine weapons from the heavenly court are products of my own hands. Even if you were to forge such items, they may not necessarily satisfy me. Master, if celestial artifacts do not suffice, are you not making it exceedingly difficult? Wang Ding muttered, glancing at the iron-eating beast seated on the ground. Can this creature even compare to celestial artifacts? Ugh, you know nothing. The iron-eating beast growled, glaring at Wang Ding. Chio's voice followed, equally displeased. The path of forging lies in innovation, in continually pushing boundaries and developing new ideas that captivate the imagination. Do you understand? Would learning welding impress you then, Master? Chen retorted. Begone. Are you itching for a reprimand? As the two bickered, Chen rubbed the back of his head. In the next moment, he drew forth a blood-red spear from behind him, a surge of crimson aura instantly enveloping the room, illuminating it with a rich, red glow that caused Qiyu to instinctively turn around. Master, what do you think of this spear? Chen grinned, the red light casting a somewhat sinister shadow on his face. Forging with one spirit? Chiyu's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded the blood-red spear. Well done, young man. You possess a fierce spirit, merely a sole weapon in my eyes, yet it contains an indestructible attribute. How did you achieve this? Nothing but relentless forging, Chen replied, retracting the spear. What do you think, Master? Is this indestructible attribute satisfactory? Qiyu looked at him with a pained expression. At the mere third tier of celestial cultivation, you have managed to imbue your spirit with an indestructible attribute. How many rare materials must that have consumed? Young man, from which esteemed lineage do you hail to possess such wealth? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is whether your words still hold weight, Master. Chen smiled, his gaze fervently fixed on the iron-eating beast. Though this intelligent life form was merely in its juvenile phase with limited capabilities in its past life, it would have been valued enough to purchase an artificial planet. The crux of its worth lay in the fact that intelligent life could achieve level transitions through code upgrades, carrier upgrades, and energy upgrades. As long as he accumulated sufficient merit, he could find the most suitable upgrade codes, upgrade carriers, and upgrade energy sources for this intelligent life, ensuring its evolution into a mature phase without harming himself. Sensing Chen's intense gaze, Qiyu nodded slightly. Young man, while this little creature may lack strength, it could serve as an intriguing pet. However, I'll not want to go back on my word. How about I compensate you with a celestial artifact? As he spoke, Chiyu's eyes remained fixed on Chen. No, Master, I desire this instead. A fine steed may be common, yet a true mentor is rare. I believe this little one has immense potential. It is worth more than 100 celestial artifacts, Chen asserted earnestly, his tone resolute. In that moment, Qiyu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, longing to accept Chen as his disciple and pass on his teachings. Meanwhile, Han Bing and Wang Ding stood dumbfounded, glancing between Chen and the iron-eating beast, which was rolling playfully on the ground. Could this creature truly rival celestial artifacts? Was Chen mad? Very well, young man, your sincerity is commendable. Thus, I shall grant you this little creature, Iron Eater from now on. Your master will be Chen. As Chiyu's words echoed, a mechanical voice emanated from the iron-eating beast. Ownership transfer in progress. Target change, Chen. Scanning face. Scanning pupils. Scanning soul. In the next moment, a stream of green digital code surged into Chen's body. This familiar scene made him feel as though he had returned to his past life. If his former self had possessed the eyes of this life, allowing him to accurately discern the optimal evolutionary path for intelligent life, combined with the assets from his previous existence, he could cultivate his mature intelligent life to its complete form, thereby creating his own deity. At that point, he would have no need for management. He could simply establish a company as its president, or even become a herder of gods. Yet, it seemed that this life was not too late. Chen's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Qiyu. Master, can you continue to manufacture this intelligent life? This mobile device? Alas, I cannot. Qiyu shook his head. This little device was crafted in collaboration with a friend of mine from the Civilization Academy, and the methods for creating its key components are known solely to him. Regrettably, he was unable to share them before he fell victim to an ambush by foreign entities. No wonder, Chen mused regretfully, recognizing the hallmark of the Civilization Academy in such a revolutionary creation. Only the most brilliant scientists and forging masters could collaborate to break through certain barriers. The methods for those key components had likely fallen into alien hands, but it mattered little. As long as he accrued sufficient merit, he could certainly view the blueprints. However, he knew he could not forge them himself. The transfer of mobile device permissions was swiftly completed. Chen gazed at the transparent crystal figure in his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. Detected change of rights holder. Would you like to reset the life form's appearance? The mechanical voice inquired. Young man, the iron-eating beast form is based on my spirit pet. Chi waved his hand. You may decide. Chen nodded, envisioning a figure from his past life, and softly declared, reset the life form's appearance. In an instant, the crystal figure transformed into a flurry of digital codes. Ultimately, before Chen, it coalesced into a long-haired girl clad in silver leather, her voice clear and melodious, akin to a lark emerging from the valley. Magic Godbrand, Model 10127, Foolish Girl at your service. Chapter 97. The Collision of Eras. Foolish Girl? Wang Ding gazed at the lifelike foolish girl before him, marveling, Brother Yang, this phone is remarkable. Yang Chen chucked softly. The current life manifestation merely represents the most fundamental capabilities of intelligent life. As it is still in its infancy, aside from the life manifestation, it possesses only basic functions such as communication, hacking, medical assistance, and solar charging. Were it to evolve into maturity, not only would the aforementioned functions be enhanced, but additional capabilities would be introduced based on the code, carrier, and energy utilized during the upgrade. In Yang Chen's previous life, the mature intelligent being he encountered possessed functions such as lie detection, flight, invisibility, shape-shifting, X-ray vision, confinement, and function transfer. The most significant distinction between mature and infant stages lies in the inclusion of function transfer, allowing it to transfer all its capabilities to a host in the form of digital code. However, the upgrade code used for evolution to maturity in Yang Chen's previous life was less than perfect. In this life, he could undoubtedly find the perfect code with his own eyes, ensuring not only a 100 evolution rate, but also enhanced and varied functionalities. Only by establishing a sufficiently perfect foundation could one hope to evolve into a complete intelligent being. Such beings are regarded as deities, and those who controlled multiple complete intelligent beings in his former life were referred to as shepherds, belonging to the elite of humanity and the upper echelons of the Federation. Yang Chen himself was merely a corporate manager, with limited understanding of such prominent figures. Similarly, he had not yet encountered the true powerhouses of the era of spiritual revival, making it impossible to compare their strengths. Kid, why do I feel that you are quite familiar with this little fellow? Chiyu expressed surprise, realizing that Yang Chen could adeptly operate all functions of the phone without any explanation. Have you seen a similar phone before? Upon hearing the teacher's inquiry, Yang Chen smiled and replied, Teacher, I am a young person of the new era. My ability to accept new things is quite strong. This statement was undoubtedly true. Chiyu nodded, acknowledging a new generation surpasses the old. I concede. However, young man, you previously mentioned that this little fellow has significant room for improvement. Why not elaborate? As he spoke, Chiyu's gaze fixated on Yang Chen, revealing a hint of challenge. Isn't this self-evident, teacher? Yang Chen gestured, causing the foolish girl to switch into phone mode, with green digital codes swirling, reverting to a transparent crystal doll. Holding the crystal doll in his left hand and an iPhone 99 Pro in his right, he asked, Teacher, what is the most significant difference between these two phones? Is it that the foolish girl possesses more, stronger, and smarter functions than the iPhone? Clearly not. The greatest distinction lies in life. With life comes thought, and thought signifies infinite possibilities. When you bestow life and thought upon machines and codes, they become entities capable of infinite evolution. The carrier represents its body, the code signifies its soul, and the energy serves as its kinetic force. Its potential is beyond imagination. By discovering the most suitable code, more carriers, and stronger energy, it can ascend to the status of a deity. This deity can be crafted according to human needs, for the power resides in humanity's hands. Just as in a drought-stricken land, one can summon a deity to bring forth rain, or in a planet with ecological imbalance, one can create a deity to intervene and restore balance. On a grander scale, if you desire to possess your own world, you must first create a deity endowed with such capabilities, allowing your deity to create the universe. Your deity would embody the heavenly principle of this planet, governing the world and the destinies of its inhabitants, commanding your deity to arrange specific trajectories according to your desires. This is what we call fate. Teacher, is such a potential for progress not enough? The so-called deity is merely a product of human need, hence human creation, a concept referred to as human-made divinity. Yang Chen continued his impassioned discourse, leaving Lu Shu and Wang Ding astounded, while Qi Yu's expression grew increasingly complex. At that moment, Yang Chen's fervent gaze resembled that of a religious zealot, a look Qi Yu had witnessed in a friend from his days at the Civilization Academy. The fervor was identical, an extreme devotion that echoed the sentiment of being willing to sacrifice everything for enlightenment, a passion that left a lasting impression on Qi Yu. In a moment of reverie, Yang Chen's visage began to merge with the memory of that old friend. Qi Yu, do you realize? 300 years. I have finally completed this experiment. It will change our era. It will change our era. You've gone mad, old Lu. With just these few trinkets, you haven't even fortified an A-class warrior. No, it's different. Qi Yu, you must help me bring this creation to fruition. It is imperative. Old Lu, you've been working on this experiment for 3 centuries. You must be exhausted. Here, take this spirit-nourishing pill and rest for a while. No, I must go to the Cosmic Research Institute. I intend to present this invention to the director. Qi Yu, I will restore the glory of the technological era, sweeping all those martial artists who emerged in the era of spiritual revival into the annals of history. All right. Into the rubbish bin. Calm down now, don't get too worked up. I cannot calm down. Qi Yu, it is normal that you do not understand now. In the future, there may be a long road ahead, but that matters not. I've already grasped the spark that will one day ignite this era. Ignite this era. Chapter 98. The Third Awakening. The eye of insight, the echoes of a haunting voice lingered in the air, altering Qi Yu's gaze towards Yang Chen. Teacher? Yang Chen observed Qi Yu, who appeared momentarily lost in thought, and gently patted him. What are you thinking about? It's nothing. Qi Yu snapped back to reality, rubbing his eyes. You simply remind me of an old acquaintance. Yang Chen, somewhat surprised, refrained from probing further, sensing that the teacher's expression was far from joyful. Clearing his throat, Qi Yu continued, Well, my boy, I've discerned that you possess a modicum of talent in the art of forging. Though it may be limited, your insight is commendable. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? The distinction between a disciple and a student is profound. Being accepted as a disciple by a teacher at the Blue Star Military Academy is a coveted honor, and it evoked envy in both Han Bing and Wang Ding. Indeed, Yang, the chairman, was astute in human affairs. Absolutely. Master, I humbly accept your guidance. Yang Chen had been contemplating how to cultivate a rapport with Qi Yu. Hey, what era are we in? There's no need for formalities. Just add me as a friend on the Skynet. Qi Yu waved dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Chen. You merely talk a lot without any genuine intent to pledge. Ding. Skynet friend request completed. Qi Yu, being forthright, declared, I am Qi Yu, your master. In my tutelage, we eschew convolutions. It's all about the pure spirit of craftsmanship. I'll add you to a group where we can discuss and exchange ideas. Thank you, master, for your generous offer. Each of these artisan engineers was a titan in their field of valuable network. Once class concluded, Yang Chen proceeded to the classroom entrance and summoned a wisdom craft spaceship, preparing to head to the law theory building for his next class. Delivery detected at the BO Express station. Would you like to collect it? The crisp voice of the assistant startled Yang Chen, nearly causing him to forget that Su Xiaoyu had mentioned sending a parcel as a congratulatory gift for his arrival on BO Island. Without hesitation, Yang Chen instructed the spaceship to alter its destination towards the express station. Classes could be skipped, but delaying the unboxing of this parcel for even a moment was unbearable. The spaceship arrived swiftly at the express station. The parcel was once again a hefty black iron box, forged from dark iron. Upon receiving Su Xiaoyu's cosmic delivery, the assistant snapped a photo for her, attaching a note of gratitude. Additionally, Yang Chen sent a few items back to Su Xiaoyu, as he could now reciprocate after harvesting medicinal crops from the secret realm. At this hour, Su Xiaoyu was likely still in class, hence there was no immediate response. Eager to return to the dormitory, Yang Chen transported the box to the living room. This package was noticeably heavier than the last, and with an air of anticipation. He entered the unboxing password, 666666. The box opened with a satisfying click. Before him lay a pitch-black square stone adorned with intricate golden patterns that intertwined, exuding a subtle radiance, accompanied by an instruction manual. Stubborn stone bloodline treasure, strengthens muscles and bones, enhances vitality, aids in gene lock breakthroughs, and fortifies secondary bloodline awakenings. Usage: incise the heart, place it within, and infuse it with heart-s blood. Produced by Daoist Biopharmaceuticals. Insert into the heart. This medicine is rather intense. Previously, he had expended a significant amount of merit value to achieve a secondary awakening of his talent, which did not conflict with the opportunity for awakening the 4th tier gene lock. Currently, with 8,000 merit points remaining, he had ample resources to attempt a breakthrough to the 4th tier. He first purchased a quinine pill from the Destiny Human Mall, then, with precision, controlled the muscles and vitality of his heart, swiftly making the incision and placing the stubborn stone within. An icy sensation radiated from his heart, which was soon overwhelmed by the fervent flow of his vitality, releasing a rich fragrance from within. His consciousness sank into the sea of awareness. Yang Chen, cultivation level, gene lock tier 3, mid 50, cultivation level, primordial spirit lock tier 3, mid 50, merit points, 8,000 now. He could finally indulge in a lavish experience. Inject all 8,000 merit points into the gene lock. Merit points injected. You begin your cultivation. Detected current environment as a sacred ground. Wealth, companionship, law, and land. You are indeed a winner in life. Gain buff. 90 increase in comprehension speed of techniques. 60 increase in flashes of inspiration. 10,000 increase in cultivation speed. Detected quinine pill and bloodline treasure. Stubborn stone, wealth, companionship, law, and land. You have surpassed most, receiving a buff. 10,000 increase in cultivation speed. 60 increase in success rate for this breakthrough to the 4th tier gene lock. And 20 increase in efficiency for bloodline awakening. A 60 increase in success rate. Truly the value of a land treasure. This breakthrough should be safe now, right? Yang Chen glanced at his remaining lifespan, 5385. With such longevity, what was there to fear? In cultivation. Your cultivation has risen to gene lock tier 4, early 20. Your bloodline talent awakens once again. Your bloodline talent has not yet been fully developed. This awakening will further enhance your eye of insight talent. Ordinary S-level talents typically reach their peak upon the first awakening, so secondary awakenings often yield new talents. For those below S-level, enhancements occur upon reaching the 4th tier gene lock, with a slight chance of new talents emerging, albeit of generally lower quality. Only exceptionally strong S-level